Chapter 1. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. I know I wrote on my profile about a Naruto Star Wars crossover, so here is the first chapter. I'm not sure how often I will be able to update this because I am busy with my other story, but I wanted to put something out because I've had thoughts of this story on my mind for a while. I also don't know exactly where this story is going, so I am hoping to get whatever suggestions and inputs anyone can provide. Enjoy. Timeline. BBY indicates years before the Battle of Yavin. 57 BBY Obi-Wan Kenobi is born. 54 BBY, Darth Maul is born. 52 BBY, Palpatine fails to be elected as senator for the planet Naboo but, after having his competition for the position assassinated, becomes senator. 51 BBY current year. XX. Chapter I, The Blinking Light. Lemerge Power building on an uninhabited planet in the Mid-Rim, somewhere near Naboo. Lemerge Power is a company whose building Sidious used for his secret hideout on Coruscant and was seen in the movies. I'm making it a Sith-owned company. XX. A dark cloaked figure walks slowly down a long shadowed hallway. The surfaces of the hallway, the walls, ceiling, and floors were all made of metal. The hallway wasn't decorated or in any way elaborate, but rather cold and sterile. Passing by various doors, the man's thoughts wandered to the memories that he had of the place. Though he had been born on Naboo, he had spent years training and learning the intricacies of the dark side of the Force in that very building. He remembered when his master had first offered him a chance to become something more than he could ever be alone. He remembered when that same man had become his master started his training. Darth Plagueis was his master's name, and in time Plagueis bestowed upon him the name of Darth Sidious. During his apprenticeship, every pleasure was denied, everything he loved was taken away, every fear he had was thrust upon him, and every weakness he had was taken advantage of by that same man. He always hated him for it, but that training had made him a powerful Sith. He had learned to immerse himself in the dark side of the Force. Learned to harness the power that the dark side held and to wield his emotions to his advantage without letting them control him. Plagueis had taught him everything that he knew. He was also given access to ancient teachings and writings that made him even more powerful as the years went on, but things could no longer remain as they once were. Plagueis' obsession with mastering death was not something that he was previously concerned over. Nearly every Sith before his master had been obsessed with conquering death and extending their lives indefinitely. It was even something that he himself was concerned over, but certainly not to the same degree as his master. Plagueis' research had changed over the years when he decided that the transference of one's essence did not appeal to him. The Sith Lord had therefore sought an alternative method, which led to his research into the manipulation of midi-chlorians. Midi-chlorians were intelligent life forms that lived inside the cells of all living things. In beings with sufficient numbers present in each of their cells, they allowed for the detection and manipulation of the Force. Plagueis was originally experimenting with the manipulation of midi-chlorians, through Sith alchemy, in order to promote spontaneous cell growth. This could be used to prevent the cells in a being's body from deteriorating with age and even produce new cells which would extend a person's lifespan indefinitely. Sidious had been rather interested in these experiments, as it would be preferable to extend a person's lifespan using these methods than to transfer the essence into a clone body every time the clone grew old. Despite having planned to kill his master for many years, Sidious was content to wait for Plagueis to finish the experiments. Plagueis would eventually teach him what was discovered through the research, and then he would kill his master and use the research to great effect. It was something that every master and apprentice of their Sith order did. Eventually one would kill the other, as was standard among the adopted rule of two. The master might kill the student and find another, better student, or the student might kill the master and replace him as Sith Lord and then start training an apprentice. It was necessary to keep their line going. Only the strong should survive, and weakness was cut out as they moved toward their ultimate goal of the Sith ruling the galaxy. It was therefore obvious that Sidious noticed over the years that Plagueis had shifted focus from the primary goal of the Sith, to focusing solely on his research. Sidious watched his master through hidden surveillance devices and monitored all activities. So it was easy to notice his master's complacency. Plagueis was no longer so concerned over the goals of the Sith or what Sidious was up to. Plagueis wasn't even aware that Sidious had recently taken a secret apprentice and was plotting against him. However, it wasn't until Plagueis began talking about creating new life with his research that Sidious truly became worried. Plagueis seemed determined to use his midi-chlorian manipulation technique to spontaneously create new life, specifically a child. Plagueis had theorized that a child born in that manner would have a greater midi-chlorian count, a stronger Force ability, and more powerful connection to the Force than any other being. It was obvious to Sidious that if Plagueis created such a child, then there would be no need for the current apprentice, and therefore his life might be in danger. Sidious felt threatened at the potential of that child. He became paranoid over what his master might be planning and could no longer sit idly by and let his master finish the research. Did Plagueis know about his secret apprentice? How long had his master been planning to replace him? Was his master one step ahead of him? Had Plagueis been manipulating him into a false sense of security? All of these questions kept going through his mind, even when he tried to force them out. Thus, his prior planning would need to come to fruition much sooner than originally planned. He would kill Master Plagueis as soon as he could. That was the reason for his current visit. Soon I will take my rightful place and begin setting my plans in motion. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen, were the sadistic thoughts going through the cloaked man's head as he smiled and continued making his way down the hall to his master's quarters. Sidious glided soundlessly through the dark throne room that his master always used and to the adjoining personal chamber. All security measures in the facility had already been disabled. The few security droids in the building had also been deactivated. The stage was set for the final act with Plagueis and his ascension from apprentice to master. Reaching into his black robes, Sidious removed a dagger from its hidden sheath. He had chosen a simple weapon in which to kill his master. Plagueis always had a fascination with the arcane, and it would be fitting for him to be killed with such a simple weapon. The dagger wasn't a vibroblade, but it was a strong curved blade, adorned with a large gem at the pommel and gold inlay along the blade with a comfortable handle. Sidious had planned out every detail extensively before this moment. He knew that he might not be able to face Plagueis in real battle and remain unscathed. While Plagueis may have become complacent with the goals of the Sith, the Mutan's force ability and knowledge of the dark side hadn't diminished. Plagueis would have been a difficult foe for him. Perhaps too difficult. Therefore, Sidious had decided to rely on stealth and treachery to eliminate his master. He would arrive on the planet undetected and slip into the building without letting Plagueis know he was there, which he already had. Then he would make his way to his master's chambers, which he was in, and open the door to proceed with his plan, which he was about to do. Reaching down to the control panel on the door, Sidious pushed the button to open it. The door opened almost instantly and with far too much noise for Sidious' liking, but there was nothing he could do. If he used the force to open the door or cut it with his lightsaber, it would most likely alert Plagueis. Sidious was after a victory with no fighting involved, and he had to mask his force connection in order to escape detection by his master. Walking through the opening and over the threshold of the room, Sidious admired the objects and trinkets that his master had collected. Master Plagueis always did have good taste. He passed through the main room without a sound and headed for the bedroom. There was no door linking the main room to the bedroom, just an open passageway. Entering the bedroom, Sidious couldn't help but produce an evil smirk at the sight of his helpless master. Of course he had already foreseen this moment several days ago, but he still liked the thrill of victory. His paranoia had been unfounded after all. Plagueis knew nothing of his plotting. There was nothing his master could do to escape death. Approaching the bed, Sidious eyed his master one last time and decided on exactly where to stab with the dagger. Should it be once or multiple times? Should I aim for an area that will instantly kill him or an area that will allow him to wake and see his killer? Debated Sidious gleefully as he enjoyed the power he had over his once great master in the moments before the act. He had never felt more alive. Sidious decided to aim for a fatal area with a single strike and allow Plagueis to wake and see his murderer. He also wanted to see the reaction of the grey-skinned Mutan and feel the life drain from him. Sidious only hoped he could finally see fear in the eyes that had denied him everything and made him feel inadequate. Lifting the dagger up, Sidious let the emotion flow through him. He felt rage, anger, passion, fulfillment, and a sadistic triumph. His smirking face altered. The mask that he wore as Palpatine fell to reveal a hideous twisted visage. The once smooth face was far paler than it had been. The smirk became an insane smile filled with cruelty. His eyes became a sulfuric yellow filled with nothing but malice. The emotions threatened to overtake him and he yelled out in triumph as he plunged the dagger into his master's chest. Sidious quickly removed the dagger a moment later and looked at the face of his master as he backed up slightly from the bed. Plague's eyes had opened and he was trying to figure out what was happening. Sidious could see the pain that his master was in and feel the Mutan's confusion, but didn't speak to him, only smiled with unrestrained delight at what he had done. A very brief moment passed before Plagueis' eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The Mutan attempted to sit up or move his body, but Sidious' strike had paralyzed him from the neck down. He then attempted to speak, but blood was already filling his lungs. With little option, Plagueis focused on his attacker. The greyish-skinned master was slowly bleeding out and had little time left until he expired. For Sidious, he drank in his success over his master. He didn't get the fear that he wanted to see in his master's eyes, but the anger, conflict, despair, and disbelief that he could sense in the Mutan was more than worth the trade. Sidious' laughter rang out in the bedroom as he watched his master slowly expire, but Plagueis wasn't dead yet. Calling upon the dark side of the Force, Plagueis attempted to fight back. When calling upon large amounts of the dark side, it was possible to heal injury without having any prior force ability in healing. Sidious' laughter stopped when he felt his master's build-up of dark side energy. Sidious yelled, "No!" and acting quickly, striking his master again with the dagger. After the second additional strike, Sidious stopped and looked once again into his master's eyes. They weren't the same eyes that he had seen before. They were no longer the eyes of a person realizing that death was upon them and contained something akin to amusement or laughter. The smallest hint of a smile adorned the Mutan's face as he slowly expired. A single sound came from Plagueis as life left him, and it could only be described as AHN sound. Confused with what had just happened, Sidious tried to analyze what had caused these emotions in his former master. Answers came to him when he looked at his hand that was still holding the dagger. He was gripping the dagger as hard as he could and his hand was shaking uncontrollably. He also realized that his heart was beating rapidly and his breathing was ragged. Searching his feelings, Sidious realized why Plagueis had reacted like he had and sneered at the body of his dead master. He had shown his master fear. His master was paralyzed before him at his mercy and yet, at the slightest hint of Plagueis fighting back, Sidious had become afraid and lashed out. Plagueis had seen it, felt it, and was, in a sense, amused at the weakness of his apprentice. It was humiliating and infuriating for Sidious. He couldn't believe his own weakness. Throwing the dagger to a corner of the room, where it hit with a loud clang, Sidious let loose his anger and frustration in the form of force lighting on his master's dead body. While the body was being burnt beyond recognition, Sidious screaming out his frustration and rage in the bedroom of his former master. It was supposed to be a moment of triumph for him, yet Plagueis had turned it into a moment of humiliation that he would never be able to forget. XX. Sidious emerged from the Lemerge power building and headed towards his ship which was on one of the landing pads connected to the main building. Before he left, he copied all of Plagueis's computer files onto a datacard that he had with him. He also took his master's lightsaber and set one of the building reactors to overload. Sidious was confident that he already had all the Sith holocrons and texts that Plagueis had, so there was nothing else to take but the information on the datacard and the lightsaber as a trophy. The building itself didn't actually matter to him, but he wanted to destroy it entirely and leave no evidence behind. Darth Plagueis the Wise would be nothing more but a memory of another long-dead Sith Lord, and he would never admit to being the Sith Lord's apprentice nor having an association with him. As the pilot droid took the ship off the landing pad and it began moving away from the building, Sidious watched as the building became smaller. Lemerge Power was a company that was founded and owned by the Sith after Darth Bane had started the New Rule of Two nearly a millennium ago. It was used as a cover to hide many of their various deeds in the galaxy over the centuries. This facility was rather old and no longer used by the Lemerge Power Company because the planet had already been strip-mined years earlier. The existence of this facility wasn't known to anyone because it was built and operated solely by droids, and no one would look for it or even notice that it was destroyed. Looking to the pilot droid, Sidious demanded to be taken to Naboo and let the droid work out the specifics on how to get there safely by hyperspace while the ship moved out of the planet's atmosphere. He was trying and failing to reapply his Sith mask, which was a Sith technique that, with great skill and concentration by the user, allowed them to not only hide any connection to the Force but also change their appearance. As it required precise concentration, he was unable to perform the technique until he regained control of his emotions and managed to calm down. He had come to the planet expecting victory but was ultimately leaving in defeat. He hadn't foreseen this part of his master's death, he only foresaw that he would kill his master. He attempted to meditate and forget about what had just transpired, but it would take time for him to be able to reach such a state. As the shuttle exited the atmosphere of the planet and entered hyperspace, part of the Lemerge building exploded on the surface of the planet. A very small explosion could actually be seen from space on the small planet and there was no one to see it, but there were however people who felt it. XX. A rumbling that shook the entire ship was what awoke Doro Bass from his sleep. Doro was the owner of a YG-4210 light freighter which he named 42 and was currently working as a gun runner. He had a crew of 4 which was all that he needed to run guns for Borvo the Hutt, who controlled the local gun smuggling as well as many other nefarious things in the sector. The tremors worried him as his ship was rather old and also they weren't flying or even in space but sitting on the surface of an uncharted, uninhabited planet. Exiting his cabin, he quickly headed for the bridge. Several scenarios went through Doro's head as he sat down in the pilot's seat. He wasn't concerned about an attack considering that he had hid the ship rather well inside a canyon, but it was possible that whatever had woken him up was just as bad. They were waiting for a shipment of guns to arrive on the planet. The shipment would be more than they could carry in their freighters, so they would hide the rest of the guns and transport what they could, then come back to transport the rest. Doro had many years of gun running under his belt and had used this particular planet for quite a while as a resting spot to hide and ferry guns. Most of the clients who bought the guns from Borvo were in the outer rim or mid-rim, so having a planet to stash the guns that was right on the border of the two was quite beneficial. Checking the ship's scanner, Doro found that the scanners detected what looked like an explosion at or near the largest of the Lemerge power buildings on the planet. Doro knew about the buildings and left them alone because then no one would know he was using the planet. Most places didn't have that many security droids for being abandoned and the illegal mining operations had already ceased years prior. It was suspicious, but Doro had no intention of investigating the building, at least until now. If one of those buildings had been damaged, then the security droids might all be damaged too, he discerned, and that meant that they could go scavenging before anyone from Lemerge Power was able to come out and investigate. By the time someone did come, it would be too late and they could damage the area more to make it appear like nothing was missing because it had been completely destroyed. His communications officer came into the cockpit to find out what was going on and Doro told him to wake the rest of the crew. He may be cautious, but he wasn't going to let an opportunity for credits pass him by. XX. After setting down a good distance away from the building and sending out one of his men to scout on a small speeder bike, Doro and the remaining 3 crew members waited for news. The radio crackled several minutes later as the rest of crew sat or stood in the cockpit and waited for news. PSSSST, I made it to the building, it's mostly destroyed but the top part seems partially intact, it looks like it just fell over after the blast. I'm not picking up anything on my scanner and I don't see any security droids. Over. Said the crewman. The rest of the crew broke out in smiles at what that possibly meant. It was time for scavenging. Doro radioed back, stay there, I'll bring 42 closer to the buildings. Over and out. XX. Minutes later, 42 arrived on the scene and touched down near the building. Every crew member but the captain left the ship and started looking through the wreckage of the building. Doro stayed with his ship to monitor the sensors and if needed, start up the ship in a hurry and make a quick escape. He listened to the chatter of his men as they found different things to take back to the ship. His crew had found a small infirmary in one of the rooms and salvaged a medical droid as well as much needed supplies. It seemed the Building was even outfitted with a Bacta tank, which was something that was far too expensive to even consider putting on his ship, but now they had one. 42's medical bay was rather understocked and the medical droid they had wasn't operating as well as it should be. Doro had more than one complaint about the deficient medical bay from the crew but now they would be set for quite a while. It wasn't until his men got to what they believed were offices that things started to get really interesting. There seemed to be a rather well-furnished apartment in the tower. Whatever artwork and furnishing that his men were finding, he was sure he could sell to someone. Although Doro really didn't understand why a well-furnished suite would be inside what looked to be some kind of industrial plant, it was their benefit. Perhaps it's for a high-ranking officials when they visit, thought Doro, but that didn't make sense either as this planet wasn't important enough to warrant having any officials or executives and he was sure the plant itself hadn't been operational or producing anything for years. XX. As the crewman scoured the suite, one of the crew named Vox, made his way into what he believed was the bedroom. While looking through everything that had been thrown around by the explosion and collapse of the tower, he noticed a small opening in the wall. The explosion must have shorted the locking mechanism for the hidden alcove and just opened it part of the way. He forced the panel open and greedily looked to see what he had found. Everything in the hidden compartment had been shoved to one side but he sifted through to find anything of value. He came across several items that looked like they could be worth something, a few old scrolls and tomes, an object shaped like a pyramid that fit in his hand, another object shaped like a cube that also fit in his hand, and several small locked boxes. The boxes looked the most interesting as they were in containers that could take a beating and he couldn't get them open. If a person hides something in a secret compartment and then locks it away in a container, it must be worth something. Unsure of what items were valuable and what weren't, he decided just to take everything. Once the crew were done scrounging through the building and debris field, Doro flew the ship back to the meeting place for the arms shipment. They may have found some expensive items in the building but he wasn't going to miss his shipment. If there was one thing that he learned doing business and smuggling with shady and dangerous people, it was that you don't keep them waiting or lose their shipments. XX. 5 days later. The ship is supposed to be near the Mod-Del system. Actual whereabouts, unknown. XX. Doro's eyes opened as he heard the unmistakable sound of blaster fire. He got up from his bed in the captain's cabin and quickly retrieved his heavy blaster pistol that he kept on the nightstand. His grogginess was quickly gone and he moved to the side of his cabin door and smacked the panel. The door opened almost instantly. While not exposing himself, he aimed the weapon ahead of him and peered around the doorway and into the adjacent hallway. If there was blaster fire, there was no way he was going to just run out into hallway. Moving into the archway of the door, he peered down the hallway. He couldn't see anyone. Had they been boarded? Pirates or raiders, maybe, he thought. They might be after his cargo as it was worth a hefty sum of credits. He couldn't hear much and there were no further sounds of a firefight, so he moved out of the doorway and crept silently down the hallway. He stayed to one side so he could use the bulkheads and walls for cover. Passing by the crew cabins, he found the doors open and the beds vacant. He finally made it to the ship's lounge and peered around the corner with his blaster aimed out in front of him. What he saw shocked and puzzled him enough that he paused. He saw Vox standing in the middle of the lounge while holding another one of the crew up in the air by the neck with just one of his arms. The man he was holding was turning blue and Vox seemed to be smiling maliciously at the sight. Stepping out from the hallway, Doro said, "Vox, what the hell are you doing?" Vox turned towards him but the man's ordinary green eyes were replaced with a sulfuric yellow that showed nothing but madness. With a twitch of his arm, Vox snapped the man's neck and then tossed him clear across the room. The dead crewman smacked into the inner hull with a terrible sounding thud. What the hell's going on? Doro thought as he had just seen Vox throw another person across the room, which was an incredible show of strength that he knew Vox wasn't capable of. Vox moved at Doro and the captain fired a shot at the man's chest. The blaster bolt hit and caused Vox to halt for a second. It was then that Doro noticed that Vox already had several blaster burns on his chest. The deranged crewman had already been shot more than once and most were fatal wounds. Vox seemed rather unfazed by the shot. He looked down and smiled, then looked back at Doro and charged him again. Oh shit! Doro thought and fired as many shots as he could. He wasn't really concentrating on aiming as he was too terrified of the situation to think straight. The pair collided and fell to the floor. For a moment nothing happened, but then Doro shoved Vox's body off of him. He stared at the body as if it were going to come back to life. 2 of his shots had hit Vox in the head, but he wasn't going to take any chances. Keeping his blaster trained on Vox's head, he used his free arm to help pull his body towards the wall to get off the ground. He wasn't injured, but he wasn't going to take his eyes off of Vox's body. Once he was standing and steady, he debating about what to do. While looking at his presumably dead crewman, Doro finally noticed the necklace that Vox was wearing. He decided that it must have been part of what they scavenged from the planet where they got the guns several days ago. The necklace was actually glowing slightly but began to fade. Just looking at it, however, was giving him the creeps. Whatever that necklace is, it's bad news and I want it off my ship, he thought. Walking forward to Vox's body, he grabbed one of the legs and dragged the corpse to one of the escape pods. Locking the body in the pod made him feel much safer. 2 of his crewmen were already dead, but 2 were also unaccounted for, so he began searched the ship for the remaining crew. He hoped they were still alive. Unfortunately that wasn't the case. He soon found them both dead in other parts of the ship. One in the cargo bay and one near an escape pod. Doro moved their bodies into another escape pod as he really didn't have any other place to put them. The infirmary only had a single bed. Sitting down at a table in the lounge, Doro looked around the room, possibly expecting something else to jump out at him, but settled into the seat and tried to think about what to do next. He put his arms on the table and used them to rest his head on. Truly he had no idea what to do next. His entire crew was dead and his adrenaline was just now wearing off, so the realization was just starting to hit him. What the hell happened to Vox? What was with that necklace? Are the rest of the things were took from that destroyed building just as bad? Doro wondered. He had heard many different tales from spacers of strange things happening during space travel. Finding weird objects with strange powers was a part of several stories that he heard, but he always just played those stories off as tall tales. Obviously now he knew different. He would have to get rid of all the items they salvaged, just to be sure. He also would make sure not to touch them in any way. Getting up from the table, he headed to the escape pod and jettisoned the one that Vox was in. The ship was equipped with more pods than they actually needed, so it wasn't a loss. Since they were still at hyperspace, whatever the hell that necklace was would never be able to get back to real space and never plague him again. Doro debated on whether or not to jettison the other pod as well. He knew that crew rather well and those 4 were some of the best he ever had. He decided to wait until he got to the shadow port on Seraphir, which was the planet that they were heading to with the guns shipment. Seraphir was just one of the many names for the planet. It was in the Mod Del sector and specifically used by gun runners as a stopping point and hiding area. The ship should be there by now, he idly thought, and headed to the cockpit. He rounded the corner of the hallway and noticed that the door of the cockpit was shut. That's odd, he thought, and tried to open the door by pressing the adjacent control panel. The door didn't open. This was a definite problem as there was no one else on the ship but him, and it didn't make sense that the door would be locked. Ripping open the control panel, Doro tried to figure out what was wrong. It seemed that the door was locked from the inside, but that didn't make any sense. The only other possibility was that someone had tampered with the locking mechanism on the inside to lock when the door was shut. Cursing, Doro tried to everything he could to get the door to unlock, but it didn't work. Heading for the machine room, he searched for the fusion cutter. XX. Once he had finished cutting out a portion of the door, Doro slammed his shoulder up against it and forced the portion of door he had cut to fall inwards, where it slammed onto the floor. The cockpit was big enough that the door didn't hinder him from getting in. He jumped in the pilot's seat and first determined what the status of the ship was. He looked over all the instrumentation and performed a diagnostic. The ship was fine, but they were running low on fuel. It shouldn't be a problem though, the ship should be close to our destination and we can refuel there. Doro thought as he went to check the navigational computer to make sure they were still on course. He looked at the screen and thought perhaps he was reading it wrong. He checked it again but couldn't believe what he was seeing. The ship had already passed their destination. It had then continued on and was now well into the unknown region of space. What the hell, was the only thought running through his mind. XX. Doro spent over an hour checking the navigational computer to determine if it was working correctly. It was working fine. He then checked all navigational logs to determine how in 5 days they could have traveled so far. The trip to Seraphir along their specific route should have taken no less than 5 days, and yet the ship had traveled more than 1.5 times that distance in the same amount of time. Looking through the logs, he saw numerous course corrections that he knew weren't made by him. The course that they actually traveled to Seraphir was far different than the course they usually took and the one he had plotted 5 days ago. It turned out that the new route was much faster and they actually reached Seraphir over a day ago but didn't stop. It was obvious that the culprit was Vox, especially with what happened earlier. The man had obviously been possessed by something and then altered the ship's course. Instead of stopping at their intended destination, a new course had been plotted to somewhere else, but Doro had no idea where the ship was now going. Was it just a random course that led to nothing, or was there something at the end of that course? He didn't know which was worse. The unknown region was how it sounded. It wasn't mapped and no one really knew what was there. The main reason why no one ever went there was due to a hyperspace disturbance that spanned the border of known space and the unknown region. It made travel extremely difficult, time-consuming, and dangerous, so few ever tried. The region would be like trying to plot a course through an unknown maze. The ship would have to keep stopping and changing course, and it was difficult to say what was really out there. A ship could fly too close to something and be destroyed. It was dangerous and spacers stayed away from it. There could be entire civilizations living in secret out in that area of space, or nothing at all. No one knew for sure. Staying away, however, wasn't an option as he was already traveling in it. The real problem that Doro discovered was that he didn't have enough fuel to make it back to known space. They had enough fuel to reach the Rafer, and although they had gotten there faster, the ship only had a specific amount of fuel left and it had already passed the point of no return. The navigational system was also locked for whatever destination they were heading. The ship was jumping through hyperspace and stopping whenever it encountered an obstacle. It would then readjust coordinates and jump back into hyperspace. Basically, it was moving on a preset autopilot, and while Doro knew a great deal about his ship, he never tried to mess with the navigational computer in such a way. He was locked out from something that Vox had most likely done, and he couldn't change course. The best that he could do was shut down the hyperdrive, but that meant that he would just be stuck in uncharted space. Since the fuel was low, that meant that it was only a matter of time before the ship's power was shut down, which included life support. It was a situation that he never wanted to find himself in, nor did any spacer for that matter. The most that he could hope for was that the ship would stop at a habitable planet before jumping again, and he would be able to get off the ship in one of the remaining escape pods. He didn't want to admit it, but this was the only option that he had. Doro packed everything that he could into one of the escape pods. He didn't bother touching any more of the items they had found. He only had to wait a few hours for the ship to exit hyperspace again, and he scanned the surrounding area for a habitable planet using the sensors in the escape pod. He was lucky that there was one habitable planet in a nearby system that he could reach. Hitting the jettison button, he was launched away from his ship along with a second escape pod with his other 3 crew members in it. As the pods moved away from the ship, he looked at it one last time through the window on the pod before it re-entered hyperspace. XX. With the ship, deeper in the unknown region. XX. The ship followed the plotted course for some time after Doro had left the ship. It had just come out of hyperspace as it had encountered a gravity well, which turned out to be an entire solar system. It tried to make another jump to hyperspace, but the system encountered an error as it didn't have the necessary fuel or power to make another jump. Slowly, the ship drifted towards one of the planets in the system and was caught by its gravitational field. It was a stormy night in Konohagaku no Sato. The raining was heavy and lightning flashed across the sky with loud thunder following each flash. Ninja were advised not to patrol in the village or on the wall because of the danger of being struck by lightning. They stayed in the guard posts along the walls, but they weren't really paying attention to what was happening outside. Not a single person in the village noticed what looked like a shooting star that night. It fell from the sky but was mostly obscured by the clouds and rain. The thunder also masked its impact. The ship's computer registered a crash. The escape pods had already been jettisoned, so it shut down every system in order to conserve remaining power and automatically activated the ship's emergency beacon. XX. 7 years later, current year is 43 BBY. During this time skip, 50 BBY, Darth Sidious takes Maul to the Jedi Temple to watch the Jedi. It is one of Maul's earliest memories. 48 BBY, Uzumaki Naruto is born, so at this current time he's 5 years old. 46 BBY, Padme Amidala born. XX. A 5-year-old Naruto peeked around the corner of a building to check and see if the coast was clear. He was wearing black shorts and a white shirt with a red spiral. He only saw a few people walking down the darkened streets, which was good for him. He tried his best to keep to the shadows and stay out of sight as he looked for anywhere that would be safe to hide. Despite being treated nicely by a select few individuals, the majority of the village greatly disliked him, and he had no idea why. For years he had wanted to know why the villagers looked at him like they did and why he was so hated in the village. Just recently he had resolved to stop crying over it. He started putting up a fake smile when walking around the village and declaring how he was going to be Hokage when he would hear their whispers. He wanted to show the entire village that they were wrong about him. He smiled until his face hurt, but it never made him happy, and he proclaimed things until his throat was dry, but it never made him feel any stronger or that he had accomplished anything. It was during a visit to the Hokage's office that he was informed of the existence of other villages and was shown a map of the elemental nations. From that point onward, he had gotten in his head that perhaps there was a nicer place outside his current village, where people did not give him such looks. Expanding on this thought, he began exploring the village, going out further and further from his apartment towards the tall village walls. They were a barrier that he was not allowed to cross, as evident when he tried and was taken back to the Hokage Tower. What lay beyond the wall, he wasn't sure, but the fact was that some were allowed through and people were constantly entering or exiting, while he could not, was something he found very strange. Why would they prevent some people such as himself from leaving while allowing others? This made him all the more curious about what was beyond the imposing rock. Reaching one of gates to leave the village, Naruto slowed his pace and tried not to be seen. Looking around, he noticed that very few people were in the area and the gate guards seemed to be sleeping. He thought about the situation and decided to go for it. He would probably be safer outside the village than inside and he could come back in the morning. Despite never actually leaving the village before, he got up from his spot and ran for the gate. Some people saw him but few paid any attention as he ran. Making it to the gates, he ran straight through them and kept running down the dirt path. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he knew that for the time being, the unknown would be better than what he was leaving behind in the village. XX. Eventually he decided that he couldn't go too far away from the village as he might never be able to find his way back, so he cut into the forest and tried to keep the village walls or even the Hokage monument in view. Making his way through the trees, he tried to stay far enough away from the village that he didn't have to worry about getting spotted by a guard on the wall. Naruto stopped every now and then as he looked for a place to hunker down and ride out the rest of the day. He wanted some kind of shelter, but he'd only found trees and prickly brush so far. It was interesting to be outside of the village, but he thought it would be different. He thought that the trees would be different or the grass and plants, but they were all the same. It was a little disappointing and he wished to see something exotic or at least more interesting than constant green. After an unknown amount of time, he slowed down to a very slow walk. He wasn't tired, but he did notice that he couldn't see the village wall anymore. He would have thought more about it if he hadn't have tripped over a root. His little stumble proved far worse than he thought it would as he was standing near the top a steep slope and didn't even know it was there. He ended up rolling end over end down the slope. Through what little he could see between interchanging hard ground and sky, he found that the slope had a drop off to it. Panicking, he managed to reach out and snag part of a bush to stop him from falling. Looking down from his precarious position, Naruto saw about a 20-foot drop to the surface of a lake that was beneath him. It wouldn't have been so bad, however he had no idea how to swim. The bush was still holding his weight, so he tried to pull himself up with it, but it started to give, so he stopped. He then tried to grab the ledge, but years of erosion had left it mostly dry and loose soil, so he couldn't get a firm grip to pull himself up. Everything he touched just kept on crumbling. Naruto then tried to get some traction on the soil with his feet, but it was rather sheer and had no footholds. His movements did however cause the bush he was grabbing on to snap and he plummeted to the water. Naruto yelled out before he hit the water. The cold water was a shock to his system and the height of the fall caused him to sink down into the lake several feet. He had fallen in back first, but his body twisted upside down. He was about to start struggling when he saw something. He couldn't see the bottom of the lake, but in the darkness a blinking light stood out in sharp contrast. It was red and flashed intermittently. The light immediately caught and held his attention, so much so that he forgot about the situation he was in until he felt the need to breathe. Taking his attention away from the light, Naruto struggled to get to the surface. He kicked and flailed his arms until he finally started showing results and moving towards the surface. He was only able to get a single ragged breath before he went back under the surface. Realizing how difficult it was to try and stay on the surface, Naruto attempted to move himself closer to the wall face. He called for help several times while struggled to stay above the surface, but no one could hear him. He expended quite a bit of energy to get to the wall, but it was worth it as the surface at that level was rocky and had enough roughness to it for him to grab on and pull his head above the water surface. After taking many deep breaths of air, Naruto shimmied across the rock face while still in the water until he made it to the opposite side of the lake, which was mostly trees. Pulling himself onto the grassy shore, he panted and laid there for a while to catch his breath. Despite the traumatic experience, he couldn't help but think that about that flashing light. He wanted to know what it was. Only one obstacle was in his path though, he needed to learn how to swim. XX. The next day several porcelain-masked ninja found Naruto outside of the village and brought him to the Hokage. Naruto relayed his story to the Sandaime that he wanted to see what was beyond the wall, though he left out the light, and asked if he could learn how to swim, saying that he never wanted to experience such a thing again. The Hokage was glad that the boy was alright, and though angry at the gate guards, far too young to learn chakra control and water walking, the Sandaime promised to get Naruto a teacher to learn the basics of swimming later in the week, as long as the boy promised to stay inside the village. He was glad that Naruto hadn't been too affected by the experience. Similar experiences with drowning usually left a child with a fear of water in general. Naruto was thrilled about the swimming practice, but his mind was still on the flashing light. In that moment he had no idea how much it would change the rest of his life. Please review. Chapter 2. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. 44 BBY current year. I put a link to a picture of the ship in my profile, so everyone can see what the starship actually looks like. XX. Chapter 2, The Ship. A few weeks after the previous chapter. XX. Naruto managed to sneak out of the village again. It wasn't really as hard as he thought it would be. He imagined that the gate guards would ask questions or something, but the ninja sitting in the booth at the gate really didn't care. Making his way back to where the ANBU had found him, Naruto again found the lake that he had fallen into several weeks earlier. He had spent nearly all his free time since then learning to swim and practicing. He even practiced holding his breath in his tub. After initially learning how to properly swim, he then practiced diving, as he would need to dive down pretty far to determine exactly what the blinking red light was. He wasn't sure how deep the lake was, but he prepared as best as he could for this moment. Taking off his clothes, he was left in a pair of bright orange swimming trunks. Looking over the area, he found it looked very different from what he had remembered. He decided to swim over to the cliff that he had fallen off of, rather than try and jump off of it again. It took a while to get adjusted to the water, as it wasn't very warm, but he managed. He had brought a glow stick with him so that he could see better when he was diving. It was currently in his pocket. Getting in position near where he had fallen off the cliff weeks previously, he tried to prepare himself for his dive and began a few breathing exercises while keeping his legs moving and himself above the surface. A few memories of his previous near-death experience went through his mind, but he tried to put them behind him. He really wanted to find out what was causing that light. There were many different lights in Konoha, but why would someone put one way out here, outside of the village, and in a lake? There were so many questions that he just couldn't get out of his head, and he believed they would never leave until he finally found the answers for himself. There was a good chance that whatever he would find was going to be a disappointment, or that he would dive down and the light would be gone, but he was still determined to try. Taking 2 quick breaths in and out, he took one last breath in before he went under. His plan was to circle the area until he caught sight of the light. If he didn't see it, then he would have to start diving down randomly to find out if whatever he saw was still at the bottom of the lake. It actually didn't take long for Naruto to spot what he was after. It turned out that the light was still working perfectly and he could see it just as well as before. Naruto swam towards the blinking light, but he had some trouble judging just how far away it was. Before he had reached it, he was already out of breath and had to surface. Once reaching the surface, he took another quick few breaths and dove in again. This time he was determined to find what was there. Diving as best as he could, he neared the light and was finally able to make out what it was. What he found confused him. It was a long piece of metal that was sticking up off of what he assumed was the lake bed. The light was affixed to the metal on a small offshoot from the main rod. He inspected it as best as he could before he needed to get back to the surface for air. Naruto floated on the surface of the water while he contemplated what he had found. It was a blinking light and it was underwater, but he didn't actually know what it was a part of and what it was doing there. The bottom of a lake seemed like such a weird place to put a light, and he questioned why was it blinking in the first place. All the lights that he knew didn't blink unless they needed to be replaced. The rod that it was affixed to seemed familiar in some way, but he really couldn't place it. Naruto took another couple of breaths before diving down in the water again. This time he would find out where the rod was coming from. Swimming farther than he had before, Naruto ignored the light and grabbed the metal rod, allowing him to pull himself deeper than he had gotten before. Reaching the bottom of the lake, he took his free hand and tried to dig into the mud, only to find that it was less than an inch thick and his hand encountered a very hard surface. Pushing the mud away, he uncovered more of the surface. The rod was attached to this surface, but Naruto was unable to gather any more information as he had to get more air. Diving back down again, he tried to determine just how far this hard surface extended and used his glow rod to help him see. At least 2 hours of diving later, Naruto discovered that the surface that the light was attached to was completely metal and was rather large. It was somewhere around 20 to 30 meters long and had various interesting features along the surface. It had a big dish, a large pronged device, and several different shapes and irregularities. One side had several cylinders attached to it, and Naruto had no idea what they did or what any of it did for that matter. He couldn't believe that he had found something so cool. Naruto had never seen so much metal in one place before, and the fact that it was all part of a single object was incredibly to him. How in the world could someone have forged it, was a thought that kept going through his head. Other questions soon followed. What was it for? What did it do? Did it belong to the village or somebody else? What was it doing in the water, were just some of those questions. Those questions, however, came to a halt on his final dive when he found glass at one end. There were several large pieces of glass and Naruto could even see inside. Whatever the object was, it looked hollow. He could see several seats inside, but only darkness beyond that. He could also see a flashing red light on the inside that was the same color as the one on the metal rod. The main question that went through Naruto's mind now was, how do I get inside? XX. Naruto made his way back to Konoha before it got dark. He hadn't told anyone about what he had found, and he didn't want anyone to find out about it. It was rather difficult to keep a secret like that when he wanted to blurt it out to everyone, but he had his reasons. If it was a discovery, then it would be his and his alone. He just had to find out what it was that he had discovered and if it was something of importance. He really hoped that it wasn't something that everyone already knew about. Sitting down at his dining room table, he took out his pencils and some paper and tried to draw whatever it was that he had found. The drawing came out looking like a gardening spade with cylinders attached to the handle, but from what he had seen, that was somewhat accurate. He wasn't sure what mysteries would be revealed by putting down what he had found on paper, but it gave him a better understanding of where everything was and how it looked from a bird's eye view. It was obvious at some point when he was diving that Konoha didn't have anything like what he had found. It was like some type of solid metal tube or something. Maybe a house, as it was definitely bigger than his apartment. But why were those chairs facing the window, he thought, as it still didn't make much sense to him. He picked up one of his chairs and brought it into the bedroom. Placing it facing towards the balcony, he sat in the chair and stared out of the open balcony. It was a slightly similar setup as the object had. What would this accomplish, he wondered. The object was underwater, so there was no view or really anything to see. The chairs were all facing forward, so it wasn't some kind of meeting room. The only conclusion that he could come up with was that the object was not meant to be underwater but rather somewhere with a view. He thought about it being a boat, but he had never heard of one that was completely made of metal, that didn't have a sail, or that couldn't float. A pretty useless boat it must have been, and why would a large boat be doing in a lake that was miles from the ocean? He just couldn't think of anything else that it could be that made any sense. He could have stopped in to see Hokage about it, but he wasn't sure he wanted to. It was something that he wanted to figure out by himself, and he didn't want anyone to know yet. If they knew, they might try to take it away from him or claim credit for finding it. It was painfully obvious that few people in the village liked him. They gave him cold glares, all the time. If whatever it was that he had found was valuable, they might claim that he hadn't found it or didn't deserve it. Naruto always had trouble with money because most places would charge him more than what the items were worth, but if he made a lot of money off this discovery, then he could buy whatever he wanted. In around a year he would be joining the academy, and he would need all the basic ninja supplies and academy supplies, in addition to anything else that would help him in his ninja career. He was finally getting tired, so he decided to get ready for bed. Naruto thought about everything that had happened that day as he tried to fall asleep. It's not that he wasn't tired, but his mind just kept coming up with different scenarios about the object. What it could be, what it could bring him, and how his life might change for the better because of it. XX. The next day Naruto slept in, mostly because he had so much trouble falling asleep. The only thing that he had thought of while trying to fall asleep was that, whatever the object was, it was made for people to be inside it. Based on that thought, he came to a logical conclusion from thinking of his apartment: it must have a door for them to enter and exit. When he finally did get up, he cursed as he had nearly wasted the entire morning and he had a lot of work to do. He had to reinspect the entire object and look for a door or some kind of opening. He didn't want to try and break the glass because then all the water would fill into the object. However, if there was a door, then water would fill into it anyway, so he kept that as plan B. He quickly got dressed and ate his usual 3 bowls of ramen. Making his way out of the village, he headed back to the lake. XX. Naruto had inspected most of the ship without finding what he was looking for. He didn't really know what kind of door there would be, and since he hadn't found any knobs or any evidence of a door, perhaps he had been mistaken. However, even with this doubt he was still determined to find something and continued his search. Most transport ships of that size had several different openings, that Naruto had no idea about. They had 2 docking rings on either side of the ship, an access ramp, and possibly a freight elevator or even a ceiling/top hatch. The docking rings didn't look like any opening Naruto had ever seen, so he paid them no attention and he wouldn't have been able to open them anyway. The access ramp was on the underside of the ship, along with the freight elevators, so he wouldn't have been able to even see them or gain entry through them. Naruto finished inspecting the backside of the object. He had thoroughly looked at the large cylinders to see if they had an opening, but the object was completely solid and nothing on it would give. After going back to the surface for air, he started inspecting the spade part of the ship when he found a raised circle of metal. A metal band was raised several inches above the area around it, while the center of the circle was lower and completely smooth and flat. He took notice of it because the area in the circle had a seam running down the middle. He tried to grab or get his fingers into the seam in the metal, but he couldn't. Grabbing onto the raised ring of metal to keep himself from floating back to the surface, his finger depressed some kind of button. The seam in the metal opened immediately and Naruto was sucked inside the now open circle along with the water around him. XX. Everything was pitch black and Naruto couldn't tell whether he was upside down or not. He was panicking and he was reaching the point when he needed air. Extending his arms outward, he groped in the dark and tried to feel his way around, but found that he was in some kind of tube. He tried the ends of the tube, but the opening he had come through was shut and the both ends were solid. He was trapped. His eyesight slowly adjusted to the dark, only to confirm what he already knew. The tube was only about 3 feet wide and completely filled with water. He found where he had come through and frantically looked for a switch or some kind of button to let him out and back to the surface for air. He however stopped when a faint blue light filled the tube. Turning his body, he saw that it was emanating from a small square on the wall. Not a moment later, a strange noise filled the tube. Naruto tried to determine where it was coming from but couldn't. He was surprised and thankful when the water in the tube started to lower. Naruto quickly swam to the top of the water which was slowly dropping and took a much-needed breath of air. The tube continued to drain until the water was gone and Naruto was left drenched but alive and sitting on the floor of the tube breathing heavily. When it was finished, the blue light turned off and almost instantaneously, part of the tube opened. Naruto stared out from the tube into blackness. He was hesitant to move from the tube and waited for an unknown amount of time to see if anything else happened. Everything was quiet and both inside and outside of the tube. Naruto shivered as he was still wearing just his swim trunks and still drenched while sitting on a cold metal floor. He decided that he would have to exit the tube and try to find a blanket or else he might freeze. Even his enhanced night vision had trouble seeing very far ahead of him. Everything was pitch black and he could make out only a few feet outside of the tube. Getting up, he stepped forward to the opening and peered out. He couldn't see that much farther ahead of him and really couldn't make any shapes out in the dark. The air outside smelled rather stale. Naruto started shivering and decided that he had to do something. He took one step outside the tube and instantly something happened. It started with a low hum and then lights started blinking before they fully turned on. Naruto jumped back into the tube. His senses were completely alert and his heart was racing. Was someone there? They must have heard him and turned the lights on? Was he in trouble? Were several of the thoughts going through his mind. However, nothing happened. He waited as long as he could but nothing else happened. No voices, no other sounds besides a low hum of the lights and no footsteps. Peering out again he looked around the now illuminated room. It had many containers of varying size. Most of them were knocked over but some were still stacked. Several were opened and some contents strewn around the floor. He also noticed a metal device on the far side of the room but he had no idea what it was. It looked like it had a seat on it and handlebars. The room was large and had two openings that lead into darkness as only the lights in the room he was in had turned on. Is anyone here? Why did the lights turn on? He wondered but he didn't want to shout out because he could be trespassing. After making sure that no one was around, he walked out of the tube and more thoroughly examined the room. The walls were metal, the ceiling was metal with various pipes and wiring, and the floor was metal too. It all seemed so strange to him. Picking one of the directions to go in, he stepped up to the opening and peeked into the partial darkness. He could make out what appeared to be a hallway but he couldn't see very far as the darkness shrouded most of it but he could make out a faint red blinking in the darkness. Remember the windows and what he had seen through them, he believed that this was that blinking light. He moved into the hallway without thinking about it and the lights again turned on as soon as he went through the entryway. He was startled again and waited for a moment but nothing else happened. Deciding to continue, he slowly walked down the hallway and stayed to one side so that he could try and hide if needed. He also kept looking back the way that he came to make sure that he wasn't being followed. He didn't have to go far before coming across two metal doors and a ladder. One side of the hallway had a ladder and a door while the other had just one door. He looked down and up the ladder and saw something but he wasn't sure exactly what it looked like. It seemed to lead to a small room but it was too dark to tell. Going beyond that, he came to another pair of rooms on either side of the hallway. The one side had seating and a large table with chairs while the other just had some more storage. Moving along, Naruto eventually came to an intersection. Both directions lead to something but his attention was drawn to the blinking light ahead which now brighter than it had been. He continued forward until he came to an odd door. It looked uneven and a large and thick piece of metal was lying on the floor. Something on the wall next to the door had been ripped open and exposed several wires. He entered the final room along the hallway and just like the other rooms, the lights came on. Just like he saw from the outside while looking through the windows, there were several chairs. Two were facing forward towards the window while two others were positioned at an angle and faced some of the window. Moving over to the chair with the blinking light he examined what was there. Besides many different switches and buttons and a bunch of other stuff which he couldn't identify, there was one button that had the red blinking light above it. Without really thinking, Naruto reached out and pushed the button beneath the light. It turned the light off and nothing else happened. That was disappointing, he thought and shivered again. Walking out of the room he decided to explore the intersection. He chose one direction and followed it to four doors, two of which were open. Looking inside he could see alcoves for bunk beds in both rooms. Each room apparently was for two people and had a desk, what he assumed were closets or lockers, and a door to possibly a bathroom. Naruto moved into the room and ignored the light turning on as he went right for the blankets on one of the beds. He wrapped himself in them and tried to regain his warmth. After what Naruto believed to be an hour, he had warmed up enough to stop shivering and find something to wear. Naruto got out of the bed and rifled through the closets. He found some socks and put them on but the boots he found were much too big so he put on a second pair of socks over the first pair. He borrowed a shirt and put that on and didn't bother looking for pants. The shirt was long enough that it nearly went down to his knees and almost covered up his swim trunks. Exiting that room, he went to examine the other rooms. It seemed that only two had ever been used and the other two he went in, after figuring out how to open the doors, seemed to be used for storage. He left this area and went back to the main hallway and the intersection. Going down the hallway that he didn't take earlier, he found 2 rooms that were much larger than the others. They each had a larger desk, a sitting area and a bed. Naruto didn't look through what was there because he wasn't sure if anyone was currently living there or not. Upon examination, one room was rather messy and it looked more empty than any of the others. The closet was empty and things were strewn about as if someone left in a hurry. Making his way back down the hallway, he went to the 2 doors and the ladder. One door turned out to lead to a bathroom and he climbed up and down the ladder to find a chair with some handles and a screen. He really didn't know what they did, so he left them alone. Naruto went to the panel on the other door and pushed the button to open it. No sooner did it open than he saw something and Kyokle hid along the wall of the hallway and out of sight. When nothing happened, he peered back in and saw what he did the first time, the outline of a person and a table. The person wasn't moving and looked to have their head bowed. Not taking his eyes off the person, he stuck his hand into the room and moved it around, working on the theory that the lights turned on when someone walked in. The lights hummed to life and revealed what looked like a piece of metal armor. It was grey in color and had a helmet and everything. The table was longer than it was wide and there was a glass tube on one side of the room with many cords and cables running to it from an open panel on one of the walls. He saw several instruments and devices which he did not recognize, as well as boxes that filled up the room. Naruto calmed down as he looked closely at the armor. It had thin arms and legs which Naruto found odd for a piece of armor and made him wondered how a person could properly wear it with those pieces attached the way they were. It also had a strange mask with a tube coming from it. He stared at it for a while before he decided that it was too weird and he didn't want to look at it anymore. He shut the door and decided to stay away from that room and finish exploring the rest of the object. Walking down the hallway to where he first entered that tube, this time, he went in the other direction that he didn't choose. He found it slightly disappointing that it didn't go very far. The opposite end of the hallway led to a couple of storage rooms, one room that had many seats but was empty, 3 doors that wouldn't open and seemingly led out into the water, and a single large room that had several devices and reminded him of the large cylinders that he had seen while swimming around outside. He went back to the room with the table in it and sat down in one of the chairs. Thinking about everything, he came to several conclusions. The first conclusion was that no one was there. The second was that he still didn't know exactly what the object was. It seemed to be some kind of capsule-like home, but he still couldn't think of a purpose for it. The third conclusion was that it didn't appear as if anyone had been there for a while. The air smelled old and it seemed that someone who had been there had left, possibly in a hurry. The fourth and final conclusion was that since he discovered it and whoever had owned it had possibly abandoned it, then it now belonged to him. XX. Seeing as he believed that the object was now his, he set about looking through everything on it in detail. He started going through all the containers that he could find in the large storage room. He found several different devices which he could not identify, clothing, what looked like survival kits, many different packages with writing and labels that he couldn't read, and what he thought were medical supplies or something of that nature. He did find a few interesting things though and put them aside in a separate pile for him to further inspect later and take with him. Naruto looked through the room farthest from the glass and chair room but only found what appeared to be tools. Passing by and ignoring the really strange room, he went to the bedrooms again. He looked at the smaller sets of rooms first. The less used rooms had some storage but none it was very interesting. It wasn't until he got to the used bedrooms that he found the interesting stuff. An assortment of weapons were part of the contents of the closets as well as several dirty magazines and clothing. The weapons were mostly knives but a few had some kind of handled metal device. Naruto assumed they were weapons as they were placed in holsters that were attached to a belt. He had no idea how it worked though but wanted to find out. Before Naruto could fatally shoot himself with one of the blasters, his gaze shifted completely as he noticed a few trinkets at the bottom of one of the closets. They were partially buried under some clothes but a shine of metal caught his eye and he put the device he was holding down and went to look at the new objects. Removing the clothes, he found a few books, some boxes and 2 oddly shaped objects. He ignored the books and went right to the objects. The first was a cube that had metal on the edges and the same metal design on each side with blue glass filling in the rest of each side. He thought it looked like a piece of stained glass and inspected it thoroughly. The second was a pyramid that was nowhere near as nice as the first shape, so he didn't touch it. It had 2 types of metal with different etchings and symbols carved into it. The 3 other items that he had found were metal boxes. He opened one to find that it was empty, which was rather disappointing. He tossed the box over his shoulder and went on to the next one. The second box was larger and more rectangular than the other 2 but locked so he couldn't get it open. There didn't appear to be a keyhole but several small buttons with unrecognizable symbols on each. Naruto thought it could have been a type of combination lock or something but he wasn't sure. The third box was open like the first box but it was far from empty. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the gold necklace that the box contained. It was some type of golden ornament on a gold chain. He lifted it into the air to inspect it and found that it was a little heavy and smiled at how much money he might be able to get from it, especially if it was solid gold. He had heard stories about treasured and buried chests and now he had found some. Naruto picked up the necklace from the box and put it around his neck. It was rather heavy but that just made him think of the larger stacks of ryo that it would bring him. He bundled all of the other smaller items together in a blanket so they would be easy to carry and started going through all the other rooms. XX. An hour or so later, Naruto had packed up several things that he had wanted to take with him. He was however confused as to how he would get them out of the ship without ruining them in the water. It was during this contemplation that he first noticed that he wasn't feeling very well. He ignored it at the time because he had just found a backpack that would hold all of the items that he wanted to take with him, and it actually looked to seal shut and possibly be watertight. While he was happy at his discovery, the feeling of illness made itself known again. It started as a headache, which he seldom got, about half an hour before, but he didn't pay it any attention. He noticed that he was feeling muscle aches while he was packing all of the things into the backpack. It was when he was putting the pyramid-shaped object into the backpack that he stopped as he felt warmth run down his top lip. Naruto wiped his nose and found that he was bleeding. He had nosebleeds before, but never this much blood, and it usually involved him picking his nose beforehand. Naruto was rather confused as to what was happening. It was only then did he realize how dizzy he felt. Having no idea what was going on, Naruto started to panic. When he tried to stop the blood flow from his nose, he felt warmth coming from beneath his eyes. Checking his cheeks, he found blood there as well. Why were his eyes now bleeding? Naruto fell to one knee as he started coughing and felt pain in his chest. He covered his mouth, but when he removed his hand, he noticed that there was blood on it too. He was hyperventilating now but had no idea what he could or should do. For the most part, he froze. As his symptoms got worse, he suddenly had the feeling that the necklace was causing this. Despite having no idea where that thought came from, Naruto still followed it. He took off the necklace, which now felt rather hot, and threw it away. Once it was removed, he did feel slightly better, but he was still bleeding and coughing up blood. It now seemed to be coming out of his ears too. Another thought came to him, which was to go to the room that he hadn't wanted to go back to. For some reason he had the feeling that he might be saved if he went there. Bracing himself against the wall, he stumbled down hallway to the room. He managed to make it to the door and hit the button on the panel to open the door. He stumbled into the room but managed to grab the table to keep himself from falling. The only word he could get out was, "Help," before he collapsed to the floor. He let go of the pyramid-shaped object when he fell and landed on the floor near the droid. Had he not been losing consciousness, he would have been surprised by the fact that he had still been holding it. A moment later, the photoreceptors of the medical droid lit up. It found an injured boy on the ground and quickly went to work. XX. The disembodied spirit of Darth Plagueis watched as the medical droid placed the child into the Bacta tank. He appeared as a dark apparition above his holocron. After being killed by his apprentice, his spirit had not gone over to the other side. His research and experiments into cheating death had allowed his spirit to remain in the world of the living after the death of his physical body. He had quickly analyzed the situation and attached himself to his holocron, which he had a connection with and which was hidden away in a secret alcove in his chambers. He quickly found that he had very limited abilities but could affect the physical world with his force powers. After the reactor was destroyed, he had no idea how long he would have to wait until he would be found. He knew about the minor weapons smuggling operations on his planet but didn't know someone was there and were quick to arrive. He purposely unlocked the secret panel which hid some of his most secret possessions so that his holocron would be found, as he was not able to move the holocron that he was now attached to. Though he had no idea how he would accomplish it, Plagueis had begun plotting revenge against his apprentice for killing him and completely disrupting his work only a few minutes after the death of his body. His recent breakthrough on midichlorian manipulation was almost forgotten in his anger. He hadn't counted on the scavengers breaking open the locked boxes that he had. They were locked for a reason, as the contents were rather powerful and dangerous, even to himself. At the time he had no way to stop them, as he had only recently been a spirit and had no control over his form. The crewman had opened the first box and put on the necklace that it contained, and then opened the second and found its golden contents. The human had quickly hid the boxes and items to sell later and keep the money for himself, but the effects of the necklace he was wearing were already starting to take their effect. From what Plagueis had been able to discover, the necklace was for use in rituals and designed to enhance the dark side connection of its wearer. He had discovered it years before but hadn't had much time to study it. The effects that it had on a being that wasn't aligned with the dark side were immediate conversion. However, the effects on a being that wasn't even force sensitive were usually complete madness and conversion to the dark side. The latter had occurred in this case, and the effects were stronger than Plagueis thought they would be. He had never worn the necklace, as he could not determine if it would be dangerous for him to wear it or not. Many ancient Sith amulets were made for a single user and prevented others from using them. The method of prevention ranged from a curse, conversion to the dark side in the case of a light side user, a plague, instant death, and possible possession if the amulet still had the essence of its creator. Given these possibilities, Plagueis had decided to never wear the necklace until he was sure he could use it effectively and safely. The crew member was not able to handle the surge of the dark side force energies and nearly killed everyone on board while setting the ship on some unknown course. At that point, Plagueis had been unable to act, as the only remaining crew was the captain, and he would have had to come into contact with the holocron in order to be possessed by him. Instead, the captain had packed everything that he could into an escape pod and abandoned the ship. For the next 7 years, Plague Ace was trapped in the ship and left to ponder his own thoughts. During that time, he had realized that revenge against Sidious would give him nothing and that what had happened to him was not unique in the rule of two. He had become too immersed in his own work and not paid enough attention to the doings of his apprentice. He had strayed from the goals of the Sith in order to further his own research. Looking back, he was surprised that Sidious waited as long as he did before killing him. He was still angry about his apprentice not actually facing him but rather killing him in his sleep. For those 7, he had waited in the tomb-like ship for someone to find him. The probability of being found was incredibly slim though. The ship was deep in the unknown region, it could have crashed on any number of planets, and the number of habitable worlds with intelligent life was probably incredibly scarce in that region of the galaxy. It seemed an incredibly strange series of events that had led him to the planet he was marooned on. The odds of every being found were astronomical and yet he had been found. A small boy had found the ship and managed, with a little help, to get aboard. Plague Ace had 2 options for leaving: he could possess or convince the boy to take his holocron outside, or he could get to the medical droid and use a force ability called Mechadira to reprogram it to follow his commands. Seeing as he didn't want to scare the boy away, he had hidden his presence from being sensed and hidden his spirit from being seen. Having 7 years to discover all that he could do while in spirit form, he found that he could not move very far from his holocron and thus could not get to the droid to reprogram it. He needed someone or something to move his holocron. The child turned out not to be the brightest star in the galaxy, and obviously the boy's planet possessed only rudimentary technology at best, as the ship was so alien to him. Before the boy had a chance to accidentally kill himself with the blaster he was pointing at his own face, Plague Ace had intervened and attracted the child's attention to the holocrons. Unfortunately, like the crew member, the boy was more interested in the boxes and hadn't touched his holocron. While the first necklace had been dangerous to some, the golden necklace was dangerous to everyone that touched or wore it. With Plague Ace's limited ability to use the Force in his current situation, he was unable to stop the boy from putting on the necklace. After that, he calculated that it was just a matter of minutes before he would die a most horrible death. The plan therefore changed to having the boy to take his holocron to the medical droid. Surprisingly, it took nearly an hour for the child to finally succumb to the effects of the necklace. Far longer than he anticipated. Only the person that created the necklace could actually wear it. Everyone else who tried was slowly killed as their body was destroyed from the inside out. Plague Ace was fortunate that the boy had grabbed his holocron before completely succumbing to the effects of the necklace. He quickly found that a language barrier existed between them, but he was able to plant suggestions in the child's mind to remove the necklace and go to the infirmary. Despite his holocron being on the floor, Plague Ace was close enough to the medical droid to be able to activate it and alter its programming to get it to take him away from the ship. He would have initiated his plan, but his curiosity and the scientist in him had gotten the better of him, and he wanted to know how the child was able to survive exposure to the necklace for so long. Plague Ace did feel something odd about the boy when he had touched his holocron, but he just passed it off as the boy having extremely low force sensitivity. Now however he wasn't so sure though. Using his force ability, he manipulated the droid to take a blood sample. The droid had then gone about taking standard measures to heal and save the boy. When the scavengers had raided his facility, they took everything that he had in his infirmary, which included the droid, medical supplies, Bacta tank, and even instruments. Therefore, the infirmary now had a blood scanner that could determine the boy's midichlorian count to satisfy his curiosity. He had no doubt that the boy would die, as no one had ever survived wearing the necklace, and the boy had worn it for so long that the damage must have been extensive to his body and cells. The droid still followed its standard programming and hooked up a transfusion as well as several other fours to try and stabilize the boy, then it had put him into the Bacta tank. The Bacta was doing its job of repairing his body, but with the blood loss and damage to organs, should have been impossible for a human to survive. Once the droid was finished with its work, which Plague Ace allowed because he was patent, it took the sample of blood and ran it through the scanner. It only took a few seconds to scan for just about everything that would be present in the boy's blood. The results were finished and the droid said in a robotic voice, "No midichlorians found." XX. Plague Ace was confused for a moment. What the droid just told him was impossible. The device must be malfunctioning, he thought, as that was the obvious answer. Midichlorians were present in the cells of all life, and it was believed that they were needed for life to even exist. Values per cell could range from less than 2,000 per cell, which wasn't uncommon for some humanoids. An amount of about 2,500 per cell was considered average for humanoids, and with this amount they were not force sensitive. A being with a count of around 5,000 was sensitive to the force, and beings with between 5,000 and less than 20,000 were able to both detect and use the force. The boy was admittedly near death, but that should have no bearing on his midichlorian count. He told the droid to get another sample and test again. The droid followed his wishes, but the results came up the same. Plague Ace had the droid look through everything else in the room to see if there was another device that could do the test. The droid couldn't find anything else. Getting an idea, Plague Ace had the droid test some of the blood packets that were taken from his infirmary. He only stocked blood from beings that had higher midi-chlorian counts and even had blood from a Jedi that he had come across and killed. That blood was what the boy was currently getting, so the droid tested several other packets and came back with the expected readings for each packet. The only conclusions that Plagueis could come up with to explain the phenomenon was that either, the boy didn't have any midi-chlorians, which was impossible, or that something in his blood was interfering with the readings. The skin, however, didn't detect any anomalies besides some different antibodies in the blood which would be normal for a different planet. Plagueis ordered another sample taken so that he could look at it on the microscope that was also taken from his infirmary. The droid complied and took the sample. Magnifying the sample to incredible levels gave a view of a part of the cell that wasn't normally seen. While midi-chlorians were incredibly small, technology could still see them. The magnification of the sample was brought up on the screen and Plagueis saw something that he didn't expect. What he saw was an absence of midi-chlorians. The boy's cells didn't have any. The cell should have several thousand and they should be visible at this magnification, but no matter where the viewer moved in the cells, there just weren't any of the organisms present. Plagueis stared at the monitor and looked in confusion. Everything that he knew about midi-chlorians had just been questioned. What he was seeing wasn't supposed to be possible. He told the droid to reduce the magnification so that he could look at more of an entire cell. He stared at the viewer and saw something that he just didn't expect. The cell seemed to have some kind of vein-like structure in it that was glowing a light blue and emanated from a small node in the middle of the cell. It stretched the entire length of the cell. He had the droid reduce the magnification again so that he could look at multiple cells and noticed that they were all the same. Deep in thought, Plagueis had an idea. He asked the droid for a tissue sample this time. What he saw was rather interesting. The tissue sample was very standard as it had several layers of cells all bundled together. However, each cell had a node as well as a vein that went out of the cell and seemed to merge with the veins from the other cells to form a larger vein. From this, Plagueis began to build a hypothesis about what he was seeing. He knew that the Force was an energy field that surrounded and penetrated all things. A high concentration of midi-chlorians gave a being the ability to detect and manipulate this energy field. From what he felt from the boy and what he was seeing on the monitor, the cells of his body seemed to have their own energy field and produced their own energy that traveled through the body in pathways or veins that combined with each other to form larger veins. He was positive that they might form an even larger pathway that seemed to mimic the body's circulatory system, similar to capillaries and veins for blood to travel through. Since nearly every cell was linked or in contact with the energy field, the energy probably circulated through the body similar to the blood. The energy could possibly even control or regulate the functions of the body. It was an amazing phenomenon that he would never have thought existed. More than anything, he wanted to study and learn about what he was seeing on the monitor. Was the energy field and energy different from the Force? Could it be harnessed and manipulated like the Force? If so, what kind of abilities developed from it? Did other people have this, or was the boy special in some way? He wanted to know. He had myriad of questions that he wanted answered. This boy and perhaps even this uncharted planet had turned out to be far more interesting than he ever would have thought. Of course, that all depended on if he survived. Otherwise he would have to find someone else. Turning to the boy, he ordered the droid to focus all of its efforts on trying to save his life. Amazingly enough, after a few more minutes of treatment from the droid, the monitors indicated that his condition was actually stabilizing. The boy had lost a large amount of blood due to severe internal bleeding, and yet, without even using up a third of the blood transfusion bag, he was already on his way to making a recovery. Plagueis knew that even with Bacta and a blood transfusion, this type of regeneration would take several times longer than it had. His organs didn't fail, his body didn't bleed out, and despite the damage, it seemed he would make a full recovery. Plagueis was determined to find out all he could about what he had just seen, and since the boy wasn't going anywhere for a while, he would have time to look through the boy's mind in order to find some answers and satisfy some of his questions and burning curiosity. He would also need to establish communication and perhaps learn the local language. Please review. Chapter 3. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Thank you for your reviews and interest in my story. XX. 44 BBY current year. Chapter 3, Introductions. Continuation of the previous chapter. XX. Plagueis continued to plan a strategy for what to do. He had always been a planner and never jumped into anything without thinking it out. Most of the thoughts that went through his head concerned the blonde boy in the Bacta tank in front of him. It had been minutes since he discovered that the boy had no midi-chlorians, and since then he had run every test that he could with the instruments that he had. The boy's recovery rate was phenomenal. So far, there was no hint of infection, and despite having several of his organs damaged, they were repairing themselves with the aid of the Bacta. The boy was fast on his way to recovery from wounds and damage that would have killed others. The only thing he could find wrong with the boy was some malnutrition. Plagueis determined that the boy had several differences compared with regular humans. His body was stronger and had the potential to gain immense strength due to differences in the muscle tissue. His joints were far stronger and durable, meaning that he could survive immense falls and land without a problem. His nervous system was superior as was his hand-eye coordination, and he could probably react faster than a normal human. The reasoning for these differences most likely had to do with whatever energy and energy field that his body was producing. He thought he felt something off about the boy when he first felt him, and it was actually the boy's energy field which wasn't repelling the energy field of the force but was actually a barrier to it and prevented it from entering the boy's body. It was similar to a person wearing a raincoat while walking through a rainstorm and never getting wet. The coat wasn't forcing the water away from the body but was a barrier that inhibited it from getting the person wet. The boy's energy was exiting his body through various regulatory points along the pathway and creating the energy field which kept the energy field of the force away from him. This created a small buildup of the force on the barrier which had led to him believing that it was minor force sensitivity. If had tried to sense beyond the barrier, he would have found a void in the force. Plague Ace found it difficult to actually sense the boy's energy as it was similar to the force but different enough that he had to try rather hard to sense it, and he deduced that his current proximity to the boy also played a factor. Plague Ace's thoughts then turned to what he would do after the boy woke up. He would have to determine everything that he could about the boy while asleep and probe his mind before making a decision. If possible, he wanted to learn as much as possible about the energy the boy had and would offer his own knowledge about the ship and possibly universe in exchange. The boy obviously had no need to learn the force as his body couldn't use it, but he was incredibly curious about the starship and would probably either tell Plague Ace everything that he wanted to know or acquire this information for him. However, the boy was still rather young and it was definitely possible that he didn't know much about the energy that his body produced. Moving towards the Bacta tank, Plague Ace extended his arm. It phased through the tube as he was a spirit and no longer had a physical body. He had to concentrate in order for his hand to become solid again and make physical contact with the boy's head. Using his abilities in draining knowledge and reading thoughts, Plague Ace searched the boy's mind to find the information that he is looking for. While using these techniques, he began to feel a pulling sensation. Initially he tried to resist, but the pull got stronger and he found it difficult to concentrate on searching for the information he wanted, while also resisting the unknown force. Giving into his curiosity, Plague Ace stopped resisting the pull. XX. A moment later, Plague Ace found himself in an underground tunnel system or sewer. No longer an apparition, he discovered that he had a complete body and feet to move. The sewer had several inches of water and he was instantly aware that he wasn't alone. For a brief moment, he wondered if what he was feeling was the boy, but it felt different. "Where I am," were his thoughts as he knew that this wasn't the boy's mind. Gliding through the water and towards the disturbance that he felt, he passed many dark passageways off the main corridor that he was on. Following the disturbance, he made a turn off the main route and entered a very large room. Before him was a large golden gate with many bars which stretched up to the darkened ceiling high above. The water extended into the cage and Plague Ace was aware that he was being watched. One large red eye was open in the cage and the slit red pupil was watching him. He couldn't make out just what the eye was attached to as the darkness in the cage shrouded whatever was watching him. Not knowing anything about the creature before him or why exactly it was caged inside of the boy, he asked it a question: "Where am I?" Plague Ace wasn't sure if he would get a response to his question, but a moment later, a deep voice responded in an unfamiliar language. Surprised, Plague Ace took a moment to determine what he should do. Since the creature was able to talk, it would be beneficial to find out everything that it knew. However, he would first need to solve the language barrier. He could have used his abilities on the creature but thought better of it as he knew nothing about it or what it was capable of. Plague Ace could clearly feel its malevolence and power which greatly surpassed his own, and anything that he had ever encountered before. It was a good idea not to anger it until he knew more. Walking out of the room, Plague Ace looked down the directions that he could take. He used the force to make a decision and went in the direction that he didn't come from. He was looking for the boy's mind, but that room obviously wasn't it. He surmised that this was some type of representation of the boy's body and therefore he had to follow the pathways to get to the mind. Normally the techniques that he used didn't involve anything like what he was experiencing. He usually probed the mind while staying in his own body/spirit and not having his consciousness pulled into the being he was probing. Then again, the boy wasn't connected to the force and had a unique energy produced by his own body, so there were bound to be differences. Plague Ace walked through the sewer until he found the correct passage that he was looking for. He stepped into the darkness of the passageway. Emerging into another room, he found a small ledge and a very large body of water in front of him. Inside of the water was what he was looking for. A set of stairs led right into the water, so he walked down them. Plague Ace found that he didn't need to breath and the water offered almost no resistance to him. He walked forward and got closer to the very large brain that the force told him was here. It was the representation of all the boy's knowledge and thoughts and had several large scrolls inserted into it. All Plague Ace needed to do was place his hand on it and find the information that he wanted. XX. Plague Ace once again entered the room with the cage. The eye once again opened to stare at him and he again asked his question, but this time in the same language as the creature and boy used: "Where is this place?" After hearing a brief chuckling from the create, it responded with, "Inside of the seal." Plague Ace was confused by this as he didn't know what the creature meant by seal, but he didn't let it bother him as he would find out eventually. What exactly are you? I can't see anything except your eye, but I'm quite sure I've never seen anything similar to you," admitted Plagueis as he remained honest until such time as he would need to tell a lie or hold information back. The creature chuckled again and said, "I could ask you the very same question. You don't look or feel like the humans I've seen. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune." And an outline of the creature was revealed when it manipulated its own energy, which poured off its body in a deep red color. Plagueis was curious about the name as it sounded more like a title, but the display of power was the most intriguing aspect of their exchange. The sheer hatred and malice that poured off the creature was astounding. It isn't even displaying the full power available to it, he realized, but wasn't going to show any signs that he was intimidated. From what he could tell with the Force, the beast was rather intelligent and he might be able to subdue it with the Force while it was in its cage, but he knew he couldn't fight it if it was not in the cage. It would be best to talk with it before trying anything else, he reasoned. Plagueis tried to categorize the creature from things that he had heard about, but nothing compared. It seemed to be composed of the same energy the boy had, but it was infinitely more powerful and possessed a sharp mind from what Plagueis could determine with the Force. If Plagueis didn't know any better, he would have thought that it was a being composed entirely of the dark side. "I am known as Darth Plagueis, Lord of the Sith. I'm not exactly from around these parts, so I have never heard of you before. I would like to know about you and hear anything that you would care to talk about. Especially concerning this planet and the power that its people, as well as you yourself, possess," said Plagueis. XX. A few minutes earlier, inside of the seal. XX. The Kyuubi opened one of its eyes to see who had come to visit him. He didn't think it was his container as he could feel great malice and hatred coming from the figure, but he knew it wasn't Uchiha Madara or anyone else that he had ever encountered before. The figure entered the room with the cage and then spoke in an unknown language. The Kyuubi answered with, "Speak some sense or leave," in a dull voice. It was rather curious though, as it never expected anyone to enter the seal for quite some time to come and wondered why did they speak another language? The strangest part was that this person also didn't seem to have chakra but possessed something else. The man left and went out of the seal into the boy's mind. The Kyuubi was slightly concerned, as if the boy died then he would die. He had already felt his jailer nearly die from some unknown attack. He thought perhaps the man could have been responsible but was unsure. There wasn't anything he could do as his jailer had yet to access any of his chakra and the seal was as solid as when it was first placed. He just hoped that his runt of a jailer wouldn't get himself killed by doing something stupid. It was embarrassing enough to have such a child as his container. After a period of time, the man returned, but this time spoke in words that the Kyuubi could understand. They conversed for quite some time. Hours passed while they spoke of many different topics. The Kyuubi had been interested to know about the galaxy and all of the other planets and species that inhabited it. He rather enjoyed it when he was told by Plagueis that he had seen or heard of no other being that could rival his power in the galaxy. In turn, the Kyuubi provided information about the boy and about chakra. He told Plagueis about what it could do, how it was made, and about the ninjas that used it. The seal was mentioned in Fuinjutsu, along with information about the boy's parents. Plagueis had been unable to find much about this knowledge while looking through the boy's mind, so this information was very valuable. Plagueis left after his most immediate questions were answered but said that he would return to talk again. The Kyuubi was actually looking forward to it. XX. Back in the ship. XX. Opening his eyes, Plagueis found himself back in his spirit form. He idly noticed that the blood transfusion bag was just as full as when he had left and asked the droid about it. To his surprise, the droid responded that it was the same bag that he started with. Asking the droid again, this time about how long he had been in contact with the boy, the droid responded that he touched the boy's head for only a few seconds. "I spent hours talking with the vulpine creature, yet only seconds passed out here. How interesting," he thought as his mind starting working on how he could use this to his advantage. He also noticed that although he was inside the boy's mind, his body there still retained his connection to the Force. It probably had something to do with my spirit being in contact with the boy. He believed that the barrier the boy's energy field created wasn't very powerful and could be pierced by the Force, given some coaxing, but under normal circumstances wouldn't. If he was going to get back to the rest of the galaxy or at least some form of civilization, he would need several things to happen and a good amount of preparation. Plagueis wanted to study this planet, as well as its mysteries, as much as possible, but he really didn't have the equipment or resources to do this. Therefore he would have to get back to the known galaxy and acquire such resources. He had a ship but it didn't have any fuel, at least not enough to even get him off the planet. More fuel would have to be created or another power source obtained. The level of technology that the planet possessed was rather primitive and it would be exceedingly difficult to find any power source that would be able to power the ship. Plagueis just hoped that the fuel wasn't something incredibly exotic like hypermatter. It was also possible that the crash had damaged the ship in some way. Everything would have to be thoroughly checked. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he would need help. Someone would have to work on getting the fuel or alternative power source and determine if anything was damaged on the ship. Plague Ace would also need someone to pilot the ship as he couldn't do it and a medical droid wasn't suited for that kind of task. The boy in the Bacta tank could provide what he needed. He wouldn't really be an apprentice but more like an assistant, servant, or pawn. He would need to teach the boy though, which could take a while, and in meantime he could have the boy bring him more information about chakra and jutsu. An arrangement could easily be made with seemingly mutually beneficial terms. From what Plague Ace could tell from the boy's mind, he was desperate to be noticed and acknowledged by anyone and everyone around him. He also had much hatred for the villagers but had fixated the dream of trying to get them to acknowledge him and becoming the leader of the village. The boy had chosen all the wrong reasons to do this. He had no idea what would be in store for him in running a village of any size, and it was a foolish dream of a child seeking attention. Even with the determination that the boy had, deep down he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. The boy buried all of these doubts, anger, and hatred, but it couldn't be gotten rid of and was therefore Plague Ace to find. It would be rather easy for him to play on those fears and hatred. He could turn the boy into his servant and against the village that hated him. Plague Ace had all the information that he needed to do it. The Kuabai creature had been most helpful, as were the boy's own memories. It seemed as though the Force had provided him with all that he needed to solve the problems that he was facing. If only the boy could have been a little smarter. XX. Inside of Naruto's body. XX. As new blood flowed into Naruto's veins, his body had decided that it was foreign, as the cells had no chakra, and therefore could be dangerous. So it sought to neutralize the incoming cells. The cells, which were full of midichlorians, were destroyed one by one. Instead of just dying though, the remains of the cells were recycled to help the body. While midichlorians were not transferable to another person and force sensitivity couldn't be acquired through a blood transfusion, Naruto's body didn't know that or cared as it started using the leftover cell mass to repair its damaged areas. Chakra poured into the damaged areas and went to work repairing them. The midichlorians present in the cells were attracted to the chakra, specifically the chakra network, and they were either placed into damaged cells or hitched a ride on the chakra pathways and followed them to new cells that were undamaged. Apparently the midichlorians liked their new home, but they were unable to feel a connection with the Force, so they lied dormant. More blood had been transferred into Naruto as the monitors indicated that the initial amount wasn't enough and his red blood cell count was still rather low. As more foreign blood entered his body, the same process happened until every cell in his body had midichlorians in them. At some point, the process stopped though. It was as if the midichlorians had decided that they didn't want a higher concentration in the cells they were in. Also the Jedi blood that was being used had run out and the blood another Force sensitive was being used. Perhaps the midichlorians from the Jedi just didn't want to share their cells with other midichlorians from someone else. This process would ultimately leave Naruto with somewhere around 9,000 midichlorians per cell in his body, which was that of a Jedi who had average Force sensitivity. When the midichlorians first entered his cells, they were not able to feel the Force due to the barrier caused by the energy field produced by the boy's body. However, that all changed when Plague Ace made physical contact with the boy. When Plague Ace entered the boy's mindscape, he was able to use the Force because he brought it through the barrier. While the barrier was able to stop the Force from entering Naruto's body, it was by no means a brick wall. It wasn't very rigid or sturdy at all. Plagia's trip into Naruto's seal and mind created an opening in that barrier. The midichlorians weren't able to bring the Force to them because all of the Force energy that entered was being used by Plague Ace, but once he was finished, a brief opening in the barrier was left. The opening started closing, but it was enough for the midichlorians that were in the cells to feel the Force and pull it to them. As more midichlorians entered and became part of Naruto's body, more Force flowed through the hole in the barrier, and the midichlorians were able to alter the barrier to allow the Force to enter without being hindered. It would take several hours for this entire process to finish. After that time had passed, Naruto would be able to feel and manipulate the Force without problems when he woke up. The Force now would naturally flow through his body. Just like anyone else from the rest of the known galaxy. XX. Plague Ace had been silently plotting his next steps for over an hour. The problem he faced was that he needed the boy's help, but he was a Sith and wasn't going to admit that he needed anyone's help. He determined what he was going to talk about with the boy and what things to say in order to bring the boy over to his side. The only obstacle that he could think of was that the boy was rather superstitious and that he was terribly afraid of ghosts. Plague Ace was a spirit but had the exact look of a classic ghost. The effect was only worsened by the fact that he wasn't human. He was a mutant, so he couldn't show his face at all until after explaining things and would need to remain cloaked. From looking through his memories, Plague Ace knew that the boy had never even considered the thought that the stars in the sky were part of other systems with planets and different species. Possibly no one from his planet had that thought either. It was a lot to take in, but with everything combined together, it was definitely enough to scare the boy off. He didn't want the boy to run screaming off the ship and never return, or worse, run screaming off the ship and bring others back. The last thing that Plague Ace wanted was to be used or have his holocron destroyed, as it was the only thing keeping him in this world. His Force powers were limited at best and he really didn't have a good way to defend himself. The powers of Sith spirits always varied. It depended on many factors, which included the power of the person before they died, how much anger they held onto, and the location where they were at. If they were in an area strong in the dark side, then the spirits would be stronger. Plague Ace was not in a favorable position at all. He would have to use the holocron to his advantage. The hologram it produced was an image of the upper portion of his body and would allow him to speak through it while his spirit watched from the shadows and stayed out of sight. Plague Ace had no doubt in his mind that the activated holocron would catch the boy's attention and interest. It was during this contemplation that he began to feel something. He didn't even register it at first because he was so deep in thought, but as it grew, he finally took notice of it. Turning to the back tank, he felt with the force and found something rather strange. The boy's energy field was no longer impeding the force. That doesn't make any sense, he thought, and cautiously approached the tank. The boy was still unconscious, but he could feel the force moving through him, and yet the other energy was still there as well. Curious, he told the droid to collect another blood sample and perform another midi-chlorian count. The droid confirmed Plague Ace's suspicions when it told him that the blood tested at an average of 9,000 midi-chlorians per cell. The boy goes from no midi-chlorians to 9,000 in a matter of hours. I would say that it was impossible, but I've had a great many impossibilities happen today. Now I have something else to consider, he thought as he stared at the tank. If the boy was able to use the force, then he could make him his apprentice. However, it was against the rules of the Sith, though Sidious had killed him in the rite of ascension and was now a master of the Sith and would train his own apprentice. The rule of two didn't necessarily account for a situation like this, though. I would have to gain more of the boy's trust and loyalty if I was to teach him the ways of the Force as well as just teaching him about technology. It would also be better as he could protect the ship and himself with the Force, especially since I know little of using chakra. Perhaps he won't be my apprentice, but maybe a Sith acolyte or something along those lines. I wouldn't teach him enough to be a true apprentice. I am very curious to see what he would be capable of with the Force and this other power that he has decided. Plague Ace, and he made his decision. He would train the boy. XX. Naruto's eyes opened to look up at a strange light fixture that he had never seen before. He looked around and found himself in the room that he told himself he would never go back into. The suit of armor was gone. He sat up and examined himself as memories of what happened flooded back to him. He quickly checked his nose, eyes, and ears, but no blood was present. There wasn't even any dried blood either. He felt a little strange and he had a bad headache. Thinking perhaps it had all been a dream, he got off the table and his stomach growled. How long had it been since he had eaten? As he left the infirmary, he never stopped to think how he had gotten on the table in the first place, as he had fallen on the floor. Food was the only thing he had on his mind now. Walking into the hallway, he was about to go back to the tube that he had come through so he could get back home when he noticed a light down the hallway. The light was in the area with the table and seats, but the room lights weren't on. Cautiously, Naruto walked down the hallway and the lights in the room turned on with his movement, but this no longer surprised him. He looked at the table and saw that the pyramid object that he had earlier was sitting on the table and it was glowing red. Above the object, the image of a person was detailed in the red light. The individual was cloaked and Naruto could barely make out his chin, let alone the rest of his face. There was no way to determine what he actually looked like or skin tone because the hologram was just a shade of red. The image was only 10 or so inches high and the figure seemed to be staring at him. Naruto was incredibly curious as he had never seen anything like what the pyramid was doing. The hologram sat still as Naruto slowly approached. Before Naruto reached the table, it spoke, "Greetings, young one." It said in a dull nasally voice. Naruto jumped when he heard the voice and looked around the room until his eyes came back to the hologram. He didn't know what to think about the device. It seemed similar to his television, but it didn't have a screen and was red. He then began to wonder how it managed to get out here when he was sure he left it somewhere else. "Yes, I am talking to you from this device, and no, I am not some type of recording." Naruto for his part just stared at the device. "How?" Naruto started, but he was interrupted by the voice. "At this point it would be a waste of time to explain it to you as you don't have any grasp on technology, especially something so advanced as this. You should just talk to me like I was any normal person, as I can see and hear you as well as you can see and hear me," stated the voice, and the image barely moved. "Who are you?" Naruto asked while not taking his eyes away from the device. He was rather suspicious of it and afraid of what was going on. Yes. Your customs are for me to introduce myself and then you reciprocate. My name is Darth Plagueis, Lord of the Sith," it stated. Naruto stared at the device for a second as he didn't know what reciprocate meant or what the man's title meant, so he just gave his name as well, Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage. The image didn't move, but Plague Ace tried not to roll his eyes at the response. "Well, Naruto, it seems that you have stumbled onto something. I knew it was important." Naruto yelled in triumph, and Plague Ace's image tried to remain calm. "Actually it isn't, and it does belong to me," he stated, and the boy quieted down immediately. "You probably thought that this ship was worth something, but I'm afraid to tell you that it isn't something that can be sold since it wouldn't have a price. It is an interesting discovery, but you can't sell it to anyone because it belongs to me. If you told anyone, they might try and steal it from me, especially the government of your village." They would probably keep it a secret and take everything that I have for themselves," stated Plague Ace. Naruto was sure whether he wanted to believe what the image said or not. Would the old man really take this away from Plague Ace and keep everything a secret? He didn't think so but wasn't sure. Naruto did have a question about something the man had said. "Wait, you said ship? So it is a boat?" asked Naruto confused. "No, this ship is far more advanced than a simple boat. It's meant for something much more amazing than that," said Plague Ace. "So what is it, what does it do, can I see it in action?" asked Naruto all at once. Plague Ace didn't allow the image to show his inner smirk and said, "I'm afraid not. You see, it isn't working right now and would need to be fixed first. And it's not worth anything. No, I'm afraid not and I'm not selling it. Besides, it's far too heavy to remove from the lake bed anyway and no one else would even know what to do with it." "What about that golden necklace?" Naruto protested. "You mean the one that nearly killed you?" Which caused Naruto to instantly quiet in shock and Plague Ace continued, "Yes, the memories that you have are true. You nearly died from putting it on. That necklace has a very powerful and deadly curse associated with it and if it wasn't for me then you would have died. I acquired it some time ago and tried to put it away safely in those boxes but evidently it wasn't safe enough," he stated. Thanks, I guess and I'm sorry," stated Naruto while looking away from the image and down at the floor. Plague Ace merely nodded his head. "It's all right, no harm done," he stated as he was first trying to build up some trust between them and make sure that Naruto wouldn't tell anyone about the ship as he was playing it off as being rather worthless. It wasn't a lie though. No one in his village would be able to use the ship and they might not even be able to get it out of the lake, much less back to the village for study. "I was wondering, would you like to learn more about this ship and its workings? I could teach you," inquired Plague Ace. Naruto's eyes widened at the statement, "He would teach me something." "You'd teach me?" Naruto blurted out. "Yes, of course I would be willing to teach you. After all, you did discover this ship and took the time to learn to swim and investigate it to get here. It's the least I could do. However, you would have to keep this as our little secret. I wouldn't want anyone else to find out. They might get jealous or not think you deserve to learn what I can teach you. I've seen the way they look at you in the village. You definitely don't deserve it," stated Plague Ace in the most fake sincere voice that he could. Naruto was surprised to hear about the offer and saddened when Plague Ace mentioned the villagers and his treatment in the village. Would they really stop me from coming here to learn? Naruto never even stopped to think of how it was that Plague Ace knew about the villagers and the way they treat him. Plague Ace could see that he was slowly winning over the boy and he had plenty of ammunition left. No one deserves to be treated like that, especially for something that they didn't do and that wasn't even their fault. Naruto instantly looked up at the statement, "He knows why they hate me. Why? Why do they all look down on me and treat me the way they do? Tell me," yelled Naruto desperately as he had wanted to know for years. "Oh, you mean you don't know? They never told you?" Plague Ace asked in as surprised and concerned a voice as he could manage. "They?" was Naruto's response as he didn't understand why it was a plural. "Yes, the whole village has a reason why they hate you so much, but I'm surprised they never bothered to even tell you. Not even the Hokage told you about it?" asked Plagia's with fake shock. "The old man knows too. How terrible, the man you trusted the most didn't want to tell you why the entire village hates you. I suppose he had his reasons though. It's his fault why they all know in the first place," stated Plague Ace. Naruto was about to say something when the words died in his mouth. "The old man knew all along and he just lied to me over and over again. Why is it his fault that the village knows?" thought Naruto, but he wanted to know why the villagers hated him first. That question had been eating away at him for years. "Why do they hate me? Tell me," Naruto yelled, but the end part came out as more of an order. Plague Ace was slightly taken by surprise as the boy had actually used the force in his words to make them an order and it would have actually coerced a civilian to tell him what he wanted to know. It didn't work on Plague Ace though, but it was still interesting. He could feel the anger building in the boy and knew exactly how to bring it to the surface. "You see," started Plague Ace, and he continued to explain the details of the sealing, the Kyuubi, and even showed him the seal on his stomach for proof. He had gotten the information straight from the source and a little bit more. The Vulpine was aware of a few things that went on outside of the seal. It was aware that the Hokage had given a speech concerning the sealing of it into the boy because of all the hatred and malice that had been directed at its container on that night. It knew exactly what the Hokage had said and the reaction from the village. Plague Ace explained everything about the sealing to Naruto as best as he could. He himself had barely learned about only a few hours ago but had no difficulty explaining it to a child. The nuances still eluded him, but the boy didn't need such exact details at the moment. After the explanation on the sealing, he retold what the Kyuubi had told him about the Sandaime telling the entire village about the sealing. "Why?" Naruto said at the end of the speech, and Plagues could tell that the single word was grasping for many different answers. "I'm afraid he just doesn't trust you enough. The Hokage must not think you can keep a secret like that and just lied to make you stop questioning it. I'm not sure why he told all the villagers about the ceiling, it seems rather a imbecilic thing to do to a child. As for the villagers, I think that has to do with the Hokage trying to keep them quiet to cover up for his mistake. I'm not completely positive on that though, but it does make sense. Whatever it is, it certainly doesn't stop them from treating you like dirt or prevent them from hurting you. And this burden that you were forced to bear certainly doesn't give them the right to treat you so horribly. Stated Plague Ace in a kind tone. No, it doesn't, thought Naruto as he had many close calls with the villagers at the time of his birthday. In general, the majority of the village had treated him horribly. He was incredibly saddened by what he was told, but he was also angry. If the villagers knew that it wasn't his fault, then why did they hate him so much? He didn't choose to have the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. It was all the Yondame's doing, yet they praised him for doing it. It wasn't fair and it pissed him off. As much as Plague Ace wanted the boy's anger to come to the surface and fester, he had other business to take care of as well. Regardless, I would still be willing to teach you what I know about this ship. Unlike the village and Hokage, your burden doesn't bother me. I might even teach you more than that. I happen to know of very special abilities that aren't possessed by just anyone. I can tell that you have the gift and I could teach you how to use those abilities if you would help me in return. Suggested Plague Ace. What would I have to help you with? Asked Naruto as he was very interested in learning jutsu, and if this guy, or whatever the heck he was offering to teach him, then he wanted to know what he had to do. Well, as I said before, this ship is rather damaged and I would need some help repairing it. That is where the knowledge that I wanted to teach you about the ship comes in. I would teach you about it and then you might be able to help me. I would even be willing to teach you about the abilities that I know. How does that sound? Asked Plague Ace in a serious voice. So, you teach me about jutsu and stuff? Asked Naruto, and Plague Ace responded, I'm afraid not. I really don't know much about chakra or jutsu. What I'm willing to teach you is different from these things but very unique in its own way. I can guarantee that no one in the village has ever seen or knows about what I can teach. It would be something of your very own. Of course you would have to keep this a secret between us. If people found out about you learning something that they know nothing about, they would be incredibly jealous. I doubt that anyone would want you to know something so unique. They would probably demand that someone else be taught, someone who was more deserving in their eyes. You shouldn't mention it to the Hokage either, as I'm not sure if he would want you learning from me either. Would these abilities make me powerful? Asked Naruto seriously. Yes, you could become quite powerful from learning and using what I can teach you. You could even still learn chakra and jutsu as well. You'd be able to have something that no one else did. Said Plagiaus. He could already see that the boy would agree to his terms. The trust that had once been with the Hokage had now been moved to him and he could already feel the boy's loyalty changing. With some time, he would be able to mold the boy to be the perfect servant and then he would be able to get back to civilization and get the resources necessary to study this planet and its people. Plague Ace didn't have to worry about time though, as he had all the time in the world. If needed, he could always increase the boy's lifespan with his midi-chlorian manipulation. It was possible that he could be stuck here for a long time. It all depended on the damage to the ship and acquiring/making a fuel source. It would normally take years or even decades to teach the Naruto what he needed to know, but Plague Ace had already been thinking about that. When he was in the boy's mind, there was a strange time difference and perhaps he could use that to his advantage. He had to teach Naruto about language, technology, how to think properly, how to use the force, and how to fight. He would also have to remove the frivolous notions of becoming the leader of the village and remove the boy's boasting and loudness. Most of the emotions had to go as well. He would teach Naruto how to harness and wield his emotions and not let them overpower him. Naruto would also need to be taught to think like a Sith. It was obvious that Naruto's mind would need a great deal of time and effort to get him up to where Plague Ace felt a servant of his should be. It just might be possible though, and Plague Ace was very interested in trying. He wouldn't make the same mistakes that he did with Sidious. Until he would be able to properly study this planet, he would have to settle for training Naruto and learning all that he could from him. The ship might not be the best place to stay as the power was dwindling and it would be difficult for Naruto to keep sneaking out of the village. The ship wasn't flat on the bottom of the lake either and was at a slight angle, which made it less ideal for most physical exercises and teaching. Also, someone was bound to get suspicious about where Naruto was always going when he went outside the village. The ship had to be kept hidden and safe, but his holocron was first priority. Please review. I chose 9,000 midi-chlorians per cell because of several reasons. It made sense that the blood of a Jedi would only give him so many midi-chlorians as they are present in the whole body and not just the blood. So if the Jedi whose blood Naruto received had a high amount, then it would only translate to a lower amount to Naruto since it was only blood and not all of the cells. I really didn't want Naruto to have an insane amount of midi-chlorians like I've read in some stories because it seems like a bit much, and he still has his large amount of chakra as well. I have several different ideas planned that will make Naruto far more powerful than what just a low count of midi-chlorians would imply, so he will still be powerful and able to hold his own against Jedi/Sith and Ninja. As for force abilities, Naruto will have many force abilities but he won't have every force ability. I was thinking that he would have lightning and earth affinities as his primary and secondary affinity but also have him learn how to use the other three affinities as well. He will learn or steal many different jutsu and even have kinjutsu at his disposal. I thought that since being a Sith that he would want as much power as possible, which means learning all of the affinities and as many jutsu as possible. Chapter 4. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. 43 BBY current year. XX. Chapter 4, Beginnings. Over 1 year has passed since the previous chapter. XX. He missed and couldn't believe it. He actually missed most of the target. That wasn't supposed to happen, at least not to him. A 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke stood a good distance away from one of the academy training's posts and was frowning at it. He threw all 6 of his shuriken at once like he always did, he made the same dramatic pose like he always did, and he expected to see the same results as he always had. However, 3 shuriken hadn't even hit the post, another 2 had hit but barely, and the final shuriken hit the post but didn't embed into it. He continued to stare and frown, but it quickly turned into a glare. He ignored the cries of his fangirls as they tried to console him because he didn't completely hit the target. Despite trying to drown out the noise, he could still hear them shouting that he would get it next time. I don't miss, he thought. I'm an Uchiha and we don't miss after all that practicing, he had done so poorly. He couldn't believe it. Was there something wrong with the shuriken, he thought. The day was sunny and there was no wind to speak of, so it couldn't have been environmental factors. It must have been something wrong with the shuriken, he convinced himself. When he threw the kunai, he might have to aim more carefully if there was something with them wrong too. Standing about 15 feet away was the group of boys in the class. They were all separated from the girls by at least 10 feet and standing quietly while they waited for their turn. Among them was Uzumaki Naruto who, if one could see his face, had the biggest shit-eating grin. He could hardly contain his own laughter at what he had done. It was just a simple manipulation of the force. Using a very basic application of force push to change the trajectory of the shuriken. He had to be subtle enough that he didn't move the weapons too much. He had used his right hand and faced it towards where Sasuke was aiming but kept the hand at his side. All he had to do was get the timing right and concentrate on what he wanted to accomplish. The use of his hand was more to focus on the area and objects that he wanted to affect and as a conduit for the force to go through. He had to make sure that no one saw him doing something strange though, so he didn't reach out his hand to better use the technique. Naruto was wearing a dark grey jacket that was unzipped and open, which showed that he had on a black high-collared shirt that mostly covered his face. The hood of the jacket was also up and it shadowed most of his face. He had black pants on, the standard ninja footwear, and black fingerless gloves. He was glad he had the hood and high collar, as the other boys might wonder why he was trying so hard not to laugh if they saw him. He actually had to bite his lip to keep breaking out in chuckles. Naruto regained his composure, however. He would like to have said that he was able to overcome the urge to laugh, but the real reason was that Sasuke was preparing to throw his kunai. He needed to get ready and focused. Sasuke placed all 6 kunai between his fingers and prepared for his throw. Most other students threw one at a time, but he liked to show off. However, he didn't like to let others know that he liked to show off. He looked at the target and steadied his breathing. A moment later he threw. The kunai flew to the target as he took his famous dramatic pose. It's the pose where his head is down and arms back, sticking in air and forming a V. He waited only a moment to hear the results, which were a series of clangs and a dull thud. He nearly fell over in shock, and standing not too far away, Naruto nearly doubled over while holding his sides and trying not to laugh out loud. Sasuke looked up a moment later to see a single kunai sticking in the post, the rest were on the ground around the post. What happened? It doesn't make any sense, he thought. A few of the other boys snickered and Naruto desperately tried not to laugh out loud. Sasuke stared at the target in both anger and confusion. The Chunin instructor, Afun no Daikoku, came up to Sasuke and asked if he was feeling alright, which made Naruto nearly lose it. The Chunin then suggested that perhaps Sasuke should have tried throwing them one at a time and not all at once, to which Sasuke scowled but reached into his ninja pouch and took out another kunai. He tossed it at the target with a smirk, but it hit the ring of the only kunai embedded in the target and bounced off. Now thoroughly embarrassed, Sasuke left the throwing area and went back to the boys' lineup. I didn't do anything on that last one, thought Naruto as he tried not to laugh out loud again. He managed to get over his laughter, until he saw who was coming up to throw next. It was Inuzuka Kaiba. And now to add salt to the wound. Naruto thought with a devious smirk, that also couldn't be seen. Kaiba took his position and started throwing his shuriken one by one. To his astonishment, and everyone else's for that matter, they all hit the target post. It took Kaiba a second to realize what he had done before he started shouting in triumph. Many of the girls booed him as they thought it was some type of fluke that he had beaten Sasuke. The now confident and smirking Kaiba took out his kunai and managed to get each of them to hit the target as well. While the girls and Kaiba shouted again, Sasuke was grinding his teeth together as he couldn't believe that someone had managed to beat him. He was an Uchiha and they were supposed to be the best. He had always felt inferior to his brother, but there was no way he was going to be inferior to anyone in this class. Maybe you should take a few pointers from Kaiba, Sasuke, said a disembodied voice, and the other boys laughed. Although none of them had thought of it at the time, they didn't know who had said it and no one would have recognized the voice if they were paying attention. XX. A lot had happened since he had found that starship just over 1 year ago. Plague Ace had introduced Naruto to his spirit form, and after the boy awoke from screaming and fainting, he had assured Naruto that he wasn't a real ghost and had no intention of haunting him. After that was over, Naruto took Plague Ace's holocron in a backpack that Naruto had found in the ship, and they went around Konoha to look for a place to set up a base or training area. Any area that was in the open or near even low traffic was completely out of the question. They investigated the Hokage Mountain, as it contained many emergency shelters in case the village was attacked. Most of the shelters were suitable for training, but if the village were attacked, then the area would be discovered and the village could be attacked at any moment. There was no room that was secluded from the other areas in the shelters. Plague Ace was looking for an area that was no longer used and not even widely known about. They managed to find only one such area inside of the village, which was the backside of the faces on the monument. Though they didn't know it, when the faces were created, the area where the face would go was hollowed out with earth jutsu to provide the materials for form the face. The faces weren't actually carved but created with earth jutsu. This left hollow areas behind the faces that few were aware of and where no one went or used. Naruto already possessed a routine of going up to the top of the Hokage monument heads and watching over the village, so few would think twice if they saw him walking up there. There were several buildings on the top of the monument, but they were set back from the edge a good distance and tree cover was around. It took a while, but they had found the entranceway into the space behind the faces. It was normally locked, but a small usage of the force from Plague Ace was all it took to gain access. Plague Ace had found the area to be well suited for what he had in mind. There were many rocks of different sizes strewn on the floor that could be used, and the area was very flat. It was also secluded, and from examining the area, he could tell that no one had come there for some time. The 4 faces of the mountain provided 4 separate rooms to put whatever they wanted in. Seeing that it would be difficult to move everything that Plague Ace had wanted taken out of the ship because of the water, they went shopping. When Plague Ace had been speaking to the Kyuubi, he had used a bit of his mind tricks and persuasion on it to have it divulge more information than it normally would have for an intruder in the boy's mindscape. Initially, Plague Ace had tried to talk with the creature, but the Kyuubi had been very tight-lipped about answering his questions. As time went on in the mindscape, and with the application of a few force abilities, the Kyuubi unknowingly revealed more and more to him. Information about the boy and his parents, information on the ceiling, and a good amount concerning chakra and ninja in general were all revealed to Plague Ace. It may have been a powerful creature and filled with an incredible amount of hate, but its mind wasn't very strong-willed, nor were its mental defenses against his subtle use of the force. Plague Ace was very skilled at manipulation and mind control tricks, so it wasn't very hard for him. Once he found out that the large creature was trapped, he could have tried to take more information but was content for that moment. It would be best not to anger the creature and hamper what he had established. Some of what he had learned during that long talk was the reason that they were headed to one of the many ninja supply stores in Konoha. Naruto had been very apprehensive about entering any of the stores, but Plague Ace had assured him that everything would be fine. Naruto was still wearing the backpack with the holocron in it, so Plague Ace could talk with the boy through telepathy, and he had taught Naruto to not verbally reply when others were around. Eventually Naruto would be able to reply to him with his own telepathy, and they would find better accommodations than carrying his holocron around in a large backpack. Naruto had nervously entered the store, and the person at the counter had instantly recognized him. The man was about to do something when he stopped and had a dazed look on his face. Naruto had felt something, but he wasn't sure what had happened. Plague Ace told him to take the opportunity and look through the aisles. The owner just stood behind the counter with a dumb smile on his face while Naruto shopped. Plague Ace examined the variety of weapons that ninja used. Really, they had been here to purchase several storage scrolls, but why waste the opportunity? They picked out several sets of weapons, the storage scrolls they were originally after, and standard ninja pouches. Sets of new clothing were chosen, in colors that did not involve orange, and Plague Ace told Naruto to look at the swords. Eventually, the boy would wield a lightsaber, but that was many years off. Plague Ace did have an idea which they could try in a couple of years when Naruto became more advanced in the force, but for now, they looked for something normal. The store had a small selection of blades and of different quality. While Naruto was amazed at the variety, as he had never been inside of a weapons shop before, Plague Ace was systematically narrowing down the choices. The katana was obviously too long for the boy, and even in years to come it still would be. The sword which bore the label Wakaizashi could have been right for him, as well as the ninjato. The tantos were a little too small, and while there were several other blades, they were too unique and couldn't be used with the sword styles that Plague Ace was going to teach him. After narrowing down the choices, Plague Ace informed Naruto of the options, and the blonde chose the straight-bladed ninjato. They took the merchandise to the counter where the still smiling owner stood. The man totaled up the amount, and before Naruto could ask Plagueis how they would pay for it all with the money he bought, the owner knocked off over 70% off the price. As Naruto packed up his new equipment, he had asked, "How did you do that?" To Plagueis, who responded, "Weak minds can be easily confused or bent to the will others. That which you saw wasn't very difficult to perform. Will you teach me that?" Naruto asked, and Plagueis responded, "Yes, in time I will teach you that and more." It was mostly a lie though, as Plagueis wouldn't be teaching Naruto mind control or force subjugation but just the regular mind tricks. Naruto smiled at the statement as he packed the rest into the backpack and sealed the sword into one of the scrolls. It wouldn't do for him to walk the streets displaying a weapon. It took a while for the confusion to wear off and the owner to stop selling things at ridiculously low prices to anyone that walked in. The next day, Naruto became a student of Plagueis, and he was to call him master from that day forward. Master Plagueis had immediately started teaching Naruto, getting him to first feel his two powers and tell the difference between the two. Naruto practiced basic manipulation of the force, and they experimented with chakra. This actually led to several discoveries. While trying to use his powers, his connection to the force and chakra were like oil and water. They always stayed separate and it wasn't possible to combine them into one power. However, when he channeled the force, he also channeled some of his chakra without knowing it, and the opposite also happened. When he channeled only chakra, a little of the force was channeled as well. Naruto was completely oblivious to what was going on, but Plagueis could feel it happening and was very intrigued. It proved that Naruto might be able to control them simultaneously, perhaps with very interesting results. Plagueis wasn't sure exactly how chakra could help Naruto's force powers, but he had several ideas on how the force could be used to augment jutsu. He was eager to find out in the coming years. Naruto would first need to acquire and learn jutsu, but that wasn't exactly a problem in a village full of ninja. If they couldn't get jutsu through regular means, then they would buy it, steal it, or take it from the minds of others. Plagueis had long ago learned patience from his own master, but he was having difficulty reining in his thoughts and curiosity on the matter of chakra, jutsu, and their interaction with the force. Training had resumed for Naruto after the slight digress from Plagueis' schedule, in which he taught Naruto to start feeling for and trying to use both powers at once. It was important to investigate such a discovery, but Plagueis knew he would have plenty of time for that later, and as much as he was interested, he had to control his emotions and feelings. He still had plans to set in motion and a new student to train. They had a lot of ground to cover, especially when it came to Naruto's mind. Plagueis had started having Naruto meditate while holding his holocron. Touching the holocron would allow Plagueis to have a better connection with Naruto when they entered his mindscape. With a little experimentation, Plagueis found that the difference between the boy's mind and the outside world was close to a factor of 60. 60 seconds on the inside for every 1 second that passed on the outside. It was almost equivalent to an hour of study for every minute that passed on the outside. Naruto wasn't anywhere near a genius, but Plagueis' thoughts on intelligence were that, unless a person had some kind of illness or mental handicap, they could learn anything. It would just take varying amounts of time from person to person and the willingness of the individual to learn. Therefore, he was sure that Naruto could learn everything that he planned to teach him. While Plagueis would not teach him all the force powers that were at his own disposal when he still had his body, he would make sure that Naruto had a powerful mind and enough abilities to get by. He would teach the boy how to protect his mind and how to think more like a Sith, and then move on to force powers. The problem that the boy currently had wasn't really stupidity. It was that he was so focused on the village and becoming Hokage that he didn't care about anything else. He didn't care about reading or learning or listening. He also got bored rather easily. In truth, he didn't care about anything that wouldn't help him on his way to becoming Hokage. However, Naruto didn't actually know what things would help him be Hokage. No one had ever explained something like that to him. He'd focused on such a faraway goal that he couldn't see the steps and path to get there. The effect made it seem like the boy was at a much lower intelligence because he was oblivious to many things that happened around him, and even some basic knowledge was not known to him. Not having anyone to properly teach him was another inhibitor. The boy lacked basic interactions with others and was easy to manipulate. The only focus that the boy had for training was that he had to train his body. Naruto had no plans to ever train his mind or even read a single book. He only knew that he needed to train and become stronger, but he had no idea how to train himself and how to become stronger. No one had ever explained that to him either, and if they had, he probably didn't realize that it was important and disregarded it. The strongest person wasn't the most intelligent or the one that was the most physically strong or powerful. It took a blend of intelligence, physical abilities, and power to make a person stronger than others. On an average day, Plagueis would spend around 3 hours inside of Naruto's mindscape teaching him basic knowledge. It may not have seemed that much, but 3 hours on the outside was equivalent to nearly 8 days on the inside of the boy's mind. Plagueis started teaching Naruto how to read and write in Galactic Basic Standard, as well as the basics of mathematics, science, engineering, the history of the galaxy, history of the Jedi and Sith, information about the Force, and teaching him about the starship. It was a great deal of information, but Plagueis had 8-day increments to teach Naruto these things. Plague Ace was aware of how much time it would take to teach Naruto everything that a Sith acolyte should know, but with the Mindscape training, he would have all the time he needed. The only thing that Plague Ace valued more than his research was his own knowledge. His master had even called him Plague Ace the Wise because of his vast knowledge on so many subjects. He was a firm believer that knowledge was power and was always trying to learn more about the galaxy and the Force. Therefore he had much more knowledge than most Jedi or Sith on just about any topic and was planning to teach Naruto as much as he thought the boy would need in order to further his plans. Back in the real world, Plague Ace spent the remaining hours of the day working on Naruto's physical training and force training. Plague Ace was teaching him a martial arts style known as Terraskasi, which was basic for Steel Hand and was an old style that was developed by a group of people to specifically fight the Jedi. What better style for a Sith than one which was specifically created and adapted over thousands of years to fight Jedi? The style was specifically made for speed and anticipation of strikes and included teachings for the user to be able to close off their mind from mind trick or other mental-based attacks. Plague Ace started Naruto on an intense training regimen for his body but quickly found himself making revisions. He had assumed what he thought Naruto's physical aptitude and abilities would be but was wrong in his assumption. Plague Ace had worked Sidious into the ground while training his student, but Naruto had far more stamina and recovery abilities than what he was used to, and a regiment that he deemed as hard barely winded the boy. He also found that he had to keep increasing the regiment as Naruto kept growing accustomed to the current level of training. Despite the problems, Plague Ace was very pleased with the discovery. In a few years, he believed that Naruto would easily be able to outlast almost any opponent that he faced in the galaxy. Using the ninjato, Plague Ace had started teaching Naruto the basics of several Sith styles of lightsaber combat. The ninjato was a perfect substitute as it was a straight blade and was the perfect length for Naruto to use. Eventually, Plague Ace might also teach Naruto several of the Jedi styles so he could better combat them if they ever encountered a Jedi in the future. Starting out with just basic manipulation of the Force, Naruto started showing great aptitude for telekinesis. In just a few short months, he was already pushing and pulling objects, and he could make several objects float in the air around him while meditating or doing a handstand. Naruto had very good control over the Force, but he lacked that good control over his chakra. Plague Ace had also worked on stealth and trying to hide both of Naruto's signatures. It appeared that ninja weren't able to sense the fact that Naruto had any other power besides his chakra, or at least they hadn't come across a ninja that could sense it. Plague Ace had decided that he wouldn't teach Naruto in the same way that he taught Sidious. Sidious was taught to hate Plague Ace, and he had taken away everything that his student enjoyed, as well as making him face all his fears while also teaching Sidious to control and harness his emotions. The same training wouldn't be done with Naruto, as Plague Ace didn't want his acolyte to gain too much power and destroy him like Sidious had tried to do. Therefore, he had settled for gaining the boy's trust and loyalty while still working on controlling and harnessing emotions and removing his fears, but to a lesser degree. Plague Ace had no real attachment to the boy, but he was an interesting subject to study and teach. He wouldn't make the same mistakes that he did with Sidious. To better travel and keep an eye on his acolyte, Plague Ace had Naruto get a storage seal tattooed on the skin on the underside of his right forearm. Plague Ace then had Naruto seal his holocron into it when Naruto was going out of their hiding area or out of his apartment. That way, Plagia's could stay with his acolyte and observe everything that happened while still keeping in contact. Unless the skin that the seal was on was destroyed, Plague Ace would remain safely inside of the seal and Naruto wouldn't have to carry around a pyramidal-shaped object wherever he went. Plague Ace also had Naruto get a customized bracers to wear over his arms to better protect the seal. They were made for someone who was a few years older than Naruto, but neither was planning to get into any fights in the meantime. While sealed in the storage seal, Plague Ace's holocron was technically always in contact with Naruto, allowed Plague Ace to access the mindscape as Naruto if holding the holocron. Plague Ace could also have his spirit move inside and outside of the seal at will. Now Plague Ace was far more mobile as he had Naruto to take him wherever he wanted to go. He also had the same influence outside of the seal as he did when someone was near his holocron. XX. After a year of learning and training, Naruto found that he was already ahead of the students at the academy. He had learned 2 of the basic 3 academy jutsu while the others in his class hadn't even started learning them yet. It seemed however that he was unable to perform the 3rd standard academy jutsu, the Bunshin no Jutsu. Plague Ace believed that it was a result of Naruto not having enough control over his chakra and the fact that the amount of chakra that Naruto had, kept increasing at a much faster rate than anyone else in his class. After much work and meditation, Naruto had been able to create 1 clone, but not any more than that, and he would overload the jutsu, creating multiple flimsy clones or ones that looked dead. Plague Ace planned on finding something else that the boy could use, as they learned from the academy teachings that there were multiple clone jutsus that were more advanced. Plague Ace had been very interested in the substitution jutsu as well as the transformation jutsu. The Force had similar techniques to the henge, but they weren't nearly as easy and simple to use as the chakra-based technique. The substitution jutsu, however, was far more interesting to Plague Ace, as apparently it could allow someone to change places with a nearby object and escape death, or even change places with another person. Such a technique would be incredibly useful to have, and he wished something similar could be done with the Force. That such techniques were considered to be at the lowest level when they could be so useful and easy to use was rather fascinating to Plague Ace. The similarities were also interesting as two of the basic academy jutsu had mirroring techniques with force users. He was now even more interested to further his knowledge of ninjutsu and perhaps discover what other similarities there were. Plague Ace still wasn't even sure how chakra was produced or affected the body, as the explanation given during the academy had been rather basic and didn't explain anything that was actually taking place inside of the body. Besides those findings, the academy had become rather boring unless the Chunin teacher was lecturing about new topics that didn't involve history. Naruto had already read through all of the academy materials that the students were provided and on his master's order, had even broken into the academy to find other information and materials to learn from. He didn't end up finding very much though, but learned it all anyway. A visit to the Konoha library didn't turn up anything of interest, as the village apparently separated the civilian and shinobi materials. After some investigation, they had found out where the ninja library was. Interestingly enough, it was in the Hokage mountain and not far from their hideout. Naruto ventured up the long staircase to the archives but was stopped by a guard at the entrance. Apparently you needed to have clearance from the Hokage or the required ninja rank to get in. Plague Ace hadn't tried to gain access by using any mind tricks on the guard because he could feel if other people were inside and wasn't sure if he could trick all of them before someone noticed and wondered what was going on. It was too risky at the moment. The only other places that he might be able to get jutsu were from the ninja clans or the Hokage, but Plague Ace wasn't about to have Naruto go trespassing and stealing jutsu from them. Naruto had already asked as many questions as he could during class time in the academy. The instructor eventually had told him that he couldn't ask any more questions, especially ones that were so far ahead of the class lessons. Most of the questions were ones that Plague Ace wanted answered, but the information that the instructor was currently teaching was so far behind what Plague Ace really wanted to know that the instructor wouldn't interrupt the lesson to answer the advanced questions. For the most part, Naruto was completely ignored by the Chunin teacher in favor of another student who the teacher was positive were more gifted. That student had yet to really show much potential that would garner such a declaration, and Plague Ace believed it was just because of the clan that boy was from. In fact, Naruto was actually at the top of the class but was purposely being ignored by the instructor in favor of Uchiha Sasuke. While Plague Ace would admit that the Uchiha was talented, the boy had a penchant for showing off and wasn't doing as well as Naruto in all of the academy subjects. The academy situation was a problem because that meant that they would have to wait for several years in order to gain more knowledge and instruction on chakra and jutsu. While Plague Ace was patient, Naruto had already exhausted all of the knowledge that the academy was willing to provide to someone at his level. In the future, Naruto would be able to either break into the places that had the information they wanted or gain access to them through rank. Since Naruto was already learning at a very accelerated rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely outstripped his classmates and students ahead of his grade level as well. Plague Ace had thought that Naruto would be noticed as an outstanding student and arrangements would be made to have him moved into a higher grade to not hold him back. Apparently he was wrong, as the Chunin instructor was a rather weak-minded fool that held the Uchiha clan in very high regard. Instead of waiting patiently, Plague Ace decided to act. XX. Naruto sat in his regular seat at the academy. The room was empty as class had ended several minutes ago. Standing across from Naruto was his Chunin instructor Fu no Daikoku, and he wasn't looking very happy. Naruto had purposely gotten into trouble by creating a disruption during class and had insulted Uchiha Sasuke. He knew exactly what buttons to press to antagonize Sasuke, as well as Daikoku, and nearly started a fight between himself and Sasuke. Daikoku broke up the fight and told Naruto that he had to wait after class so he could speak to him about his detention. Daikoku walked up to the desk that Naruto was sitting behind, and before he could go on a tirade about how terrible it was that Naruto had insulted the noble Uchiha clan, Plague Ace struck. Plague Ace's spirit form came up from the floor behind Daikoku, and before the Chunin even knew that something was wrong, Plague Ace's hand extended forward and grasped the Chunin's head. Any words that the instructor had to say were stopped and his eyes became unfocused. Naruto wasn't exactly sure what his master was doing to the Chunin, but he really didn't care. Minutes elapsed until the man's eyes became focused again. Plague Ace took the short moment of confusion and disorientation that the Chunin experienced to sink back into the floor. Daikoku looked around and noticed Naruto. He smiled and said with a cheery voice, "That will be all, and don't let it happen again, young man." The man then walked out of the room and headed down the hallway. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Chunin's actions and said in his mind, "What did you do to him, master?" Plague Ace's voice came back clearly in Naruto's head, "I just made a few arrangements. Now come, let us go back to your house and wait to be summoned." Naruto was confused and Plague Ace sensed his confusion but did not elaborate, and Naruto knew not to question his master as all would be revealed in time. He packed up his materials and left for his apartment. Naruto didn't know who would summon him, as the only person that would do something like that was the Hokage. Was that where Daikoku went, he wondered. XX. Hokage Tower, 20 minutes later. XX. Daikoku had headed straight for the Hokage Tower after leaving the academy. He knew exactly what the problem with Naruto was and exactly how to solve it. Stopping at the Hokage's secretary, he managed to get an appointment to see the Hokage and only had to wait 10 or so minutes. The secretary informed him that the Hokage was now free and he walked up to the double doors and knocked. "Enter," came a voice inside and Daikoku stepped inside the office. He greeted the Hokage and sat down in a chair in front of the old wooden desk. The Sandaime was rather curious about why the teacher had visited him. He hoped it wasn't about Naruto as he was already busy enough and didn't need any more of the boy's pranks. Although, now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard about Naruto pranking anyone for a while. "What exactly did you need to see me about, Funo-san?" asked the Hokage while he smoked his pipe. He didn't mind a break from his paperwork and only hoped it was good news. "Hokage-sama, I came here to talk to you about one of my students. Uzumaki Naruto," stated Daikoku seriously. The Sandaime repressed a frown and a heavy sigh. "I knew it," he though, and wondered just what Naruto had gotten himself into. "And what exactly has Naruto-kun done this time?" asked the Hokage and blew out some smoke away from the Chunin in front of him. "Lately he has been acting out in class and I believe I know the reason for it," stated Daikoku, and the Sandaime raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly why Naruto always acted out but was curious as to why Daikoku would bring it up. "I believe that Uzumaki-san is not suited for my class," stated Daikoku, and the Hokage had to suppress a groan as he had thought that he picked a teacher that wouldn't be discriminating against Naruto, but before he could say anything, the Chunin continued, "I think he needs to be moved up a grade," finished the Chunin. To say that the Sandaime was surprised was an understatement. His pipe nearly fell out of his mouth. Several thoughts went through his head as he studied the instructor before him. Is he trying to get Naruto out of his class by moving him forward in grade because he knows that I won't let Naruto be kicked out the academy? Does he plan on putting Naruto into a grade that he isn't ready for to discourage the boy from being a ninja? The Hokage asked. "I suppose you have good reasoning for this change? It's highly unusual to have students graduate early or move up in grade during peacetime." "Yes, I understand, but I believe that the boy is more advanced than the other children in his grade. He really doesn't seem to care much about the lessons. I've also noticed him acting out and distracting the other students, possibly because he's bored," said Daikoku. The Sandaime just looked at the man in front of him strangely and wondered if it was a good idea to have him teaching at the academy. Naruto, more advanced than the other students, he questioned, as it really wasn't something that he had ever considered. Most of the other students came from clans and were actually heirs or heiresses to those clans, which meant they had training as well as better education than most. The Sandaime never would have expected a teacher to come and tell him something like that about Naruto. He had always known Naruto to be rather slow and having a very short attention span. It made him wonder about the teacher and why he would think such a thing. Naruto had always acted out and tried to get attention, and his limited attention span was obviously causing him to get bored in class, but to be bored because he was more advanced than the other students? Before the Sandaime could say anything, Daikoku continued, "He has also started asking very advanced questions during class which are well ahead of what I am currently teaching. I actually had to stop him from asking questions because I just wouldn't be able to stick to my lesson plan if I answered all of them. As of this moment, Uzumaki-san is the top student in the class and his grades speak for themselves," said Daikoku, and he handed his grading sheets to the Hokage for him to look over. The Sandaime sifted through the grading sheets for this year and he noticed that Naruto had scored at the top of the class in nearly every subject. The Sandaime wasn't able to keep the surprise off his face. Naruto's grades weren't perfect, but they were close and better than the rest of the class, which was saying something as it had so many sons and daughters of clan heads. Is he really that much more advanced? He thought, and he remembered that Daikoku had taught Uchiha Itachi while the boy was briefly in the academy, so it was possible that the man knew what he was talking about when it came to a gifted student. Naruto wasn't anywhere near as gifted as Itachi, but he was definitely ahead of the class if the Chunin before him and the documents were anything to go by. A student that wasn't learning anything because they already knew the information might act out, get bored, and even distract other students. That was certainly true. The Hokage thought over what had been presented to him. From what he was seeing, it appeared that Naruto was far more gifted than he had originally thought. He thought perhaps that the files had been doctored and that the Chunin had it out for Naruto, but that didn't seem to be the case, as the instructor seemed genuinely interested in Naruto's development. The Sandaime also didn't want to hold Naruto back if he was excelling in his lessons and surpassing all of the children of the ninja clan heads in Konoha. It was peacetime in the village, but that didn't mean that he couldn't skip Naruto ahead a grade. It required the recommendation from the teacher, the Hokage's own approval, and the agreement of the child or guardian of the child. It was unusual, but if Naruto was willing to get advanced to the next grade before the other students in his class, then he would agree. Naruto could always be put back in the same class if things didn't work out. The Hokage considered Daikoku's recommendation, but he would need to talk with Naruto first, so he sent one of his ANBU to get Naruto. XX. It appeared as though his master's plan was in motion as Naruto made his way to the Hokage tower. He wasn't sure what exactly was going on yet, but he was slowly piecing it together from what he knew. This could be some kind of test from his master, and he intended to figure out as much of it as possible before everything was revealed. Plague Ace wasn't forthcoming at all with any details concerning what he had done to the Chunin instructor and what was currently going to happen. It was a lesson and he was trying to teach Naruto to make conclusions off the details provided and by using the force. So far Naruto knew the plan involved the academy teacher and the Sandome. Naruto's first thought was that his master would get the teacher replaced with one who would answer all of his questions. This theory didn't seem correct though, as there could have been numerous ways to get the teacher fired and they didn't involve needing to speak to the Hokage. Naruto hadn't had much interaction with the Hokage since he had met his master. He had met with the Hokage to discuss his entrance to the academy but only a handful of times after that. Plague Ace had instructed Naruto on the best choice of words to talk to the Hokage and Naruto had put up the best mask that he could. It wasn't wise for the Hokage of the village to see a change in Naruto's personality or notice anything strange. The Sandome also didn't have much time to talk with Naruto as he had been rather busy with village business, especially with the Uchiha clan. Unknowingly, this had worked in Plague Ace's favor as it gave him valuable time to bring Naruto over to his side. XX. Naruto entered the office and sat in one of the chairs in front of the desk. The Sandome hadn't seen Naruto for a while and was curious about his change in clothing. Daikoko had informed him that Naruto had become more serious during the months that he had been an academy student. It wasn't until he got bored that he started goofing off and distracting the rest of the class. The clothing certainly made Naruto appear as a ninja and much more professional, despite that he was a first-year academy student. The Sandome was curious as to what brought up this change, but perhaps the realization of being a ninja had set in a little early for him. Most academy students don't realize what they were getting into until after they graduate. They still had whimsical notions of what ninja are and think the profession is full of adventure. The reality was that they were child soldiers and the profession would be dangerous and difficult no matter how long they had been doing it. Few students ever grasped this until after they were put through the Chunin exams or went on a mission that was more dangerous than it was ranked. Many never grasped it as they dropped out or failed to graduate and were never really aware of how their belief differed from reality. The boy sitting before the Sandome was very different from the boy that he remembered the previous year. Something must have changed, the Sandome thought as he tried to think of what it could have been. He hadn't seen much of Naruto since before he had joined the academy. The only thing that he knew which happened was when he left the village and nearly drowned in a nearby lake. It definitely could have been a life-changing experience. The Sandome originally thought that Naruto was fine as he hadn't developed a fear of water and was even eager to learn to swim and get over that experience. Perhaps it did affect him but in a different way. He could be taking his life more seriously now that he has had a near-death experience, thought the Sandome. As to why Naruto was wearing darker clothing and mostly covering his face, the Sandome didn't quite know. Well, you've certainly altered your wardrobe, said the Sandome as he broke the brief silence. Isn't this what a ninja is supposed to look like? Responded Naruto, and the Sandome chuckled slightly. He was thinking that Naruto had probably taken the looks that other ninja had and put them all together. The high-collar shirt was reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, while the jacket from the Aberame clan. He couldn't peg down the rest to a specific clan or ninja, but it was definitely a ninja look that the boy achieved. I had an interesting conversation with you, teacher, Funo-san, just an hour ago or so. Do you know what he wanted to talk about? Asked the Sandome as he was curious whether Naruto might know something or if Daikoko had told him anything. I'm not in trouble, am I? Asked Naruto with a slight bit of curiosity. The Sandome gave a small smile and replied, no, you aren't in trouble. He came to tell me that you are at the top of your class and excelling at nearly all your subjects. He had nothing but good things to say about you. During class he only ever has good things to say about Sasuke. Naruto blurted out, and he could feel a mental nudge from his master as that had not been a very good thing to say. Plague Ace wasn't going to actually talk to him as that might divert Naruto's attention. The last thing they wanted was for the Hokage to think that Naruto was hearing voices. The Sandome nodded at the response from Naruto and thought about why that was. It could be that he doesn't want to alienate himself by supporting Naruto. It does seem strange that he would favor one student and not the student that deserved it, thought the Sandome, and he picked back up the grading sheet. Uchiha Sasuke wasn't first in the class or even second when considering overall scores. He was actually in third place with Aberame Shino and Yamanaka Ino tied for second place. The coveted Rookie of the Year title was given to the top student in the class, but it was weighted more heavily with practical ninja subjects counting more than the theoretical. Considering the weighting factor, Naruto was still first place with Sasuke and Ino tied for second and Shino in third place. Naruto definitely had a small gap between himself and the other top students in the class. Looking back to Naruto, he noted that the boy was more patient than he had known him to be, but still wasn't able to sit still in the seat. How are you doing in the academy? What I mean to say is, do you find the subjects and material rather easy? Asked the Sandome seriously. Naruto thought about what was said for a second and started figuring out why he was really there. Plague Ace stayed silent as he waited for Naruto to put everything together. Well, it's kinda boring. I've already gone over all of the material for the rest of the year and I've tried to ask questions about more advanced stuff, but the teacher won't answer them anymore. I tried to find some more information at the library, but they didn't have anything and I couldn't get into the ninja library. said Naruto absent-mindedly. The Sandome thought about this and was surprised that Naruto had tried to find more information about being a ninja. He didn't think that the boy had ever set foot in the library, but apparently he was wrong. Thinking it over, the Sandome concluded from both the teacher and the student that Naruto was more advanced than the other students in the class. It didn't seem right to hold him back if he wasn't learning anything, as he didn't want Naruto to get discouraged at a young age. I know you've only been in the academy for a couple of months, but how would you feel about skipping ahead a grade? You would be given all the materials but would have to catch up to the rest of the class because they would be ahead of you. What do you think? Would you like to skip ahead? The Sandome asked. Naruto just smiled behind his collar. It seemed that this year was going to be more interesting than he had originally thought. XX. Plague Ace smiled inside of his seal on Naruto's arm. His mind control on the weak-minded Chunin had worked. He might have to do the same thing in the coming years to get Naruto out of the academy faster, but they would work on that when the time came. From the information that they had gathered, the ninja library was only open to ninja Chunin rank or higher, and even at that rank, a Chunin could only look at so much in the library. Even if Naruto skipped ahead a few grades, they would still have trouble getting what they wanted. Another option could come along, but Plague Ace wasn't willing to wait for something that may never happen. The best way to start getting and learning about jutsu was to get Naruto out of the academy. The missions that ninja went on could provide many opportunities to gather more information and techniques, especially since they would be outside of the village and away from the majority of prying eyes. From what they had found out during lectures at the academy, ninja typically worked in a 4-man group with one ninja that was the leader and higher in rank than the others. This wasn't always true for other missions, but it was the standard for genin squads. This meant that instead of an entire village, they would only have to worry about a few pairs of eyes. Plague Ace was also thinking about other methods for Naruto to gain more knowledge and also fighting experience. He had come across one, but it would be several years before he could be sure that Naruto would survive. He also had plans for Naruto to create a personal weapon of his own. The ninjato wasn't a bad weapon, but it could only take so much damage and fighting before it wore out. There was also the problem of finding fuel or a new power source for the ship and making sure it wasn't damaged. Not to mention that it was still at the bottom of a lake. These plans were all in the future though. For now, they wouldn't attract too much attention and learn what they could from the academy while Plague Ace continued to train Naruto's mind and body. Please review. Chapter 5. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. 41 BBY current year. XX. Chapter V, Progress, it has its price. 2 years have passed since the previous chapter. Naruto is 8 years old. XX. Sitting in a tree and spying through a set of third-floor windows, was an 8-year-old Naruto. He could see that the first exam was just about to end. The genin that didn't make the exam were filing out of the academy as they wouldn't be able to proceed to the next stage of the Chunin exams. Naruto was gathering information because his master wanted him to infiltrate into the second stage of the Chunin exams. He was wearing a larger coat than he wore 2 years prior, but, other than that, had on the same clothing style as before. The second stage of the Chunin exams was a battle between teams in Training Ground 44, which was also known as the Forest of Death. Plague Ace wanted Naruto to sneak into the exams in order to obtain a scroll from one of the genin teams that was trying to pass. Each team was given single scroll of a set and they needed to get one of each scrolls to pass the exam. They had 5 days in the forest to do this and they couldn't open the scrolls. Naruto knew that his master was testing him to determine through a real-life situation where Naruto's skills were at. The test was also a chance to gain valuable information and fighting experience. Although the participants in the exams were all genin, they still had many different jutsu and techniques that could be useful. His master had recently taught him a force ability that could be used to take knowledge from another person. All Naruto would have to do was find a genin squad that might have jutsu and defeat them. If he killed them, he wouldn't be able to gain much knowledge from them, so he had to knock them out and keep them alive. He planned to use stealth and cunning overpower to defeat 3 genin. That was the reason why Naruto was spying on the participants. He wanted to determine which ones would be a good target and might have jutsu that he could use, as well as get an idea of weaknesses. It never hurt to gain as much information as possible. Master Plague Ace was still back at the hideout as this was something that Naruto would accomplish on his own. Naruto would take his master's holocron with him into the forest by placing it in the seal on his arm, but Plague Ace would only intervene if his student was about to die. Naruto's attention was diverted from the genin, when a flying ball of cloth smashed into the academy windows. Naruto blinked as he stared through his goggles and wondered what was going on until a woman was revealed and the cloth turned out to be a large sign. He stopped himself from sweat dropping at the sight and pushed his goggles up to rest on his forehead. There was no other information that he could gather, as the exam was over. Naruto was actually quite a good distance away from the academy and was using a pair of goggles that he himself had created. They were an interesting piece of technology that he had crafted from a very large pair of electro-binoculars that were in the spaceship. He had taken the binoculars apart, to find out how they worked, and then combined the technology with a pair of smaller and lighter goggles to make something that was better than both. They were light and easy to use while being just as good as the electrobinoculars, with the same vision and magnification power. With a little modification to the power source, he had made them powered by a chakra battery, which were commonly sold in ninja villages, and converted chakra from the user into electricity. He had found the original electrobinoculars far too heavy and bulky for his use, so he created his own pair using all of the knowledge and teachings that he had learned from Master Plagueis. Naruto had asked his master why the binoculars were so heavy and large if the technology of the galaxy was so advanced. Plagueis responded that they were large because they had to accommodate numerous species, and if they made them too small, then the company wouldn't be able to sell them to so many customers. As for the weight, he explained that they were incredibly durable and that people didn't buy something unless it was a little heavy, as it could be a knockoff brand or just rather cheap. Naruto had accepted the explanation but still thought it was odd. Technology was supposed to get smaller and lighter, not the other way around. He was very satisfied with his new goggles though. He was just about to leave his spot in the trees and prepare for tonight, when he both felt something and saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was a Konoha genin sitting against a fence a little ways away from the academy. He was talking with a jonin, possibly his sensei, and had probably just failed the exam. The boy looked rather down and Naruto really didn't care, but something the jonin said had gotten quite a rise out of the genin. Naruto could feel the boy's emotions through the force. He felt elation, surprise, and hope. Now curious, Naruto pulled his goggles back down and focused on the scene. The goggles didn't have any kind of function to tell what they were saying and Naruto couldn't read lips, but in this case he didn't have to. Using the force he was able to concentrate on the area that he wanted and hear the conversation as it wasn't that far away. A normal ninja wouldn't have been able to hear what they were saying, but Naruto was far from normal. He listened closely as the jonin told the genin about an alternate method for passing the chunin exams. It involved stealing an object and scroll from the Hokage Tower. Naruto was now very interested in this conversation as he could tell that the jonin was lying and manipulating his own student. Not only did the student believe him, but he was ready to steal those objects from the Hokage to prove himself. How pathetic! Naruto thought, and he couldn't believe someone could fall for that simple trick. Naruto was supposed to go back to his apartment to prepare and then stop at the hideout and take his master's holocron with him. However, this new information was too good to pass up and he made a change in plans. Instead of heading for his apartment, he headed straight for the hideout and did his best to make sure that no one was following him. XX. Since his student left to gather information for his test that night, Plagueis had been in deep contemplation. His thoughts ranged from his current situation, his student, and the future. Unfortunately, his current situation hadn't changed very much in the past 3 years. He was out of the starship though and learning all that he could about ninja and the mysterious energy known as chakra. By sending Naruto into the Forest of Death to retrieve a scroll from a genin team, Plagueis planned to see just what kind of level that his student was at. It was difficult to tell as he, without a body, was unable to test his student himself. It could be incredibly dangerous since Naruto would have to go after a squad of genin and not individuals. That was one of the reasons why Plagueis would go with him. He would be there to protect his investment but not to give any advice to his student. Naruto would have to come up with a plan because they both knew that he might not be able to face 3 genin at once, especially if their teamwork was good. In the past 2 years, Naruto had continued to grow at an impressive rate. Sidious had been a prodigy and Plagueis had trained him to the fullest, but Naruto was absorbing everything that he taught and progressing through sheer willpower and hard work. Plagueis still held back on his training of Naruto though, as he didn't want to violate the rule of 2, but his curiosity kept getting the better of him and he found himself teaching Naruto a little bit more than he should have. During his 7-year isolation on the ship, while under the lake, Plagueis had ample time for introspection. He examined why he had died and the events that probably lead to it. What he found was that during his time as a Sith Lord, he had moved away from the main goal of the Sith, which was galactic conquest. He had also stopped monitoring his apprentice and that led to giving Sidious more than enough time to plot against him. Plagueis had focused more on his research and knowledge than the proper goals of a Sith Lord. He had strayed from the teachings of the rule of 2 and through the historic method of ascension, Sidious had taken his place. Plagueis still felt angry about how it had happened and had plotted revenge for a time. He thought he had put those feelings behind him, but as he saw his current student progressing and realized the potential the boy could have, he found himself thinking about getting revenge on his former apprentice and using Naruto to do it. His body was, for the most part, destroyed. Sidious had used force lighting on his corpse for a prolonged period and probably destroyed any hope of recovering any usable DNA. Cloning was difficult as it was outlawed in the Republic and required great knowledge in order to successfully make a clone. It was also very difficult to create a clone of a force-sensitive person as it could result in mental instability, but Plagueis wasn't worried about that since he only sought to create an empty clone or just a body for his spirit to inhabit. He knew that without any usable DNA, he wouldn't be able to create his original body and may have to use some other body. That brought its own problems as a different body might not be able to contain his spirit as well as his original body would. The body could break down over time and he would be forced to transfer into a new body over and over again. Possession was out of the question in the long run, as that had an even shorter time span than using a different clone body than his original. Cloning was the best prospect for what he was thinking about. It was problematic but still better than his current position. It would take a while to gather the needed resources and technology, but it could be possible. They would first have to get off this planet and back into the galaxy in order to make any such plans fruitful. As Naruto became more knowledgeable from his teachings, they were able to go back to the ship and work on diagnosing the possible problems that the ship had and looking into the fuel problem. From what Naruto could tell from the ship's computer and his own inspection, the bottom of the hull had several micro cracks from impact and would need to be fixed. The ship could still fly and travel without the fixes. However, there existed the possibility that the forces exerted on the ship from acceleration and space/atmospheric travel could cause those fractures to expand and propagate, which could lead to catastrophic failure of the hull. It wasn't something that Plagueis was willing to risk. In order to fix the micro-cracking, the ship would need to be removed from the lake and repair work performed on the underneath of the ship. They would need some place to keep the ship until that time, and they would need to move the ship away from the ninja village without anyone noticing. It was a difficult task, not impossible, but difficult. They would need to move a 30-meter-long ship, that didn't have any fuel, out of a lake while less than half a mile away was a ninja village as well as patrols in the area. As of yet, Plagueis wasn't completely sure how to do it. The fuel that the ship used was not something exotic like hypermatter. The ship was actually powered by a chemical reaction that produced enough energy in the reaction chamber to power the ship. The reaction required the mixing of two complex chemicals that formed a very energetic reaction in the reactor chamber of the ship. One chemical was already present in the reactor and the other was fed to the reactor in a steady amount to propagate the reaction. The chemicals were rather complex, but it was possible that the planet had the required resources and technology to properly create them. Plagueis wasn't exactly sure what the chemicals were called, but the ship's computer contained the chemical composition for each, so they would just need to recreate those chemicals. The raw resources would have to be found, which might not be that hard, but they would have to experiment with combining those chemicals to find the correct ratio and formula. Then, larger amounts of the chemicals would have to be manufactured. So they would need a lab as well as a place to create the chemicals. That was also difficult but not impossible. At the moment, Plagueis was still at a loss concerning how they would go about fixing these problems, but he had a feeling that if they waited, opportunities would come. In the meantime, he would continue to train Naruto and increase the blonde's knowledge so that they would be able to act at a moment's notice when an opportunity did show up. Naruto had actually been far more interested in the teachings that Sidious disliked. Sidious hated to learn about droids or any kind of machine and wasn't interested in any devices besides his lightsaber. Naruto liked to tinker with just about anything he could get his hands on. Plagueis had to keep him away from the medical droid and the ship, otherwise Naruto would have already taken the droid apart or tried to examine sensitive systems of the ship. Sidious also didn't care much about history, whether it was the history of the Sith or just the galaxy in general. If Sidious didn't see any value in it and for his future plans, then it didn't concern him. Only the holocrons and Sith texts that Plagueis had collected and inherited were of interest to Sidious, and only for the power that they could provide. Naruto, however, was incredibly interested in the every bit of history that Plagueis was willing to share with him. He spent hours inside of his mind's gasp listening to his master talk about the galaxy. It didn't really matter what it was that Plagueis talked about because Naruto enjoyed listening to all of it. The blonde did have a certain fondness of information concerning Darth Revan as well as the Jedi Revan. They were the same being but two different people with completely different goals and thoughts. Revan was once a Jedi but fell to the dark side and after losing his memory, came back to the light side of the Force. Naruto cared nothing for his own history that was taught at the academy, only the history about the galaxy that his master taught him. Naruto was also interested in the ancient civilizations such as the Ricketons and the Gree. Plagueis knew more about Ricketons than most other people in the galaxy. The Republic had erased all knowledge of the ancient civilization that had once ruled most of the galaxy. The Ricketons were a force-sensitive species of amphibian humanoids that developed force-powered technologies to explore the galaxy. It was even possible that they created the hyperdrive technology that was still used thousands of years later. They used this technology to conquer and enslave parts of the galaxy. The Ricketons weren't able to visit anywhere they wanted as the unique force-powered technology could only visit planets that were strong in the Force. Little was known about the exact reasons for the species' extinction or near extinction. At some point, they were apparently no longer able to use the Force and lost all the planets they had conquered. By the time Lord Bane, the founder of the current Sith line, had visited their home planet 1,000 years ago, the species was gone. Naruto found it very interesting that the Ricketon hyperdrive was later modified and used by humans to explore the universe. They used a different power source for the device and were able to go just about anywhere in their starships. He also learned how people of different species had slowly populated most of the galaxy. It was likely that one of those ships had made it to his own planet and somehow Ninja and Chakra came about, though neither Plagueis or Naruto had any idea how that had happened. The Gree were another ancient civilization, only they were still around but had lost most of their technology. They were a race of grey cephalopods with 6 tentacle-like arms. Great technology was created as a piece of art as much as a piece of technology, and it took great practice and training to use most of their incredibly technology. Unfortunately, over the many millennium that they existed, the people who had this knowledge failed to pass it on to the next generation, and they eventually had no idea how to use most of their amazing technology. No one else could use it either, and despite trying to use it, they never were able to rediscover how to operate them. Naruto found just about everything that his master told him about the galaxy fascinating, and he couldn't wait to one day see it firsthand. Besides training Naruto's mind, Plague Ace had also guided Naruto's force training, physical training, swordsmanship, and working with chakra. While inside several of the Chunin teachers' minds, Plague Ace had gotten a hold of different methods to train Naruto's chakra control and had the blonde work on all of them. Naruto had yet to gain many powerful jutsu and only had the Academy 3 as well as the few other E-rank and D-rank jutsu that were available at the Academy. Naruto had learned all of them and was desperate for some elemental jutsu. He had only spent a cumulative 3 years in the Academy but had been skipped ahead a grade 3 separate times. During one school year he had been skipped ahead twice. He was already in his 5th year of study and only had a single year left before he graduated. Unfortunately, what he learned at the Academy really wasn't enough to satisfy either master or student. Both wanted to learn much more about jutsu but didn't have a very good way to gain this knowledge. They would have to wait another year before Naruto could leave the Academy. In the meantime, Plague Ace had started teaching Naruto the basics of Sith alchemy. Sith alchemy was an ancient practice that involved numerous different methods of augmenting or creating objects and altering living beings. Applications for Sith alchemy could be strengthening and augmenting weapons and armor, genetically enhancing different species and making it easier to control them, or even creating objects and potions with unique functions, such as the amulet that Naruto had encountered years before. This practice was far older than the beginnings of the modern Sith order and dated back to the original Sith species thousands of years in the past. Over that time, it had been perfected to be an incredible science that was useful to those that were able to wield it. Alchemy required more knowledge than force ability, so it was something that Naruto could definitely learn in time. Plague Ace doubted that Naruto would ever be able to use the more biological aspects of Sith alchemy, but he believed that Naruto might benefit from learning about how to create objects or augment weapons and armor. One of the plans that Plague Ace had was to have Naruto create a weapon for himself using Sith alchemy. Unfortunately, the exact methods to create ancient Sith swords had been lost over time, especially after both Sith and Jedi had switched to lightsabers. While the forging methods had been lost, the augmentation information had not. The scrolls and books that had been taken from Plague Ace's quarters by the gun runners were all on the topics of Sith alchemy and its uses. The midi-chlorian manipulation that Plague Ace had been working on before his death was also connected to Sith alchemy. Plague Ace had also been studying several amulets in his spare time in order to perhaps create his own. Sith amulets had many different powers that they could be imbued with. Some were for healing, protection, understanding languages, and helping to channel the dark side. Plague Ace had searched for several examples and found 3. He hadn't actually touched 2 of them because he could tell that they had been cursed in some manner using Sith magic, which was a very different practice altogether. The 3rd necklace that Plague Ace had, which was not opened by the gun runner and remained in its sealed box, was for understanding the ancient Sith language. Plague Ace had found it decades before and it had helped him understand everything that was written in the scrolls until he eventually taught himself how to read and write in ancient Sith. Plague Ace had already started teaching Naruto how to read, talk, and write in the ancient Sith language. Over the course of his life, Plague Ace had become a master of many aspects of Sith alchemy, and with his knowledge, he planned to teach Naruto what he would need to know to augment a weapon with alchemy. Normally it would have been a problem, since the method of forging a Sith sword had been lost, but that was where the second holocron came into play. The second holocron that Plague Ace had with him was actually an ancient Jedi holocron. He had found it and kept it while trying to access its information. Most of it was still not accessible to him because he was not aligned with the light side of the Force, but he was able to access information about creating a Jedi sword. Before the Jedi used lightsabers, they actually forged swords using metal, a furnace, and the Force. They had the same connection to those blades as they did lightsabers, and the blades were similar to those made by the Sith. Eventually both sides stopped using swords in favor of lightsabers, but Plague Ace always had a fascination with the archaic and at one point had wanted to make a Sith sword or at least something similar to it. That was why he held onto the Jedi holocron, despite it not providing any other useful information to him, since he would have Naruto use the Jedi forging methods and the augmentation properties of Sith alchemy to create his own weapon. Most swords created using the methods of the Jedi were nearly indestructible and could even block a lightsaber. It would definitely be a good weapon for Naruto to have, at least until he had the materials to create a lightsaber. Plague Ace had spent several months going over all the information that Naruto would need to know in order to create his own sword, and it wouldn't be very long until he would be able to try and create one. The village had many furnaces that could be used, and Naruto didn't require that much knowledge of forging a weapon, as he would use the Force to guide him. They had been debating about what metals to make the blade out of and even what extra features, if any, that the blade should have. Naruto had wanted to take apart one of the vibroblades that was on the ship and use the vibration technology to make his sword sharper and perhaps make it powered with chakra. Plague Ace had suggested some metal off the ship as well as the chakra metal that ninja used in some of their weapons. It would cost quite a bit of money, so Naruto had been saving up to buy the metal and buy the use of the furnace. It was better than using mind tricks, as people would ask where Naruto got the sword from, but he could just answer that he had made it himself. They might ask how, but no one could force him to answer. The technique to create the weapon could be considered as something that Naruto invented himself, and that would mean that he was protected from answering questions about it because it was similar to jutsu creation. If someone created a new technique, then they were under no obligation to tell anyone about it and were protected as if they had a patent on the technique. It was at that point in his thought process that he felt his student approaching their hideout. XX. Naruto entered the hideout and knelt on one leg before his master's holocron, which was sitting on top of a pedestal made from the stone in the hideout. Master, during my spying on the exam participants, I came across something and thought I should tell you. Spoke Naruto with his head down slightly. Plague Ace's spirit form appeared above the holocron. Tell me. Stated Plague Ace as he was rather interested in what this development could be. Naruto didn't go against his orders unless he felt it was important. Naruto lifted his head and looked at his master's projection. During my spying I came across a jonin that was consoling his genin student on his failure to pass the exams. He spoke to his student about an alternate method to pass, which involved stealing several items from the Hokage Tower. One of which was a sword and the other a scroll. The jonin mentioned that the sword belonged to the Nidame, and I think it could be the Raijin. Nothing was mentioned about the scroll or what it contained. Everything he spoke about the test was a lie, but the other information he gave, about the items and their location, seemed truthful. Stated Naruto, and he could feel a small amount of surprise and interest coming from his master's spirit. Plague Ace's thoughts were already moving through possible scenarios to get the sword. Ever since he had heard the sword's existence from one of the lectures at the academy, he had been interested in it. It wasn't every day that a sword with a blade made from pure electrical energy was mentioned on such a low-technology planet. Plague Ace was instantly curious about it and had Naruto ask several questions about the blade during class. Unfortunately, it seemed that most ninja only knew basic information about the blade and nothing specific. They knew about the electrical energy and who had used the blade in the past, but really nothing more. It was also known that the blade was somewhere in the Hokage Tower, but that was it. Naruto had heard not only the location of the blade, but a plot by a ninja of the village to use his own student to steal it for him. The scroll that came with it could be important as well, but it could also be something that wouldn't be important to them. The problem was what to do about the information that Naruto had brought. Plague Ace obviously wanted the blade, but they would need to get it in a way that didn't implicate them in any way and made others take the fall. They would need to hide all involvement in the theft, which could be difficult as ninja could track scent as well as chakra. They knew exactly what time that the boy would be stealing the Raijin and scroll. Naruto could wait until after the theft and then intercept the thief. He could also wait until later on and intercept the thief and his sensei together, or he could do something completely different. There was also an opportunity with the Jonin sensei, as he should know many different ninja techniques as well as have at least one or two nature affinities and have worked on the training for those affinities. If Naruto could incapacitate the Jonin, then they could gain valuable information from someone that was a traitor and was expendable. Plague Ace did find it odd that a genin would be able to get into what should be a very secure facility, but the directions had been simple enough and the Jonin had provided his student with the patrol schedule and where the traps were located. The only thing left to do was to decide on a course of action. XX. Naruto arrived an hour before the genin was supposed to get through the ninja patrols and take the two items. Naruto planned to get to them before the genin could. He didn't know if the genin would be able to get the items, and if he couldn't, then they would be placed under better security, so it was best to use the information provided by the Jonin to get there first and make sure he was able to acquire the sword. Getting past the guards was far easier than either Naruto or Plague Ace imagined it would be. Naruto was trying to suppress his chakra and even using his force powers to help suppress it. He was also using a very basic jutsu to actively eliminate any scent trail that he might leave behind. Naruto silently made his way down the shadowed hallways of the Hokage Tower. He could sense where the guards were, as Plague Ace had taught him how to properly sense ninja with the force. It was difficult to learn, but Naruto was able to accomplish it. The trick was to sense a void in the force which corresponded to a ninja whose chakra was preventing the force from entering his body. The patrols were moving exactly how the Jonin had said they would. Naruto found the room and the door wasn't even locked. Entering the dark room, he knew where the traps were and made sure not to set them off. The room was some kind of library or study, as it had bookshelves on most of the walls and a desk in one corner. He went to the wall that a secret room was supposedly behind and which held the items they were after. Naruto found the hidden mechanism and triggered it. A part of the wall swung open to reveal the room, and Naruto made sure to not set off any of the alarms at the opening. A handle to a weapon was sitting in a display case along with a scroll. Naruto stared at the handle, and it reminded him of something that his master had described to him many times. Over the shared link, Naruto asked, "Master, is that a lightsaber?" But he received no answer, as Plague Ace's mind was a jumble of thoughts concerning this new development. Naruto was about to say something else when he felt his master urge him to complete what they were here to do. Before he left, Naruto pasted an exploding tag to the wall at the entrance of the library room. He had timed how long it took him to get past the guards, into the building, and into the secret room. Ninja were always punctual and that would work to his advantage. XX. Naruto walked down the street while wearing a dark cloak. The cloak was a survival cloak from the ship. He decided to use it to further hide his features while stealing from the Hokage Tower. Naruto was traveling to an apartment building. The specific room that he was looking for belonged to Rokusho Aoi, who was the jonin that wanted his genin student to steal the items from the Hokage Tower. As Naruto went through a shadowed area, he emerged in the henge of the genin that Aoi had convinced would become a chunin upon successfully taking the items he held. That genin was named Marino Idate, though Naruto didn't actually know that. It was still 20 minutes or more before Idate was supposed to infiltrate the Hokage Tower, so Naruto had plenty of time for what he needed to accomplish. Walking into the apartment building, he headed for a specific apartment. The henged Naruto found the correct apartment and knocked. It took a moment before Aoi answered the door and came face to face with his student, who was supposed to be stealing a scroll and sword for him in just a little while. Aoi was of average height with green spiky hair and blue eyes. He was rather surprised to see his Idate at his home when he opened the door. Did he back out? Has he figured out the test was a fake? Aoi thought as his arm went for a kunai behind the door. If his student wasn't going to steal for him, then he would have to silence his student and make sure no one could find out about his treachery until it was too late. Before Aoi got the chance to get to the kunai, Idate held up his hand as if to say stop, and Aoi was launched back against a wall in his small apartment. His blurred vision no longer saw his student standing in the doorway, but that of a cloaked figure reminiscent of an ANBU but with no porcelain mask. Aoi tried to get up and went for his weapons. He had no idea what was going on, but something had gone wrong and he needed to get out of here. The cloaked figure stepped into the apartment and held up his hand again in a gripping motion. In an instant, Aoi couldn't move his body. His hand still had several kunai in it that he had been about to throw. It was as if some unseen force was holding him in place and not letting him move at all. He couldn't even breathe or call out for help, and it was slowly squeezing him harder. The cloaked figure walked towards him and the apartment door closed behind him without any help. While still immobilized, Aoi tried everything that he could think of to break loose. He thought perhaps he was in a genjutsu, but when he tried to dispel it, nothing happened. Though he was a jonin, he was terrified at this point and thought he was going to be killed. He watched helplessly as the figure stopped just a foot away from him. He couldn't see any eyes as the cloak shadowed the face. The figure's other hand lifted up and went to Aoi's head. As soon as it made contact, Aoi felt pain and everything started going black. XX. Naruto exited the apartment building out into an alley and made his way to his own apartment building. Looking at his watch, he noticed that he was a little early and had to wait for the right time. A minute passed before Naruto made a single hand seal, and in the distance he could hear the faint sound of an explosion. He walked up the stairs of the building his apartment was on top of and unlocked his front door. The explosion was timed to coincide with the moment that Aoi's genin would have entered the Hokage Tower and found the same secret room that Naruto had. At some point between getting the secret room open and realizing that the items he was supposed to acquire were already gone, Naruto detonated the tag. It was very unlikely that the blast would have killed the genin, since Naruto was rather sure of the timing. It was just to alert all the ninja in the area that something had happened in the Hokage Tower. They would all come running and find a genin in a restricted area and 2 items missing. Naruto had thought about stealing more items from the tower, but he only had information on the layout and traps set in the room that Aoi had talked about. It was possible that he could have been caught if he had ventured elsewhere. It would take some time to interrogate the genin and find out what he was doing there and what was going on. After that, ninja would be sent to find Rokusho Aoi and reach a dead end. Naruto took off the cloak and hid it, along with the sword, scroll, and several other items taken from the jonin's apartment, inside of a secret compartment that he had created in his apartment. It already had several other items that he didn't want anyone to find if they searched his home. He had thought of going back to the hideout, but if anyone saw him near the Hokage Tower, they would no doubt question him. Naruto had no idea what was involved with a ninja interrogation and wasn't eager to find out. XX. The Sandame sat behind his desk as 2 men entered the room. One of them was Marino Ibiki, older brother of the genin that had been caught not 20 minutes earlier and a high-ranking member of the ANBU Torture Interrogation Division. The second was Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the ANBU Torture and Interrogation Division. It was technically a conflict of interest to have Ibiki work on a case concerning his own family member, but the man was known for being a professional no matter what the circumstances were. Were the items recovered? Asked the Hokage as he wanted answers concerning who had stolen a priceless artifact that had belonged to the Nidame. Inoichi stepped forward and said, "The items were not recovered, Hokage-sama. I have confirmed with a mind walk that Marino Idate was told by his Jonin sensei that he could pass the Chunin exams through alternate means. His sensei, Rokusho Aoi, told him where the Raijin and scroll were and how to get to them. Idate then infiltrated this building and attempted to steal the items, only to find that they were already gone. Then he was supposed to throw us off the trail, giving Rokusho-san more time to escape. asked the Hokage, as he believed that Aoi had taken the items earlier and created a distraction in order to buy himself time to leave the village with the sword and scroll. I'm afraid not. The ANBU found Rokusho-san in his apartment unconscious. It appeared as though there was a struggle, but there were no signs of forced entry to the apartment and no one seems to have heard anything out of the ordinary. The Raijin and scroll were not found at the scene and there was no evidence that Rokusho-san ever had them in his possession. It's possible that Rokusho-san knew his attacker and allowed him entry to his apartment, or the attacker entered through other means. Rokusho-san looked as though he was ready to go on a mission, but he wasn't scheduled for one. His bank account was emptied the day before, but we didn't find any money in the apartment or on his person. We took him back to HQ to delve deeper into the theft and what his involvement really was. Upon further investigation, with the mind walk, I was unable to find anything further, stated Inoichi seriously. The Hokage raised an eyebrow, as it wasn't often that Inoichi wasn't able to find anything. Unless Rokusho was dead, then he should have been able to find something. Inoichi saw the confusion and elaborated, I attempted to enter his mind but found nothing. Nothing? The Sandaime asked in a confused voice. Yes, Hokage-sama. I entered his mind and found nothing. No memories and no information of any kind, stated Inoichi, and the Sandaime could tell that the findings had surprised the clan head. So his memories are gone? What would cause that? The Sandaime asked while trying to think of any techniques that he had heard or come across that could do something like that. I'm not completely sure. While my clan does have knowledge of how to extract information, we don't have many techniques that can implant or erase memories. I can think of one forbidden technique that would completely erase a person's memories, but this would cause debilitating damage to the brain and leave the subject comatose. In this case, Rokusho-san is completely fine, apart from having no memories. He can still function and could relearn all that he has lost. I don't really see him as an enemy of the village anymore, said Inoichi. The Sandaime thought about what had happened and said, do you have any other information to report? Did the search teams find anything? No, Hokage-sama. I really don't have much else to say. From what we can tell, no one entered or left the village and we had several teams search the surrounding area for any signs of a fleeing person but found nothing. It's obvious that there was a third person that Rokusho-san may have been working with, but we can find no evidence of anyone else. Idate-san has no knowledge of another person, just his sensei. Finished Inoichi. The Sandaime sighed as a memento of his sensei was now gone. The Raijin was a rather famous sword but hadn't been used for decades. He was angry that it had been stolen, but even angrier that whoever it was that stole it, had eluded everyone in the village. Not only that, but there was no one to punish for the theft. No one could be placed in the bingo book since they had no information about who attacked Rokusho. Marino Idate was only guilty of trusting his sensei, and Rokusho Aoi was no longer in his right mind or even had a mind anymore. It was a dead end. XX. Any plans for Naruto secretly entering the Chunin exams were put on hold for another time. The sword, scroll, and all the information obtained from Rokusho Aoi's mind were far more important than anything else during the following day. It was a weekend, so Naruto didn't have school and could spend most of his time in their hideout. Plague Ace had been left sealed on Naruto's arm and had spent the night sifting through all of the information that Naruto had ripped from the Jonin's head. Drain knowledge was a force technique that Plague Ace had taught Naruto specifically for what it had been used it for the previous day. Naruto had taken bits and pieces of a variety of different topics. For those who had not mastered the technique, it is very possible to destroy the memories of the subject it is used on. In this case, it was done on purpose to hide any involvement with the theft. Aoi wasn't a ninjutsu user but did know the basics for learning water nature affinity. Naruto was eager to start learning. Unfortunately, the Jonin didn't know any water jutsu. He also knew very little about genjutsu, nothing more about the illusions than what Naruto had learned in the academy. Aoi had mainly used weapons and poison. The poison knowledge was valuable to Naruto as he now knew how to prepare several different types of poison from local plants. Besides that knowledge, Aoi knew several things about Konoha itself that neither Naruto or his master were aware of. The village apparently had a barrier surrounding it to detect anyone entering through any means other than the village gates. Plague Ace was rather interested in the barrier system as he had never seen anything like it that didn't involve sophisticated sensor equipment that could be fooled. The barrier didn't have many weaknesses to it and Aoi knew the password to get through it. Now Naruto knew that password. All in all, Naruto had learned many useful things from the Jonin but was left wondering something. He simply couldn't determine how Rokusho Aoi had been promoted to Jonin. The man wasn't really that dangerous or powerful and had very little in the way of ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even taijutsu. The only thing the man could use were weapons and poison. Somehow that had been enough to get him promoted. Naruto and Plague Ace had envisioned Jonin ninja as being very powerful and proficient in most ninja skills, but it turned out that not all of them were. It made them rethink their previous notions and plans to take jutsu from the Konoha ninja library, as it didn't seem that difficult anymore. Furthermore, Naruto had managed to break into a building that was supposed to be one of the most secure in the village and stole 2 items from it without being caught. The traps that Naruto had bypassed weren't that difficult to notice or get around. After analyzing what they had found the previous day, they would have to reconsider several old plans that they the previous believed were too difficult to accomplish. They would definitely have to wait though, as the village would be on high alert for a while. Most of the day was spent with Plagueis having Naruto examine the sword in detail and activate it to see what it could do. The weapon sounded and activated like a lightsaber, but the blade was made from electrical energy. Oddly, the blade seemed solid and could cut, but only slightly better than a normal sword. It could also discharge the energy it held when coming in contact with someone, but it really wasn't that powerful of a discharge and probably would only stun a ninja for a short time. Naruto was only stunned for a brief moment. A civilian would most likely be knocked out by the discharge though. Naruto couldn't examine most of the blade because he couldn't find a way to open it up and see what was inside. Whatever was inside the blade and causing it to create the electrical energy was sealed inside, and unless he wanted to break the handle and risk breaking the sword, he wasn't going to be able to examine it any further. From preliminary investigation, Naruto concluded that the sword had a few interesting features but wasn't nearly as good as what Plagueis told him a lightsaber was. The cutting ability wasn't that impressive, but Plagueis thought that perhaps Naruto didn't know how to properly use the blade to its full potential. Plagueis could feel that Naruto's chakra was being used to power the blade, and it was possible that the chakra going into the blade could be manipulated to produce better results. Unfortunately, as Plagueis explained to Naruto, the blade wasn't very useful to them at this point in time. Naruto couldn't be seen using it, and since they couldn't find out how it worked, another blade couldn't be created, and it would be too suspicious if Naruto did create something similar. They would have to work on the discovery at a later date, preferably when they had the equipment to examine the inside of the device without damaging it. The scroll Naruto stole seemed to have the same problem. He couldn't open it. It was sealed in some way, and he just hoped that it wasn't a blood seal, which might involve blood from the Nidame, who had been dead for nearly 50 years. Plagueis, however, had a way around that. He touched the scroll and focused on using a force power called Psychometry, which was a rare ability that allowed someone to touch an object and see what events surrounded the object. This power would allow Plagueis to actually experience the events surrounding the object as if he was there with his own senses and feel what others felt who used the object. Plagueis had tried to use the same power on the Raijin but only found images of the Nidame Hokage using the weapon, and he couldn't view anything past that to see who had created the weapon and how. That probably meant that the sword was very old and had been used by many different people before the Nidame had ever started using it. Plagueis was by no means a master of Psychometry, but he could get some images and feelings concerning the scroll and Raijin. The scroll was much easier to see as only 3 people had ever come into contact with it, the Nidame, the Sandaime, and Naruto, and it wasn't created that long ago. The contact with the scroll from Naruto and the Sandaime was minimal, so it was easier to see the other person who came into contact with it. The scroll had been written by the Nidame and contained all of his water jutsu. It was supposed to be presented, along with the Raijin, to a ninja of Konoha that showed a similar talent and affinity for water that the Nidame Hokage possessed. Since the man's death, nearly 50 years prior, no one had ever shown the same skills for water jutsu that the Nidame had, and thus the scroll and sword had never been passed down to someone else. Along with witnessing the creation of the scroll, Plagueis could also see the set of hand seals that was required to open the lock on the scroll. Naruto went through the required hand seals and the scroll opened. Looking through the long list, Naruto found every water jutsu that the Nidame Hokage had ever used or invented. Naruto had a broad smile on his face as he could now start training to use water nature chakra with the information from Aoi's mind, and he had a list of powerful jutsu to go along with it. XX. 1 week later, walking through the back alleys of the village. XX. While Naruto had spent most of his free time working on learning water manipulation by making a dry leaf become soaked, he was also learning how ancient Jedi created their swords. It was outlined in his master's texts that were in the ship. Most of the information on the holocron was locked by the object's gatekeeper, and because Naruto was considered a Sith, it would not let him learn anything further. Plagueis had managed to unlock certain information from the holocron, but nothing more than the methods for forging a sword. The process was relatively easy, and Naruto found himself questioning whether or not it was correct. Apparently all he needed was the desired metal to make the sword from, a furnace, and the force. When going through the ritual that the holocron outlined, he only needed to use and feel the force in order to create his own unique weapon. Naruto was surprised that he didn't actually need to know anything about forging weaponry, as the force was supposed to guide him through the process. Considering how much it cost to get the chakra metal and the fact that he would have to pay to use someone's furnace, Naruto was thankful that he managed to get some extra metal from the starship. He could have made the entire sword from the metal he had from the starship, but the swords of the past were made of rare metals that Naruto didn't have access to. To compensate for that, he would use Sith alchemy to combine the properties of many different metals together. While chakra metal was strong, it was nowhere near as strong as the metals from the starship. However, the chakra metal would enhance any chakra put into it and allow the metal to use nature chakra. The metal from the starship mostly came from the cockpit door, which had been cut open and was now just a useless slab of metal. The Jedi ritual for creating a sword required a single alloy, which would be the combined metal that Naruto was going to create. The forging of the metal would create a blade that was incredibly durable, razor sharp, and able to block lightsabers. Naruto also had a Sith ritual that could be used to make the blade even stronger, help it retain its edge, and even act as a focusing point for his dark side powers and perhaps even amplify them. The single blade would be a merging of several different methods and rituals to create a very unique weapon for Naruto. Plague Ace was rather interested in what the outcome would be. He had never seen a Sith sword before but had read many different texts concerning them. Naruto only had enough money for the chakram metal and to use the furnace, so he would only have a single attempt until he managed to get more money. He was rather nervous as he had never performed any kind of ritual before or forged a weapon. Plague Ace would be there to give him pointers and monitor the process, but only Naruto would be able to perform the rituals, as it had to be his channeling of the force into the metal that would craft the blade and apparently form some kind of bond with him. Plague Ace had no idea what the addition of chakra and chakram metal into the process might do or what the final result would be. This would be the first time in possibly several thousand years that a sword would be created using the methods that he had discovered in the scrolls and the holocron. The Jedi had completely stopped using swords almost 4,000 years ago, and the Sith perhaps even a little longer. Not only could Plague Ace witness the creation of the blade, but he would be guiding its creation. The weapons shop that Naruto had chosen to forge his sword in was the Higurashi weapons shop and was supposed to be one of the best in the village. Naruto entered the shop and had all the required materials with him in scrolls. Plague Ace's holocron was sealed in his arm, and he also had the other holocron sealed in a separate scroll in one of his ninja pouches. Naruto went straight to the counter so he could speak to the owner of the shop. XX. Tenten had a slow day at her family's shop. Nothing really interesting had happened, as she usually liked to help customers choose the weapons and supplies that was right for their needs despite her being only 9. She had been working at the store for a couple of years and had grown up surrounded by weapons and basic ninja supplies of every variety. She was attending the counter and flipping through a supply catalog while her father was in the back of the building working at the furnace. Their shop did sell generic ninja items, but they also made their own weapons to sell to ninja clients in the village. Some people wanted better gear and weapons than the regular ninja items, and their shop could supply them. While turning the next page in her catalog, the bell at the door rang to announce that a customer had entered. Tenten wasn't able to give the customer her standard greeting as the words had died in her throat. She had instantly recognized the boy that had walked into her family's store. It was the same boy that had been skipped ahead a grade into her class. He had stayed in her grade for less than a year before he left the class. Tenten really didn't know that much about him. He was always quiet during class, had no friends, and didn't try to make any friends. The only time she had heard him speak was when asked questions during lecture, and he really liked to ask a lot of questions. Tenten later found out that the reason he had left her class was because he had been skipped ahead another grade. She couldn't understand why he had been skipped ahead, as Hyuuga Niji was also in her grade and was considered a genius of his clan, yet he was never offered the chance to skip grades too. No one seemed to know any information about Uzumaki Naruto, which was the boy's name and the most detailed information she knew about him. Anyone that she talked to was tight-lipped about anything that concerned the boy. Even her father wasn't willing to tell her much about him, thought she could tell that he knew something. As the boy walked to the counter, his hood and high collar obscured most of his face. There was always something unnerving about the boy, and it made Tenten shiver as the boy looked at her. Tenten was about to say something when the boy spoke first. "I'd like to speak to the owner of this establishment." The tone of the voice was probably made to sound friendly, but it was dull and there was an underlying tone of command in it. Tenten was actually rather thankful that she didn't have to speak to him and called for her father. She then stepped back and away from the counter as her father came into the main shop from the back room and walked to the counter. "My name is Toguro and I own this shop. What is it that I can do for you?" asked the man in a serious voice. He knew who the shadowed figure was, but he wasn't going to turn away a paying customer. "I would like to use your furnace for the rest of the afternoon," said Naruto, and Toguro raised an eyebrow at the request. He had numerous requests for specialty weapons and customization, but no one had ever asked to use his furnace. "If it's a weapon you want, I can make just about anything," stated Toguro, but Naruto wasn't interested. "The weapon is one that I will make myself, I simply need to use your furnace." And before Toguro could object or say anything, Naruto continued, "And I'm willing to pay." With that said, Naruto took out a stack of ryo from his jacket and placed it on the counter. Toguro looked at the money on the table. It was a good amount, but he wasn't sure. He didn't let anyone else touch his tools, but before he could make his concerns known, Naruto spoke again. "I brought my own tools, I just need your furnace for the afternoon and a few simple materials." Toguro thought about it. His tools were very important to him, but since the boy wasn't going to use them, then it shouldn't be much of a problem. A boy that young and with no experience making weapons shouldn't be able to make anything. "I wonder what he plans on doing," questioned Toguro. "Exactly why do you need my furnace again?" asked Toguro, and Naruto refrained from rolling his eyes. "I want to make a weapon and I don't need any help, just a few materials and the use of the furnace. Metal will cost a little bit more than you have on the table," stated Toguro, and Naruto responded, "I already have the metal, I just need a crucible and some materials for the handle as well as a sheath." To say that Toguro was curious was now an understatement. Even Tenten, who was still standing off to the side and watching the negotiation, was very curious about what the boy planned on making. With no prior experience or skills at forging anything, the weapon would most likely be a failure, and Tenten couldn't see any tools or metal on the boy's person. A moment of silence ensued as Naruto and Toguro just looked at each other from across the countertop. It was finally ended when Toguro spoke. You can use my furnace and a crucible, but if anything gets damaged, you're paying for it. You can come to me about handle materials and a sheath after you've made whatever it is you're going to make, stated Toguro as he took the stack of bills off the table and counted it to see how much it really was. Naruto nodded and proceeded to go to the back room. Toguro was still wary about this deal, but it was a good amount of money and the boy said he only needed the afternoon. It was worth the risk, and unless the boy destroyed his furnace, which was highly unlikely, he would make quite a profit tonight. If anything did happen, he could always go to the Hokage. Naruto shut the door behind him and went to work. He laid out his storage scrolls with the metal, tools, and vibration technology in them and unsealed the first two. A crucible would be used to combine the two chunks of metal that he had together and make them into one single metal with Sith alchemy. He would then perform the required Sith rituals for amplifying the metal and use the Jedi forging method to create the sword. After the sword was complete, he would add in the vibration technology to it, make the handle, and get a sheath for it. Taking the metals, he placed them into the crucible. With some chanting in the ancient Sith language, the process began and he placed the crucible into the furnace, which would begin to melt the metal. The metal from the ship was far stronger and resilient, but the ritual would make it easier to melt. Naruto removed the crucible from the furnace several times to continue the ritual until the metals melted. He poured the force into the crucible and even some of his chakra when he put it in and took it out of the furnace. The molten metal underwent one last ritual session and Naruto then added his own blood into the crucible. The combining ritual had been completed and needed to sit in the furnace for a little while longer. After that was over, Naruto removed the molten metal and poured it into a rectangular mold. The mold would give it a basic shape before it spent time in the furnace and was shaped. After the metal had cooled in the mold, Naruto removed it and put it in a solution of water and his own blood to further cool. The slab of metal was removed and Naruto proceeded to the forging part of the process. The Jedi ritual began with saying a few phrases in an ancient language that he had memorized and simultaneously adding the force to metal. Despite Naruto never shaping or forging a blade, the ritual would help him along and the force would guide him along the way. Naruto had to mediate with the metal for a given amount of time and create a bond with the metal before he made it into a sword. Naruto had used the force to force air into the furnace and make it much hotter than normal. The rituals he used also seemed to enhance the flame. He placed the metal bar into the furnace and let it sit for a while. The bar was removed from the furnace and shaped with a hammer that Naruto had brought from the ship. The force and some chakra were imbued into the hammer and the metal bar through the tongs Naruto was holding it steady with. Naruto let the force guide him to shaping his blade. He wasn't sure exactly what blade would be created as he was so deep in concentration that he really didn't notice anything around him or the metal he was working with. Even when Plagueis tried to talk with him, he got no response in return. At several points during the forging process, either Toguro or Tenten would open the door and peek through the slit to see what Naruto was up to. Thankfully, the Sith alchemy was already over when they had done this, as it would be strange if they heard him chanting in an unknown language. Plagueis watched enraptured as Naruto continued to shape the blade for hours. The room was filled with the rhythm of hammering and the heat of the furnace. His student seemed to be in a trance and focused solely on his task. Plagueis was able to glean very little from Naruto's mind as it seemed rather blank at the moment. The only thing Naruto was thinking about was the Jedi ritual that they had been going over for the past week. Interestingly, the hammering was more than just shaping the blade, as it seemed to push the force into the blade and let the force work on refining the shape and giving the blade an edge. With just a few more sessions of heat and hammering, the sword was done. Naruto put it in the solution of water and blood to cool. He sat down and blinked several times as he had finally come back to reality. From what the holocron said, the blade wouldn't need sharpening and should even come out being so polished that a person could see their reflection in it. Naruto took a pair of tongs and removed it from the water. The sword that came out was rather interesting. The metal appeared to be completely blood red while the areas near the cutting edge darkened and hardened until it was black. The sword was a ninjato but had half of the back edge of the sword sharpened as well, so it wasn't a completely double-sided sword and featured the standard tip of a ninjato. Naruto and Plagueis took time examining the entire blade. It had no tools marks or imperfections and Naruto could see his reflection in the blood-red metal. He tested the edge of the blade and found that it was razor sharp. His finger barely made any contact with the edge and now sported a nice cut. When Naruto had finished examining his work, he went to the scroll with the vibration equipment in it. Unsealing the scroll, Naruto attached the technology to the tang of the blade and made sure that it was positioned exactly how it had been on the vibroblade he had taken it from. Naruto had altered this piece of vibration technology to work off of his chakra instead of the battery that it normally had. Once he placed the guard and handle on the blade, no one would know that it was even there. The guard was a piece of metal that he had cut off from the rest before he had started using the furnace. He fitted the guard onto the blade and went to talk with Toguro. Naruto made sure to cover the blade with something so that neither the owner nor his daughter would see the strange technology that was fitted to the handle. The handle of the blade would be covered with wood that had been grown with chakra being fed to the tree. Toguro showed Naruto how to properly make the handle from an example that he had started earlier that day. Naruto carved out enough room for the handles to fit over the vibration technology and then proceeded to wrap the blade with black ray skin. Once everything was in place, he revealed the sword to the others at the shop. He wasn't sure why he did it. Perhaps it was to satisfy their curiosity and so they wouldn't ask questions, or maybe it was just his own hubris at creating such a weapon. The owner was shocked and his daughter was gaping. They had never seen a sword quite like the one that Naruto had made. Several questions were asked, but Naruto merely answered that it was his own creation and therefore he didn't have to tell anyone how he had made it. The owner eyed Naruto wearily as he left the shop, and his daughter was determined to find out more about the blade and how a boy with no training could make one of the most interesting swords she had ever seen. I placed a simple picture in my profile of the blade. It's made with MS Paint, so don't get your hopes up, it's not a work of art or anything like that. Naruto hadn't made a sheath for his blade as he just accepted a sheath that Toguro had already created. It would give his weapon the appearance of being ordinary to those who had yet to see it and perhaps give him the element of surprise. Naruto made IFT to his apartment before he promptly passed out on his bed. He hadn't realized how tired he had been until he was already walking home. It had taken him hours to make the blade, but to Naruto it seemed far shorter. The time had passed so quickly during the actual forging because he was so deeply entranced in his work. He would have to test the blade in the morning and find out what it could do. Both he and his master were eager to see what the combination of Sith and Jedi methods could produce. Please review. Chapter 6. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. Poll results. I might keep the poll open for another chapter, despite Plasma having a large lead, as there were several late entries such as Swift, Dust, and Magnetism sub-elements. It's unlikely that another element could beat Plasma at this point, but there is a chance. Plasma, suggested by Hollow and Yuyasha, 30 votes. Storm, suggested by F. Watchdog, 17 votes. Ice, suggested by axellon2008, 16 votes. Crystal/Diamond, suggested by Watchdog, 13 votes. No sub-element, 7 votes. Magnetism, suggested by Darkness Ken, 7 votes. Swift, suggested by FURY074, 4 votes. Dust, suggested by Draco Kamikaze, 3 votes. Thank you to all who voted. 40.5 BBY current year. XX. Chapter 6, What It Takes to Get the Team You Want. Half a year has passed since the previous chapter. Naruto is 8.5 years old. XX. Dodging several thrown projectiles, Naruto attempted to charge but was once again forced to back off because of the cloth that kept trying to ensnare him. It was a rather annoying jutsu that the kunoichi he was fighting kept using. The cloth followed Naruto's movement and he substituted himself with a log to evade the fabric. He evaluated the situation from above in one of the many tall trees in the forest of death. The kunoichi soon found him though, and with a flick of her wrist, the cloth sent the log that she had captured hurtling towards him. With a quick and easy swipe of his red ninjato, the log was cut neatly in two and both pieces missed him. Naruto stared down at the Suna kunoichi while she stared up at him. She now knew that the sword he carried was far deadlier than it should have been. Naruto hadn't expected this much trouble since he had already managed to take a scroll from one genin team today. He only needed a single scroll to pass his master's test, but it had been easy, so he continued in search of another. Both the kunoichi's teammates were already incapacitated, but she was still fighting strong with her cloth techniques. She was perhaps a few years older than Naruto and with 2 red markings on her cheeks. They both eyed each other as both waited for the other to make a move. Naruto really didn't want to kill the girl standing on the forest floor. He had yet to use any of his force abilities as he didn't want anyone to know that he had them unless it was necessary. Taking information from opponents was one thing, but he couldn't modify memory. Naruto wasn't even allowed to be in the Forest of Death because he still had 6 months to go at the academy before he could become a genin. His illegal entry into the Chunin exams was not something that he wanted anyone in the village to find out about, so he couldn't get captured by the kunoichi. He was brought out of his thoughts when the girl acted first and threw 2 kunao with explosive tag at his perch on the tree. Naruto jumped out the way and had to maneuver himself in midair to dodge the length of fabric that came after him. It hit a nearby branch and actually sliced into it, which made Naruto's eyes widen. I didn't know she could sharpen and harden the fabric with chakra in addition to manipulating it to move after me, he realized as he controlled his fall to the ground. The moment Naruto touched the ground, he sprang forward at his opponent, who unrolled more of her cloth from the roll that she kept with her. Naruto swung and cut the cloth several times, which stopped it from snaring him and let him get in closer to fight better. However, the kunoichi was smart and kept her distance from him. Switching tactics, Naruto went through the available list of ninjutsu at his disposal. He did have a few lower-ranking water jutsu that he had learned from the Nidame's scroll. Since getting the scroll, he had mastered the water nature transformation exercises that he had taken from Rokusho Aoi and had time to learn several D-rank and C-rank water jutsu. He hadn't had a chance to start using the larger and more powerful techniques as he had taken time to experiment with the affinity to see what he could do with it. He also didn't have any area secluded enough that he could practice the larger jutsu without attracting attention to himself. Naruto returned his sword to the sheath over his right shoulder and went through several hand seals. Water release, violent water wave, he said in a whisper and shot an expanding wave of water out of his mouth at his opponent. Though the kunoichi was able to escape the attack, her cloth was drenched and she saw that her opponent was charging her. Naruto moved in with his sword just after the jutsu had finished, to attack at close range. The drenched cloth was much slower and wouldn't be able to catch him. Naruto dodged the cloth, but when he was nearly at his opponent, another roll of cloth shot out from a second roll that she revealed. Naruto was too close to dodge and not fast enough to do anything as the cloth wrapped around him. The kunoichi acted quickly and placed a sealing tag on the bundle of cloth. She watched as the seal took effect, but her eyes widened. The bundle of cloth deflated and water pooled out of her cloth. Water clone were her thoughts just as she was hit from behind and knocked out. Naruto stood behind the fallen kunoichi. He had used the jutsu as a distraction to hide while a water clone had moved in to get captured or defeat the kunoichi. Naruto stared at the down kunoichi and decided against invading her mind and taking her techniques. I would have no use for them, he told himself, and he had no plans on finishing her off. He would just look for a scroll and search the minds of her teammates for jutsu and other techniques. Before Naruto could carry out his plans though, he felt 3 people approaching. He quickly analyzed the situation and noticed a puddle of water from his jutsu and water clone. Naruto smiled as he had an idea. XX. 3 aim genin landed on a branch nearby and surveyed the forest floor below. They spotted 3 downed ninja and the kunoichi of the group. All 3 of them were shinobi and were in the forest trying to gather a second scroll. They were on their own, with no supervision or monitoring of any kind. They approached the unconscious kunoichi cautiously and checked for a pulse. They found one and debated what to do next. It wasn't very often that they came across a pretty girl in the forest. They couldn't decide exactly what to do though and started arguing in hushed voices. About 7 feet away, a small ripple formed on a large puddle of water. A hooded head emerged, followed slowly by a body. Naruto had yet to use this technique in a surprise attack, but it looked like today was the day. The jutsu allowed for a ninja to hide in a body of water, escaping detection and notice. The water could be the ocean, a lake, river, stream, or even something like a very shallow puddle. The depth didn't matter, so long as the surface area was large enough for a person to stand on, then the jutsu could be used. It was similar to an IWA jutsu that allowed a person to hide amongst the rocks without being seen. As Naruto emerged, no water clung to him and he didn't make a sound. He was suppressing his chakra and once fully emerged, his hand moved to his sword. The 3 aim ninja hadn't noticed him at all. XX. Naruto emerged from the forest of death and hopped the fence surrounding it with a force jump. The Chunin guard that area of the perimeter was about to say something when Naruto waved his hand and said, "You didn't see anything, continue monitoring the perimeter." The Chunin repeated in a daze, "I didn't see anything. I'll continue monitoring the perimeter." And Naruto sprinted away from the training ground and back to the village. Naruto's thoughts were a jumble and concerned the information that he had taken from the ninja he had encountered in the forest of death. He also idly wondered if the Suna kunoichi would be able to complete the exam. He had left her team scroll alone and left them the aim ninja scroll too. He had gotten a few jutsu off the aim ninja and even learned some basic training techniques in earth nature transformation. He was content to leave things the way they were, with the aim ninja beaten senseless, tied together, and left in an area of the forest of death that had much more death than forest. Naruto already had the scroll that he had taken from the first team he encountered, and that was enough to pass his master's test. "That was an interesting performance," said a very familiar voice in Naruto's head. It was at that point that Naruto remembered that his master was sealed in the storage seal on his forearm and had seen the entire test. "How so, master?" Naruto asked with some hesitance and nervousness, while still making his way back to the village at top speed. "You had an opportunity to gain 3 scrolls, yet you didn't. Instead you helped a group of ninja that you defeated. Was it out of pity that you did it? Or perhaps it was the girl?" inquired Plagueis. "I saw no need to kill her. It wouldn't have helped me in any way," stated Naruto. "True. But you also left her teammates perfectly fine, gave them the scrolls they needed to pass, and even protected her from another team. I was also surprised to see that you left those aim ninja to a rather horrible death. That area you left dumped them in was the territory of those extremely large bears, and you left them rather bloody," said Plagueis to his student. Naruto searched his thoughts and feelings about what he had done during the test, and he really couldn't give a very good answer as to why he did it. He couldn't just leave the kunoichi alone in the woods, nor could he let the aim team do what they had planned on doing. He also wasn't sure why he had helped them pass the exam. It wasn't something that a Sith would do, and it would leave the Suna team with questions about who he was and why he helped after fighting them. "Your feelings betray you, my student. You let your emotions take control of you and influence your decisions. You must control your emotions and not let them rule you. The galaxy is not a forgiving or kind place. Despite your strange method of completing the rules of the test, you did procure one scroll, which was what the test entailed. Your surprise attacks and strategy for all 3 fights were well planned and executed, though you never fought to your fullest and made it life or death. I would normally say that your overall performance in the test was average, but since you gained a few more jutsu, perhaps it was slightly above average, stated Plagueis. He could feel the conflict in his student but not any fear or regret. Despite rigorous training, Naruto still possessed a set of morals that were not fitting for a Sith. Then again, Plagueis wasn't teaching Naruto in the same manner that he had taught Sidious, so this was the outcome of not completely removing those flaws and emotions from his acolyte. With Sidious, the student and master dynamics were of fear, hatred, and forced loyalty. With Naruto it was more about earned trust and loyalty. Plagueis had paid attention to the boy, told him things no one else would tell him, and had given him training and knowledge when no one else cared. In return, Naruto would help Plagueis in his endeavors, not because he was forced to but because he wanted to. Despite knowing his acolyte for 4 years and even having access to his mind, Plagueis still found it difficult to tell what Naruto would do next. He would not have guessed or predicted that his student would leave the AIM ninja to die and help the Suna ninja to such a degree. On one hand, the boy could be rather ruthless, and on the other, he could be kind and generous. These opposites could never exist for a Sith and should not exist, as it was the master's job to remove those weaknesses. He found it most interesting that Naruto could be rather ruthless while protecting someone that he didn't know or had just met. The dark side of the Force was influencing Naruto, but not as much as it should have been and as it did with other Sith. A Sith with no control over their emotions could be very dangerous to anyone, but Naruto did possess some control and still held on to his own morals while using the dark side of the Force. Plagueis was interested to see what would become of his acolyte in the coming years and once they were back in the known galaxy. There had been a select few Sith in the past that had held onto their attachments while still being a Sith and using the dark side of the Force. It required great willpower and strong attachments in order to stave off the effects of the dark side of the Force. Usually a Sith would cast off these connections and perhaps even kill those they were close with in order to turn completely to the dark side. Plagueis wasn't sure that Naruto would ever turn completely to the dark side of the Force, as the boy kept many attachments and wouldn't let go of them. Naruto still had a diminished desire to become Hokage and even help the village, despite Plagueis' efforts to move him away from that dream. Then again, perhaps it was the human element in the test. Usually these tests would be done on remote locations and the Sith student would be pitted against creatures as well as assassin droids. That was how Plagueis was tested and how he tested Sidious. Naruto would have no trouble destroying assassin droids but did have concerns taking the life of a living being. Tests such as the one Naruto went through, didn't usually involve fighting living beings at the age Naruto was at. The more advanced tests that were given to a Sith student involved living beings, which was either fighting a strong opponent, or an assassination. They were administered sometime in the teen to young adult years, but Naruto was advancing in the practical aspects of a Sith much faster than anyone his age should have been. It was because of this and other reasons that Plagueis would be using one of those more advanced tests in a few months and was interested to see what would happen. He had a feeling through the Force, that the success of the test would help create the opportunities they had been waiting for. XX. Over 5 months later, a few days before the academy exam for graduation. Naruto is now 9 and the current year is 40 BBY. At the secret hideout. XX. Naruto was kneeling in front of his master's holocron. Plagueis had been working on a plan for team placement for some time now and apparently he was now going to reveal it to Naruto. As you know, the academy graduation exam is in a week's time. You have been doing slightly worse in your academy classes to put you out of the top spot in the class. When I looked into the Chunin teachers' minds, I saw that the Rookie of the Year is usually placed with the lowest academy member and the smartest female ninja. I don't want you to be placed on a team like this as it would not help you. From meditating, I have felt through the Force that it would be better to place you on a different team, one that is not in the academy. Said Plagueis as he began to reveal his plans. A month ago, Plagueis had him break into the records room in the Hokage Tower in order to look through the current genin teams of the village. This must be the reason for that information gathering mission. So Master intends for me to be placed on a current genin team? How will that work out? None of them had openings, realized Naruto as he searched through his memories of the different genin teams his master had him look through. Plagueis could feel through their connection that Naruto was already piecing together his plan, but the boy lacked one detail. The current genin teams of the village do not have any openings. So you will have to create an opening. Stated Plagueis with finality, and Naruto's eyes widened as he put together what his master was referring to. He would have to assassinate a genin of the village in order to create an opening for himself. XX. Naruto spent most of the next day following one of the two possible targets. Both were on the same genin team along with a third genin. The whole team ranged from 6 to 10 years older than him and had been genin for around 5 to 7 years. The two teammates that Naruto was shadowing were not very gifted ninja. Both were 19 years old and had taken the Chunin exam several times, failing each time. The final member of the group was 4 years younger at 15 and had taken the Genin exam fewer times while graduated the academy at an earlier age than his teammates. Plague Ace didn't want Naruto to go after the smarter and more proficient Genin as that would be more detrimental to the team. Instead he was going after the lesser members as it would be easier and allow Naruto to integrate onto the team faster. While Plague Ace had chosen the team and the 2 Genin, Naruto had to make the decisions of which one he was going to kill and how he would go about doing it. From what he could tell from their files, each Genin had a specific skill that was known to them which wasn't a nature jutsu. They didn't have any family in or outside the village. The only member that did have family was the member of the team that Plague Ace had not chosen. At the end of the day, Naruto sat down in the hideout to meditate on the possibilities of which person he would kill. It was a difficult prospect as he had never directly killed anyone before and was conflicted about it. He would wait until a few days before the exam so that the Hokage was faced with making the team decisions at the academy as well as filling in someone to take the place of the Genin he would kill. Having both on his mind at the same time would likely cause Hokage to think about filling in the incomplete Genin squad with a fresh Genin. Naruto would be a likely candidate as he had moved up through the academy and was gifted beyond the other students. They were using Naruto's trouble with creating the clone technique as a cover for the slight drop in his grades. The Sandaime was a man of tradition and would no doubt keep the same team formation for the Rookie of the Year. That would leave Naruto as the odd person out because he was still very gifted and the class had one more student than it should have because Naruto skipped ahead so many grades. There was the chance that the Sandaime wouldn't put Naruto on the more experienced team but that was unavoidable unless they tried to persuade the Sandaime which was out of the question. The man may have been old but they weren't going to try and trick him. Mind tricks only worked on the weak-minded and weak-willed so it was likely they wouldn't work on the veteran Hokage. The plan was risky, as Naruto would have to kill a Genin and make sure to not leave any evidence or get caught in the act. There was no one to partially pin the blame on this time as neither Genin had any close ties with the village, family, or really any enemies. Plague Ace also wouldn't let Naruto do what he had done the last time and erase the person's memory. Naruto had to kill this time. Naruto was having trouble dealing with the fact that he would have to kill someone without the assurance that the death would help his team placement. The other times his actions had led to the deaths of others were for a very good reason and it wasn't actually him personally doing the killing. This situation was very different. It was a test from his master and he didn't want to fail. The 2 Genin he was to choose from were rather different and it was difficult to decide one over the other. Naruto was far more interested in the special technique of one of the Genin more than the other. However, if he was led on that team, he couldn't let them know that he knew the technique of their deceased teammate. That would lead to questions he didn't have answers to. This led Naruto to choosing based on which person was less beneficial for the team. When he thought about it that way, one of the Genin stood out as the person that was the weaker link. XX. The following night, Naruto once again walked the shadowy streets of Konoha in his black all-weather cloak from the starship. He hadn't worn it since he had stolen the Raijin and the scroll. It was currently pouring in the village and most people were either indoors or in some kind of shelter. Few ninja were outside during lightning storms as they carried so much metal with them and often jumped across the tops of buildings to travel through the village. Naruto moved soundlessly through the alleyways of the village. He had memorized them years ago and knew the best route to get to the apartment that he was going to. It wasn't long before Naruto spotted the apartment complex he was after. Pulling down his goggles, he searched for the floor that he was after and found the target's apartment. The light was on which wasn't that strange as it wasn't that late. He wasn't sure whether it was better to sneak in after the Genin was asleep or just the direct approach and go in now. He thought to ask his master whose holocron was sealed on his arm but this was supposed to be his test and he wasn't going to fail or ask for help. Naruto didn't really like to wait, despite his master telling him that he needed more patience so he decided to go now. He would rather get what he had come there to do over with and not wait. He could feel his target in the apartment on the 4th floor and he made his way into the building. He could tell when the lighting would strike so he hid in the shadows during those strikes. The alleys were dark enough for him to walk without being seen but the lightning illuminated everything. He also suppressed his chakras so no one would detect him. It took a couple of minutes to move through the shadowy areas to the building that he wanted while making sure that he was hidden from the flash of the lightning and he couldn't be spotted by anyone. Naruto wasn't about to try and get access to the apartment from the outside, though he had thought about it. There were too many variables and he would have to get in through the window which was too difficult. He did have another option and it was an interesting discovery with one of his water jutsu. Naruto made his way to the side entrance of the apartment building. It was locked but he didn't need a key. With a wave of his hand, the door unlocked and opened for him. He walked through and it shut soundlessly behind him and locked itself. He looked at his cloak and noticed the amount of water that he had on it. With a few hand seals, the water that was on his clothes fell to the floor and collected in a small puddle. Naruto pulled out a half-full bottle of water from his cloak. He bent down and using his chakra, gathered the water into a perfect sphere in his hand. Naruto then used his chakra to siphon the water into the bottle, leaving it almost full. He had gotten rather good with his water manipulation. Naruto put the bottle back in his cloak as he would need it later and then made his way through the building. He couldn't feel anyone but tried to keep his chakra suppressed regardless. He came out of a service entrance or janitorial area and into the main entrance area for the building. Passing by a group of mailboxes, he found the staircase. No one was in the staircase or about to use it, so he silently walked to the 4th floor. When he got to the 4th floor, Naruto opened the door and walked into the hallway. There were many apartments on this level and Naruto knew the one he wanted and the best way to get into it. He reached back into his cloak and pulled out the water bottle. He bent down and gently poured it to the floor so it made a good-sized puddle that was just right for what he needed to do with it. Naruto stood up, pocketed the bottle and gently stepped onto the puddle. With a few hand seals, he sank into the puddle. It was a simple jutsu that he had used before, but while using it he had discovered something. Naruto used the force and the puddle began to move down the hallway. It was the simultaneous use of the force and chakra for the jutsu that created an interesting effect. Normally the jutsu was just used to hide in any body of water and move through it, but the smaller the body of water, the less you could move around. So with just a puddle, Naruto was stationary while in the puddle. With the force, however, he could now move the puddle. The water jutsu allowed for someone to hide not only themselves but their chakra as well. Only a chakra sensor could even detect his presence while he was using that jutsu. The puddle moved down the hallway and approached the door of his target. Naruto was able to use the puddle to bypass the door entirely as he could slip in the small space between the bottom of the door and the floor. Before he went into the apartment, Naruto stopped the puddle and used the force to sense the genin. Apparently he was in the kitchen and eating dinner or a snack. Naruto quickly moved the puddle into the apartment and hid in the kitchen. The apartment was rather nice and better than Naruto's. He knew that some ninja apartments in the village were just a single room but this one wasn't. The genin wasn't paying attention so Naruto moved the puddle underneath the table. He knew the genin hadn't spotted him at all so he slowly moved around behind the genin's chair. The puddle was positioned directly behind the genin sitting in the chair. Ninja could be very sensitive to the presence of others besides just chakra. The more experienced the ninja, the more they could feel objects coming or someone approaching them. It was really a combination of several senses that gave this extra feeling. The last time he had entered an apartment and attacked a ninja, he had been rather lucky that no one had heard the scuffle and that he managed to stop the ninja from shouting or attacking him. This time he would be more careful and learn from his previous mistakes. The puddle didn't even leave a wetness or trail behind as it passed over the surfaces in the hallway and apartment. Naruto moved out of the puddle at a slow pace so as not to alert the genin in front of him. The light was situated above the table so he would not cast a shadow. His head, then neck, and finally the rest of his body emerged out of the puddle. Before the genin even knew that something was wrong, Naruto's hand reached forward and grabbed his head. The glasses wearing genin froze, everything started going black, and he felt pain but was unable to scream. Naruto had gotten better with the drain knowledge technique and quickly searched for any information that might be interesting. It was as he first thought, the genin really didn't have jutsu that would be useful to him, especially the one that he was known for, which was called the soft physique modification technique. Through a medical procedure, it allowed him to dislocate all his joints and fit into tight spaces while using chakra to stretch, twist, and contort any part of his body. It was interesting but of no use to Naruto. While looking through information about the genin's teammates, he found something much more interesting than he thought he would. It appeared that the genin, along with his two teammates, were all spies for Orochimaru of the Sunin. Naruto and even Plagueis hadn't expected this turn of events. Plagueis had just selected a genin team that weren't very good but also had taken the Chunin exams before. Because the team was only average, there was more of a chance that a fresh genin would be put on their team, and since they had already taken the Chunin exams, there was a good chance that they would take it again in a short amount of time. Neither suspected that the team would all be spies for a missing nin, save for the Jonin sensei. It appeared that the Jonin wasn't a spy or knew about his genin team being spies. Tsurugi Misumi, the genin Naruto had chosen, was the weaker genin in the group, but the other genin he could have chosen wasn't that much stronger. It turned out that the final group member was at least Jonin level and also worked far more closely with Orochimaru than the other two. Naruto asked his master for instructions as he was no longer sure what to do. Plagueis thought about the predicament and the possible outcomes that could arise. It might be more dangerous for Naruto to be on a team like this, but it could also lead to more opportunities, and since the other two members were spies and one of them hiding his true skills, it might be easier for Naruto to hide his true skills as well. Naruto also had information about them, so it could be used to his advantage if the other members discovered anything about him. Finding out more about Orochimaru might be worth it as well. They knew little about the Sunin and only what was told in class. According to Misumi's mind, Orochimaru planned to gather and learn all the jutsu in the world. The Snake Sennin was also creating his own hidden village in a country bordering Fire Country. They also learned of a small base that he had in Sea Country where a scientist was working on creating the ultimate underwater warrior. Misumi only knew so much of the Snake Sennin's plans and power base, however the other teammate, Yakushi Kabuto, knew much more. The more they found out about Orochimaru through the mind of the genin, the more Plague Ace thought that the man was the chakra equivalent of a Sith. Orochimaru possessed many of the same aspirations of a Sith, and he quickly became a person of interest to Plague Ace. Coming back to the situation at hand. It was risky but worth it to continue and try to become part of the Genin squad. Naruto had just about finished going through all of the memories on Jutsu, the Genin squad, spying on the village, and Orochimaru. There was nothing more that could be gained from the Genin sitting at the table. Continue with the test, my student, said Plague Ace over the connection, and Naruto nodded, though was still unsure about committing the act. Naruto used force grip to keep Misumi in the chair and from talking. It wasn't necessarily needed as the Genin was still going in and out of consciousness from the drain knowledge used on his mind. Reaching up over his right shoulder, Naruto grasped the handle of his ninjato and pulled it from its sheath. He steadied himself and tried to keep his hand from shaking while gripping his sword. A slight buzz or hum came from the sword as Naruto put some chakra into the handle to activate the vibration technology. He hesitated for only a moment, then with a single horizontal swing it was over. Naruto sheathed his sword and stared at the body in front of him. With the force grip, the body had been sitting perfectly still in the chair. The sword gave no resistance and the head actually stayed on the neck. The only indication that the person in front of him was dead was a few thin lines of blood from the neck and the lack of life signs that he could sense through the force. Everything in the room was quiet and Naruto wasn't sure why the body hadn't fallen, why the head hadn't come off, or why the wound wasn't bleeding profusely. It was rather eerie, and the scene as well as his actions made him feel very sick. I think your use of force grip when killing him caused his body to seize up and stay that way. You should leave the area immediately. There is nothing else that can be gained here, stated Plagias, and Naruto came back to reality. He went through hand seals and sunk back into the puddle and then moved back the way he came. Naruto siphoned the water from the puddle back into the bottle and went down the stairs. He checked to make sure that no one was there and left through the same door he entered. Moving through the alleyways, Naruto made his way back to his house and took a long path to do it. He was already using a technique to hide his scent, but he had just killed a genin of the village, so he had to be sure. The rain would wash everything away. Naruto thought. His eyes widened slightly at that thought, and Naruto went through the same set of hand seals as he did in the apartment building. He slipped into one of the many puddles that had formed from the rainstorm, then used the force to move away from the crime scene and back to his apartment through the puddles of Konoha. XX. The next day, apartment building of Tsurugi Misumi. XX. The Sandaime entered a fourth-floor apartment that was now the scene of a murder. Without the Uchiha military police, the village had to use ANBU in order to take care of any problems inside the village involving ninja. From what little details the Sandaime had, a genin had been murdered in his apartment, and apparently the death was rather strange. This was actually the first murder in the village since the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Unless the suspicious death of Uchiha Shisui was counted, it had been years since a murder took place in Konoha. The Sandaime was asked by Marino Ibiki to come down and take a look. The Sandaime looked around at the apartment out of habit from years of being a ninja. He examined the room before walking to Ibiki at the table. The apartment was small but had everything that one person needs, a kitchen/dining area, bathroom, and bedroom. Nothing seemed out of place in the room, and the only thing that the Sandaime noted that was strange was the body that Ibiki was standing next to. The body was sitting in the chair and staring straight forward as if the person wasn't really dead. The Sandaime noted some blood and bruising around the neck, but no real marks were present. Report. Requested the Sandaime. The genin is Tsurugi Misumi, age 19. We found no signs of forced entry, and the body is exactly how it was found by a member of his genin squad. We're checking their alibis now. From what we can tell, the time of death was late last night from a single attack to the neck. No fingerprints, no tracks, no scent, no witnesses, no noises, and nothing has been touched or taken as far as we can tell. The Sandaime sighed as he inspected the genin. It was rather sad to see any of his ninja die, but the state of the ninja before him seemed to make the situation much more depressing. This genin wasn't noteworthy, but he cared about all his ninja, the skillful or the ones never made it past genin. You said a single wound to the neck? Asked the Sandaime as he could see some blood and bruising, but not really enough to warrant death. He supposed the attack must have broken the neck or severed the spine. Ibiki nodded and put his hand on the body's head. Grabbing the hair, he lifted up and the head just came right off the neck with ease. The Sandaime stared at the wound as it was more extensive than he originally thought. Such a clean cut and the head didn't come off the neck, he thought as his mind went through techniques which he knew or heard of that could have done something like this. Ibiki set the head back down on the neck. Was he restrained in some way, or was the body held in place until rigor set in? Asked the Sandaime, and Ibiki answered, not that we can find. What do you think could do something like this? Asked the Sandaime curiously as he wanted Ibiki's opinion. The only things I can think of are wind or lightning jutsu. It would have to have been a very sharp technique that did this, far sharper than any blade. It was such a clean cut that barely any blood escaped the wound. All of the bleeding was internal around the neck area. It must have been fast, a single swing or single technique. I don't know many lightning techniques that could do this except very advanced vibration of a special blade, and I don't know of anyone that knows that kind of technique in the village. As for wind jutsu, they are far more likely for something like this. It could have been a jutsu, but there was no damage to the apartment, which suggests a blade. The blade must have been chakra metal, as I don't know as a kunao infused with wind chakra could do this. I don't know many people who can use wind chakra like that. Also, there is no blood spatter anywhere. Only a few people in the village are skilled enough to do something like this with wind chakra. Stated Ibiki, and the Sandame knew the list as well. His son Asuma was on it. As well as his old teammate Danzo. However, he couldn't believe that either of those men would want to kill this genin. Can you put together a list of suspects? The Sandame asked, and Ibiki nodded. The Sandame left the room with a heavy sigh. He really didn't like where this case was headed. He knew Asuma was innocent and wouldn't do something like this, but Danzo was another story. He knew Danzo would be capable of something like this, but he doubted the man would actually do it himself. That left a short list of suspects that could use wind nature chakra or could use lightning nature chakra. The problem was that the Sandame didn't think that anyone on that list would have committed this crime. XX. 2 days later, Academy graduation. XX. Naruto sat in his seat with his forehead protector tied around his arm. He still had his goggles on his forehead, and he wasn't about to replace his invention with a piece of engraved metal. Naruto would have to wait until the following day in order to learn what team he had been placed on, and couldn't help but wonder if there was anything he could do to convince the Sandame to put him with the team he had created an empty spot on. Everything he did a few days ago would have been pointless if the Sandame didn't put him on that team. Naruto hadn't been the Rookie of the Year and had come in second place, which was exactly what he was supposed to do. He had spent the previous day going over with his master everything that they had learned from Tsurugi about Orochimaru. It was a good amount of information. Unfortunately, none of it helped them at this point in time. Plague Ace wasn't about to work with another Sith or help him. The laboratory in Sea Country was interesting but not really useful. However, the scientist there might be skilled enough to help their plans if he was knowledgeable about chemistry. They still needed to make fuel or find an alternative source, and it would depend on how skilled the man was. Kabuto was interesting as well. He was far stronger than anyone in the village would guess and possessed incredibly knowledge of biology and medicine, but was also completely loyal to Orochimaru. Naruto couldn't stop thinking about what had happened earlier in the week. The death of genin at his hands was still in his memories. Plague Ace thought it may have been unwise to use the sword on the genin, but what was done was done. Naruto had heard several people talk about the sword that he had created in a weapons store, but it was mostly academy students that talked about it. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much about the store owner and his daughter. The Sith didn't really possess any memory modification techniques, at least not that Naruto knew. What had happened to Rokusho Aoi was a side effect of delving too deeply into someone's mind, which was the erasing of memories. It happened with those who had not mastered the technique or tried to go too far. Naruto had purposely done it to Aoi, and he had no control over which memories were erased or how much was erased. He also couldn't use any mind tricks because they are really only good for a quick usage and not for several hours of use. Even if he had done something to modify their memories, they would have wondered what happened to the whole afternoon. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts when he heard the sounds of everyone packing up to leave. The class was over. It was difficult to concentrate in the room because everyone was celebrating, and he kept partially reading the minds of the people near him. It wasn't really mind reading, as he just gleaned brief bits of information, feelings, or emotions from the people around him. It could be rather disorienting if he didn't block them out. He was still learning to control it and had difficulty when so many people were around him and experiencing strong emotions and thoughts. Naruto left the class last and walked down the hall to leave. He passed several people and heard bits and pieces of what they were currently thinking about. It wasn't until one white-haired Chunin passed Naruto that he heard a thought that caught his full attention. Orochimaru. It was just a single word, but it caused Naruto to forget everything else around him. Naruto turned to look at the man whose mind he had heard the thought from. He was a Chunin with straight white hair, but Naruto didn't know his name and he had never seen the man at the academy before. He could feel some anger and frustration coming from the man, along with a sense of reverence for the name he was thinking about. Naruto knew most of the teachers, as he had been in many classes in his years at the academy, but he never had this Chunin for a teacher. He couldn't help but wonder why the Chunin would be thinking about Orochimaru. Follow him, ordered Plague Ace, and Naruto complied. He turned around and pushed his way through the rest of the student traffic while not losing the man's signature. He finally got through the crowd and followed the Chunin to the teacher's lounge. Naruto couldn't stand outside the teacher's lounge because it would look suspicious, so he ducked into a nearby classroom. The classroom was empty and Naruto sat down on one of the benches while opening a random scroll from his bag. If anyone came in, they would just think he was reading. Using force listen, he was able to hear exactly what was being said in the room. XX. So you're teaching at the academy now, Mizuki? Asked Irika, as he was happy to see his longtime friend. Both Irika and Mizuki had become Chunin together, but Irika had stopped doing missions in favor of teaching full-time several years ago, while Mizuki still wanted to strive for Jonin rank. Mizuki put on a fake smile to cover his distaste for his friend and said, "It looks like it. Maybe we'll be teaching the same class as I'm only an assistant right now. The only reason he had come back to academy was due to suspicious circumstances on his last mission. Mizuki wasn't satisfied with being an academy teacher and wanted to increase his rank. He was willing to do anything to rise in the village and become more powerful. In his last mission, one of his comrades had gotten injured and Mizuki had killed him so as not to slow the team down and complete the mission. The body was eventually recovered and the death was ruled as suspicious, so Mizuki had been suspended from missions and was under investigation. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened on a mission, and it was enough to get people, including the Hokage, suspicious of his actions and mission record. The whole situation pissed him off as he felt that he had done the right thing. He wasn't going to tell anyone that. The only thing he could do until the suspension was lifted was to teach at the academy or do missions inside the village. While he hated the academy, the students, and Irika, he would rather work there than be stuck on meaningless tasks around the village. In Mizuki's mind, he wasn't going to be bound by morals and teamwork like the other idiots of Konoha and was willing to do anything and sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. That was the reason that he was noticed by Orochimaru on his last mission. The Snake Sennin had apparently been in the area and seen Mizuki kill his teammate. Orochimaru was impressed with Mizuki and had given him the key to power. Mizuki had yet to figure out what the key was exactly, as it was just a few pieces of paper with a formula and symbol on it. It would take time to figure out what it was, but he had plenty of time with his suspension. Believing that Orochimaru was the only person who could understand him and would give him the power that he sought, Mizuki had started to plan on what to do with the power he could gain, but no matter what it was, he knew it probably wouldn't be enough for him. That meant that he would have to think about getting more power. The only person Mizuki could see giving it to him was of course Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Mizuki knew that the Snake Sennin wouldn't just give him more power. He would need to give Orochimaru something in return. It didn't take Mizuki long to figure out what might interest a man like Orochimaru, as he knew the only thing in the entire village that would interest the Snake Sennin was the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. Mizuki had no idea how he would get the scroll and be able to leave the village, but he had plenty of time to think about it. XX. Naruto listened to the conversation between the two teachers for almost half an hour. They conversed about various topics, none of which interested him. Mizuki didn't say anything further about Orochimaru but did talk about how he was suspended from active duty due to suspicious circumstances on his last mission. Naruto could pick up on several emotions that Mizuki was feeling during the conversation. The first and foremost was that Mizuki hated Irika and was only talking to him because he would be working at the academy for the foreseeable future. If Naruto was in the room, he may have been able to pick up on more of the man's thoughts. That was out of the question though, as he couldn't go into the teacher's lounge and couldn't pick up on those thoughts through a wall. Naruto was starting to think that perhaps it had just been a stray thought that he had sensed, but then why had the teacher thought about the name with such reverence? The anger and frustration could be explained as not being directed at Orochimaru but at the situation with the academy and investigation. The more Naruto thought back to what he had felt at the time, the more he thought that Mizuki held the Snake Sennin in higher regards than anyone in the village. It seemed very strange as nearly the entire village felt the exact opposite for Orochimaru. The only people that Naruto encountered that felt similar as Mizuki were the genin team of spies that were working for Orochimaru. That brought up the thought that perhaps Mizuki was a spy as well. Perhaps the investigation was due to the Hokage believing that Mizuki had ties to Orochimaru. That thought didn't fit with what he knew from the genin team though. From the memories of Muzumi, Naruto didn't find any evidence of another spy in the village or any information on Mizuki. It was possible that Muzumi was just not informed about such things, as the genin was rather low on the spying and information totem pole when it came to Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto was much higher than anyone else, so it was possible that the lower spies working for Orochimaru didn't know about Mizuki. What should we do, Master? Asked Naruto through their connection. I don't believe that this Mizuki is a spy. It is possible that Orochimaru still has followers in the village that aren't actually aligned with him or have contact with him. However, the teacher may have more knowledge about Orochimaru than the genin spy, so it would be beneficial to search his mind. It wouldn't be wise to leave another dead body, and we should wait for a while before acting. You will be paying Mizuki a visit soon and will be searching his mind, then destroying his memories like Rokusho Aoi. The information obtained could be valuable, concluded Plagueis. Please review. Chapter 7. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 40 BBY current year. Chapter 7, New Team and New Opportunities. Continuation of the previous chapter. XX. To say that Kabuto was nervous was an understatement. He had just learned of his teammate's death, and while he didn't care that Tsurugi Muzumi was dead, he did wonder why and by whom. Kabuto had been a spy for Sasori and picked to spy on Orochimaru as well as Konohagakure. The Snake Sennin noticed the seal in Kabuto's head and removed it very early on. For that and many other reasons, Kabuto had faithfully served Orochimaru and had great respect for the Sennin. With his adopted father being such an influential person at the hospital and Kabuto himself being a practicing but low-level medical nin, he had access to areas of the hospital which included the morgue. Kabuto had spent several hours thoroughly examining Muzumi's body for evidence and to hopefully determine how and why his teammate was killed. As a spy, he was always worried about being found out, however he was good enough to fool his father, his Jonin-sensei, the Hokage, and even the entire village. The only one he hadn't been able to fool was Orochimaru. This murder concerned him as he needed to find out if there was a chance that his secret had been discovered by someone. Even if it was a small chance, he desperately needed to be certain that no one knew about him. Musume's only wound aroused Kabuto's curiosity, as if he didn't know any better, he would have thought it was created by his master's Kusanagi blade. The cut was incredibly clean and left little damage to the surrounding tissue. Kabuto also examined Musume's head. Even if the body was dead, a cacophony of information could still be learned by a skilled medical nin or even a hunter nin. Kabuto could have learned what jutsu Musume liked to use, what his elemental affinity was, if he had more than one affinity, and even what weapons Musume liked to use. It was all there in the muscles, tissue, skin, and chakra pathways. A person just needed to be skilled enough to determine and recognize it. And Kabuto was just that skilled. It was when he examined the head that Kabuto found something that he didn't expect. From what he could tell, it appeared as though the memory area of Musume's brain had been accessed or damaged in some way. There was no physical damage, but he could tell that something was off about it. Could someone have accessed his mind? What would they have been after in the first place? Was he in danger of being discovered? Did someone already know about him being a spy? Were some of the thoughts that went through his head as he analyzed the situation. He would need to prepare for any outcome and would need to remain calm. The one thing that he couldn't figure out was who had done something like this. As far as Kabuto was concerned, Musume was an idiot that would never achieve the rank of Chunin. Who would want to kill Musume and who would want to go through his mind? He has nothing of value, thought Kabuto as he tried to come up with answers. It didn't really make any sense. Musume was just a genin and wouldn't know any secrets about the village or about anything useful in general. The only thing that he would know about was his genin team being spies for Orochimaru. Paranoia was already starting to set in, and Kabuto knew he would have to start double-checking to make sure he wasn't being followed or watched. The only thing that Kabuto knew for certain was that whoever had done it, they weren't under orders from the Hokage, as the Sandaime would never murder a genin. If the Sandaime knew Musume was a spy, then he would have been captured and interrogated and not killed. He also knew that his still-living teammate, Akito Yoroi, wasn't responsible. That led Kabuto to thinking that it may have been someone that didn't take orders from the Hokage. He thought perhaps it could have been Shimura Denzo or one of his Foundation ninja that he still had. Despite being told by the Hokage to stop all covert operations and disband his Route A and BU, Danzo hadn't done anything of the sort. He had just gotten better at hiding the evidence of his actions from the village and Hokage. His foundation had been responsible for numerous assassinations and missions outside of the village. Orochimaru had even helped Danzo implant cells of the Shodai into an arm after he had left the village. Kabuto knew about this because he had helped his master work with the Shodai's cells. Would Danzo try to get more information on Orochimaru-sama by targeting his spies in the village? Thought Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses again, and he wasn't sure about the answer. He didn't know how Danzo would have found out about one of Orochimaru's spies in the first place. It was a mystery, and he didn't have enough evidence to make any conclusions. For now he wouldn't do anything except keep observing, continue his work for Orochimaru, and watch his back. XX. Sandaime's office. XX. The Sandaime sighed as he looked over the class list of the recently graduated academy students. He was having a hard time fitting Naruto into a group. The boy could fit with several groups, and yet he felt they probably wouldn't work out. Naruto hadn't been the Rookie of the Year because he had been struggling with the clone jutsu despite having nearly perfect grades in every other subject and even performed the other academy jutsu perfectly. His grades had dropped just enough though to keep him out of the first spot in the class. The Sandaime always stuck to tradition and put the top student along with the smartest kunoichi and the lowest student on a single team. That had been his team when he taught the Sunin, but Naruto wouldn't be in that team and had to be placed elsewhere. The other problem with the teams was that they had one extra student because Naruto had skipped grades the previous year. This left an odd person out. The Sandaime was about to look through the list again when he remembered that there was an opening on an active genin team. The Sandaime didn't have any waiting genins to replace the missing member of that team, but he could put an academy student for that position. While Naruto's grades may have dropped a little, he was still a very gifted student. The genin team in questions was really just a support team. They had been genin for a while but didn't go on very difficult or highly ranked missions. They had also failed to make it past the second stage of any Chunin exam that they had taken. It was probably a very good team for a student that was skipped ahead several grades and that was difficult to place on any new genin squad. The Sandaime looked over the skills of the remaining genin on the squad. Both were over 5 years older than Naruto, but they didn't seem to be going anywhere in terms of rank or development of new skills. Yakushi Kabuto seemed to have average or slightly above average medical training, however if he wanted to be on the medical nin squad then he would have to at least be Chunin rank. Akito Yoroi only seemed to have a single jutsu that he relied on, which was the ability to drain someone's chakra on contact. It wasn't the first time the Sandaime had seen an ability like that, but Yoroi hadn't progressed beyond that skill or learn any other techniques in order to become stronger. Because of this, the young man would most likely never achieve the rank of Chunin. It might be a good team for an academy student with no friends in his graduating class. They won't have very difficult missions and they don't try for the Chunin exams every year, so Naruto will have plenty of time to get adjusted to a new team before even thinking about taking the exam, thought the Sandame. The Jonin also fits, as I know him to be a very level-headed person who won't judge Naruto because of his burden and would probably be better than many of the other Jonin testing academy students this year. XX. Naruto sat in the academy while the instructor gave his final lecture and congratulations to the students for passing the exam and moving on to Genin. Naruto tuned the man out though as he started thinking about short-term goals of himself as well as his master. He had obtained several jutsu from the AIM ninja but found out that genjutsu really wasn't something he was good at. Most of the problem was his chakra control and not his aptitude. He had been interested in genjutsu in the academy but would have to work on his chakra control before he would be able to look into it again. Naruto had also tried to find a way to create genjutsu with the force as his master told him it was possible, but that he wasn't getting very far on his own developing force illusions. Mizuki was an interest to his master and finding out what the man knew about the Snake Sunin was a priority but would wait for now. He couldn't go leaving another ninja of the village without any memories so soon after killing a genin, however he wasn't sure anyone would be able to link those together. The village would likely be on higher alert for a short period after the assassination, so he would have to wait for a little while before considering anything. He also had to keep his sword from being noticed as anything more than a normal ninjato, which was difficult to do with the color of the blade. It may not have been such a good idea to kill that genin with my sword or let it be seen by the weapons store owner and his daughter, thought Naruto, as he hadn't really thought about that at the time. He was more concerned with other matters and not thinking ahead or considering the effects of his actions. Plague Ace had commented on the lack of secretiveness when evaluating his test and told him to have more tact in the future. Now he was left with a slight problem. He doubted that anyone would be able to figure out that it had been his blade that had done the deed, but it did have a sharp edge, even without the vibrations, that it could easily draw attention to it. Perhaps I should use my regular ninjato that I used to practice with. At least for a little while, and then switch back, thought Naruto. He wouldn't need it for a while because he would most likely be doing D-rank missions in the near future. Recently he had heard a few students talking about a blade that he had created at a local weapons shop, but it was still just rumor among academy students and he hadn't heard any of the villagers or ninja talking about it. It was a risk though, as the shop owner's daughter was in the academy and did like to talk about weapons, but no one knew much beyond the fact that it looked unique. It was when people saw him using it or started to question its qualities that he would become nervous. Naruto came out of his thoughts as the Chunin teacher finished his speech and started going through the genin teams. Naruto listened for his name but he hadn't heard it. It wasn't until the very end of the list that his name was spoken: Uzumaki Naruto. You will be placed on a existing genin team, Team Shinjiro. With that said, the genin were left to sit and wait for their new Jonin sensei to collect them. Naruto could hardly keep the smile off his mostly hidden face. He had been placed on the team that he wanted. While he kept up the smile and waited to be taken to his new team, a part of him was relieved. Killing the genin hadn't been for nothing and everything had worked out how his master had planned it, despite inadvertently discovered a genin team of spies working for a missing nin. The man Naruto had been waiting for entered and he waited to be called before he got up to go with his new squad captain and sensei. Uzumaki Naruto. The man stated and Naruto got up to follow. He made sure he didn't instinctively get up to go with the Jonin whose face he had memorized, as that would have raised questions as to how he even knew who the man was. XX. It must be a little problematic to be placed on a team you've never met before. I suppose you would have rather been on a team with your friends, said Toshihiko Shinjiro, Naruto's new sensei. I don't have any friends, stated Naruto as they continued to walk to meet the other team members at their usual meeting spot. I suppose that makes sense, Shinjiro thought. He's been moved through the academy and skipped ahead, so he probably wasn't able to make many friends in his classes. Hopefully he'll be able to fit in with Kabuto and Yoroi. Getting over the loss of a teammate was never easy and replacing that teammate would be difficult on the rest of the team as well as the replacement. Shinjiro wanted to make the transition to a new team member as easy as possible for his team while working Naruto into the team dynamics. Naruto's file didn't tell him that much about where the boy's skills might be, but he could tell that Naruto was at least decent in ninjutsu and above the rest of his older classmates in taijutsu. He would need to find out everything that Naruto could do so he could work on formations and strategies for the team. First, however, Naruto would need to meet the rest of the team. XX. I can't believe you talked me into this again, stated Niji as he walked the streets with his classmate Tenten. It didn't take that much convincing, this time or the first time. Tenten replied with a slight smile and Niji frowned at the answer as it was correct. This was the second time that the duo conducted activities related to Uzumaki Naruto. The first time was a few days earlier in order to find out where the boy lived and other information about his habits. Both academy students were interested in Naruto for different reasons though. Tenten was only concerned with the sword and scoffed at Niji's accusations that she was being obsessive about it. Ever since the afternoon that a boy had come into her family's store and created such a unique and amazing sword, she had focused on learning more. It should not have been possible for the boy to create such a weapon in that amount of time. She had been learning to wield and create weapons for years and she knew it wasn't possible for her to create something as amazing as the boy had. She also knew that even her father couldn't have created something like it. Once she had seen the sword, she knew that it stood apart from all other swords that she had ever seen before. This left a plethora of questions that she wanted answered. How did a novice at sword making create such a weapon? What was the sword made from, as the metal had a distinct color that was different than anything she had ever seen? Where did he learn to create swords? What process did he use and what tools were used? The sheer number of questions that she wanted answered had been bugging her since she had first seen the sword. She wanted to know and it was important to her. If her family could make more of those weapons then they would get a lot more business and she also wanted her own unique sword. She would settle for him making her a sword if she couldn't get him to teach her how to make one. Unfortunately, while Tenten was not a shy girl and spoke her mind, she didn't know how to approach the boy and get what she wanted. He was always the odd person in the class and didn't speak to anyone except questions for the teacher to answer. Naruto mostly ignored everyone else around him. After leaving her grade she had trouble finding him as he disappeared right after class was over and arrived at the academy without anyone noticing. It was also Tenten's experience that techniques for making swords weren't shared with anyone else besides an apprentice or family, so it was unlikely that he would answer most of her questions. The curiosity about the sword itself had been reaching a boiling point in her and she just wanted to see it again. She wanted to inspect it and touch it. Tenten wanted to learn all she could from it. The image of the blade laying on the counter in her family's shop had been imprinted on her mind since he had showed them the blade to get the right size sheath for it. It wasn't just that she wanted to see it, she had to see it again. The strangest part was that Naruto didn't wear the sword and she hadn't seen it at all since he first created it. It was never with him when she did see him, which meant that he must leave it at home, and that was where Niji came in. Trying to follow the boy home hadn't produced any results as he seemed to know that he was being followed or just always made sure he wasn't tailed. She needed to find where the sword was while making sure she wasn't caught, and Niji's dojutsu would enable that. Niji however wasn't interested in the sword or Naruto either, at least he wouldn't admit to it, he just wanted answers to the questions that had been plaguing him. Niji had grown up and developed specific beliefs, but Uzumaki Naruto was an anomaly and countered those beliefs. Fate decided everything in Niji's opinion and no one could escape that. Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan and didn't belong to any clan. The boy was poor and lived on his own in a dilapidated apartment. With no clan and no one to help him, the boy should have been at the bottom of the class or no better than average in the academy. He shouldn't have gotten any training or help and his fate should have been mediocrity in the academy. His grades and skills should have been among those of the civilian children, and yet those things were not true. Uzumaki Naruto was skipped ahead 3 grades, surpassing the children of all the clan heads in the village. Several of the students and even a few teachers considered him a prodigy and perhaps the best of his generation. Now the boy had just graduated at the age of 9 from the ninja academy. None of it made any sense to Niji. Niji was considered a genius and the best Hyuga to come in several generations. He excelled at Jyuken and the gentle fist style, which was acknowledged by everyone in his clan, main house, or branch house. Fate had determined that, and it was Niji's fate to succeed at the academy and in his ninja career. It was therefore difficult for him to understand how Uzumaki Naruto was performing above everyone else when he clearly shouldn't be. The only explanation for this was that somehow Naruto was cheating or being helped. It was frowned upon for any ninja of the village to help or provide lessons to an academy student if they weren't a teacher at the academy. Someone must be helping him, and Niji wasn't about to sit idly by while this happened. Fate could not be changed and Naruto's fate was obvious to him. Niji agreed to go along with Tenten in order to discover what was really going on, and then he would expose it and put Naruto back in his place. No one can escape their destiny and Niji would make sure of that. While both had followed Naruto before, they weren't following him this time. Niji had used his Byakugan to make sure that Naruto wasn't near his apartment, as Tenten was dead set on seeing the sword again and touching it. Niji was more interested in searching for evidence and closely examining the apartment to find out what was really going on. They would have to sneak into the apartment to get to it, and while it was illegal, they both determined that they had sufficient reasons to do it. They knew that Naruto had been placed on a genin team and would be away from his apartment for a while, which would give them some time to get inside and look around. XX. Naruto sat at a training ground on a log as the other members of his new team introduced themselves. He was listening to what they were saying but also analyzing them and reviewing what else he knew about them. He idly wondered if either of them knew about the Kyuubi, which was an interesting thought. They wouldn't have even been out of the academy when the village was attacked and the Kyuubi was sealed, so they may or may not have been privy to that information. Akadu Yoroi had just finished telling Naruto about his dreams for the future and Kabuto's introduction was next. The white-haired genin first adjusted his glasses while giving Naruto a small smile before he started. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto." But the remainder of Kabuto's speech was lost when Naruto felt something. It took a second to identify what it was when he realized that the security seals on his apartment had gone off. "Who would break into my apartment?" he thought as he continued to partially listen to Kabuto's introduction. He wasn't going to interrupt as there was nothing important inside his apartment that wasn't well hidden. If the other seals went off on one of his hiding spots inside the apartment then he would be concerned. Naruto's eyes widened and his heartbeat quickened as a moment later the seals on his main hiding spot activated. How the hell did they find it so quickly, he questioned as it was a village full of ninja but he was sure that his hiding spots would fool anyone who wasn't specifically looking for a hidden area. At this point Naruto was starting to have trouble sitting still as Kabuto finished his introduction. Who the hell is in my apartment, he wanted to know and moment later he knew his answer. He was again taken by surprise when he had the sudden feeling that someone had taken his sword from the hiding spot and was holding it. Naruto also received a few images of who was holding his sword. I never knew I had this kind of connection with my sword, he thought as no one else had ever come into physical contact with the blade besides himself. He was broken from his thoughts to give his own introduction to his new teammates and decided to wait before getting back to his apartment. He knew who was there now and what they were doing. If they did steal from him then he would know exactly where to go. He would delay for the team meeting to be over which shouldn't take that long and then would see what was going on. XX. It's just as amazing as I remembered it. Tenten said contentedly with her eyes fixed to the sheathed ninjato. It's still in the sheath, and aren't you becoming a bit obsessed over it? Niji questions with a shake of his head. You're one to talk. How much time do you spend on your hair and looking at it in a mirror? Then again I suppose you would know all about obsession. Chided Tenten as she set the blade down on the table in the kitchen and Niji merely frowned at her. Niji had easily found the secret compartment in the wall in the kitchen with his Byakugan though neither had noticed the seals that they had tripped. While Tenten stared at the sword in awe, Niji continued to examine the apartment. There was a black cloak in the hiding place along with several scrolls he remembered and went to the hiding place to examine them. He removed the cloak to get to the scrolls underneath. There were 6 of them and they were all the same size and color. He tried to open them but was unable to as they were sealed shut and he also couldn't look into them with his dojutsu to read what was inside. Putting them back where he found them, he noticed several other hiding places with his Byakugan but nothing of note was there except money and a few more scrolls. The scrolls were rather suspicious as they were sealed shut with perhaps a blood seal which was advanced for any academy student or genin. What would be in the scrolls that he would need to seal them shut and then hide them, questioned Niji as he continued to analyze the rest of the apartment which was rather standard. He found nothing else that was out of place or suspicious. Niji deactivated his Byakugan upon hearing the oohs and ahs of his fellow classmate as she removed the ninjato from the sheath. He moved over to the table to get a better look at the sword that had captivated the thoughts of his classmate for some time. It was rather unique and he could see what had caught her interest as a weapons expert. Tenten removed the blade from the sheath and examined it in every way she could. It was exactly how she remembered it. The red blade with black edges and a black handle. She picked up the blade and examined the balance and weight. Oddly she thought it was rather heavy for a blade of its size but the balance was perfect. She then pulled out a small magnifying glass and examined every inch of the polished blade. Amazingly enough, it was perfect and didn't have a single fault or mark. That doesn't make any sense. Every blade has tool marks or some kind of imperfection, noted Tenten curiously, and her findings made her wonder more and more about the process that was used to make it. She looked up and at Niji, then smiled. It was disconcerting for Niji as he really didn't like the smile and apparently had good reason as a moment later Tenten plucked out one strand of his perfect hair. Niji flinched and gave a glare but was curious to see what she would do. Tenten used her hair to test the sharpness of the blade. She positioned the sword with the blade facing up and gently touched a part of the strand of hair against the blade. It effortlessly cut and she was rather impressed. Although Niji was slightly put off by the display, it was his perfect hair after all. Tenten then decided to use the nail of her thumb to test the sharpness. Why, if you just used my hair, are you now using your thumbnail? Asked Niji. Using a hair isn't really a test of sharpness. Replied Tenten. Then why did you pluck one out of my head and use? Asked Niji while narrowing his eyes. Tenten merely shrugged while smiling. I was presented with an opportunity and I took it. Turns out Hyuga hair is not better than everyone else's hair. The answer made Niji twitch with anger as he had lost a perfectly good hair for nothing, but he didn't comment further as Tenten started her real test. The nail of her thumb was easily cut. In fact, if she hadn't been so cautious about it, she probably would be bleeding right now or would have taken a part of the tip of her thumb off. I've never seen a sword this sharp. How in the world did he sharpen it so finely and to such a razor edge? I wonder how strong it is, she thought, but was brought out of her thoughts by Niji, who was still periodically activating his eyes and looking out for the apartment owner to come back. Tenten, he's coming back. Stated Niji with his Byakugan active. Tenten's eyes widened and she rushed to put the blade back in the sheath, then put it back in the hiding place. She replaced the piece of wall that hid the secret compartment and then both students got out of the apartment. They may not have known how to tree walk yet, but they could still jump and fall good distances without any harm. They stopped rushing when they were a good distance away from the apartment. They both looked at each other and Niji was the first to speak. Did you put sword back right where you found it? Yes, I put it back on the black cloak where it was when we opened the hidden compartment. Replied Tenten with a sigh. The last thing either wanted was to be caught. Niji nodded and they started heading their separate ways. It wasn't until Niji was nearing the Hyuuga compound that he had a thought. While the scrolls were suspicious, there was something else that he had overlooked until Tenten had mentioned it. I can understand that the scrolls were put in the hiding places to keep them from being found, but why was there a black cloak? The cloak should have been in the closet. Why would someone want to hide a cloak? Unfortunately he didn't have an answer. XX. Naruto entered his apartment with caution. He knew that the girl from the weapons shop had been there, but as he got close enough to his apartment, he could feel that someone else was with her. It took only a few moments to identify the person from his memories of different people that he had come into contact with. It was a Hyuuga boy from one of his previous classes. A branch member if he was not mistaken. He now knew why his hiding places had been discovered so easily, as it was due to the dojutsu possessed by the Hyuuga clan. Naruto was still paranoid, so he first examined the entire apartment for traps before he started looking in all his hiding places to see if anything was taken. He sat down in a chair at his kitchen table and set his sword down on the table in front of him. Nothing had been taken, but he could tell that the scrolls in his main hiding place had been looked at. He was fortunate that he had placed seals on them to keep them from being opened, but he was unable to tell if one or both of the intruders had been interested in the scrolls. It wouldn't have been good to have academy students find copied water jutsu from the Nidaime Hokage, as he had copied the jutsu from the main scroll which was at the hideout inside the Hokage mountain with the Raijin. He used those scrolls to learn the jutsu from, so that he was separated from the stolen scroll in case the hideout was ever found. Naruto had a hard time believing that Hyuuga Niji would have agreed to help break into his apartment. He must have had some kind of reason or curiosity in order to come here and not only look through my entire apartment but act as a lookout, believed Naruto, and he wondered what those reasons were. He didn't take Niji as the kind of person who would help out another academy student. The Hyuuga boy believed they were all beneath him. Looking at his sword, Naruto found himself experiencing many different feelings that he would normally have had tight control over. He felt rather angry, frustrated and even afraid. Searching his feelings, he found that he was not angry about his apartment being broken into or his hiding places found. He was feeling these emotions because someone had done something to his property, his sword. It seemed that he had more of a bond and was more attached to the sword than even he was aware. It would explain the images that he saw of the girl examining his ninjato and that he knew someone else was holding it. The real question was, what would he do now? There was no way he was going to leave his sword in his apartment or put it anywhere else. He knew that the girl, Tenten he believed her name was, had tried to follow him several times, but apparently her interest in the blade was such that she was now bringing in a Hyuuga to help her get access to it. Naruto had been wary of using his sword and wanted to use another for a period of time, but now he was positive that he couldn't let his sword out of his sight or off his person. It was his sword and only he would use it and not some other person. His teammates already knew from his introduction that he was interested in Kenjutsu, but he would have to hide its special properties from them. It might be difficult in the case of the ever-observant Kabuto, but he didn't want to be parted from his weapon again. Plague Ace was silent as his student thought about his created weapon. He was interested to see that Naruto and the sword did share some type of bond and that the boy was rather possessive of it. Naruto didn't act like that with any other object, so it must also be because of the forging process or rituals involved in the blade's creation. Feeling with the force, Plague Ace could already feel the sword taking on a slight aura of the dark side of the force. He was interested to see what would become of this. XX. Stupid D-rank missions, thought Naruto angrily as his team was coming back to the Hokage Tower after spending a portion of the day weeding a garden. Naruto had learned how bad the missions were from draining minds, but it was even worse when experiencing them firsthand. It had been several weeks since Naruto joined his new squad, and since then they had done nothing but team training, formations, and crappy missions. It was mind-numbingly boring, but the team actually managed to get along just fine. Naruto had never imagined himself getting along with any of his teammates, no matter what team he was paired with, and it was ironic considering they were spies and he himself had committed numerous crimes against the village. They were all actually guilty of treason, though no one knew about it or had the evidence to convict them. From working on his team, Naruto had noticed several things about genin in the village. There didn't seem to be many people that actually took genin seriously. Not the villagers and not even the other higher-ranking ninja of the village. It also seemed very dependent on age. Between the age of 13 to 16 was the range for genin that were more likely to be taken seriously. Kabuto was already at the end of that range, while Yoroi had passed it and Naruto himself had yet to reach it. Genin that were younger and older than the range were taken less seriously, as younger genin were seen as being physically weaker and the older genin were seen as being not very competent because they weren't able to become progress in rank to chunin. Naruto found it interesting that people didn't see his team as competent or powerful, especially when it came to Kabuto. The glasses-wearing genin was nearing the higher limit on the age range, but no one seemed to take Kabuto seriously. From what Naruto knew from stolen memories, Kabuto was at least on the same level as their sensei, possibly stronger. Naruto wondered how Jonin sensei could not notice something out of the ordinary on his own team, but he supposed it was due to the whole team being spies and covering for each other. Naruto was beginning to see just how the team had managed to escape any notice for so many years. He was also starting to question whether he wanted to achieve a higher rank anymore. It was good to be underestimated and everyone seemed to do that for most genin. Chunin ninja were able to access the ninja library but given the lax security, he might be able to break into it and get anything he wanted. Chunin were also restricted out of certain sections of the library that only special jonin and higher ranks were allowed into view. Naruto didn't know how long it might take to reach the rank of Chunin or special jonin, so he would have to think about it. Plague Ace had little to say about the matter as he wanted his student to make these decisions and stated that while both choices would lead to different outcomes, in terms of rank, and struggles for Naruto, they would achieve the same goals of learning more jutsu and techniques. Naruto would have to meditate on this decision in his free time. XX. Several weeks had passed since the murder of a genin in the village. Over that time, no new information or even a suspect had been found. From stealthy excursions into the village during several times of the day, Naruto found that the security in the village had lessened back to where it had been several months before. Naruto took this as a sign to start tailing and observing Mizuki. The records of ninja were unfortunately held in Konoha Ninja Library, which Naruto didn't have access to but would one day get into, one way or another. He therefore didn't have much information on Mizuki. Naruto already knew that the Chunin was under investigation but no one was following him or even keeping an eye on him. It seemed that the village wasn't very concerned with the suspicious actions of Mizuki, or they just didn't have the manpower to keep a close eye on him. Naruto was searching the man's apartment while the Chunin was teaching at the academy but found nothing of interest. Like Rokusho Aoi, Mizuki tended to favor weapons over any jutsu, or at least didn't have any scrolls of ninjutsu or genjutsu in his apartment. This led Naruto to wonder why Mizuki wasn't working on learning any techniques from the library, or at least learning nature manipulation. It seemed odd that Mizuki wouldn't try to learn any jutsu, as Naruto had the strong feeling that the Chunin was obsessed with getting power and prestige in the village. Why wouldn't he start learning everything that he could with his access to the ninja library? What kind of person is obsessed with power, but won't take full advantage of what is available to him? Naruto questioned as he left Mizuki's apartment just the way he found it. It was Plague Ace that answered, as he had seen this many times before. He is the kind of person who doesn't want to work for power or for prestige. He wants things given to him and everything to be easy. He won't work for power and is a narcissist, so he believes he is better than everyone else and should be noticed above others. It's possible that he is interested in Orochimaru because of the man's power and prestige. He probably wants the same and was thinking about how to get it when you glean those thoughts from him. If he really is that interested in Orochimaru, then he must have some information about him. Aoi and Muzumi didn't have very much information, and one of them was even a spy for the man. Mizuki is older than both and could have more knowledge that they know nothing about. Even if he doesn't know much, he could be used for other things, suggested Plague Ace, but he didn't elaborate much and wanted Naruto to figure out what he might be implying. Naruto thought about what his master had said while walking away from Mizuki's apartment and making his way back to his own. He made sure no one had seen him as he ducked down the back alleyways of the village. What could Mizuki be used for? He's a teacher at the academy, but he doesn't have access to anything that I haven't already stolen from there. Let's see, he's Chunin in rank. And it was at that point that Naruto had realized what his sensei was thinking. XX. Domino Irika walked to Mizuki's apartment and rang the bell. Mizuki walked to the door and looked through the peephole. His face darkened at the sight of his longtime friend, and before he opened the door to see what Irika wanted, he had to put on the facade that he had been using for years. What is he doing here? I see him enough at the academy as it is, thought Mizuki with some anger. Irika, what are you doing here? Mizuki asked with a smile and as nice a tone as he could fake. I thought we could go over the class notes and homework, stated Irika with a similarly fake smile and tone. We already went over them for the rest of the week, stated Mizuki as he was slightly puzzled. Irika faltered for only a second before stating, I meant for next week. Mizuki twitched at this but didn't think it that odd. Irika liked to keep up with all the classwork and often asked his opinion on what they were teaching the students. Mizuki didn't give a damn but had to keep up appearances, so he invited Irika inside his apartment. Irika already knew where everything was and walked to the dining room table in the kitchen. Mizuki walked over and for a moment found it strange, as they had sat in the living room area the last time Irika had come over, but didn't think much of it at the time. Irika was about to open the scrolls that he brought with him, when he asked, Do you have any tea? And the question made Mizuki twitch again. Sure, I'll go get us some, said Mizuki in a sickly sweet voice. Irika didn't unroll any of the scrolls but got up and walked towards Mizuki. What kind of tea do you have? Asked Irika as his face darkened slightly and he performed a single seal. You know perfectly W. But Mizuki never got a chance to finish as Irika's chakra glowing hand came into contact with his shoulder. Mizuki immediately felt his strength leave him, and before he could attack or do much of anything, he had already slumped down to his knees. What the hell? He's draining my chakra, thought Mizuki as he looked up at the friend he always disliked and wondered why he was doing this. He tried to reach for a kunai or break contact with Irika's hand, but it was no use. His chakra reserves had always been low, and it was one of the reasons why he hadn't spent much time learning ninjutsu. As more chakra left his body, his hand which had managed to reach a kunai loosened and the metal weapon fell to the floor. His vision was swimming and his body felt completely useless. Mizuki's eyes started to close and he completely collapsed to the ground unconscious. Iruka smiled slightly and was enveloped in smoke as the henge was released and revealed Naruto in his black cloak. Naruto knew better than to try mind tricks out on Kabuto, but it turned out that Yoroi was rather susceptible to them and it wasn't hard to trick him into giving Naruto his chakra draining technique. Naruto bargained for a low-level water jutsu just to make him think that it had been a fair trade. He also added the thought that it would be a good idea not to tell anyone about the exchange. The technique proved to be very useful and this was the first chance he had to test it against someone. Moving quickly, Naruto dragged Mizuki out of the kitchen and into the living room. He tied the man up and then placed his hand on the Chunin's head. Activating his drain knowledge technique, he started looking through the Chunin's mind for the information that he was after and anything else that might be useful. Naruto sifted through the memories to find many things that were strange to him. He found that Mizuki was jealous of Iruka ever since they were children. Mizuki was loved by a woman that Iruka had feelings for, but he himself felt nothing for her and just used their relationship to hurt Iruka. During a mission, Mizuki had killed a teammate who was injured to not slow down the rest and complete the mission, and that was the reason why he was being investigated. Right after that memory, was when he found what he was after. Mizuki had actually encountered Orochimaru. They had talked and Orochimaru had given Mizuki something. It was a piece of paper with some kind of formula and picture on it that would apparently give him power. Once he found the memories of Orochimaru, he searched for anything else concerning the Snake Sunin. It took a little bit of digging, but he did find small bits of information. Mizuki had idolized Orochimaru and wanted as much power from the man as he could get. He was still working out what exactly the piece of paper that was given to him was, and Naruto as well as Plagueis were rather interested in it. They also learned that Mizuki planned to take a scroll from the Hokage to give to Orochimaru for more power. The Chunin had yet to figure out how to take the scroll, but he had been working on finding out where exactly it was in the Hokage tower and how it was guarded. Beyond that, Mizuki had little information on Orochimaru. He barely knew why the Snake Sunin had even left the village in the first place and even believed that the man had been wrongly accused and ostracized from the village. Both Naruto and Plagueis were primarily interested in the piece of paper and the scroll of seals. Mizuki no longer had the sheet of paper which had a formula and picture on it, but had gotten a tattoo placed on his arm that had all of the information. Then he destroyed the paper. They also found out from Mizuki's mind that the scroll he thought about taking contained all of the forbidden jutsu in the village, and they now knew its existence as well its general location, but no information about what traps might be protecting it. Naruto had finished with his searching of Mizuki's mind and made sure to destroy all of the man's memories. He had only wanted to find out some information about Orochimaru but had gotten far more than he originally sought. He could tell that his master wanted the scroll and the information on the tattoo in addition to the other plans that they had. Naruto didn't stop to think very long though. He now had more things to accomplish in the same amount of time. He went to one of the scrolls that he had brought with him and copied down all the information he had just taken concerning the formula and the image that were on the paper Orochimaru had given Mizuki. He didn't know what it all meant and neither had Mizuki, but it would be something to figure out in the future. After that was done, Naruto went back to his original plan. He picked up the scrolls and left the apartment. Mizuki would be unconscious for some time as he had a bad case of chakra depletion. XX. Mizuki walked up the long staircase to the Konoha Ninja Library. He showed his ninja identification to the guard at the door to the library and was allowed entrance into the building. The disguised Naruto was instantly aware of the cameras and even the ninja librarians that were looking at him. Mizuki may be under investigation, but he wasn't forbidden from being in the library and had access to it because of his rank. Unfortunately, since he wasn't a special jonin or jonin, he only had limited access to the resources present there. Both he and Plagueis looked through the books and scrolls on the walls and ranked the ones that they each were more interested in. They had limited time and wouldn't be able to look at everything in the library. Mizuki would only be unconscious for a day or so, but since it was the weekend, no one would come looking for him. At least Naruto hoped that no one would. Mizuki didn't have many people that normally came to see him, and aside from possibly Iruka, few people that he socialized with. With a short mental debate, both Plagueis and Naruto decided which information would be the most helpful to copy down and learn in the time that they had. A moment later, Naruto started looking through the scrolls on nature, chakra and manipulation. He quickly copied the information down onto the scrolls that he brought with him. They had agreed to look at all the jutsu they could, but Plagueis wanted to look more into the Fuinjutsu area of the library, which was untouched by nearly everyone that came into there. Naruto questioned the reasoning but said nothing to Plagueis as his master knew what he was doing and Naruto trusted his judgment. The library also had information on the ninja of the village, but they didn't want to draw too much attention, so they stayed away from that section. Naruto spent several hours in the disguise of Mizuki and sitting at one of the tables in the library while copying down and memorizing the information that he read in the scrolls and books that he looked at. He also found what his master was looking for in the Fuinjutsu section, which was seals concerning security. After Naruto's apartment had been broken into, Plague Ace decided that the hideout in the Hokage Mountain needed its security increased to prevent anyone from finding the stolen items that they had hidden there and from gaining any access to it at all. The Sith did have runes which were a part of Sith magic and consisted of a series of symbols that could be placed on surfaces to produce various effects of the Force. Plague Ace was interested in seeing what ninja Fuinjutsu could do compared to Sith runes. He had been rather interested after examining the storage seals and having his holocron sealed into one on his student's arm. From what Naruto found, Fuinjutsu was easier to apply as Sith runes had to be etched or carved into a surface, whereas Fuinjutsu was a combination of ink and blood that could be applied much easier and faster. It seemed each style had its own advantages and disadvantages too. Fuinjutsu could be used for sealing an area and barriers, whereas the Sith runes could be used to make people overlook or to better hide an area as well as protecting a surface from damage. Plague Ace believed that the best security that could be provided was a combination of both styles, and he had waited on adding Sith runes to the hideout until he had learned all that Fuinjutsu was capable of. Sith runes were one of the reasons why Plague Ace's private quarters had survived the explosion of the reactor after his apprentice killed him so many years ago. Otherwise, his holocron and other items would have been destroyed in the explosion. XX. Naruto had quite a bit of work to still finish as he left the ninja library when it closed later that afternoon. He still had to figure out how to take the scroll of seals without getting caught, as he had less information about its location than he did when he took the Raijin and the scroll left by the Nidame. I have to memorize the patrols and figure out when it's best to infiltrate the Hokage Tower again, thought Naruto with a weary sigh as he had been looking through and copying scrolls and books for hours. He wasn't planning to infiltrate tonight as there were too many possibilities of making a mistake because he was so tired. Mizuki would only stay unconscious for less than a day, so he would have to drain more of the Chunin's chakra in the morning to make sure that he didn't wake up. The Chunin was still part of the overall plan and needed him to remain in his apartment until everything was over. XX. Later that night, the sky was dark and the stars were out, but Naruto's attention was elsewhere. Sitting in a vantage point on a tree that was growing out of the side of the Hokage monument, Naruto looked through his goggles and monitored the activity in and around the Hokage monument, which included the Hokage Tower and adjacent buildings. His life-sensing ability had enough range that he could feel everyone inside the building from where he was and was watching for ninja patrols on the outside. He was still tired but was trying his best to focus on what was happening beneath him. Both master and student were very interested in finding out and learning what was in the scroll, as even Mizuki didn't know anything that was in it, just what kind of techniques were supposedly in it. Kinjutsu were something that Plague Ace was very interested, as they seemed to be the more dark side of chakra techniques, and he was interested to see what these techniques entailed and what they could do with them. While he would most likely never be able to use chakra, his student would be able to use the techniques on his behalf and for their benefit. Another patrol moved through the area and did a sweep of the outside of the building while the ninja inside the building walked around the halls. Naruto made another note of it and the time that it occurred. Konoha ninja are rather punctual when it comes to patrolling, but at the same time very predictable and complacent, thought Naruto, as he knew that even though he planned to steal the scroll the following night, the patrols would still follow the same schedule, possibly for the rest of the week. Besides watching for the patrols, Naruto also looked for any gaps where they patrolled and looked all over the outside of the buildings. If anything went wrong, he would know the best place to hide and make an escape. His mind wandered to the other tasks he had to do in the next week. Naruto planned to spend a good portion of the following week learning and adding all the seals he found and Sith runes to the hideout and even some to his apartment. He had not underestimated the ninja of the village, but it seemed he had underestimated the curiosity of his former classmates. He now had to contend with a Byakugan, which would be difficult as he couldn't feel that he was being watched by the dojutsu. It was a problem that couldn't be completely solved. While looking through the Fuinjutsu in the library, Naruto did find a couple that could be used to hide an area from the dojutsu, but he couldn't hide himself if someone saw him going to his secret hiding places in his apartment or his hideout in the Hokage Mountain. I don't have anything that can fool those eyes from seeing me whenever they want, and I can't even tell I'm being watched, thought Naruto with a scowl, as it could hinder his plans if he was caught or even if someone saw him doing something illegal or suspicious. It all started with his sword, and now he wanted to make sure that no one found anything else about him or his activities in the village. XX. The following night, Naruto made his way to the Hokage Tower. He had spent the day planning everything out and would have Mizuki take the majority of the blame for the theft, just like Rokusho Aoi had. Mizuki had been drained of chakra again, not all of his chakra but enough to keep him unconscious for the rest of the day and most of the night. Naruto soundlessly slipped through the village and idly wondered how many more times he would have to do something like this. He was barely out the academy and was already regularly committing treason. He cared nothing for the village, at least he told himself that, but he couldn't help but wonder how long he could get away with this without someone starting to catch on or without making a mistake. It seemed that every time he had these activities, it led to something else being revealed or discovered in the village. Naruto had been spying on the Chunin examinees and found out about the Raijin and Nidame's scroll. Eliminating a genin to take his spot on a team led to him learning about spies of Orochimaru in the village and a few of the Snake Senin's activities, and now while trying to find information about Orochimaru from Mizuki had led to learning of the scroll of seals and the mysterious formula and image. This provided opportunities but also threatened to get him caught or discovered. When would he finally be able to let things calm down before he got caught? This isn't what I should be thinking about. Naruto chided himself as he focused back on the task at hand. I'll have to lay low for a long while after this and not do anything else inside the village. He thought as outside the village was a different matter entirely. Naruto eventually donned a henge of Mizuki and entered the Hokage Tower through one of the windows on the second floor of the building. He ended up in a records room. Closing his eyes, he felt for the life signatures of people in the building and found they were exactly where they had been the previous day. Glancing at his watch, he knew he had about 10 minutes until another patrol came by and the guards inside the tower had a slightly different schedule. Moving stealthily down the halls, Naruto looked for any traps, cameras, and now that he knew what to look for, he also looked for Fuinjutsu security seals. From what Mizuki knew, the scroll of sealing was kept in a special area that ninja could only access with the Hokage's permission. The only person that Naruto really had to worry about was the Sandaime, as he lived in the Hokage Tower and slept near the room Naruto was heading to. When he was stealing the Raijin, Naruto didn't worry that much as that sword had been kept on a different floor, so it wasn't that much of an issue. Now however, he would be much closer to the Hokage than he planned on, and it appeared that the Sandaime was up late trying to finish his paperwork. That also hadn't been a problem the last time he was in the building, but Naruto had also gotten better at suppressing his chakra and stealth in general. He was also under a henge and hiding his scent. He wasn't sure how well he could outrun ninja if he was caught, but he did have a plan if anything went bad. Ascending a staircase and waiting for a Chunin guard to pass by, Naruto moved down a new hallway and arrived at the room he wanted. Checking as best as he could for Fuinjutsu, he didn't find anything and used the force to sense if the door was booby-trapped. It wasn't, so he forced the lock and opened the door, quietly entered the room. Moving in the dark, Naruto looked through the room and cursed. This entire damn room's filled with scrolls, he thought, and it made him want to yell out in frustration. He had no idea what else was in the room, only the scroll of seals, and if he had known, he would have better prepared. Mizuki also didn't know what the scroll of seals looked like, and it was the only one he was after. The only thing the Chunin did know was that it was a really large scroll. That information is no longer relevant, thought an agitated Naruto as he examined several shelves of big scrolls. None of them were even labeled. Angry and frustrated, Naruto started frantically searching for what he was after. He wanted a specific scroll, and he wasn't about to start stuffing every scroll he could find into his pockets, as he had no idea what was in them and no time to find out. His pockets also weren't that big. Naruto ignored several shelves of smaller scrolls, which were within his reach, out of his mind, and focused only on the big scrolls. He did know that the scroll of seals contained all of the forbidden jutsu of the village, so he partially opened and glanced at nearly every scroll on the shelves until he saw something that was promising. Shadow Clone Jutsu. B-ranked Kinjutsu. This jutsu is forbidden too. And he stopped reading that entry to look at the next one. The next jutsu was also labeled as a Kinjutsu, so he grabbed the scroll and rushed to the door of the room while he put the strap on the scroll over his shoulder. He never noticed that as soon as he took the large scroll off the shelf, a sealing array was activated. Naruto exited the room and checked for life signs as he glanced at his watch. Shit, I took too long. And he stopped as he felt ninja behind him and coming up the staircase ahead of him. Did I trip something? He thought before glancing back to see a frowning Hokage. Turning to the way he was heading before he stopped, Naruto saw two Chunin come out of the staircase door and two ANBU come running down the hall. Fuck. Time for the escape plan. Naruto thought as he ran forward at the four ninja ahead of him. There was no way he would charge the Hokage, and he watched as the ninja tensed and reached for weapons. Instead of fighting them though, Naruto smashed into a nearby door and forcibly entered the random room. He stopped as soon as he entered and started frantically making hand seals for a jutsu that he had only managed to practice on. His practice however was on a much smaller scale and in his bathroom tub. He could feel the ninja converging on the room while two of them ran to go outside the building to make sure he didn't jump out the window in the room and escape. It only took a few seconds, but Naruto was stressed and it felt like his hand seals were taking forever. He finally completed the ninjutsu and said in Mizuki's voice, "Water release," exploding water colliding wave, and he spewed out water out of his mouth which filled the room. XX. The ninja came to a halt at the door that the intruder ran into as water started rushing out the small gap in the bottom of the door. A moment later, the door burst open and a torrent of water flooded the hallway. The Sandaime felt the jutsu building up and had already gone through hand seals for an earth wall which he used to stop and deflect most of the water away from his ninja. The ANBU that were outside would likely apprehend the intruder, which the Sandaime recognized as a Chunin named Mizuki. He only knew the man because of the recent suspicious circumstances on his recent mission, and Ibiki was looking into him. XX. The water destroyed a window of the Hokage Tower and gushed out of the tower while taking Naruto with it. Naruto went through more seals to create a water clone of Mizuki with the scroll strapped to his back but without a ninja vest. Naruto then reached into his ninja pouch to retrieve a scroll and unraveled it while he landed on the ground below. He released the contents to the water clone which caught the ninja vest and put it on while running towards the real Mizuki's apartment. The ANBU arrived a moment later to give chase to the clone and didn't see the disguised Naruto as he had already sunk into the standing water to hide himself. He would wait as he could feel many other ninja heading towards the Hokage tower and they would no doubt be sent to follow the intruder, which would give him an opening to escape. XX. The water clone ran through the village on an obstacle course for the two following ANBU. The water clone jutsu had a tenth of the original's chakra and had little intelligence, but they could still move fast. The ANBU were starting to catch up, but the clone moved through the village with ease while they were slowed down trying to apprehend it and retrieve the scroll without damaging it. By the time the clone made it to the apartment building and went through the front entrance, the ANBU were nearly on top of it and had already thrown several projectiles to stop the thief. The clone made it up the staircase to Mizuki's apartment and ran inside the apartment while locking the door behind it. The clone then took off the vest, threw it on the bed in the bedroom and entered the connected bathroom. Not bothering to shut the door behind it, the clone stepped into the tub and ended the technique, turning back into water which started flowing down the drain. A moment later, the ANBU broke into the apartment and found a unconscious Mizuki on the floor. They were stopped long enough by finding the thief that by the time they got to searching the bathroom of the apartment to look for the scroll, the tub was already empty. XX. Hokage's office. XX. What do you mean you didn't find the scroll? Demanded the Hokage to a group of his ANBU. It had only been half an hour since the theft and now his ninja were telling him that despite apprehending the thief, they were unable to locate the stolen scroll. We chased Chunin Mizuki back to his apartment. We found him unconscious from chakra depletion, but the scroll was gone. He didn't drop it on the way to the building because he had it while we were chasing him, and we are searching the entire apartment building and surrounding area for anyone suspicious or anywhere that the scroll could be hidden. Replied Crow of the ANBU forces. I can't believe this, thought a frustrated Sandame as he rubbed the side of his face and forehead. Where is he now? Demanded the Sandame, and it was Crow that replied, we took him straight to interrogation. Was there evidence of anyone else being involved? Inquired the Sandame. The tracking teams didn't find any other scents at the tower or at the apartment, but they tracked Mizuki's trail from the tower to the apartment. We know he was the one who took the scroll, but we aren't sure if he was working with someone else or acted alone. Answered Crow. The Sandame nodded at the answer and thought about the situation. A Chunin managed to get into the tower and take the forbidden scroll, he thought, and then continued. He then used at least a B-ranked water jutsu to create a diversion to help him escape, but his file says that he doesn't know any water jutsu, have a water affinity, or know anything higher than low-ranked ninjutsu for that matter. So, he used most of his chakra to escape and managed to get back to his apartment before passing out from chakra exhaustion, but that doesn't explain where the scroll is. Perhaps Ibiki and Inoichi will have more luck, he thought with some hope. The theft of the scroll of sealing was no light matter, as that scroll had incredibly powerful and contained the most dangerous jutsu of the village. He hoped that the interrogation department would find out why the Chunin did it and where the scroll was. It was likely that the Chunin was working with someone and the village was currently on lockdown to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. The Sandame only had to wait 10 or 15 minutes before Inoichi entered the room to give his report. We weren't able to get anything from Chunin Mizuki, Sandame-sama. Inoichi stated with a small bit of shame in his voice, but while keeping eye contact with the Sandame. Did he kill himself? Asked the Sandame, as that was common for prisoners who might have information or don't want to go through torture and interrogation. No, Sandame-sama. He is perfectly healthy besides the chakra exhaustion, but he has no memories. Stated Inoichi seriously, and he knew the Sandame would get what he was telling him. So it's happened again. Something else was stolen and we still don't have any leads on who is doing it, and another ninja of Konoha either had some part in the theft or was framed, thought the Sandame, and heavily sighed after his ninja had left his office. How is it that someone can keep getting away with this in a village full of ninja? XX. Naruto sat in his bed at his apartment and stared at the ceiling. He had already dropped the scroll off at the hideout and was slowly calming down from the adrenaline that had been flowing through him from his activities earlier in the night. I was almost caught tonight, was the thought that kept going through his mind. He had made a plan just in case he was caught, and it had worked perfectly, but that wasn't exactly the point. Naruto was more concerned that his luck was going to run out. It was true that both he and Plagueis wanted the scroll, and after removing Mizuki's memories it presented a perfect opportunity. He could possibly have waited or made a different plan, but he pushed forward, and that was what almost got him caught. Despite the situation being over, he still had many things to do and many different problems that he had to watch out for. The hideout needed to be secured and made nearly impenetrable from people and dojutsu. It would take some time to make sure that the area was safe, as it now held 3 items that he had taken from the village, and at any point, if a Hyuga used their dojutsu or a person went into the area behind the faces of the Hokages, they would find evidence of someone living there and the stolen items. Naruto was rather stressed out by that. He could technically be caught at any moment, and he already had several people following him on an unrelated matter, but he had to make sure they didn't find anything that was incriminating. He knew that perhaps the girl student could be bought off, but he wasn't sure about the Hyuga. He had to make sure that he wasn't followed, or if he was, that he didn't reveal the hideout or anything else that would raise questions. As it was, he was now looking forward to spending more time outside of the village on missions and less time near the items that he had stolen and inside the village that he disliked. Please review. Chapter 8. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. I forgot to post the poll results in the last chapter, so here they are. Poll results. Winner, Plasma, suggested by Hollow Inuyasha, 41 votes. Storm, suggested by F Watchdog, 22 votes. Ice, suggested by axellon2008, 18 votes. Crystal/Diamond, suggested by Watchdog, 16 votes. No sub-element 10 votes. Magnetism, suggested by Darkness Ken, 10 votes. Swift, suggested by FURY074, 9 votes. Dust, suggested by Draco Kamikaze, 5 votes. Thank you to all who voted. XX. 38 BBY current year, Naruto is 11 years old. Chapter 8, Plans moving forward. XX. I spy with my little eye, something, purple. Stated Naruto with a hidden smile. It wouldn't happen to be myself or Yoroi-san again, would it, Naruto-kun? Stated Kabuto with a nervous chuckle while adjusting his glasses. Both he and Yoroi were the only ones wearing purple for at least a mile since they were on the road and heading back to the village from a mission. Wow, Kabuto-san. You're really good at this game. Stated Naruto with fake awe. Well, I am rather observant. Quipped Kabuto with a fake smile. This was by no means the first time that Naruto had insinuated or suggested in one way or another that Kabuto and Yoroi could be spies. It wasn't always subtle either. Like when Naruto found out about Kabuto's ninja info cards and suggested that some of the information on them might be classified and Kabuto probably shouldn't even know it, and that a spy for another village would really want to get his/her hands on cards like that. It didn't really matter what Naruto said, as their sensei still remained as clueless as ever concerning his genin. Kabuto, however, was well aware that Naruto knew something about him, but was rather curious as Naruto had never openly admitted anything and never bothered to alert anyone that his teammates were spies. Kabuto found it strange, and he would never openly admit that he was a spy, nor had he tried to silence Naruto in any way. Kabuto also knew some things about Naruto and never admitted them either. It was an interesting stalemate and dynamic, as neither made any moves to admit what they knew and just continued the charade. Naruto was rather enjoying messing with his two teammates again. Neither could really do anything about it and didn't want to risk revealing anything. They were both still ranked as Genin while it had been a year since Naruto had been promoted to Chunin at the Chunin exams. Naruto tried to get the other members of his team promoted as well, but Kabuto opted out after the second exam and Yoroi failed to be selected for Chunin rank during the final stage of the exams. From what he could tell, Kabuto seemed to have another purpose for staying a genin, and he felt that it had to do with the ninja info cards and information that the silver-haired genin was constantly gathering. After much meditation, Naruto had decided that it would be worth it to strive for promotion instead of staying a genin. He had examined the reasons for both sides of the problem at length. The conclusion Naruto came to was that he had more reason to get a promoted to Chunin than stay as a genin. Naruto found that it would likely look more suspicious if he, who had been rushed through the academy, had not been promoted to Chunin in a short amount of time. People, especially the Hokage, might think it strange that such a promising academy student had been unable to reach Chunin a few years after becoming a genin. The other reason that he wanted to get promoted had to do with what he had found in the ninja library. Since raiding the archives in the guise of Mizuki, Naruto discovered how useful Fuinjutsu could be as well as the rest of the information in the library. After looking through the scrolls he copied and sifting through his memories of what he read and saw, he came to realization. Despite spending hours in the library, he had barely scratched the surface concerning the information that was available to the rank of Chunin. Rather than disguise himself as another Chunin or go through another charade while risking being caught, he instead decided to push for promotion and now wore the vest of a Chunin. He had foregone the high-collared shirt as it didn't mesh with the vest and instead had a hood sewn onto his vest, as well as used white bandages and tied them around his neck and the bottom portion of his face. The bandages didn't cover the area around his mouth, which was left open for using jutsu. He had also sealed his sword in a storage seal on the forearm that was typically used for holding his master's holocron, and a second ninjato was attached to the back of his vest. It looked exactly like the ninjato he had made but was not. Naruto used the fake to fool people and unsealed his real ninjato when he had to. He wanted people to see the imitation of his real sword on his back and notice that there was nothing special about, which would lead them to think that any rumors about it were false. As the team reached the top of a small hill in the road, Konoha was revealed to them in the distance. Naruto's eyes went directly to the Hokage monument, but he wasn't looking at the faces. He was looking through them, to the hideout that only he knew was there. Naruto often found himself glancing at the monument and his thoughts would always wander to the stolen items that were hidden there. On some level, the knowledge always made him uneasy and paranoid about being caught. However, it was unlikely that it would be discovered considering the security and modifications to the hideout that he had made with his master's help. With the new seal information and following his master's teaching and instructions, he had fortified the hideout with a combination of Fuinjutsu and Sith runes. The entrance to the hideout was hidden with a force illusion that was created with the runes. While Naruto found he had little ability in genjutsu, with help from his plague ace, he started learning how to make illusions with the help of Sith runes and was even working on using the ability to copy the effects of genjutsu that he knew of but couldn't use. With the entrance hidden, he had also placed a barrier seal over it to prevent anyone from entering, if they got past the illusion, and detection seals so that he would know if anyone was near the main entrance to his hideout. The inside of the hideout had several other traps and the entire room had been reinforced with Sith runes to make the walls stronger, and Fuinjutsu had been used to prevent noise and chakra from being sensed by someone outside the room. A barrier was put on the noses of the cage to, on the off chance that someone thought of it, enter his hideout through the noses of the former and current cage. With all the modifications he had made, Naruto was confident that a Hyuga would not be able to see into his hideout and it would be hidden from them. Even if someone entered it, he used another application of Sith runes to produce a second force illusion inside of the hideout and make anyone think it was just an empty space. From the scroll of seals, Naruto had added 2 more additions to the hideout. He added an extra trap to the entranceway and also used a powerful earth jutsu to create a second entrance to the hideout. The jutsu was made for the quick creation of bunkers and required a very large amount of chakra to use as well as a single Fuinjutsu seal. Naruto used the technique to create a vertical shaft that went down into the rock of the mountain and to just below the level of the village. It then traveled to the building where his apartment was and he created a hidden entrance so that he wouldn't have to keep going to the Hokage monument to access his hideout. He would only have to enter the hidden tunnel and walk directly there, unimpeded and unnoticed. Naruto actually went by the area anyway because the staircase to his apartment was on the inside of the building and the entrance to the secret tunnel was placed in the stairwell. The earth jutsu he used to create the tunnel pushed the rock away and compacted it to form solid walls while engraving a unique design on the surfaces of the tunnel that was the same as the seal used in the jutsu. The Fuinjutsu was used to start the tunneling process and consisted of a rectangular seal that was placed on a smooth surface and it set the dimensions of the bunker system to be created. The design of the seal was engraved onto the walls as the jutsu worked and served to help keep the shape of the tunnel system being created. The user could also create rooms of different sizes besides just tunnels and even create multiple levels. The technique drained chakra based on how elaborate and big the bunker was, so a person could easily try to create something too large and drain themselves of chakra. The technique was not slow but it was also not fast, and Naruto didn't try to see exactly what he could do with the technique. He just created what he needed. The entrance in the stairwell was hidden with another illusion to make it appear as a solid wall, and a person could even touch it and feel a solid surface as part of the illusion. Naruto wasn't sure if a dojutsu could pierce the illusions he was using for his hideout, as he had read in the academy that they could do that, but this wasn't a genjutsu, it was force illusion, so he wasn't sure. He did know that few people would look in the stairwell of his building for an entrance to a secret hideout. Naruto walked to that very entrance now as his team entered the village and went their separate ways, while the Jonin sensei went to the Hokage tower to brief the Sandaime on the mission and fill out a mission report. A lot has changed since I stole the scroll of seals. Naruto mused while he walked to his apartment. He had found an incredible array of jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll and now had access to many powerful techniques. Many of the jutsu in the scroll involved the sacrifice of a person or the user, but the rest more than made up for that. It contained barriers and ninjutsu that did not have nature affinities tied to them. Naruto also found several Fuinjutsu seals that were explained in detail, which included a cursed seal, a memory seal, and his own seal that was on his stomach and held back the Kyuubi. Apparently a cursed seal was any piece of Fuinjutsu that was placed on an individual that spread across or was placed on their body and could have varied affects. Naruto read through the different applications and knew that he would have to develop one of his own. The memory seal was supposed to be able to seal off certain memories or all of person's memories. It was something that Naruto was very interested in, as it would be much better than what he was currently using for memory removal, which removed everything and left nothing. However, it could be removed by a person with enough sealing knowledge and experience, but Naruto had a few ideas about that. His own seal was certainly of interest to him, and he learned about the existence of a key that went with his seal, but he had no idea who had this extra piece of Fuinjutsu, and it worried him knowing that someone else had it. Probably the most interesting discovery had been the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which was by far the best clone jutsu that Naruto had ever encountered. He had mastered it in an hour and could already make numerous perfect clones of himself to use to help his plans while he worked on something else. He had already used them to work on the hideout and put all of the Sith runes in place. Naruto also learned the other corresponding jutsu that went with the normal Shadow Clone Jutsu, which included the Clone Explosion Jutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Release Shadow Clone, and the Lightning Release Shadow Clone. Naruto entered the stairwell of his building and created a shadow clone that was inside of the illusion that covered the new entrance to his hideout. Without missing a beat, the shadow clone substituted itself for the real Naruto without producing any smoke, and the real Naruto continued walking into his hideout while the shadow clone proceeded up the staircase to go to his apartment. If anyone was watching, he hoped the illusion would conceal the switch between himself and the clone, but he had no real way of knowing that it was successful. Naruto hadn't been caught yet, so he had a feeling it was working as he walked down the tunnel to the vertical shaft in the Hokage mountain. Naruto walked on into the darkness until he reached the vertical shaft. He never bothered to put any lighting in the tunnel as he could easily move in the dark. For a brief moment he crouched down and a wind picked up around him, Given that the shaft was small, he had figured out a better way than climbing it. It was also more fun. Using force jump he propelled himself up and then a burst of wind around him increased his speed. There was no way he could add something like an elevator as he just didn't have the materials to do it and wasn't going to frivolously spend money when he could do something else. After copying scrolls from the ninja library in the guise of Mizuki, Naruto had found out a great deal of information about how to train and using chakra natures, and after he had been promoted to Chunin, he was allowed to purchase the special paper that allowed him to figure out what his affinities were. Previously, he had just been learning what he could get his hands on and wasn't concerned with which affinity he had. Once he used the chakra paper, he found that he had an affinity for wind and water. From that test, he knew that wind must be his primary affinity, but he wasn't sure if water was his secondary affinity or he had an affinity for water because of his training to learn the Nidame's water jutsu. Everyone had a primary affinity and it was the chakra nature that their chakra was naturally attuned to and could learn to use the easiest. Some people even developed a secondary affinity or even a third affinity that worked the same way. Naruto's affinity for water, however, was not a secondary affinity but a developed affinity for water jutsu. He had used water chakra nature so much that his body developed an affinity for it, but it was not natural like his primary affinity. A person could have up to 3 natural affinities and could develop the reset through training and using jutsu for those specific chakra natures. The natural affinity or affinities would always be better than the developed ones. Jutsu of the natural affinity would be easier to use and consume less chakra, while jutsu with developed affinities would consume the same amount as each other but more than the natural affinity. Naruto never really bothered with it before because he was interested in learning all of the chakra affinities and using jutsu from all 5. He had more than enough chakras, so it didn't matter how much the jutsu consumed or whether it was a natural or developed affinity. Since he had the proper training techniques for learning to manipulate each of the elements, he had started learning all of them. From that point, he had almost mastered all 5 chakra natures. The only chakra nature that was giving him problems was fire, which was taking him much longer than the others had. Before Naruto started that training, he already had learned some earth manipulation and had mastered the water manipulation. It had taken a long time, but on a suggestion from Master Plagueis, Naruto used his shadow clones to speed up the process and work on training in multiple things at once. Nearing the top of the shaft, Naruto slowed himself down and just came out of the opening in the floor, landing gracefully on the ground of his hideout. Moving into another room of hideout, he removed a few scrolls from his person and placed them into the slots in the alcove he had created from the rocky walls of the hideout. With earth manipulation, he had expanded his hideout to accommodate rooms, giving him a place to sleep if he needed it as well as storage. The scrolls on this wall contained sums of money that he had acquired during several of his missions. He didn't steal from the clients, but if he was raiding a bandit camp then some of the loot might go missing and no one would know. He also gambled on several occasions while his team stayed in a village with a casino. Things like that happened a lot on the missions he was a part of, but no one had ever noticed, though he suspected that Kabuto knew of the stealing, but the glasses-wearing spy had never said anything or alerted anyone to Naruto's transgressions. Naruto wasn't completely sure how much money was enough, but at some point he had the feeling that he would need a lot of money to fix and refuel the ship. He couldn't convince everyone using his mind tricks, and some items he might need couldn't be purchased locally. Those scrolls also had materials that he had picked up, which included chakra metal that he planned for a few more weapons. He already had his sword, but the new weapons he had in mind would be very different from a sword. Moving to another alcove, he looked through the scrolls there and selected 2 of them. They were vital for his masters and his own plans, so he would need to take them on his next mission. The results of his extra activities during his next mission would determine what course he would take to get off of the planet and into the galaxy that he wanted to see. Naruto already knew what his next mission would be, as the Hokage had informed him before he leaving for the mission he just returned from. He would be performing standard border patrol along with a few other ninja. They would patrol along the southeastern border of Fire Country, which hardly received any notice because it didn't border with any countries with hidden villages like the northern and eastern borders of Fire Country did. This was exactly what Naruto had been waiting for, and he went to the final scroll alcove to find a slightly larger scroll that fit on the small of his back. Naruto smiled as he had waited so long to test the item in the scroll, and now he would finally have his chance. And it was exactly what he needed to complete his next task in the constraints that he had. XX. Several days later, southern area of Fire Country. XX. Minutes passed at a very slow rate as Naruto tried to wait patiently for the right moment. He was currently on lookout for a given time period of the night. The group he was with consisted of several Chunin and a Jonin. Naruto was woken up from his sleep to take the next watch, and now he was impatiently waiting until he knew that the ninja he was with were all asleep before he started his real mission. Every minute that passes gives me less time to complete what I came here for, thought Naruto as he was rather irritated and decided to try and meditate. 10 minutes later, the ninja that had woken Naruto up for lookout duty was fast asleep and Naruto began his mission. With a single hand seal, he created a shadow clone to stay behind while he ran off in the direction of the ocean. Hopping from tree to tree, Naruto raced to get to the ocean as soon as possible so that he could use his alternative mode of transportation. It took almost half an hour to reach the ocean from where his patrol was camping for the night. Once he was on the shore, he pulled the medium-sized scroll from his back and set it on the ground, then opened it. The scroll just contained a large storage seal and he released the seal. After the smoke had cleared, Naruto reached down and activated the power source on the speeder bike, and the repulsor lift in the vehicle quickly activated, causing it to jump off the ground a couple of feet and stay there as if it was suspended or propped up by something. Naruto jumped on the bike and then smiled before pushing the throttle and seeing what the bike could do. XX. Naruto could hardly get the smile off his face as he traveled at incredible speeds over the ocean. It was dark and he was far enough out from the shore that he didn't have to worry about people spotting him, and few boats were out at night. The only problem he was having was that the bike was so fast that his long journey was made rather short. He was traveling over 200 miles in less than half an hour, and the return trip would be just as short. It was a shame that he didn't have time to really figure out what this bike could do or take it for more of a joyride. His lookout shift was only 3 hours long, and that was the window of opportunity that he had to be back by in order to replace his shadow clone before waking someone for the next shift. He was headed to Sea Country, specifically to Jiro Island, where Orochimaru had a secret base and laboratory which was run by a man named Amachi. While Naruto had great knowledge of many of the sciences, what he didn't know was whether the two substances that he was bringing with him were possible to recreate with the technology and resources of his planet. He knew a great deal about technology and materials in the greater galaxy, but his information was stunted when it concerned his own planet. What Naruto needed was a person that had knowledge of what this planet had and could determine if both substances could be reproduced and then mass-produced. Both chemicals were paramount in getting the ship operational and having enough power to venture off the planet and through hyperspace. If they couldn't be recreated, then he would have to find something else or come up with another solution. As of yet, he didn't have solid backup plans, but he wasn't sure what other options Master Plagueis might have. Naruto flipped his goggles down as he approached what he thought was the main island of Sea Country. Zooming in with goggles, he changed course, headed for one of the outlying islands that he believed to be Jiro Island, which would have the hidden laboratory that he was after. Slowing the speeder bike down, Naruto moved to a small inlet which provided cover from any prying eyes. The laboratory had two entrances, one under the water and the other hidden in the rocks and riddled with traps. Naruto got off his speeder, turned off the power and repulsor lift, then sealed it back up in the scroll. Jumping from rock to rock, he made way to the main entrance of the complex. He wasn't planning to just ask Amachi or bargain with him for what he wanted done, he had something else in mind. XX. Inside the facility. XX. Amachi sat at his laboratory table in his main workspace. He was currently working on the first set of samples for his newest underwater super soldier formula. It was right before he looked through the lens of the microscope that he once again checked the cameras. He was a paranoid person by nature and made it a habit of always checking, multiple times a day, that his facility was secure. It was one of the reasons that he had moved the feeds from the camera system as well as the security monitoring alarms into his work area. The first few years he had been in this secret laboratory, he had gotten fed up with constantly walking back and forth from his lab to the security room. No sooner had he looked at the monitors than he noticed the camera on the main entrance showed nothing but static. That camera had gone down before though, so he wasn't that concerned as the salt water tended to corrode everything over time and the cameras just didn't last in that area of the complex. When he was about to turn back to his microscope, the camera came back on, but the second camera on his system went to static at the same moment. Amachi's eyes widened at this and he temporarily forgot the project that he was working on to give his full attention to the camera monitors and the alarm system which had yet to trip. While watching the monitors, the third camera, which was inside of the facility and covering the door, went down as well. With a rapidly beating heart, Amachi left his work table and sat down in front of the monitors. He didn't have to wait long before the second camera came back on and then the fourth camera went out. Now in a panic, Amachi activated the traps inside of the facility that required power and went to get his ninja supplies. It was currently just himself in the complex, but numerous traps littered the hallways that led to this part of the facility. If someone has entered, then they will be in for quite a surprise. He thought with a reassuring chuckle, as if it really was a person. None of the alarms or traps had been set off yet and he convinced himself that they would protect him and that it might just be a glitch in the system. Minutes passed and Amachi's eyes were glued to the monitors as camera after camera went off and then came back on moments later. It must be someone moving through the compound, but how is it that the cameras aren't able to get anything? He questioned to himself, as it didn't make sense that the cameras would temporarily go out and come back on. He knew of no technique that could possibly do this. As the cameras continued the strange progression, Amachi noticed that none of the traps had been triggered and even the alarm system hadn't been tripped. Who could be that familiar with the security to enter and proceed with such impunity? He wondered, and his hands started shaking while a few beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ever closer the unknown figure proceeded and never once was Amachi able to see who it was on the screens. Eventually, the camera right outside the laboratory went out and Amachi listened to what was happening. The door to this part of the facility was like a vault door, built to stop most ninjutsu and even exploding tags. Walking closer to the entrance, he looked at the door and sighed, as whoever it was must not have been able to get through. No sooner had he thought that, than the crank on the vault door started spinning on its own without anyone there to turn it. The uneasiness and fright quickly returned as the door was unlocked from the outside and swung open. The entrance was shrouded in shadow as Amachi watched with quick breaths as he tried to figure out who might be there and why the door had swung open by itself. A figure stepped through the shadow, and while Amachi may still have been afraid of him, he was almost happy to see Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked through the vault door and chuckled at the frightened and wide-eyed Amachi. "Kukukukuku. You almost seem happy to see me, Amachi," stated Orochimaru. "I had no idea it was you, Orochimaru-sama. You definitely took me by surprise. You usually don't enter the facility in such a way, and I thought it might be an intruder. I had no idea you were making an unscheduled visit," stated Amachi in relief from the ordeal but nervous about what the snake Sennin was doing there. "I was in area and had a few samples for you to analyze," stated Orochimaru, and he reached into his ninja pouch to retrieve 2 small scrolls. "Are they organic samples?" asked Amachi as he took the scrolls and brought them to an empty work table. Unrolling the scrolls, he unsealed 2 vials. One had a clear viscous liquid and the other had a greenish liquid. "No, they are not organic. I wish to know as much about them as possible and know if they can be reproduced." "You have 1 week," stated Orochimaru in a serious voice, and Amachi gulped slightly but nodded. He would have to put aside his current work, but he was also interested in what the chemical substances that Orochimaru had brought him were. Stepping over to his equipment, he started up the machines that he would need, and when he turned around, the vault door was shut and Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Looking over to the monitors, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary but didn't think anything of it, as Orochimaru was a very powerful ninja and could come and go as he pleased from his own hidden facility. XX. Orochimaru emerged from an outcropping of rock like he was a part of the rock itself and was engulfed by smoke a moment later to reveal Naruto. He moved to the scroll attached above his ninja pouches and removed it to unseal the speeder bike. It was a plan that he had come up with ever since he heard about his upcoming patrol mission. The only person Amachi would do something like that for, without question, was Orochimaru. Naruto didn't actually know how Orochimaru entered or exited the facility and how he got into contact with Amachi. Figuring that Orochimaru was a person that liked to manipulate as well as play with his pawns, he decided to put Amachi on edge and scare him enough that he would think Naruto was the real Orochimaru and would be less likely to question anything. He knew some information about the facility and enough information from Mizumi's and Mizuki's memories to know how Orochimaru sounded and acted as well as what he looked like. Naruto needed Amachi to work on analyzing and figure out if it was possible to recreate the 2 substances. One sample was the main fuel that was needed to create the powerful reaction in the ship's reactor. The other sample was a substance that he had found which he believed could fix the micro-fractures on the ship's hull. It was an emergency sealant used for hull repairs which was called spatch coat. It was only made for quick fixes until proper repairs could be created, but Naruto only needed to get from his planet to a planet in the known galaxy. From there he could secure another ship. He planned to use it to coat the areas of the hull that were damaged in the crash. This was the best option that he and his master could come up with given the technology that they had available. Unfortunately, even if the hull could be fixed, they still needed to make more fuel, and Naruto hoped that it was possible. The only thing he could do was wait for a week, until his patrol came back to the area they were currently in, so he could travel back to Sea Country. Naruto made it back before the shift change and replaced his shadow clone. When the agreed upon time came up, he switched with another Chunin and then went to bed. XX. A week later, around the same area of Fire Country. XX. Making his way back to the facility, Naruto entered in a much quicker and stealthy manner like he had exited the last time. He was very curious to see what Amachi had found out about the substances he had given the scientist. The results of the analysis would change his and his master's future plans and determine when they would be getting off of the planet. Naruto didn't let the possibility of not ever getting off the planet cross his mind, as he was dead set on seeing the rest of the galaxy. In the guise of Orochimaru, Naruto entered the main part of the lab. Amachi was working on something and Naruto's eyes wandered to the security monitors. He didn't notice anything in most of them, but nearly the last monitor had a girl tied down to a table somewhere in the facility. Naruto's eyes widened at this as he wondered what Amachi would be doing kidnapping a young girl. "Amachi," Orochimaru said in an even voice, and couldn't keep the smile off his face when Amachi jumped in his seat and turned around to find the Sennin right behind him. Sorry Orochimaru-sama, you startled me. I wasn't sure when to expect you," Amachi said nervously, and went to retrieve the samples that had been given to him the previous week as well as 2 mania folders which Naruto assumed contained the results of the testing. "I analyzed the 2 samples as you requested. The first sample," and Amachi held up the vial containing the ship fuel, "is like nothing I have seen before. I don't think it can be replicated at all. Frankly, I can't recognize some of its composition. May I ask where you acquired it?" questioned Amachi, and the response he got was, "No, you may not." And Naruto had to keep the scowl off his face at the news about the fuel. Frowning slightly, Amachi continued, "The second sample can be replicated and I could see several uses for it. It stays in an incredibly viscous state until it is exposed to the air, then it begins to expand slightly and eventually hardens to an incredible degree. Again, I've never seen anything quite like it. stated Amachi while examining the vial again at the curious substance. Naruto was relieved that at least one of the substances was viable and now he had a way to patch the hull of the ship. It wasn't a permanent solution and he would have to create a large amount of the sealant for the entire bottom hull, but it would be sufficient until he could either get the ship properly repaired or get a new ship instead. Orochimaru reached out and took the samples from Amachi, and before Naruto could do anything else, he spoke. "Since you're already here, I would like to tell you that my research is progressing," stated Amachi with a smile, and Naruto managed to keep in character. "I suppose that is why you have kidnapped the girl?" inquired Orochimaru with a slight glance at the monitoring device. Amachi nodded and said, "Yes, exactly. I haven't injected her with the serum yet, but this time I think the test will be a success, not like the last subject that expired shortly after injection. I've corrected the problems, but if something does happen I can always dissect her to find out what went wrong." Amachi turned around to get some of his notes or something to show Orochimaru, and Naruto looked at the man in front of him and then back to the monitor. His eyes narrowed and he no longer believed Amachi could be of any use to him. XX. Naruto reached a secluded place on the main island of Sea Country and once again unsealed the speeder bike from the scroll. The girl was now in the local hospital and Amachi's corpse would likely wash ashore sometime the next day or perhaps that night. Naruto blinked and tried to focus and ignore the headache. He had taken a large amount of information from Amachi before he killed him and was still trying to sort through it, which could be difficult depending on how much information was taken. He now knew exactly what he would need to produce the sealant for repairing the ship, and now he would only need the money and equipment to do it. Unfortunately he couldn't use much of the medical knowledge he had taken from Amachi, given that his chakra control wasn't good enough. However, the information he wanted to know about technology and materials on this planet that were available to him was very useful. The problem was the power source for the ship. The fuel was no longer an option and he would now have to remove the reactor assembly from the ship and replace it with something else. The ship required a large amount of power to be able to use the hyperdrive, and he wasn't sure how he would be able to find something else that could produce that kind of power. The ship's reactor easily produces orders of magnitude more power than all of Konoha requires on a yearly basis. I can't replace it with just anything. It needs to be something that produces an incredible amount of power. If I can't find it, then I'll just have to build it, thought Naruto, and he sighed as he knew that building a reactor that would meet his power requirements would be incredibly difficult using the limited supplies and resources of this planet. A small smile did cross his face as he thought about what kind of reactor he could make, what he would need to make it, and the challenge it would be. XX. Nearly a month later. XX. Kabuto walked to the usual meeting place for his team, but his mind was definitely elsewhere. He kept in touch with Orochimaru as well as a few other spies working for the Snake Sennin through coded correspondence in the medical journals that he regularly received. From the last message that he just got, Kabuto learned Amachi was found dead almost a month ago. The scientist's body had apparently washed up on the main island of Sea Country, but it took so long to reach Kabuto because no one could identify the body. From an autopsy report done in the local hospital, the man had apparently drowned. This was of great concern to Kabuto because Amachi hardly ever left his lab, and a scientist working on creating the perfect underwater super soldier was not likely to drown. Unless his own creation had killed him, thought Kabuto, but that was unlikely as he had no report of Amachi having any success. It had only been found that Amachi was missing when the agent who frequently brought supplies to the hidden facility found it abandoned and began trying to find out what happened. The equipment was missing and all the research, which initially had led the agent to believe that Amachi had run off. If it were not for the fact that he had been dead for several weeks by that point, then Sound Ninja would be actively searching for the man. Numerous questions were going through Kabuto's head. What had happened? How was the hidden facility discovered? Who was behind it? Where was the research? Was Orochimaru-sama's spy network in danger, and was there a leak? Is my cover in danger? Unfortunately, none of the questions he had could be answered at this point. Kabuto doubted even Orochimaru had the answers to all of these questions. The most important question at this point was who had found out about the facility? It was well hidden and had been for over a decade. Kabuto thought. The list of people who could have found it was small. Akatsuki was on that list, as well as Jiraiya, and perhaps a few others. However, that didn't explain why Amachi was killed and the research missing. Kabuto doubted that Akatsuki, at least what he knew of the group, would be interested in Amachi's research. They would have been after information about Orochimaru-sama's whereabouts. They wouldn't have made his death look like an accident or been concerned with the research. For Jiraiya it would also be the same, he thought, and that left a very short list and the possibility of an unknown third party or possibly hidden village. As Kabuto's mind worked, he wondered if this could have had anything to do with Muzumi's death. The man's mind was accessed after all, he thought. Could someone have found out about the base and then waited to take it? That also seemed unlikely, as if they knew about the hideout, they would have acted immediately and not waited several years. Danzo was still a possibility as the man did have the resources to do it. Kabuto was positive that if the old Warhawk had a chance, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Orochimaru, try to destroy any link between them, or perhaps steal research. However, that wouldn't explain why he would kill Amachi, as the man could be valuable to him. Arriving at the meeting spot, Kabuto sat down and continued to go over the possibilities while waiting for the Jonin sensei to arrive. He didn't take much note of Naruto, who was sitting not very far away. This was not the first time that Naruto had heard the name of Denzo in the thoughts of certain people in the village. A few years ago, Naruto gleaned the name from the Sandame's thoughts, and this was the second time that he had felt Kabuto thinking about Denzo as well. Naruto hadn't been very concerned the first time Kabuto thought of it, which was when they first became a team. The name had no meaning to him at the time, and he couldn't gather what meaning it had to Kabuto either, as several other names appeared in the man's thoughts along with that one. After Naruto had felt the Sandame thinking about Denzo, he had started looking into it to find out who this Denzo was and why both the Sandame and Kabuto were thinking about the same person. Unfortunately, his search turned up very little. It wasn't until he stumbled upon the name in the older records section of the archives library that he found some mention. Apparently Shimura Denzo was a former ninja of the village and was currently retired. Naruto found scarce information about the man, but just from the picture alone, he could tell that there was something else going on. He felt it through the force, and Plagueis had told him to try and dig deeper. The most that he had managed to find out was that Denzo was now a member of the village elders, but he wasn't really an advisor to the Sandame. However, he did go to all of the ninja council meetings. It was odd because Naruto really couldn't find a reason for Denzo to be at those meetings, as no other retired ninja attended the council meeting, and it would seem whatever reason was hidden from nearly everyone that wasn't on the council or perhaps old enough to know. This was a problem, but not something that he couldn't figure out. It seemed that Denzo was definitely a person that worked from the shadows, and since so few people had ever heard of him, despite holding enough status in the village to be on the ninja council, that meant that there was much more to it than just being a veteran ninja. Plagueis had told him to look into it when possible, but focus on their real priorities. Naruto turned his head and looked towards the approaching sensei. A few moments later, the Jonin sensei arrived and they went to the Hokage Tower to get a mission. The team still met occasionally, as Naruto only had a few mission and duties as part of his rank, so he still did missions and worked with his original team. The real priority that Naruto had now was not looking into shady figures in the village, but getting money, a large amount of money. It would be difficult as he couldn't draw attention to himself. The question was, where could he get such an amount of money and how much would he need? Once he had the money, he could purchase the proper equipment for his needs, as building a reactor would be rather difficult. From talking with Plagueis, they had decided that building a fusion generator would be the best idea. The ship already had a small fusion generator that was for emergency power. Based on looking over the device and the combined knowledge and ideas from of both master and student, they believed that a larger fusion generator could be created that would be enough to power the propulsion and other vital systems of the ship. A starship's main power consumption was the engines. The weapons did need power, but most ship weapons were not that draining, and neither were any of the other systems. It was the engines and hyperdrive that were the most power consuming. The hyperdrive actually needed less power than the engines when they were being used, but they still needed to actually lift off from the planet and get into space, so enough energy had to be generated from the reactor to at least achieve orbit with the engines. Naruto had already thought up a way to get the ship out of the lake, and it wouldn't alert the village, nor would it require him to use the force to try and lift it completely out of the lake. He only needed to lift the ship to the surface for what he had in mind. XX. Later that day. XX. Naruto looked up and down the street. His team was currently walking along in Tanzakugai. They were heading to deliver a scroll to a simple merchant and would likely spend the night in the village. This wasn't the first time he had been in this particular village. The last time his team had been here, he was thrown out of every casino and backroom gambling place in the village. They all suspected him of cheating but couldn't prove anything. The fact was that he was just lucky and had too many other abilities to not win so much. He didn't even have to try to get mental images of other players' cards or determine what the next card in a deck might be. It didn't matter what the game was either, he won so easily that he always got thrown out eventually. A henge also wouldn't work for long, and he had even tried to purposely lose once in a while but ended up winning too much in the end. Whereas most found it difficult to win at gambling, Naruto found it difficult not to win. He had therefore stopped trying to get money through gambling. Stealing wasn't really getting him anywhere though. He was only able to steal small amounts, and he knew that he would need more than he could get through these methods and much more money than he could get from being a ninja of Konoha. Naruto had thought about stealing money from a wealthy individual, but no one living in or around Konoha had that much money, and stealing from multiple people or doing anything else to bring attention to him would be a bad idea. The village may be prospering, but it wasn't full of wealthy people, and neither was Tanzakugai or any of the other villages in Fire Country, save perhaps the capital. What we need is someone that we can easily manipulate that has a great deal of money. We won't need to steal, blackmail, or threaten them. I already have something in mind, said Plagueis through their connection, and Naruto mentally acknowledged what his master was saying. I suppose all I need to do is ask around and find a few names, thought Naruto, and he knew that they would have a little free time later that night to spend in the town after the mission was completed. He knew it shouldn't be too hard to find a few names that could be useful to them. XX. Later that night. XX. The man dropped to the ground and Naruto's shadow clone dragged him to the alley wall and leaned the man against it, then put an empty bottle from the trash in the man's hand. Anyone passing by would just think the man passed out from drinking. The man would wake up with a headache and think he had a hangover. After making sure that his sensei and teammates weren't following him, Naruto had headed out on his information-gathering mission. This was actually the fourth person whose mind Naruto had looked through. He had started out talking to a few drunken merchants and asking questions that would bring to their minds a very greedy person with more money than they could ever need, and they would associate a name with that person which Naruto could glean from their minds. After getting a few names that way, he decided to look in further detail in the minds of a few local criminals to find names from them. What Plague Ace really wanted was a rich and unsavory person that was already involved in illegal dealings. The former Sith Lord reasoned that a person with illegal dealings, that had yet to be caught, would definitely know how to acquire what they wanted without gaining too much attention or making anyone curious. Naruto had agreed with his master's reasoning and sifted through the names he got from both parties until he found crossovers. The name Gato came up with several of the criminals and several of the merchants. Apparently the man owned a shipping company, and not just any shipping company, but the largest on the planet. The man had apparently gotten to such a status through buying out and bullying the other shipping companies as well as using his legitimate business for illegal contraband shipments. He also hadn't been caught or even implicated in any wrongdoing and held high regards with the normal public while being known well by criminals. From what he found out, Gato was currently in Wave Country, which the merchants found rather funny as Wave wasn't known for anything except fishing and only had a small port. They seemed to think that Gato was going senile for even going there, as that the county had no foreseeable value to someone of Gato's wealth. The information greatly intrigued both master and student as it promised everything they were after and more. Greedy, owned a shipping company, involvement in illegal activities while not being caught, and was currently isolated. Plague Ace was very interested in what a person like Gato was doing in a country like Wave and had already come up with several theories which he didn't share with his student as he wanted Naruto to come up with his own reasons. It might be a little while before he would have enough time to get to Wave Country as his duties as Chunin were demanding and didn't leave him with large blocks of time in which to sneak off from the village or while on a mission. Naruto had contemplated riding his speeder bike above the trees to get there faster, but he could be spotted by a patrol. He would have to be patient and wait for a break in his duties to head off to the small group of islands that made up Wave Country. Please review. The bunker creation jutsu has the same results as Orochimaru's hideout when, in Shippuden canon, Team 7 chase Orochimaru and Kabuto back to their hideout to find Sasuke. It produces the same type of design on all the surfaces of the bunker system and can create rooms. I thought that since Orochimaru apparently had several bases, that it would need a powerful or elaborate earth jutsu to be able to create them as fast as possible, and it would seem that something that large might be labeled as a kinjutsu. I did think about creating some kind of chakra-powered generator to power the ship, but everything that I thought of really didn't seem viable or practical to me. Even small starships need an incredible amount of power that wouldn't come close with anything I could think of on Naruto's planet or that could be created with chakra. I did think of the Baijuyu but discarded the idea. Chapter 9. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 38 BBY current year, Naruto is still 11 years old. Chapter 9. XX. Plague Ace looked around from his vantage point in the hideout at all of the Narutos that were in the room and working on a variety of projects. The shadow clones were divided up into groups and each group was working on a specific technique. One group was working on chakra flow and putting it into a weapon. Another group was doing various chakra control techniques for medical ninjas from information obtained from Amachi's mind. Several giant shuriken were being telekinetically moved around one area of the hideout by at least 3 clones. Each clone was controlling 2 shuriken at once in preparation for a pair of new weapon that another Naruto was designing. The last group of clones were reading through a large number of scrolls that were copied from the library. So far, their plans for getting back to the known galaxy were coming along faster than Plague Ace had anticipated. For the most part, he had stepped aside to give Naruto more leeway in making decisions and gave him occasional tasks to test him as well as advice. As long as the ship remained safe, then everything would be fine, and he made sure that nothing major had happened to impede them. Plague Ace expected far more complications and bigger mistakes by his student, but nothing had been a setback for them. Naruto made plenty of mistakes, but all of them were minor and he had learned from them. It was a tactic that he used when teaching Sidious. He would normally severely punish failure and mistakes, but he was far more lenient with Naruto than Sidious. Plague Ace was also unable to do much with his current condition and punishment was out of the question anyway. The last thing he needed was his newest student plotting against him. Plague Ace could also tell that there would come times in the future where Naruto would be on his own or separated from him, and it was best to make sure that he could plan and work separately but for the same goal. Turning his attention to the real Naruto, who was meditating nearby and coordinating the clones, Plague Ace had many thoughts concerning the ninja of this planet. From the information and observations that he and his student had gathered, Plague Ace found himself with many more questions than answers. He was still trying to figure out how chakra worked and changed the world around a ninja as well as influenced the body. While Jedi could make themselves faster with Force Run, ninja seemed to become just as faster and sustain it for longer while also possessing far more stamina than he believed humanly possible. Plague Ace still wasn't sure just how strong they could become either. He had Naruto undergo many different training methods that even included attaching weights to his arms and legs, but it never seemed to produce a cut-off. Naruto just kept adjusting to the weight and getting stronger. It made Plague Ace question whether there was a limit. From what he learned at the academy, the Yandere was apparently so fast that he became a yellow blur of motion, and Senju Tsunade could destroy rocks and buildings with a single punch with her chakra-enhanced strength. It made him wonder where the physical limits of the body stopped and chakra took over to augment and produce the desired results. How fast and how strong could a ninja be without using any chakra? Strength on that level was something that a Jedi could never do. They couldn't enhance their strength with the Force. They could augment the body for a brief period, but Plague Ace had never heard of a Jedi using the Force to increase their physical strength to lift heavy objects. This was something that he had recently started working on with Naruto, and a group of clones in another room of the hideout had already been allocated to that task. Plague Ace found it very interesting that the more he found out about chakra, the more he questioned what was possible with the Force. The jutsu from the Scroll of Seals were incredibly interesting, and Plague Ace was impressed with how many different kinjutsu that ninja had developed. At this point, Naruto had only learned the jutsu that they would need or that they both wanted to investigate. They had only managed to examine a portion of all the techniques that the scroll had to offer. Fuinjutsu was also something that greatly interested him, as it was slightly similar to Sith runes. They could both do incredible things, but there appeared to be little overlap between the two. Sith runes couldn't seal objects into a temporary pocket dimension to hold them there until called back by unsealing the item. Such a simple technique used by ninja every day was still hard to grasp for Plague Ace. It was so archaic with the paper and ink, yet on the other hand it was an incredibly advanced dimensional and time-space technique that was made completely simple and for everyday use. It wasn't even technology but created from simple materials and some chakra, yet it trumped anything that the rest of the galaxy possessed for storage purposes. The whole process intrigued Plague Ace to an incredible degree, as it pulled together several of his interests. The more they discovered about Fuinjutsu, the more interested Plague Ace became. Medical ninjutsu was another interesting discovery, especially when Naruto absorbed the knowledge from Amachi. Plague Ace was intrigued at how chakra could be used to heal, as it was more advanced than what could be done with the Force. Healing with the Force could be rather tricky, and only a few were able to use any healing techniques, and they didn't seem as versatile as with chakra. Looking toward a nearby clone, Plague Ace watched as that Naruto looked over the maps and memorized anything that might be useful for his journey to Wave Country to find Goto of Goto's Shipping Incorporated. The plan was rather simple and made even easier by Goto himself. The billionaire shipping tycoon had isolated himself on a country that had no ninja and only a small population. The country itself was barely noticeable on a map, and Plague Ace had a feeling that he knew why the rich man was there in the first place. The reason for the planning was the lack of information about the location they were headed. The mission itself didn't require a large amount of planning, but it was always good to have a backup plan and escape route if things went bad. The escape route was rather obvious, as the ocean would provide Naruto all the cover he would need with the ninjutsu that he possessed. While most countries had detailed maps, Wave Country was barely marked on most maps that Naruto could get his hands on, and a detailed map of the wave was impossible to find in Konoha. The best that Naruto could do was a map that detailed the eastern region of Fire Country and that had the most detailed view of wave that could be found. Only a single town in Wave Country was marked with a dot, and it didn't have a name. Wave didn't appear to be rocky and seemed mostly flat. On the best map they had, Naruto counted around 20 islands that were all very close to each other, and on the other maps he had looked at so far, it was always drawn as a single island instead of multiple islands that were close together. Plague Ace noted a change in his real student meditating near him and knew that his student had just received information from one of his clones, and now the process of absorbing all the collective training would begin. Naruto assumed a meditative position, and one by one, each group stopped what they were doing and disappeared in plumes of white smoke. Although Naruto had his eyes shut, Plague Ace could see the rapid eye movement as the effects of Force comprehension did its work. The Force ability was used to absorb and interpret large amounts of information in a short amount of time by speeding up the person's neural processes. A caveat of this technique was that the user had to have some knowledge of whatever they were comprehending, and they couldn't absorb knowledge they knew nothing about. However, since Naruto was absorbing the knowledge directly from his clones, that problem was avoided because his clones were him, and therefore he could learn anything using this method. The process was finished and Naruto opened his eyes, and they quickly refocused on the hideout he was sitting in. Naruto went to get up but wavered and collapsed back to the ground. He was still conscious but disoriented. Plague Ace merely shook his head, as his student should have known by then that the mental fatigue from his shadow clones would take a little while to wear off. The first time it happened, Naruto had used a very large amount of clones and had them dispel all at once. He was unconscious for 3 hours, and that was the reason why Plague Ace had imposed a limit on how many clones could be created at once. Naruto had gotten a short break from missions and would be taking Plague Ace to Wave Country the following day. He would be leaving a shadow clone in the village, but it wouldn't last for more than a few days, so there was a small window of opportunity for completing the mission. XX. Nearing Wave Country, 2 days later. XX. Naruto arrived at the coast exactly where he had planned. Standing on the shore, he instantly noticed the bridge that stretched a portion of the distance from Wave Country to Fire Country. That wasn't on the map or in anything that I heard about. Naruto thought, and Plagueis added, this country seems to be so far off everyone's radar that they don't have regular contact with it or really care what happens. This should help us. Naruto agreed with his master's thoughts and proceeded to move out past the waves of the shore into steadier waters. Once there, he was quickly swallowed by the water. Why run on top of the water when he could move unseen by traveling through it? While Naruto moved through the water, he never saw a small boat that had just disembarked from Fire Country for Wave Country. 2 people were on board. The taller one carried a very large sword on his back. XX. It took only a few minutes while in the main town of Wave Country to find where Gato lived. The shipping mogul lived near the docks in a large mansion that was well guarded. Gato apparently built numerous warehouses and enlarged the port in Wave to accommodate his larger ships. Naruto bypassed all of the workers and hired guards as he made his way into Gato's compound. The mansion was rather easy to break into as it had many rooms and all but a few were currently occupied, nor did it seem that they were ever occupied. Naruto felt the life signs in the area and made his way to the only group of them in the building. Walking up to the door of what he thought was the study, Naruto waved his arm at the 2 samurai standing guard at the door and said, I have an appointment. Stand aside. And both guards put their swords back fully in their sheaths and replied, you have an appointment, we'll let you pass. And Naruto did just that, but not before saying, I was never here and you should both take your lunch break. Walking into the room, Naruto immediately caught Gato's attention, who the hell are? But he was silenced by Naruto's use of force grip. While holding the frightened man with one hand, Naruto moved to him and then reached out his other hand to begin the first part of the plan. XX. This appears to be the place, Zabuza-sama. Stated Haku while they both looked at the compound in front of them. Zabuza merely grumbled a response. This was the only job that he could secure that would provide protection for the hunter nin of Kiri. It was isolated, and considering how few people ever came to the country, they likely wouldn't encounter another ninja. He and Haku had come to make the final arrangements with the client and the demon brothers would follow shortly. They were expected and walked through the gate. Both ninja kept their eyes out for any sign of trouble or a double cross, which could be very commonplace to a missing nin for hire. Nothing was out of the ordinary until they passed 2 samurai that walked out of the front door of the mansion. Neither swordsman seemed to be really paying attention and just walked right past Zabuza and Haku without really noticing. Zabuza was instantly on guard as he knew that something was wrong. His first thought was that the guards had been put under a genjutsu since they seemed rather unresponsive, and he glanced at Haku. She nodded and they both got their weapons out as they moved inside the mansion with haste. It was still possible that it was a double cross or a trap, but it was even more likely that it was an assassination of their client. XX. Someone's coming, stated Plagueis through their link, and Naruto opened his eyes and abruptly stopped the drain knowledge technique. It had only been a few moments since he started and someone was coming? It didn't make sense, and using his own sense, Naruto found 2 signatures that were almost on top of him. He briefly wondered how he had missed their presence, but he remembered that his master's sense was lessened because of his condition and he himself was distracted with the technique. It looks like we will have to do things a little differently, master. Naruto said over the link. A moment later the door burst open and 2 Kiri ninja entered. Naruto removed his hand from Gato as the standoff started. The ninja looked at him and Gato and he stared at them. Before Gato became lucid again, he knocked out the short man and had to dodge several senbon the next moment. With a large burst of smoke that concealed part of him and Gato, Naruto stood with his sword unsealed, but instead of staying to fight, he jumped out the window. The larger ninja ran after Naruto while the shorter masked one checked Gato's vitals to make sure he was alright, then left through the broken window as well. In the chaos of the situation, neither Kiri ninja paid much attention to the metal pyramid-shaped object that sat on Gato's lap. XX. Naruto ran on the roofs of the warehouses through the dock area. From the bingo book, he believed he recognized the ninja chasing him as one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. Naruto had never fought such a strong opponent before, as the man was listed either at AOR's rank in the bingo book, and he couldn't help but wonder how he would manage against him. He had yet to face such a strong opponent in any combat situation. As part of the escape plan if things should go south, Naruto changed direction, heading away from the warehouses and to the ocean. If anything happened, he would make sure that he could get away. He frowned however when he realized that the other ninja was catching up fast, but that also meant that his master would be able to complete the mission. XX. Before Gato woke up and after making sure that the ninja were gone, Plagueis' spirit form came out of the holocron. This was not something that he had expected his apprentice to do, but it also presented an opportunity and meant that he could have a larger role in their plans. Concentrating for a moment, Plagueis' spirit condensed and then swiftly moved into Gato's body. Said man woke up in a silent scream before he passed out again. Originally the plan had been for Plagueis to use his mind control on the shipping magnate, and Naruto would occasionally visit Wave to give Gato further instructions and orders. That way Naruto could remain in Konoha and no one would ever notice he had been gone. Draining the man's knowledge would also give them all the information they needed on Gauta's operations. Plans changed though, and now Plague Ace was going through the process of possessing Gautu. It wasn't transfer of essence but merely his spirit overriding control of the man's body and pushing aside Gauta's mind and will for full control. Plague Ace wasn't sure how long it would last until the body started failing from the strain, as he had never tried to possess any before, especially not someone without midi-chlorians. He had been curious for quite some time to see if possession was possible on someone of Naruto's planet by a force user like himself, considering the differences in energy and the fact that chakra repelled the force on some level. Plague Ace had been hesitant to try it on someone in Konoha, especially a ninja with larger chakra reserves, and risk being discovered or have another unexplained death in the village. However, Gautu wasn't a ninja and only had civilian amounts of chakra that were never used, and Plague Ace could inhabit the body while not affecting his already limited force power that he had in his current form. He would have to channel the force from his spirit, through Gauta's body, but it was possible. Checking the progress, Gauta's mind was being pushed asti to make room for his own, and it seemed the process would be successful. This should work out nicely. After the process is complete, I will need to set up communication with Naruto and deal with the two Kiri ninja, thought Plague Ace as he started looking through Gauta's memories to figure out everything he would need to know in order to impersonate the short man and take over the shipping company as well as the criminal activities. XX. Naruto jumped to avoid the thrown Zanbato as it spun past him and embedded itself into the wooden pier of the dock. Zabuza's figure appeared in a burst of speed and stood watching Naruto from the handle of his sword. They were each sizing the other up, Naruto on the surface of the ocean and Zabuza on his sword. Naruto ignored the killing intent coming from the swordsman and could feel the second Kiri ninja hiding in the piers. He thought that they were waiting for him to let his guard down or see if he was affected by the killing intent, so he made a seal under his cloak and created a water clone under the water, and it swam over the second person's location. Zabuza stared at the short-cloaked assassin and wondered not only who he was but how he was able to shrug off the killing intent being projected onto him. He would have thought the brat was around 10 years old, but that he didn't seem that afraid of facing him. The heartbeat was slightly elevated but not terrified, and besides being noticeably tense, Zabuza could find no other signs that the ninja in front of him was afraid or not prepared for a fight. He also noticed the interesting sword that the boy had and wondered if he could even wield it properly. Naruto watched Zabuza and took an opening stance of the Form 6 of lightsaber combat, which was called Neman. Both hands were on his ninjato that was held in front of him with the blade downward at the water. Naruto found that he always moved toward that style of swordsmanship more than any other style that was taught to him by his master. It had no strengths but no weaknesses either, and was created to be used with two swords/lightsabers, which is eventually what Naruto wanted to wield. He couldn't give up on his ninjato, but he also wanted a lightsaber, so Plague Ace had started working more on Neman, which was a combination of 4 of the other styles of lightsaber combat. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at the stance and jumped down to the water's surface while taking his sword with him and putting it on his back. Forming a single hand seal, he said, "Hidden mist technique." Naruto watched as mist came over the water and then enveloped the entire area of the harbor that they were in. Perhaps it was arrogant, but he wanted to test his abilities with his sword, as this was the first real chance that he had since its forging to face off against an experienced swordsman. He could have used the force to surprise his opponent and possibly even finish the fight, but despite the risk, he wanted to fight with his sword as much as possible to test himself. Naruto didn't move from his stance and instead felt as well as listened to his surroundings. Using his ability to sense life signs through the force, he could tell exactly where Zabuza was. The opposing swordsman didn't seem to be moving either, and Naruto wondered why. A moment later his hearing picked up an attack heading straight for him, and he ducked as a familiar Zanbato emerged from the mist. Naruto struck back and moved under the man's guard to cut him in half. His ears were greeted with splashing water, and he realized that he was facing water clones, which explained why he couldn't sense them with his life signs ability, as they didn't have any and were just water and chakra. Naruto killed several more water clones in the same fashion and noticed that the real Zabuza was on the move towards him. Closing his eyes, as they were currently useless to him in the thick mist, Naruto focused using his force sense and basic farsight techniques taught to him by his master. Naruto quickly dodged Zabuza's swing but found upon retaliating, that his opponent was able to equally anticipate and block his attacks. Zabuza was both faster and stronger than him, but Naruto was able to keep from getting killed or maimed because of his master's training and his small size. After being pushed back and narrowly avoiding strikes from Zabuza and from a waiting water clone, Naruto created a few water clones of his own to distract his opponent. He used this time to work on a different strategy. Zabuza had the advantage in blade length, but that could be changed. Putting chakra in the vibration components of his blade, Naruto went back on the offensive. Cleaving through another water clone, Naruto was forced to dodge as Zabuza swung to decapitate him. He quickly ducked under the slice but stuck his sword up, perpendicular to the water, to catch Zabuza's sword on the swing. A horrible sound of grinding metal followed, and he was thrown back by the force of the man's blow, but was rewarded when he heard a plop sound in the water, which indicated that his strategy had worked. Zabuza's sword was now much shorter. XX. Zabuza winced slightly at the sound of the blades grinding against each other and was about to wonder what had happened before he noticed that upon completing his swing, his blade felt lighter. The realization didn't hit him until he heard the sound of something dropping into the water. Retreating slightly, he moved into an area where the mist wasn't nearly as strong and examined his blade. Son of a bitch, he mentally raged when he saw that the top third of his blade was missing and he noted several notches on the rest of the blade from the battle. How the hell did that happen, he questioned, but then thought perhaps his opponent's blade was destroyed as well. Of course, at that very moment Naruto emerged from the thicker fog and Zabuza could clearly see his undamaged sword and it seemed to be sparking with lightning. XX. Naruto cautiously followed his opponent through the thick fog and into an area of the edge of the technique. His opponent was standing in front of him, and when Zabuza looked at his sword and the feeling of the surrounding area changed. It became far more oppressive than it had been, and Naruto could see a visible demon appear over Zabuza that was directed at him. Naruto had never felt such killing intent before and froze where he stood. This was much worse than what Zabuza had produced before, and it felt like a weight was pressing down on him. He opened his eyes and could only watch as Zabuza charged at him with his Zanbato readied for a bisecting swing. The figure of a demon above Zabuza never dissipated, and Naruto couldn't understand what it was he was seeing. Genjutsu, some other kind of illusion, or was it all in his head? If he could figure out what it was, then he might be able to break the technique that was being used against him. As Zabuza neared him, Naruto felt like he wasn't going to be able to live past that moment, but then something happened. He felt a sharp pain travel through his hand and up the arm that was holding his sword. The pain brought him back to the battle and he narrowly ducked under the blade that sliced the air over his head. Naruto, however, wasn't prepared for the follow-up low kick that sent him skipping and then skidding across the water to a stop in the thicker fog. Managing to keep himself on top of the water, Naruto was back on his feet and aware of his surroundings as well as the pain in his chest from the kick. A moment later, Zabuza pressed his advantage and tried to create an opening to finish Naruto off or deal any blow that he could. Naruto was getting more and more angry as the fight continued. He still couldn't believe that he froze. If it wasn't for whatever his sword did, then he would have died. All the training and I nearly died in the beginning minutes of my first real battle, he thought while evading the heavy and fast strikes of his opponent. Naruto had yet to use any offensive force powers, but he wasn't thinking about that. He wasn't about to die there, as he would fail his master and ruin their plans and his dream of seeing the galaxy. Channeling his anger, Naruto tried to hold his ground as best as he could. Zabuza still had many advantages over him except when it came to weapons. Naruto now knew for a fact that his sword was much better than his opponent's. With successive attacks, he was making cuts and notches in Zabuza's blade and had already taken another sliver off the end. It was at that point that Zabuza started becoming more defensive as he was losing more of his sword to Naruto's ninjato and stopped his advance while retreating back. Naruto didn't think it was odd and pressed Zabuza even more. Zabuza jumped back and increased the distance between them, but Naruto wasn't about to let him use any hand seals, and using the force, he pulled Zabuza towards him with the intent of cutting him in half with his blade. Zabuza was surprised when he was yanked forward by an unseen force and was unable to block as the ninja cut through his blade and body. It was at the point where Naruto finished the swing that Zabuza's body turned into water and he heard something from behind him. Water prison technique. Water came up from beneath Naruto and formed a spherical prison around him. The water was much harder than normal and filled with Zabuza's chakras, so it prevented him from escaping. Placing his hand into the sphere to keep it stable, Zabuza was about to gloat when he heard someone behind him. Quickly jumping into the air, Zabuza was shocked when he saw the same technique that he had just used, try to capture him. The boy he had captured turned to water as the clone and sphere of water lost consistency. Zabuza didn't jump very far and just enough to escape the technique. He had been using the technique for years and knew that it did leave the user open, so as soon as he landed on the water surface, he charged his opponent. Naruto was still standing where he had been and holding the handle of his sword in his teeth with his hands in the final hand seal for the prison technique. Rather than trying to dodge the charging former Kiri ninja, he did something that Zabuza didn't accept and jumped into his own water prison technique. No sooner than he was inside, then Zabuza's blade clanged against the steel like water. Clever little brat. Zabuza thought and considered what he should do next. He wished he knew some lightning jutsu, but that was not the case and had to think of another option, or he would just wait until the boy ran out of air or chakra and was forced to end the technique. Sighting inside his protective sphere, Naruto considered his options. Looking to his sword, he noticed for the first time that it was sparking with electricity, which was odd considering he wasn't touching it. It was suspended in the water next to him, and he hadn't been channeling lightning chakra into it. The strangest part was that the short sparks of lightning weren't spreading that far through the conductive water or electrocuting him. Deciding to investigate this later, Naruto continued thinking of his next move while he noticed that Zabuza was patiently waiting outside the sphere for him to come out for air. Despite the mouth coverings on the man, he could tell that Zabuza was smirking. Sifting through possible next moves, Naruto's mind came up with a plan seconds later and he went into action. Standing outside the sphere, Zabuza smiled as he thought the boy had backed himself into a corner or sphere, so to speak. He wondered what would be the next move as he noticed the boy who was in deep concentration, and then his eyes widened when the cloaked boy went through hand seals and he had a foreboding feeling. Two techniques at once, he thought, and wondered how it was possible or what training the boy must have gone through to be able to perform a new technique while still holding the original. Zabuza didn't recognize the sequence of hand seals for the technique but could tell because of the bird hand seal at the end that it was likely a water jutsu. The effects of the jutsu took hold when water not only started to gather from the surrounding air but it was pulled forth from below and created a large vortex around the sphere of water. Zabuza didn't know exactly what was going on but he knew to move away from the technique as fast as possible. Water release, water shockwave, thought Naruto inside the techniques, and water gushed out from the top of the vortex creating a huge wave that chased after Zabuza. Shit! Zabuza thought as he glanced back to see a gigantic wave of water chasing him. He wasn't able to outrun the technique, and even if he had gone under the water, he still would have been taken by the effects of the large wave. The wave crashed into the docks and Zabuza managed to latch himself onto one of the wooden piers holding up the docks. Underwater, he watched as many of the other piers gave way under the power of the wave, but his post held and he wasn't washed away across the harbor. A few moments later the water subsided, leaving a good portion of that area of the docks destroyed. Bruised but not too badly harmed, Zabuza moved out of that part of the docks as he dodged the falling timber from the still collapsing sections. His fog had lifted as it started dissipating when he used the water prison technique. The brat's gone, he thought, but experience told him differently. The large water technique must have been a distraction to hide and perhaps even lower his guard by making him think his opponent had left the area. The water was still agitated from the technique and Zabuza's hearing was unable to find any sound of the boy he had been fighting. Looking down below, he sent some chakra into the water to see if anything was down there. It was similar to using sonar, but he didn't find the brat swimming underneath him. "I know you're still here," stated Zabuza to his surroundings, but the sound of the choppy waves was the only response. In an instant, Zabuza swung behind himself with the flat side of his blade and was rewarded with a thud and the weight of striking someone. Naruto grunted in pain and was thrown back by the hit. He tumbled and then skidded to a stop on the surface of the water near the collapsed area of docks. Naruto used a brief medical jutsu underneath his cloak on his arm and side of his chest to see what was wrong. He didn't have the chakra control to treat the problem, but he could still use the basic medical ninjutsu. The diagnosis was that his arm was broken and his ribs were bruised. If he had been struck any higher on his body with the flat side of the blade, then he might have been knocked unconscious with that hit. Naruto tried not to let the pain get to him or show that he was injured to his opponent, but he could instantly tell that Zabuza already knew how injured he was. "I guess this isn't the first time he's bludgeoned someone with his sword." Zabuza smiled and chuckled at his opponent. For a young brat, the kid had some amazing skill and training. His swordsmanship was excellent and his jutsu was certainly more advanced than nearly anyone else in his age group would be. This had been the best fight he had in a while and much more interesting than fighting Hunter Nin from Kiri. He thought about stopping the fight as it wasn't often he came across someone of this skill and at such a young age, but a part of him wanted to see how the brat would fight with an injury. The cloaked brat didn't seem like the type to just run away. With one arm gone, both fighters knew that Naruto was at a greater disadvantage as he had only been able to stand up to Zabuza with both hands on his sword when he was fighting. Zabuza decided to take the fight to his injured opponent and charged. Naruto knew he didn't have time to go through hand seals with his broken arm. Zabuza was not that injured from the ninjutsu he used, but was noticeably slower in his charge. Preparing for the attack, Naruto grit his teeth and put his sword up in a defensive stance of Neiman, but noticed again that the blade was sparking with electricity but more than before. "It's as if it's telling me something," he thought. Zabuza was soon on top of him and Naruto braced himself with the force and chakra to withstand whatever attack, but something happened which he hadn't counted on. His sword reacted and released two arcs of lightning that struck Zabuza in the chest. The missing nin was pushed back a good distance from Naruto and the effect was likely compounded by the fact that Zabuza was still wet from Naruto's ninjutsu. Naruto stared at the effect and his sword as Zabuza cursed and got up from the attack. "I didn't use lightning nature chakra, which means that was force lightning. But I don't know how to use force lightning," he thought, and he searched his feelings for an answer. He hadn't channeled lightning through the sword or used force lightning, the sword itself had produced the force lightning. It made sense as this was the first time he had used the sword in an extended battle and he really didn't know what all it could or could not do. Unfortunately he didn't have time to further examine the situation as Zabuza was now up and looking rather pissed as well as smoking and singed from the lightning. Instead of attacking with his sword again, Zabuza started quickly going through hand seals and Naruto put his sword handle in his mouth again while trying to produce seals with his broken arm. He managed to get the seals created but he was much slower than Zabuza. Interestingly enough, both produced the same technique at nearly the same time and Zabuza was surprised because Naruto had used far fewer seals and yet had managed the same water dragon technique. Zabuza noted that Naruto's dragon was also bigger and was surprised a second time when it managed to push back his water dragon. Dodging, Zabuza got out of the way of the striking water dragon but it coiled and lashed out striking Zabuza and sending him into the destroyed docks. Naruto let go of the sword handle in his mouth, caught it with the hand of his good arm, and charged toward his downed foe. This would likely be the end of the battle and he could go back to his master before heading back to Konoha. Naruto was nearly at the down Zabuza when he felt an attack coming and tried to dodge. He was unable to dodge it completely though, and several senbon pierced his body. 3 in his leg and 2 in his broken arm. He grimaced at the pain and remembered the hunter nin that was traveling with Zabuza. Evidently his water clone had been destroyed and now he stood facing the new ninja. His arm was more useless than it had been, as now he was having trouble bending it and knew from looking at the location of the senbon that it would be useless unless he removed them and waited for it to heal. I won't be able to use ninjutsu now, I'll just have to rely on the force then, he thought, and studied his new opponent. Instead of fighting, the hunter nin went and helped Zabuza up while keeping his or her eyes on him. Naruto thought the fight would continue, but a voice stopped the fight. You might as well stop. I've seen what you can do, Zabuza, there is no reason to go any further, stated Gato from the top of the undamaged area of the docks. Furthering the fight would only destroy more of my docks. Come, we have much to discuss and you can leave, stated Gato while looking at Naruto and secretly giving him instructions through their mental connection. Gato walked off and was followed by the 2 Kiri missing nin. Zabuza was being supported by the other ninja. Plague Ace had successfully possessed Gato and given Naruto the instructions on what to do before leaving. He had been told to go back to Konoha and given instructions to build something. Naruto smiled slightly as the impromptu plan had been a success, but he was disappointed that the fight had ended. Even against a fresh opponent he thought he still might have had a chance to win. Pulling out the senbon, he then sealed his sword into the storage seal on the working arm. Naruto had one task to do before heading back to Fire Country, as he was still working with a limited time period to complete this mission and needed to get back to the village before he was discovered missing. Before leaving Wave, he went to one of the many warehouses that had been built in the new docking area. His master told him where it was and what to look for inside it. It wouldn't take long as he only needed a few of the items inside, so he pulled out an empty storage scroll. XX. Back at Gata's mansion. XX. Any chance you can inform us what's going on? Otherwise I might just leave, threatened and aggravated Zabuza, as he didn't like being in the dark about something. Gata seemed perfectly fine for a man that was likely about to be killed by an assassin, and Zabuza wanted to know what was going on and who the brat he just fought was and if he worked for Gato. That was simply a test. Ninja are so hard to trust that I had to know you wouldn't back out of the deal or try to take advantage of the situation. It was also to test your skills. Rumors about strength and prowess in battle tend to get exaggerated, and I wanted to make sure you're as good as I've been told, stated Gato while walking down the hall of his mansion to his study. He didn't seem fazed by Zabuza's anger or killing intent at all, or was good at not showing it. So you pitted me against someone just to test me? What would have happened if I killed the little brat? Inquired Zabuza, and he received a curt answer from Gato. Then I wouldn't have had to pay him. Zabuza frowned slightly, and he wanted to know more about the cloaked kid that was apparently on Gata's payroll. Before he could say anything, Gata said, we can discuss your employment later. Dinner is at 6 in the dining room, it would be best for you to come. You can stay in any room in the south wing. And with that, Gato entered his study and shut the door behind him, leaving both Zabuza and Haku standing there. Looking at the door, Zabuza narrowed his eyes but left with Haku to find a room. Gato wasn't exactly how he heard him mentioned, which was a greedy and cowardly bastard. The short man seemed very calculating and manipulative. There would be time to get more answers later, and he intended to find out more about his new employer and the boy that worked for him. XX. Plague Ace entered his study and looked into the mirror on the wall. His frown turned to disgust at the reflection that looked back at him. This body was nothing like his original. His Mutun body was tall, long-limbed, and graceful, while this body he was possessing was short, stubby, and unbalanced. The features reminded him of an Ugnaught, which was a pig-like humanoid, and the thought made him cringe slightly. Going to his new desk, he started getting his papers and files in order. He didn't have time to look at anything earlier, as he wanted to make sure his student survived the encounter with the 2 ninja. He knew that Naruto would likely fight and not try to get away, as it had been some time since the boy had a battle. Plague Ace had arrived just in time to see Naruto's sword discharge force lightning. It was disappointing that he had missed most of the battle due to the body of Gato having such stubby legs and being so out of shape. However, seeing the sword's ability more than made up for it. The ability he witnessed was one that he had heard of, which could be associated with Sith swords. During a battle, the sword would absorb the energy in conflict, which caused it to build up a charge that could be released as force lightning. Plague Ace had been wondering for some time if the sword possessed any ability beyond what he already knew about it. Naruto had yet to show any ability in force lightning, so it was a valuable power for the sword to have. Getting up and browsing through the nearby filing cabinets, Plague Ace looked for all of the information on Gata's business and holdings. He had access to the man's memory, but Gata didn't remember everything, and Plague Ace was filling in the gaps and looking through the company records, holdings, and accounts. His student's idea to possess Gata was much better than just using mind control, although Plague Ace was still less than thrilled with the body. With control of the entire business, Plague Ace could gather, build, or create all that they would need to further their plans. He could also look into other interests that he had with Gata's money. In short, he could now accomplish all of his secondary goals that he had come up with that didn't involve his student. Before that, the main task he had to accomplish now was to set up communications with his student. Unfortunately, communicating with Naruto from Wave to Konoha was too far for him using their connection and telepathy. Usually distance didn't matter with the Force, but that didn't account for his limited abilities as a spirit since, without a body that possessed midi-chlorians, his Force power diminished greatly the farther a person was away from his spirit or holocron. Possessing a body allowed him to separate from his holocron, but even then his Force ability diminished the farther he got from his holocron in his new body. This meant that he needed an alternative way to communicate with Naruto and had come up with just the method while heading to the docks earlier. Finding the correct papers in the drawers of his desk, Plague Ace pulled them out and started looking through them. He needed to familiarize himself with the operations of his new company as well as connections with the world of crime. Looking over to his desk, he frowned at the placement of his holocron. The device was sitting on top of his desk where he had left it earlier, and though he was loath to admit it, the metal pyramid made an excellent paperweight and was more inconspicuous that way. He frowned slightly at the thought and the fact that Naruto had to return to Konoha before someone noticed he was missing. He would need his student to place a storage seal on his new body the next time he visited Wave and then seal the holocron into it. In the meantime he would leave it on the desk as it was less noticeable there. It would look strange for Gato to carry around the metal object with him wherever he went, so he would not stray too far from the mansion or the holocron on his desk. Fortunately he had recently acquired a large group of pawns, and even with limited force ability, he could get them to do anything he required. XX. Back in Konoha, 2 days later. XX. Naruto sat in the hideout behind the Hokage faces and unsealed the scroll he filled while in Wave Country. When the smoke dissipated, several devices and piece of technology were revealed. Naruto had taken a radio, computer, camera, television, and a few other things that he would need. He was currently in his workshop area of the hideout where he kept his tools and pieces of technology from the ship as well as items that he had found on the planet. He already procured a good-sized satellite dish at an earlier point and now he could use it in something. Getting his tools out, Naruto started disassembling the larger pieces he had taken from the warehouse, which had been full of crates to ship to different parts of the elemental nations. Naruto started meditating while he went through the boring tasks of taking everything apart. He removed the outer casings of the larger hardware and then took everything apart piece by piece. It took a little while, but he used that time to think about what had happened since Wave Country. His arm was healed and he had regained full use of it. Earlier he had examined both his memories and his sword to figure out what happened. He couldn't use Force Lightning with it whenever he wanted, and he assumed it had to do with the fighting with Zabuza, as that was the most he had ever fought at one time with his sword. It had also been 2 days without any contact from his master. That was the reason he was in such a rush to disassemble the pieces before him and create a communications device to contact his master. He believed that in Wave Country, his master was likely building a very similar device. Naruto once thought that he was alone in village. He only had a few people such as the Hokage and the Ichirakus to talk to, and even then it was limited as he couldn't spend all day with them. When he met his master, things had changed. It was true that he no longer talked with the Hokage very much or the Ichirakus, but he always had his master with him or close by. Despite losing people to talk or be near, he had a single person that he was even more close to and that offered him more than he could ever imagine. Since the time he first discovered the ship, his ties with the village had been all but severed. It didn't really faze him, which it probably should have since he used to dream of being the Hokage. However, when compared to the thought of seeing a galaxy he once knew nothing about, the title of Hokage seemed trivial at best. Plague Ace knew everything about him and was always there when he needed help or guidance. He also told him everything that Naruto had wanted to know and which no one else wanted to tell him. That he was aware of, Master Plague Ace had never lied to him, which was more than he could say for the rest of the village. Thus he had never been truly alone, that is, until now. His master was miles away and they hadn't been in contact for several days. Now he was completely alone for the first time in his life. Even when the villagers hated him and looked at him like they did, it didn't compare to the crushing loneliness that he had always felt. That had gone away when his master found him. No, it didn't go away completely, it got pushed aside, but it was still there and now it's back, thought Naruto as he let his hands remove the last components from the computer and start on the television. In the past few years he had a lot to deal with. The stolen items that he kept hidden, not making a mistake or getting caught while furthering their plans, and living a secret life known by no one but his master. Through it all, Plague Ace was always there for him. His master had taught him so many different things and needed his help. No one else in the village really needed him or wanted his help, and for that, Naruto was grateful. Even if he was being used to help further his master's plans, someone was finally paying complete attention to him and didn't care about the Kyuubi. The village didn't need him or want him and never stopped giving him those looks. Naruto had never been truly able to control all his emotions or feelings, he just put on a mask and hid everything. He was the student of a Sith Lord and he himself was a Sith, so he should act like one. His master was counting on him and he finished disassembling everything. Examining all of the parts that he had, Naruto started work on putting together a makeshift communication device. He would use a small power generator that was on the ship to power the device. Normally the generator was used to charge up power cells or other items, but it would more than serve his purpose. The stress and loneliness seemed magnified now that he was alone. His master had been training him for this by giving him numerous choices and letting him make his own decisions, but Naruto hated the loneliness. Just sitting alone in the hideout was starting to get to him, and he dove back into his work. He had most of the device assembled and was putting on the camera and attaching the monitors so that they could see and talk with each other. Naruto would use the satellite dish to amplify the signal, and he had to make sure that the village wouldn't be able to pick it up. He idly wondered if he should find others or at least someone else to talk to now that his master was gone. He had given up several chances to form new bonds with people in the village, most of which were at the academy. There were people all around him when he was in the village, but he didn't want anything to do with most of them. It was hard considering what he had done in the village. He heard people couldn't be friends if they kept secrets from each other. Ironically, the closest people he had to friends were his two genin teammates, and they were spies for another village. It was a sad thought but completely true. Perhaps I can find people in the galaxy. It's so big, I doubt I would be alone forever. Now that I think about it, perhaps I can still find people like that here, he thought. It was just him and his master right now, but would it always remain that way? Eventually he would leave the village, and perhaps people outside of Konoha and Fire Country would be different and he could make friends. The thought brought a sad smile to his face. It was at that point that he finished connecting all of the wires and turned on the generator. The screen flickered and he adjusted the dish and the signal to be the same as the one his master was using. He wasn't sure how long it would take for Plagueis to create a similar device in Wave Country. Naruto pushed down all of his useless emotions inside himself that he had started letting loose while working on the device. He pushed them so far down that his master probably couldn't feel them, and perhaps he himself couldn't feel them either. Naruto, like he had been training to do, used emotions when he needed them, and he had been learning to wield them along with the dark side of the Force to great effect. There was no need for many of the emotions that he still had though, but he did still have them, so he merely hid them as best as he could, considering that didn't seem capable of getting rid of them entirely. It was a weakness that could be exploited by an enemy that was adept with the Force, which was why he hid them. Once he was done, his features became an emotionless mask and his eyes looked alert, cold, and uncaring. He would only need to wait for his master's transmission and he wouldn't be alone anymore. He had a feeling his master had much to tell him, and there would likely be updates to their plans and further planning to be done. Naruto idly wondered if his master had seen his fight and if he was proud or thought Naruto did well against such a foe. Pushing those thoughts aside, he started working on the plans for his new weapons and wondered when he would get the chance to make them, considering what happened the last time he used a furnace in the village. He also had the plans for the fusion reactor for the ship nearby. Lists of all the parts and materials they would need as well as machinery were nearby as well, but he still didn't know where they would start working on the reactor. Wave Country didn't seem like a very secure or safe place. It was isolated, which was something they needed, but it was so close to Konoha that even a single ninja mission to that country could get them discovered. The place looked rather destitute when Naruto was there. He could feel the sadness of the people that he passed while getting information on Gaara's whereabouts, and it was not a place he wanted to return to. He still had some trouble keeping out the thoughts and emotions of others when he was in a crowded area where strong emotions were present. Naruto looked around at the hideout and thought that he might miss the rocky lair that he had helped discover, expand, and fortify. Please review. Chapter 10. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 37 BBY. Current year, Naruto is 12. Chapter X. XX. Plagueis sat in a comfortable black chair behind his wooden desk. The body he was possessing was beginning to show signs of the possession. He had to wear glasses to hide the sulfuric yellow eyes that Gaara now possessed, but the body was holding out and there was no degradation yet. He thought perhaps he could last for another year or perhaps longer. He had heard of possessions that had lasted months and ones that had lasted for years, but this wasn't a body that had midi-chlorians, so he wasn't sure how long before he would need his student to carry his holocron again or find another body. The pudgy hands of Gaara absently touched the storage seal on his arm where his holocron was kept as he waited for his student, who was likely moments from arriving in Wave. They had been in contact with each other over the communication system for several months now. Naruto was coming in person now to talk about their future plans as well as other things. Tensions had risen with the inhabitants of Wave, and Plagueis could feel that in the near future, something would happen. He knew that his host's life would be in danger, as it was only a matter of time before there was a revolt of some kind in the country. Before he possessed Gaara, the short man had bullied the people of Wave into submission. There had even been a public execution and numerous beatings. The main village of Wave was destitute, and the only hope that they had was the bridge that was being constructed from the main island to Fire Country. Interestingly enough, Gaara had been secretly helping along the construction of the bridge, despite the fact that it could destroy his monopoly and hold on the country. The reason for this was that the man planned to kill all the workers before the bridge was completed and then complete the bridge with his own workers, name the bridge after himself, and then make everyone pay a heavy toll for its use. Gaara had planned to use the bridge to transport numerous contraband into Fire Country and then into the remaining elemental countries. The contraband would be shipped to Wave Country from outside areas that were less strict on shipping. The contraband included drugs, weapons, and anything else that was banned and that Gato could profit from. The reason for acquiring Wave had been to use it as an unrestricted port and storage area, since restrictions and checking of ships for contraband had become much more common at ports in the larger elemental countries, and it was hindering Gata's smuggling. Plague Ace cared little for the bridge or Gata's plans and had done nothing to further instigate the villagers, but he hadn't done anything to help them either. After much meditation he came to the conclusion that the situation could work to his advantage and could be used to test a few of the kinjutsu that had been acquired from the Scroll of Seals. Plague Ace had already purchased and gathered a large amount of the materials, resources, and machinery that would be required for repairing the ship, but lacked a good staging area. Wave Country could not provide what they needed for the next stage of the plan. The country was of fishermen and had no trained workforce or anyone that could be of much help to him. The ground of the country had a very high water table and was rather marshy, which limited the use of an underground structures for hiding the ship and creating what they needed. Using his newfound wealth and possessed body, Plague Ace had started looking for a good location for a hidden facility for the ship, and in order to work in private. Gata didn't have a spy network or really any kind of information network, but he had made numerous connections in organized crime. Money was not a problem, and Plague Ace had found a very intriguing place to set up their operations. It was very isolated from the rest of the elemental countries, it had a dictator that was apparently low on money, and from what he found out, it was more technologically advanced than any other country. He had already talked to the dictator of the country to set up arrangements for moving there and providing money in exchange for sanctuary, privacy, resources, and manpower. While the fusion reactor would be built by Naruto and himself, the substance that would seal the hull of the ship would need to be created, and it required the building and operation of a small chemical plant. Further talks between himself and the dictator would proceed in the coming months, and Plague Ace would move his operations from Wave to the new country. In addition to his search for a staging area, he had also started using Gata's money to find other information and items. Plague Ace started looking for any stories or tales of how ninja came to be or how they came to the planet. No one on the planet knew of the rest of the galaxy besides himself and Naruto, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't find some old tales or creation stories about something that resembled a starship. As of yet he had found very little. It was obvious to him that some kind of colony ship brought humans to this planet, probably several thousand years ago. There were too many colony ships that had left the known galaxy in search of a better planet over the years to know when it had set out or where it had come from. In the time since then, the humans of the planet probably forgot about technology and the rest of the galaxy. However, he found no mention or knowledge of the existence of a ship. That could have meant many things. It could mean that the ship left and headed back to the known galaxy, or that it was destroyed, crashed, or perhaps that it was just forgotten about. Plague Ace had found information concerning the Sage of Six Paths, which was a mythical or perhaps a real person that first discovered the secrets of chakra and taught others. He had been interested to know more, and perhaps when this person, if they were real, existed. Time periods for when the person existed ranged from between 500 to nearly 1,000 years previously. The oldest records that Plague Ace could find on any subject were around 600 years old, which was likely due to the state of the ninja of the lands. They had been warring between villages for 100 years and between clans for longer than that. Such fighting usually left gaps or destroyed an entire history of people, especially if they could only record it on paper scrolls. Paper just didn't last very long unless it was kept in the optimal environment, which was more than could be expected. Plague Ace had also looked for information on the Baijo and discovered more knowledge than Naruto had learned in the academy, but not enough knowledge to be that useful. He found only a few people in history had been able to control the tailed beasts, and they possessed special powers to do it or were Jinhyuriki, but it was unknown exactly how they controlled the beast sealed within them. He did find that the tailed beasts had been split up among the larger ninja villages and knew that they were either sealed in an item or inside of a person. The only way it seemed that Naruto would ever be able to control the creature sealed in him was with some kind of special bloodline that he didn't possess. From meeting the beast inside the seal, Plague Ace knew that the Kyuubi was sentient and very intelligent. Naruto didn't possess any ability with mind control beyond persuasion and mind tricks, so it wasn't likely that he would be able to control the creature with the abilities he had. While Plague Ace could control the minds of others, he wasn't sure that in his current state he could ever control the Kyuubi. The only thing that could be done concerning the vulpine creature was to leave it in its cage and let the seal hold it back. Plague Ace had no idea what using the creature's chakra would do to Naruto or how it would affect his force powers. It was possible that the chakra would stop him from using the force at all, considering how powerful it was and how it would likely repel the force. Despite the restrictions on rank, Naruto had already looked through the Jonin section more than once, but there was quite a bit of information in that section and it would take more than a few brief break-ins to collect everything. Naruto was already trying for the special Jonin rank and would take the exams during the next Chunin exams, which was in 6 months. Their plans had been furthered with the takeover of Gata's shipping, but in the interest of taking advantage of an opportunity, Plague Ace wanted Naruto to get all of the information that Konoha could offer. Konoha was the only storehouse of knowledge that they could get their hands on at the moment. The other villages were out of the question because of issues with distance and the fact that breaking into another village would be infinitely harder than stealing from Konoha. Getting up from his chair, Plague Ace walked to one of the large windows in his office and continued to think of the current situation while staring at the ocean view. The only other storehouses of knowledge that they currently had available to them were people. Several people in the village were well noted for knowing a cacophony of techniques such as the Sandame, Jiraiya of the Sennin, and Hotaki Kakashi. Orochimaru was also one of these storehouses, and probably the most appealing because of his ambition to collect and learn all of the jutsu in the world, but he was no longer a part of the village. In order to access these other repositories of ninja knowledge, they would need either luck or to create a situation where it would be possible. This was exceedingly difficult, however, as each person on that list was not to be taken lightly. Plague Ace knew it was improbable that Naruto would ever encounter a situation where the drain knowledge technique could be used on the Sandame without ANBU forces coming down on him. Jiraiya was just as unlikely, as that person was never near the village and hadn't been for years. That left Hotaki Kakashi as the only person of the group that could be put into a situation where he could be captured or knocked out and information could be taken from him. Plague Ace knew that the situation in Wave could be used to their advantage in order to lure the copy ninja to a trap and access the supposedly 1,000 jutsu that the man had apparently copied with his Sharingan during his lifetime. The eye itself was also of interest to him, and although he could take the eye, it would be just as easy to get a small tissue sample without alerting the owner that anything was wrong. Looking into the reflection on the glass window, Plague Ace both heard and saw the door to his study open and the cloaked figure of Naruto enter. XX. In Konoha, Shimura Estate. XX. Shimura Danzo sat at the desk in his study while he looked over different reports on many different topics that concerned the Leaf Village. His right eye was exposed as he read the reports, and the red eye did its job to copy all of the information so that he could remember it later. It was one of the many advantages that the dojutsu granted him. His mind traveled on a particular train of thought as he looked through all of the information on his desk and sifted through all that he knew pertaining to Uzumaki Naruto. He hadn't always been keeping such close tabs on the container of the Kyuubi. It wasn't until the boy started moving through the academy at an accelerated pace that Danzo had become more interested. While he did want the container trained into a weapon, he would not make any moves until he was Hokage. His current thoughts on the Kyuubi container had started out very differently when the information first came to him, and at that time he had no idea where it would lead his suspicions. His root forces had been secretly looking for the Raijin and the Nidame scroll since it was stolen. They hadn't been looking for the actual object as he didn't have that kind of manpower, but they had been looking for any rumor or mention of the legendary blade. A sword so unique and flashy easily caught anyone's attention and people would talk. The current user of the blade should have been passed around by word of mouth, but in all the years since the blade had been taken, nothing about it had ever reached his ears. It was never mentioned and no one seemed to be carrying it or using it. That fact was rather odd considering just what the blade was. It was possible that whoever had taken the blade had taken it to be part of some private collection, and that was what Danzo had believed at the time. Some time after that incident, a genin was killed in the village. The crime was obviously the work of a professional, as no evidence of any kind had been left at the scene and many things about the crime were suspicious. The Sandame had never managed to figure out just what had happened, but his mind worked differently than Hiruzen's did. Murder or assassination was only performed for specific reasons. It could be frivolous emotions like jealousy, hatred, love, or even for revenge. It could have been just a mission hired by someone that wanted the genin dead or because of a cover-up. However, none of these reasons made any sense. The genin was a nobody in the village and would likely have remained a genin for life. He had no hobbies, no enemies, only basic techniques, never been on any important mission, never angered anyone, had no connections in the village, and knew nothing that would have been any importance to anyone. Only the final reason for killing someone made any sense if the incident was not some random event by a disturbed individual. That reason was personal gain. While the teammates didn't gain anything, or the sensei, or any other ninja in the village, one person gained from the death of Tsurugi Masumi, and that was the academy student that took his place on the team. Uzumaki Naruto was placed in the open slot right out the academy and within a year was already a chunin while working on better missions with a more experienced team. From what he knew, the boy was ready to take the special Jonin exams and would when the next chunin exams came around in 6 months. It was only a theory at the time and he had dismissed it as purely conjecture and grasping for a connection that wasn't there. It was equally likely that it was luck that had gotten the container that position, but a lack of other killings since then had left the theory as plausible, and with the other information he put together since then, the theory has become a likely truth. Not long after the genin's death, the scroll of seals was stolen right from under the Hokage's nose. The person what was likely to blame for the theft was left without any memories or the scroll, which was also what had happened when the Raijin and scroll were stolen years before. A jutsu that was capable of erasing all memories from an individual could be very useful, and according to his root ninja Fu, who had been a very accomplished member of the Yamanaka clan, it was not something that was very easy to do, and even his clan didn't possess a jutsu that could perform those effects while leaving the person's brain unharmed. Similar to the Raijin, his root ANBU had investigated outside the village for any mention of the scrolls but again found none. No one had claimed responsibility or gloated over the theft. It didn't really make sense as he knew there should have been some mention of the scroll. A logical explanation for the lack of any information on the theft of both scrolls and the sword was that they had never actually left the village. Whoever had stolen them hadn't left the village because they were a part of it and were examining or keeping the stolen items. It took time to come to this conclusion though, and by that time the container had already been a Chunin for more than a year. He wouldn't have suspected Uzumaki Naruto if it hadn't been for his earlier suspicions concerning the death of the genin. It makes sense that a person wanting to push forward in rank would want the items that were stolen for themselves, had been his thoughts on the matter, and he had copies made of all the boys' records to look through for any anomalies. He still received regular updates on the boys' missions, and any mention of Uzumaki Naruto was quickly brought to his attention. He looked through record after record and did find several things. While in the academy, the Chunin instructors had sent letters to the Hokage which were followed with meetings. The letters were almost exactly the same word for word concerning the boys' academic success and the recommendation that Uzumaki Naruto should be skipped ahead a grade. Once was not suspicious, but happening 3 times, with nearly the same reasoning and wording, was. Looking through the dates, he had also discovered a dip in grades around the time of the first incident in the village. Skipping ahead, he had found an even larger dip in grades when the genin was murdered. The dip was large enough to push Uzumaki out of the head of the class. It also meant that the boy wasn't placed in the standard group for the Rookie of the Year, which the Sandome always favored. These occurrences were good enough for him, so he placed his best censor to secretly keep tabs on the boy to confirm those suspicions. Due to having many other missions for the Foundation, Fu had not been able to keep a constant tab on the container, and Uzumaki also went on many different missions outside of the village that his root member could not safely follow. For the last 6 months, Fu had been giving his weekly reports from his observations. The Root ANBU reported initial trouble early into those 6 months as he was spotted following the container and had to back off to a safe distance. Apparently the container possessed a keen sensing ability that Fu was not sure about. It didn't seem to depend on chakra and had a limited distance. This also meant that no other person besides Fu could keep proper tabs on the boy without getting caught. Normally a sensor could sense another sensor, but that was not the case. Fu was able to sense that he had been sensed, but not that Uzumaki was a chakra sensor. He also reported that the boy's chakra felt strange, which was the only way that he could put it. Each person's chakra felt different, which was how people could tell others apart, but Uzumaki's felt slightly different from everyone else. It took several months for Fu to be able to find anything incriminating. When Fu reported that the container was able to create shadow clones, that had been all the information that he had needed to know that his theory was correct. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how the boy had erased the minds of the 2 ninja of the village and operated so carefully while seemingly untrained in such matters. Fu also learned that 2 genin, one of them Hyuga, were also periodically keeping tabs on the boy. Fu reported that the girl was interested in the boy's sword, or that was what he overheard while eavesdropping on the pair. He had been rather interested to hear Fu's report that the container had created a unique sword that stood above other swords, and the kunoichi that mentioned this was the daughter of a weapons shop owner, so the information could be credible. The sword was supposed to be insanely sharp and amazingly crafted. While this was not that incriminating, it fit perfectly with the reports from the investigation into the death of the genin. Since then, Fu had also observed that the boy was up to something, and also that something was strange about the building that he lived in. When the boy entered the stairwell to his building, Fu reported that something happened, but he couldn't be completely sure what it was. The only explanation he had given was that the container's chakra flickered for a brief moment in his stairwell, and he also used a jutsu, but Fu couldn't be sure which one. The most recent development was just 2 days prior. The container had created a shadow clone to stay in the village while he himself had left, and no mission had been given to him. Fu had immediately reported this, and he told his subordinate to follow the boy, and he had sent Sai along with Fu so that he could receive regular updates. So far, he had found out from Sai's inkbirds that they were following the container east and heading for wave country or the ocean. He was very curious as to what the jinhuriki of the village was doing leaving the village and where exactly he was headed. The only problem that he was having was what would he do with the information. He couldn't go to Sarutobi about it, as that would reveal his illegal operations to the Hokage. The situation required a great deal of thought. A few of his other operations were put on hold so that he could focus entirely on this problem. What exactly is the Kyuubi container up to? XX. Back to wave country. XX. Naruto entered his master's study and sat in the chair across the desk. He didn't have to wait long for the short man to look away from the window and focus on him. Using the force, he could feel that Plagueis had a good deal to talk about with him and was trying to choose his words. Now that we have come to this stage of our plans, I feel you have waited long enough, and it is time to reveal to you the entirety of my plans. Stated Plagueis in Galactic Standard Basic, which they often used to talk to each other. Moving away from the window, he started walking around the desk. Naruto was rather confused as he wasn't completely sure what his master was talking about. Sensing his confusion, Plagueis continued, "My plans are far larger than just fixing the ship and returning to the galaxy, my student. Did you ever even wonder how or why I ended up on this planet?" He questioned, and Naruto searched his thoughts and feelings for an answer. "I never actually thought about it, master," confessed Naruto after a short period, and Plagueis nodded as he had already known that would be the answer. Naruto knew that he had lost his body and bits and pieces of information about his history from stories of his homeworld and of the Sith. His student was very trusting and had never really questioned him about his motives or background. Naruto had only ever questioned him about what the galaxy was like and practically nothing about his own past. He knew that his student, while curious and inquisitive, was far more interested in training, learning, and the galaxy than what had led him to the planet. Perhaps I should start at the beginning. And he paused for dramatic effect. I learned from my own master decades ago. He taught me everything that I know and then he passed on. I in turn looked for my own student and found one such student to be my apprentice. Sensing Naruto's confusion, he mentioned, "You were not the first student that I taught, you are the second. I taught my first student everything that I knew and shared with him all of my knowledge that he was interested in. You are very different from him, different tastes, different upbringing, and ultimately a very different student." After his training had been completed, he helped me to complete the ambitions of myself and the Sith who came before me of the Order, which was to conquer the galaxy. Plague Ace revealed and could feel the shock and surprise in his student. "You will see when we get to the known galaxy that it is not always civilized. Crime, corruption, piracy, slavery, and many other problems are rampant through even the more civilized systems. As Sith, we seek to conquer the galaxy in order to bring order and peace to every planet. The current republic that has been in place for nearly 1,000 years is growing more corrupt every day and isn't able to police its own borders or protect its people from threats. Even the Jedi are unable to do this," explained Plague Ace, and he could feel the understanding in his student. "Plans of these can be very slow and take a very long time to complete. Many before me were unable to further the goals of our order. As you know, I enjoy learning and furthering my knowledge in any field. The more I became entrenched in my research, the less I noticed changes in my apprentice. Therefore it came as a surprise that after completing my newest discovery in midi-chlorian manipulation, he murdered me in my sleep," stated Plague Ace as he completed his circumnavigation around Naruto and his desk. The shock this time was palpable and he could feel the anger in his student concerning what had happened. "My apprentice destroyed my body and left while setting the reactor in my research building to overload. It was fortunate that my holocron was saved due to my implementation of Sith runes in the area of my personal quarters and research area. The destroyed building was shortly after found by gun runners that were nearby and detected the explosion. They took my holocron along with several other items that I kept in a secret compartment in my quarters and continued their smuggling operations. I did not make any contact with them as I was still in the process or attaching myself to my holocron and did not count on one of them opening one of the sealed cases I kept the necklaces in. He was slowly possessed by the necklace and set an unknown course into the navigational computer. He then started attacking the crew. One of the crew killed him but was unable to stop the ship from continuing its course or making it back to the known galaxy, as by that time, the ship was terribly off course. The ship was abandoned and it ended up running out of fuel in this system by chance. And that is how I came to be on this planet," finished Plague Ace, and he waited for his student to absorb all of the information he had just given him. Naruto just sat quietly in his chair as he reviewed everything his master had just told him. To him, it was an incredible story. Naruto had never asked what had happened and thought it was because he didn't necessarily care about it at the time and didn't want to say or do anything to upset his master. Plague Ace had offered him things no one else had and he wasn't willing to cause conflict between them or inquire into his master's past. He had only ever been concerned with fixing the ship and getting into the galaxy. Looking up from staring at the desk in front of him, Naruto looked questioningly at his teacher and wondered what else he was going to tell him. Noticing his student had taken everything in, he continued once again, "During my time here on this planet I never expected to encounter such an interesting power and people such as these ninja, nor did I expect to take another student, but I don't regret doing so. As I did tell you, I would like to go back to the known galaxy in order to obtain the proper supplies and equipment to study chakra and your people, but there is far more that I would like to do. I cannot seem to forgive or forget what my apprentice did, and I still have one project that I left unattended back in the known galaxy which I will need to check on." Naruto thought about what his master had told him and wasn't sure how he fit in. "I don't have any skill with experiments or research and really can't help Master Plague Ace. I've never really thought about what I might do once I arrive in the galaxy. I've only thought about going there and seeing what there was to see. What more use can I be to him?" Naruto thought and didn't like where it was headed. Would he no longer be useful to his master? "Therefore, while I am working on finding a new body for myself and my research, I will need you to help me look into what my former apprentice is up to. It's unlikely, but by now Sidious could be ruling a portion of the galaxy or at least setting up his own plans for taking over the galaxy. I will need you to work on pulling together resources and gathering intelligence until the time is right. My former apprentice is very gifted and does receive force visions, so we must not alert him to my continued existence or your existence until the time is right. Sidious has no doubt gathered power and probably has an apprentice of his own that is older than you and has more training. He may also have gathered other forces that have been used by the Sith in the past. It is best to stay in the shadows for now until we know more about what he is planning and what plans are already set in motion. It is also possible that we will need to start gathering other people as well before we leave. Having a few more ninja might be helpful in the beginning, and perhaps the method with which you managed to develop force powers can be determined in time and the process completed with others. Now, what were you going to tell me when you walked through the door?" I could sense you had something else that you wanted to discuss. Finished Plagueis sitting in the chair and looking directly as his student with his sunglasses off to reveal his sulfuric eyes. Naruto had to think about what he wanted to discuss when he first walked into the room, as so much had happened and been revealed since then. Remembering the information he had wanted to tell his master, Naruto began giving the abridged version. I believe something will be happening in the village during the upcoming Chunin exams. Plagueis, or rather Gato, raised an eyebrow at this as it might disrupt their plans. Originally, Naruto would stay in the village until he became a special jonin to get everything out of the library that he could. The examination to test if he was ready for the new ranking was scheduled to take place during the break between the second and third segments of the Chunin exams. Naruto, as part of his Chunin duties, would be a part of the Chunin exams. They planned for Naruto to sneak out of the village during the Chunin exam finals after getting everything from the library and perhaps even taking a look in the Hokage Tower for other information, as the Hokage and most of the village would be distracted with the exams. Questioning his apprentice, Plagueis asked, "How did you come by this information?" "I gleaned the information from Kabuto and Yoroi when we met for our last team meeting. They were getting another genin to take the Chunin exams with, but their thoughts were concerning something that was supposed to happen during the exams besides the 3 stages. Orochimaru was also mentioned in their thoughts, but I wasn't able to get anything specific," Naruto curtly informed Plagueis. Plagueis sat back in the chair, closed his eyes, and briefly thought about the new development. It would be important to determine what exactly was going to happen, as it could help or perhaps even hinder their plans. They planned for Naruto to leave the village without getting placed in the bingo books or having ninja come after him. To do this, he would use the Kinjutsu and the Scroll of Seals to fake his death, but as of yet, they didn't have a situation where Naruto might be killed by someone or something. This new development could provide what they had been looking for. "Investigate and see if we can use it to our advantage, but don't get involved with Orochimaru if that person does make an appearance," ordered Plagueis, as he was doubtful if Naruto could fight against such an opponent and knew his student might try and get into a fight he wasn't ready for. Though Naruto hadn't been using everything he had against Zabuza during their fight, Orochimaru was on a different level, and even Plagueis didn't know exactly what kind of jutsu or methods the Snake Sennin employed when fighting. They only had what the bingo book said, which was very little, and it wasn't advisable to face such an opponent without detailed and reliable information. He also wouldn't be there to help his student if something happened. "To the northeast is the warehouse that contains all of our supplies and equipment that will need to be moved to the new hideout. It all needs to be sealed in scrolls for travel. The ship that I will be taking is docked nearby. You can put the scrolls on board. I have also procured the supplies that you wanted and constructed the item we talked about," stated Plagueis, and Naruto nodded. Plagueis could feel the boy's anxiousness to go, but there was still one thing to take care of first. "In the meantime, there is still much to do in Wave before I leave. You must return in a few months to further our plans. I will inform you then what will be happening and contact you when the time is right," stated Plagueis, and with the conversation over, Naruto left to go to the warehouse. XX. Hiding out of what Fu had determined was Uzumaki Naruto's sensor range, Sai had already drawn several ink mice that had traveled the distance to the mansion. They were waiting for the return of the ink creations. Fu knew Naruto had entered into the mansion and was meeting with someone else. They didn't know exactly who the second person was and would have to find out later, but he did know that it was a civilian and not another ninja. By the time the mice came back, Naruto was already on the move, and the ink creatures lost consistency on a blank scroll that Sai had. The ink formed into words of a conversation that was recorded by the creatures, but oddly it was all gibberish, as if the two people had been speaking in a different language. Fu frowned as he hadn't been able to get any closer than the distance they were at unless he wanted to alert the target. For some reason Sai's technique didn't work except for only a few words that were recognizable. These words included, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Yoroi. Whatever the conversation had been between Uzumaki Naruto and the owner of the mansion was lost to them except for those words. Deciding it wasn't a complete loss, Fu had Sai sent a message back to Denzo before they followed Naruto deeper into Wave Country. XX. Zabuza-sama, the boy came back again. He doesn't seem to be heading to Fire County but somewhere else in Wave this time, reported Haku to her master. She had been keeping a lookout for the cloaked boy, as Zabuza was very curious as to what the boy did for Gato in Fire Country and what the short business tycoon was really up to. At one point he thought the man was going to take over the country, but that no longer seemed the case. "Follow him and see what he's up to," ordered Zabuza, and Haku complied. Glancing at the doorway his tool had just left, he wondered just what he had gotten himself into when he signed on for. They were safe from Hunter Nin, the job wasn't difficult, and they were paid very well, but Gato was nothing like he had anticipated. The short man seemed to have plans within plans about everything, and he wondered what would happen by the time his contract was up. XX. Due to the size of Wave Country, it didn't take Naruto long to reach the hidden warehouse and small dock that his master had built. They were well hidden from the ocean, and few people from Wave Country went out to the islands that were the farthest from Fire Country. Moving to the warehouse, Naruto glanced at the yacht that was docked nearby and then quickly made shadow clones to perform the needed tasks. His master had provided all of the storage scrolls he would need and his clones would just have to seal up all the items in the warehouse. The clones opened the warehouse door and Naruto's eyes widened at the amount of crates and other supplies in the warehouse. While the clones went to work sealing up the large items into the sealing scrolls, Naruto went to the opposite end of the warehouse. He smiled as he looked over the items that he had asked his master to procure. After seeing the demon brothers, he had wanted a mask like they had, which were rather difficult for Konoha ninja to acquire given that they were not sold in Fire Country. He wouldn't wear the mask all the time though, as it could detract from his ninjutsu that were used by means of the mouth, which accounted for a large portion of the ninjutsu that he knew. His master had also gotten him different types of wrist launchers for senbon and arm guards that he could later modify however he wanted or needed. Several weapons were also there that he knew his master had found interesting, like the Kyuzarigama, a medium-sized folding fan from Suna, and an assortment of ninja pouches filled with supplies. The last items were blocks of chakram metal that were purchased at quite an expense and would be used to make his newest weapons. Pulling out his own scrolls, Naruto had a shadow clone seal up the new items he had received while taking some of the chakram metal. He unsealed his tools and pieces of metal from the cockpit door of the ship that he had taken years previously. Walking over to the largest item that his master had gotten him, Naruto smiled as he looked at the furnace. While still requiring wood as a fuel source, the furnace would let him create his new weapons in secrecy. One of his clones started bringing in wood that was freshly cut from outside and Naruto worked on starting the furnace. He could use the force to increase the heat to what he needed and he had set aside the whole day to work on his new weapons as he had gotten a few days off from missions in Konoha. XX. Fu and Sai followed the Kyuubi container at a safe distance until he stopped. Neither root ninja could see what Naruto was doing as they were far enough away from him that they couldn't physically see him through the thick groves of the area. Pulling out his scroll, Sai penned several mice and after the jutsu was finished, they scurried off in the direction that Naruto was in. XX. Naruto had already melted both metals that he would be using for his new weapons. They would be altered with alchemy in a similar fashion to how he made his sword. He wasn't sure if his newest set of twin weapons would have the same kind of bond with him that his sword did or similar abilities as his sword because they weren't swords, and he wasn't sure if all of the Sith rituals would work exactly the same or not. He would have some kind of bond with the weapons but perhaps not on the same level as with his ninjato, which was made the Jedi forging rituals. Over the course of several hours, various things happened in the warehouse. His shadow clone slowly sealed and stored all of the items in the warehouse until it was empty save for the original Naruto, the furnace, and the tools he was using. Naruto progressed through most of the rituals he was using. The metals were combined with Sith alchemy to create a single alloy which was then shaped with his tools and the Force. Naruto let himself be guided by the Force to create the unique objects and was oblivious to all other things around him. He never even noticed that his shadow clones had dispersed. With each strike of the hammer and heating, the weapon took shape. As one weapon neared completion, the other was still just a fused hunk of metal and the same process would have to be used a second time to forge it as well. The piece of metal he started working on first had taken a donut or ring shape with 4 fins or teeth, one in each of the cardinal directions on the circular piece of metal. The entire width was less than an inch thick while the width of the ring was about 4 or 5 inches thick. The diameter of the weapon was about 2 feet, which was slightly smaller than a giant shuriken or windmill shuriken, but enough that he was satisfied with how it was turning out. He had created the donut shape because that was how his master had described the disc blade to him, and also because the altered metal became rather heavy and it was much lighter to create a donut shape than make it solid like a giant shuriken that only had a small handhold in the center. Naruto also had to create the ring for the handle and 2 pieces to attach the ring in the center of the donut hole. The metal itself was also turning red just like his blade did, and as he created the razor-sharp edge around the disc blade, the edge darkened to black as well. As the first disc was finished, he created the ring and attachments for it and then put the pieces together. Examining the finished weapon, he smiled and couldn't wait to show Master Plagueis. Setting the first disc blade aside, he reached for the other chunk of alloy and noticed that the heat of the furnace was dying. After a quick hand seal, a shadow clone appeared and went off to get more wood while the original put the metal into the crucible and put it into the fire so it would start heating and melt again. Naruto was feeling tired, but he wasn't about to let it stop him from creating the second disc blade. His eyes widened when he felt the false hunter Nin outside the warehouse. She must have arrived when I started working on combining the metals. I was so caught up I didn't even feel her, he thought, and he wasn't that concerned about it. The girl would likely report to Zabuza, but the information would stop there. Who was Zabuza going to tell? His clones hadn't noticed her because they didn't have any force power, being that they were not flesh and blood and created completely from chakra. Thus they didn't possess his life-sensing ability and were not able to sense the girl who was currently on the roof of the building. XX. Fu and Sai had waited patiently for many hours to determine just what the Jinhyuriki was doing. Coming out to Wave Country raised numerous questions, then a meeting in a mansion with an unknown person. Sitting in the trees and waiting nearly 60 meters away from a warehouse, they weren't able to see what was going on while said Jinhyuriki made an unknown item in a forge was definitely not what either thought they would be doing. They couldn't go back to Danzo without knowing exactly what the Jinhuriki was making, and they had been sending regular reports with Sai's messenger ink birds while several other ink creatures went to see the warehouse and find out what was happening. So far they had not been able to retrieve much information. Everything in the warehouse had been sealed in scrolls and stored on a nearby ship, but they didn't know exactly what items had been in the warehouse. The ship was close enough to the warehouse that they couldn't go without risking detection. Fu wanted to unseal a few of the scrolls and find out what was inside, but he didn't dare get that close. There was also another person watching the Jinhuriki. Fu could feel a person that was much closer to the warehouse than they were, and he wondered if Naruto could feel the person as well. Nothing about the mission was making any sense. Why come all the way are here? Was the Jinhuriki selling village secrets or working for someone? What was being made with the furnace? Who was the other person following the target? Sai had sent an ink creation to view the other person following the target. If the picture that was drawn from Sai's ink creature was any indication, Akiri Hunternin was following the Kyuubi container. That made Fu even more confused, as he couldn't figure out what Kiri would want in Wave Country or why they would be monitoring the Konoha Jinhuriki. XX. Haku sat on top of the warehouse and occasionally scaled the side of the building to look into the window to see what the boy was doing. She was very curious but also very bored. She had been in the area for several hours and it didn't look like the boy was completely done making whatever weapons or items he was forging. She had already spent time collecting some herbs and watching as the clones filled up the boat with scrolls of sealed items from the now empty warehouse. She sighed as she watched the horizon. If she had known it would take this long and get this boring, she would have brought something to do. Deciding to pass the time by exploring more of the surrounding area again, she jumped off the warehouse in a different direction than she had already explored and glanced back at the building when she noticed something odd. It was a white and black mouse that was sitting on the edge of one of the warehouse windows and appeared to be looking inside. The mouse was odd because it was outlined in black ink, almost like a drawing, and looked fake. The mouse hadn't noticed her but was transfixed on what was happening in the warehouse. Haku narrowed her eyes at the pseudo creature and wondered who had created it. There weren't any people in Wave besides herself, her master, the demon brothers, and the boy, so it must be someone from outside the country. Are they spying on just the boy or Gato as well? She though. Technically it didn't really matter, as if they had found out that Zabuza was in the country, the information might reach someone that it shouldn't. She decided to let the boy take care of the situation, as she didn't want to be spotted either, so she tossed a senbon at the mouse. XX. Naruto's attention was instantly averted from his furnace to the sound of breaking glass. He grabbed his finished disc blade and moved to the nearby window where he heard the sound. A small portion of the bottom pane was broken, and along with the broken glass on the floor was a senbon and ink. From his life signs ability he could tell that the fake Hunternin had probably thrown the senbon, but where did the ink come from? He had a bad feeling about the situation and ran to the door of the warehouse. His hands went into a single hand sign and he created 9 shadow clones that, along with himself mixed in, dispersed into the surrounding area. XX. My mouse has been destroyed. Sai stated within a monotone, and Fu quickly realized that they had been spotted. We need to leave. He stated, and they both jumped into the trees and back the way they had come hours earlier. Fu could feel the Hunternin staying still in a hiding spot away from the warehouse while multiple clones of the Jinhuriki headed in every direction. He couldn't tell which of the clones was the real one and motioned to Sai that they needed a better method of retreat. XX. The real Naruto looked up as his eyes spotted motion through the breaks in the canopy of the trees. He pulled down his goggles and saw a large white bird, with a thick black outline to its shape, take flight with 2 people on its back. He didn't recognize either person on the creature and jumped to the top of the trees to take action. He reached the highest point on the tree he was on and then hurled his new disc blade. The spinning blade moved towards the bird and he adjusted the trajectory and speed using his telekinesis. The bird was moving fast in the direction of Fire Country, but his disc blade was catching up. Naruto didn't know was how well he could control the blade to hit the target or how far away the blade got before he would start to lose control of it. This was his first time using the real thing, as he had only ever practiced in limited spaces with a giant shuriken. XX. Fu's eyes widened as he grabbed Sai and jumped off the bird before it was destroyed by some kind of large shuriken. There was no time to have Sai maneuver the bird as the weapon had come out of the sky above them. The shuriken tore through the bird with no resistance, and as the pair of root ninja fell, it came back a second time. Fu pushed against Sai, which separated them enough that the shuriken flew through the space created between them. Both ninja fell into the trees below with a crash and the shuriken returned to its owner. Fu stood on shaky legs as he got up from the fall. Nothing was broken, but he had been bruised rather badly by the tree branches that he smashed through. Putting his hands into the ram seal, he sensed the surrounding area for the Jinhuriki. He's coming for us. I need to get to Sai and get out of here. Sai's signature was easy for him to find and he raced in that direction. He knew he couldn't get back to Fire Country with the container on his tail. While Uzumaki Naruto was only a chunin, his chakra reserves were higher than nearly everyone else in the village, and he couldn't outrun someone like that over the water between the 2 countries nor on foot through the trees. It was over a day's journey back to the village. The container would outlast him and catch up. He needed Sai's jutsu to get back to Konoha. What kind of weapon can be guided from such a far distance without using any chakra? It had no wire attached to it and yet it was controlled enough to not only hit the bird, but come back a second time while we were falling, he thought. Fu surmised that the weapon was whatever had been created in the furnace in the warehouse and knew Desno would want to get one or know everything about it. The weapon barely made a sound as it traveled and was better than any other tool he knew of for such distanced combat. Only his experience had let him evade it and save both of them. The jinhuriki was closing fast but Sai was just up ahead. Coming to a stop on a branch, Fu looked down to see Sai sitting and waiting for him, but by the way the boy was holding his arm Fu could tell it was likely broken. He was relieved to see that Sai had his scroll out and was already drawing another bird for them, though struggling as the broken arm was his writing arm. Uzumaki was almost on top of them when Sai completed the jutsu and they were getting on the bird when something caught Fu's eye when he glanced into the direction the jinhuriki was coming from. A reddish-black object had emerged from between the gap in the trees and was heading right for them. It made little noise as it flew right at them and cut into the newly formed ink bird before they could take off. The bird dissolved into ink beneath them and both were left standing on the ink-covered ground. The shuriken curved back into the forest surrounding them and was caught by the cloaked figure that had just landed on the branch of a tree nearby. The figure said nothing but just looked them over, probably trying to determine who they were and what affiliation they had. Fu faltered for a brief moment as he wasn't sure what to do. He was unsure if any of his clan techniques would work on a jinhuriki or whether he should even try to use them. This mission was never meant to include direct combat, but he looked to Sai who was standing behind him with his scroll open and saw his counterpart had already finished drawing a few ink animals. A small nod was given and Sai used the jutsu which sent multiple ink tigers at the cloaked figure. Fu prepared to use his mind switch jutsu even though he wasn't sure it would work. Naruto didn't stay still but slashed with the disc blade to destroy two of the tigers and dodged the others while charging in to attack the two unknown ninja. Fu used the moment to execute his jutsu, but instead of moving his mind into the boys and taking over the body, his mind hit a solid barrier and bounced back to him. Disoriented for a moment, he was left open when Naruto struck him with the flat side of the disc blade with a thud that sent Fu to the ground. The moment Fu's jutsu failed, Sai put down his scroll, unsheathed his tanto with his working arm, and attacked. Naruto dodged the swing and kicked Sai in the abdomen. He wasn't trying to kill either ninja as he wanted information from them, but if it came to it, he would kill one and spare the other. While Sai recovered, Naruto delivered a swift blow to Fu that knocked him unconscious. Swinging the disc blade again, Naruto destroyed the final ink tigers that had come up behind him and then knocked away a volley of shuriken from the second ninja. He stared at Sai and frowned. Using the force, he pulled Sai toward him and cut the boy in half with the disc blade, but instead of blood, the body bled ink and then dispersed into a puddle of the black liquid. Looking toward the ground, Naruto put his hand out and the ground broke upward under his force power until the real Sai was pulled out from under the ground. Before the surprised dark-haired boy had time to do anything, Naruto's chop had hit the boy in the neck and knocked him out as well. A moment later, several of the shadow clones he created back at the warehouse arrived and tied the two unknown shinobi up for him. They jumped off toward his master's mansion while the real Naruto went back to the warehouse. He still had a second disc blade to create and his master would decide what should be done with them as well as figure out who they were and what they were up to. XX. Back at Godhis/Plagia's mansion. XX. Plague Ace stared at the two tied-up ninja before him. Both had chakra-suppressing seals placed on them and weren't going anywhere. He had already gone through both of their minds, the older ones being far more difficult to access than the younger. The knowledge had been very informative. The older ninja, whose code name was Fu, had been following and keeping tabs on his student for several months. The man who Naruto had been looking into, Danzo, had apparently turned the tables on his student and was getting far closer than anyone else at figuring out their secrets. It was an interesting turn of events and he was still thinking on what he should do. The two ninja before him couldn't be killed as that would cause much more problems for them and attract far more attention from Danzo. Although damage had already been done since they had come so far and seen so much. They had found out that Naruto left the village periodically and had some kind of connection with a mysterious person in a mansion and was creating something in Wave Country. The girl Haku had been seen but Zabuza had not been, which was good. Messages had already been sent and that couldn't be fixed, but those messages barely scratched the surface of what was really happening and what Naruto was really involved in. The two ninja before him were also an opportunity. Plague Ace now knew far more about Danzo than Danzo knew about him and his student. The location of the Root ANBU headquarters as well as detailed information about its members was now known to him. This Danzo does a good job of working in the shadows and keeping those from suspecting him, but his results leave something to be desired, he thought, as apparently Danzo had sent his Root ANBU on numerous missions in order to protect the village, but most of those ended in failure. However, the man's continued interest in his student might get them discovered or at least part of their plans discovered. With the new information and with the two sitting in front of him, Plague Ace believed that he could hinder Danzo's efforts. The older ninja in front of him was the primary person involved with spying on Naruto, and if he controlled that person, then Naruto wouldn't need to worry about being discovered doing something incriminating. The younger ninja was of little use to him, but if both didn't return too, it would cause Danzo to look much harder at what Naruto was up to, which was something that they didn't need. Despite Danzo knowing about Naruto's trip to Wave Country, there was nothing the man could personally do about it. He couldn't go to the Hokage to tell the village leader about Naruto without admitting to treason. The Hokage would want to know where the information came from and proof, which Danzo couldn't provide without admitting that he still had a secret group of ninja that worked behind the Hokage's back and were not under his authority. Whatever information that Danzo had and whatever educated guesses the man could make concerning what Naruto was up to was only useful if someone else could prove it. The real problem was that Danzo might be able to get someone else to start looking into Naruto, or would act on his own, as he knew from Fu's memories that Danzo wanted to turn his student into an emotionless weapon. As of that moment, he had no idea what Danzo would do with the information that had been acquired on Naruto. That was the real problem and situation that had to be dealt with. Danzo apparently had obtained a Sharingan eye that could hypnotize people to his will. That meant that just about anyone in Konoha could be under his control, or at least put under his control. The eye wasn't nearly as versatile as his own mind control techniques though, and Danzo's eye could only be used once per day on a specific person concerning a specific matter. Looking to the two unconscious ninja, Plague Ace came up with his own plan on how to deal with the situation. He would use his own mind control technique on them and have both of them spy on Danzo, as well as having the older one provide limited or false information on Naruto's activities in the village. Using his mind control, he could have them create a story to tell Danzo about what had happened since their last report. If Danzo kept getting more curious or made plans to do something, then Naruto would have to act. He didn't know if his student could face an opponent like Danzo, as he had no idea what the man's techniques and abilities were. None of his own ninja had seen him fight or train, so it was possible that Danzo was completely out of shape as a ninja, or that he was just as dangerous or more dangerous than Zabuza. In any case, the decision over what to do with Danzo would have to wait, but Plague Ace was interested in learning more about the Sharingan and gaining Danzo's knowledge. The old Warhawk was now high on his list of people to use drain knowledge on, probably just below Hatake Kakashi, who was the first name on that list. The thought reminded him about his coming plans concerning Wave Country, which would take place in a few months. He would need to meditate further on that plan and figure out the exact details. Getting up out of his seat, Plague Ace went to the two ninja and began the process of putting both under his control and giving them detailed instructions. The process would be completed by the time Naruto came back later that night with his finished disc blades, which he was very interested to see. XX. Konoha, 2 days later. XX. When Naruto returned to Konoha, he wasn't sure what to expect. He had been caught, and on some level he thought perhaps Anbu would be waiting to take him to the Hokage. He was under a henge like he always used, and had used a mind trick on the guard to not ask any questions and let him enter without seeing any identification. 2 days earlier he had returned to his master's study to find that the two ninja were gone. He had asked where they were, and Plague Ace had told him they returned to Konoha. He was surprised at first, but his master knew what he was doing, so he didn't question it. Plague Ace informed him that both were under his control and had been working for Danzo as well as spying on him for quite some time. He was informed about the existence of Root and that something might have to be done in the future. With the mind control, the two Root ninja would only report to Danzo what Plague Ace had told them to report and leave out all other details. They would also be used to spy on Danzo to keep their plans and activities safe. Naruto left shortly after that and knew he would be returning in a few months to help his master leave Wave Country. Naruto wanted to go with his master to the new hideout, but he still had too many things to take care of in Konoha. He needed to prepare the ship for travel. There was still a great deal of knowledge to acquire from the ninja library. He now had to watch out for Danzo and anyone else that was trying to find out information on him. As a Chunin, he had to work on the upcoming Chunin exams, all the while getting everything ready to leave, and making sure he wasn't caught in the process. It was a long list of tasks ranging in difficulty, and it was definitely going to keep him busy for the next 6 months. His eyes once again looked to the Hokage monument faces where his hideout was. A lot had happened this week and he was still trying to take it all in. He still couldn't believe that he had never wondered or asked what Plague Ace planned to do once they left the planet, or how the ship had come to crash on the planet. He had been so focused on the goals that his master talked about, he never considered the motivation and reason behind them. Besides exploring the galaxy, he hadn't contemplated much about what he wanted to do once they left. He couldn't help but wonder what his master's other student was like. Why did he betray Master Plague Ace? Why does he refer to his first student as an apprentice and not refer to me the same way? Those were both things that he thought about as he walked towards his apartment. Making the usual switch, his real self headed to the hideout while his clone headed to the apartment. After traveling through the secret entrance to the hideout, Naruto walked into his workshop area and unsealed all of the new items that he had gotten. He didn't feel like working on creating or modifying something at the moment and went over to another room that had all of the jutsu that he had collection. He had nearly mastered the 5 elements and knew quite a few jutsu, but he wasn't that interested in learning any more at the moment. It seemed like he never needed all of the jutsu that he knew, or even a quarter of all the jutsu he knew, but given time he would learn all of the jutsu he had amassed. Even if he never ended up using all of them, it was useful to know them just in case he found himself in a situation where they would be useful to him. His vision quickly passed over the scrolls that he had stolen and his eyes stopped at the cube holocron that was sitting with some of the scrolls. It was the Jedi holocron that he couldn't access and he always wondered what secrets it contained that he could never obtain. There were a few force powers that he was working on, but again he didn't feel like working on that now. He thought about making a trip to the ship, but he wasn't willing to risk it being discovered. It was quite surprising to him when he discovered that he was being followed, and especially when Plagueis revealed that he was followed by one person off and on for a whole month without him knowing. The reason for this was due to his large chakra reserves. They were so large that he couldn't suppress them completely, and a trained sensor could apparently find him very easily. It was irritating to know that he was so easy to find and follow. His life signs ability had a short range of only 100 feet or so and was nothing compared to the distance that an experienced chakra sensor could achieve, which was more than a kilometer. The problem could only be solved in one of two ways, or at least those were the only solutions he could come up with. The first solution was to work exclusively on training to suppress his chakra to such a degree that he could escape detection. That was a difficult solution, as even using the force to try and suppress his chakra as much as he could, did not fully suppress it. The second solution was to find an alternative method to suppressing his chakra. He had a feeling he could figure out how to accomplish complete suppression of his chakra by using Fuinjutsu, and he set about looking through the scrolls he had with Fuinjutsu information that were copied from the library. Even if his chakra was completely suppressed, he could still use the force and his weapons to fight. Once he got off the planet, he really wouldn't need to worry about his chakra that much, as force-sensitive individuals couldn't normally sense chakra. Plagueis theorized that a Jedi could sense the presence of a regular ninja because of the void created from the chakra acting as a barrier to the force, but not the chakra itself unless specifically trained and attuned to sense it. A Jedi that could sense life signs would be able to sense a ninja, but they wouldn't feel that different from any other person in the galaxy. Naruto's chakra allowed the force to flow through him, so he wasn't a void in the force like every other ninja. Plagueis could sense when chakra was used or if a jutsu was being used, but he could not pinpoint a person or find someone based on their chakra. Of course, even that marginal ability to detect chakra was after numerous years of being around Naruto. It was possible that no Jedi or Sith would ever be able to find him based on sensing his chakra. It was because of this that he didn't feel it was necessary to work on suppressing it, because it wouldn't be very useful when he left the planet and possibly would never need to worry about suppressing his chakra ever again. Please review. And I put a link to a picture of what Naruto's disc blades look like in my profile, as well as a link to the Wikipedia site so everyone can see what the original disc blades look like. The following are responses to reviewers Nuboy, Nick, and Cold Blue. Reviewer, Nuboy. As the posse Zion will not last too long before Gato's body breaks down, what will Plagueis do then? Steal all of Gato's accounts, or perhaps take control of his whole empire? Also, what about Zabuza and Haku? As long as he has Naruto do all the talking and not reveal himself, they could still theoretically work for Plagueis. Zabuza probably would not mind as long as he gets paid good. Also, they have more freedom in operating outside Konoha, which would be useful. Response: I'm not sure how long the possession will last. It's very different from what Orochimaru does, in that Plagueis did not destroy Gato's soul and move in. I guess it is similar to how the Yamanaka use the body switch technique. Gato is still there, as is his soul. He has just been pushed aside and no longer has any control of his body, so the possession might last for a while. I thought about having Zabuza and Haku continue on in the story, but I'm not sure about it. Gato does need someone to protect him where the next hideout is, but I'm not sure what Zabuza will do. In canon he was building up money to take back Kiri, but I have no idea how much money he had or if the money Gato was providing would be enough. They are also getting more curious, and if Gato took them with him, they might try to find out too much. XX. Reviewer, Nuboy. One thing I am curious about is, will Plagueis tell Naruto about his parents? If he wants to completely ensure Naruto's loyalty, he should tell him before someone else does. Someone else telling Naruto when Plagueis would not is the one thing I can think of that might break Naruto's loyalty away from Plagueis. Response: I don't think he will tell Naruto because he can't determine how Naruto might react to the news. I could see a Sith Naruto reacting rather badly to that news and perhaps doing something that would put their plans in jeopardy. Plagueis would only lose Naruto's loyalty if Naruto found out that he knew and didn't tell him. The only person who knows that information about Plagueis is the Kyuubi. I do plan for Naruto to find out, but I haven't decided how he will react. XX. Reviewer, Nuboy. I like how the dialogue is for the chapters. At this point there does not need to be much Characer interaction, as Naruto does not have anyone to interact with. Perhaps later when he leaves the planet there can be more interaction, but at this point little dialogue between characters is a good thing. Besides, the dialogue between Naruto and Plagueis is perfect. Response: I had one person wonder why I didn't have more dialogue, and your review perfectly answered that question. Thank you. XX. Reviewer, Nick. He already procured a good-sized satellite dish at an earlier point, and now he could use it in something. You do realize that a satellite dish implies there is a man-made satellite orbiting the planet. At no point in the Naruto series does it even suggest that there might be anything man-made, or anything at all, for that matter, outside the elemental nations, much less outside the planet they're part of. So tell me, who would get an idea to solve a problem that doesn't exist? In other words, no satellites means no satellite dishes. Response: a satellite dish is a rather generic term when talking about any type of dish like that. I suppose the correct term for what I mentioned would be a parabolic antenna, but who really cares or wants to get that technical about terminology, besides you, that is. Satellite dishes / parabolic antenna are used in microwave radio transmission to send communications on the surface of our planet. There doesn't need to be a satellite in space, and I was just using the term because everyone knows what it is and what it looks like. If I used parabolic antenna, it just doesn't give the same image as satellite dish. Satellite dishes / parabolic antenna are used on Naruto's planet and are even shown in the manga. They were shown when the 5 daimyos talked with each other to decide what to do about Akatsuki, and I would also guess are also used for regular television broadcasts or something, and not exclusively by the daimyo. So there are dishes that look just like satellite dishes that don't use satellites. They do exist, I was merely using a term that was a better description and gave a better image to the reader. So what if I implied something like that? It's not like it was a huge error to the story like you make it out to be. If you look on Narutopedia, they even use the term satellite dish to describe the parabolic antenna shown in the manga, so it's not just me. Next time you want to critique something in my story, let it be an actual problem with the story and not something as pointless as terminology. XX. Reviewer, Cold Blue. Will Naruto make another sword? How man other styles swordsmanship form the Jedi / Seth? Will Naruto get close to Zabuza and Haku? Will there be Femme Haku, and will she be paired with Naruto, or will there be no pairing? Response: he won't make another sword, but I do have plans for him to make a lightsaber, eventually. I think he might start working out a style for himself from the Jedi styles. I don't know much about whether the Sith have their own styles, as they mostly create their own unique styles, so I thought about Naruto doing that. I haven't decided about Zabuza and Haku. I already have a Femme Haku pairing in another one of my stories, and I don't really feel that I want to have it in 2 of my 3 stories. I think there might be pairing, but I haven't decided what that pairing will be, but I am open to suggestions and have had several. At some point I might get around to making a poll about it. Chapter 11. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.7 BBY current year, Naruto is 12. Chapter 11. XX. A person with a bag over his head was dragged down the hall by 2 ninja in dark cloaks. Both had unique headbands with the symbol of Kirigakure etched into them, and each had a breather mask and one arm that had a gauntlet with clawed fingers. Only their free hands were holding the struggling and tied man, as they might have poisoned him with the claws. Down the hall they dragged the man by his arms until they reached a set of doors. One of the pair let go of the hostage they had kidnapped and opened the doors, while the other dragged the person into the room. The man was placed into a kneeling position and the bag on his head was removed. Tajuna looked around at the dark room he was in. Red satin curtains were covering the windows, and he looked to the short man standing in front of him with sunglasses on. The man motioned to the 2 ninja and said, "Gozu, Miizu, leave us." And both brothers left through the door they had just entered. Despite having his hands tied, Tajuna attempted to stand and attack the man who he had hated for nearly half a decade. However, an unknown force prevented him from standing. They looked at each other, Tajuna glaring, and Gato with no readable expression. Something wasn't really sitting right with Tajuna, and it concerned the man before him. Gato was acting differently. He remembered the man with a slightly different voice, and not so composed or calm but more arrogant. "I suppose you want to know what you are here for?" inquired Gato. "You're going to kill me," stated Tajuna, and he was rather certain of that fact. "Kill you?" questioned Gato. "Why would I do a thing like that? Not when I have a use for you." Gato finished and stepped forward while extending his hand and placing it on Tajuna's head. XX. 5 days later. XX. Naruto sat on the right-hand side of the sandome while filling out and going over all of the paperwork concerning the missions. It was one of the most boring jobs in the village, but he was there for a reason. The sandome was in the process of handing out as well as examining new missions that were arriving. Anyone could request a mission, and while some came personally to make the request, many more missions were sent in scrolls. These missions had to be examined, filed by rank and importance, and then would make their way to the Hokage for decisions on whom to send to complete each mission. Not every mission that was sent was given proper consideration. Some were given preference because they came from the fire daimyo or a previous client, while others were not considered at all because of past problems with the client. Although he didn't want to be there, his master had given him instructions on a secondary objective before moving to the new base. Naruto was to wait for a specific prospective client to show up and then do everything in his power to ensure that his master's plan proceeded smoothly and without failure. He had waited the entire morning, took a break for a ramen lunch, and then waited most of the afternoon before the doors to the room opened and the correct man stepped in. Unfortunately for Naruto, that man was holding a bottle of liquor and already seemed rather tipsy. He refrained from having his eye twitch at the possible problems that could come from this dilemma. "So you'd like to request a C-rank mission, Tajuna-san?" inquired the Sandame as he looked at the forms in front of him that had just been filled out. The handwriting was rather sloppy, so he wanted to be sure he had everything correct. "That's right, an R-rank mission." Tajuna slurred slightly. It was difficult to not think about hurting the man in front of him as Naruto tried to sit calmly. The Sandame was a little amused as it had been a long time since someone had come in to request a mission while being intoxicated. He thought perhaps he should wait until the following day, but perhaps now was the right time as he could ensure that nothing else would happen on the mission, as he had never had a client from Wave Country before. "So, as I understand it, this is just a simple protection mission from bandits and the like, until you get back to Wave Country?" asked the Sandame. "Nope. I mean yes," responded Tajuna while nodding his head. "You also put down that you specifically wanted Hitaki Kakashi to take on the mission." "Who?" Tajuna responded back, and the Sandame raised an eyebrow at the man. "One job. This idiot had one job to do and he's messing it up," thought Naruto, and he difficulty keeping his anger in check. Deciding to postpone the plan until the subject was back in his right mind again, Naruto spoke up, "Perhaps we should wait until Tajuna-san is no longer so impaired so he can properly request a mission. He could be fit in tomorrow morning after he has slept and before he starts drinking again, so that he can properly answer questions." The Sandame nodded and told Unimo Irika, who was sitting on opposite Naruto on the Sandame's other side, to fill in Tajuna for the morning. The man was led out of the building to a local hotel to stay the night and sober up. After a few more hours of working, everyone else was dismissed. Naruto left the Hokage Tower knowing he would have to come back in the morning to make sure everything went smoothly, and although he would rather do anything else but that job, he had little choice in the matter. It seems the mind control and specifically the placement of suggestions in the subject has less than desired results when the subject gets inebriated. Naruto noted. It wasn't as if Tajuna had started spilling secrets about Gato or what they were up to. The suggestions were still there, as even while drunk, the man had filled out the correct forms in the correct way and put everything down he was supposed to. In a way it did make sense, as even if the subject was under their control, with an impaired mind they had difficulty acting on the suggestions and orders they had been given. Even when questioned, he did come up with some of the right answers, but they needed to be coaxed out of him. The following morning would likely bring more success. Naruto walked to his apartment and then he would go to the hideout and contact his master to inform him of the setback. They had already set up a method for Naruto to leave the village for an extended period of time without anyone noticing. The extra time was needed to further whatever plans his master had for leaving Wave Country. He wasn't sure exactly what his master had in mind but would help in any way that he could. XX. Tajuna came in the following morning and answered all of the questions that the Sandame asked with no problems. The man told the Sandame that he wanted Hitaki Kakashi because someone had told him that the man was the village's best and he wanted the best to protect him. The Sandame did inquire a little farther, but Tajuna produced satisfactory answers. Naruto waited until right before lunch for Team 7 to show up. They were supposed to be there for a mission several hours earlier but were late. XX. After knocking, Kakashi was allowed to enter the mission room and his genin followed him. They were the only genin that he had ever passed and had been a team for several months. He did wish that the members got along a little better. Sasuke would never open up to his teammates and Sakura was only interested in Sasuke and not in being a ninja. The final member of their team was Shin, who was an interesting boy with a sense of humor. The boy was added at the last minute to the list of graduating genin. He didn't exactly know where Shin had come from, as the boy was added by the village elders from a program that was no longer used, specifically Root. While he had initial concerns, Shin did not act like the emotionless ninja that Root and Bu were trained to be. The boy still had emotions and was a good fit for his team. He had yet to find any evidence that the boy was reporting to anyone, but it was likely that the elders chose the boy to be placed on his team to keep tabs on the last Uchiha. His lone eye looked at the Sandame, Irika, and then onto the other person sitting in the room. The boy very much reminded him of his sensei, except for the marks on his face that identified him as the container of the Kyuubi. A small part of him wished that he had at least some role in the boy's life, but he was always busy with ANBU. From what he heard, the boy had accelerated through the academy and would soon take the special Jonin exam. He had also heard that ANBU had an interest in him but were waiting for a little while longer before inviting him. The Uchiha massacre had made most people in the village question how young was too young for advancement. Primarily it was the civilians that questioned it, but some ninja also had concerns. No one was really sure why Taka had killed his family, but some believed that the boy had been promoted too fast and had not been ready for the work or for missions. It was likely that it was one of the reasons why it had taken so long for Naruto to be allowed to take the special Jonin test and why ANBU was holding off on recruiting him. Looking to the boy, he could see a coldness and uncaring in the blue eyes. The emotionless face betrayed very little and the boy appeared to be studying him just as much as he was studying the boy. Naruto's eyes narrowed with a slight glare, but before Kakashi could figure out why, he was brought out of his thoughts when the Sandame began speaking. You have been requested for a mission, Kakashi. It's one of the simpler C ranks, so I was wondering if you believed your genin ready to take on a harder mission. Inquired the Sandame while holding the mission scroll that he had just approved earlier in the morning. Kakashi looked at his group and could read their postures, expressions, and feelings like an open book. Sasuke wanted the higher-ranking mission no matter what it entailed, Shin was excited about leaving the village on a mission, and Sakura felt that Sasuke deserved a higher-ranking mission. I believe they're ready for a C rank. Kakashi said, and the Sandame smiled and nodded. With a word to the door near the desk, the client entered with another bottle of liquor in hand, but Naruto's thoughts were elsewhere. He was still trying to figure out the very brief feelings from Kakashi when the man looked at him. There was regret and sadness mixed with several other feelings. That was not something that he was used to nor received from more than a handful of people in his lifetime. He couldn't read very much of man's thoughts because the genin that surrounded him were all thinking so many different thoughts and had such strong emotions. By comparison, the emotions from Kakashi were much muted and it was difficult to glean much of anything from the man. It was also possible that Kakashi had a very closed and protected mind like many other people he had encountered in the village, such as the Hokage sitting next to him. Naruto only managed to pick up on emotions from those people and not thoughts. The question remained of, what did the man regret, and he couldn't be sure at that point. Coming back to the situation at hand, the client walked out of the room with Team 7. It was just about break time for lunch, so the Sandame and Irika started leaving while he continued a little bit of busy work. The plan was going perfectly so far. He just needed to complete the final part of it. Moving to the pile of mission scrolls, he found the one that had just come in the previous day. The mission was rather easy and the client had requested just a single ninja. What Konoha didn't know, and he did know, was that the mission was requested by his master and was completely fake. Plague Ace had created the mission to give him an excuse to leave the village to complete their plans. It stated in the scroll that the mission would take almost 2 weeks to complete and he was going to use his current position to secure the mission for himself by placing it on the very bottom of the pile, despite the mission being marked as urgent. When they were done for the day, the mission would be found and someone would have to perform the mission. He would put his own name forward, as by that time, the Sandame would want to quit for the day and a good number of the available ninja would already have assignments. Naruto would only need to give a mission report when he returned from Wave Country concerning the fake mission and not have to worry about being discovered or having an absence in the village. XX. After informing his master that everything was proceeding as planned, Naruto left early the next morning on his mission. Plague Ace in turn gave him additional instructions to be completed before arriving in Wave. As he walked down the path towards the coast of Fire Country, he kept what senses he had open for the individuals he was looking for and also thought about what his master might be planning and what he knew or could guess about it. It was apparently training and skills that he would need and he was to use the force to help him discover what his master might be up to. He already knew what they wanted with Hatake Kakashi but he didn't know what Plague Ace wanted with the 2 individuals he was going to pick up. He also didn't know what his master needed with the Sith text that he was carrying with him in a scroll and that he had retrieved from the hideout. What's in those texts that he would need, was the main question that was going through his head. He knew the texts contained information on several topics such as Sith alchemy, Sith spawn, the creation of weapons, and a few other minor topics. The only answer that he could come up with was that his master wanted to use the texts to create a Sith spawn. Plague Ace would be traveling to a new location and no one could be trusted there at this point. His master would need some kind of protection because Zabuza had not wanted to extend his contract and Plague Ace wasn't sure he could control the man with his limited powers. That meant that someone else would have to protect his master during the time before he traveled to Snow Country, which would likely be a couple of months. Gato had practically owned Wave Country and had numerous bandits, thugs, to order around, so it wasn't a problem, but Snow Country was owned by someone else and they had nothing there. It made sense to make sure that his master was protected from a double cross while in a new location. Gato's samurai were of no help and if Zabuza didn't want to continue employment, then that left the 2 individuals that he was currently going after and could feel just in the range of life sensibility. XX. Gozu and Miizu were submerged in a puddle on the road from Konoha to the Fire Country coast. No matter what help Tajuna was able to acquire, they would still have the element of surprise. With a civilian client with them, whoever Konoha sent would have to travel down that dirt road and they had arrived earlier in the morning to wait because they couldn't be sure when Tajuna and the ninja would pass by. They had been waiting over an hour before they could finally hear someone coming down the road. Unfortunately, it only sounded like a single person and unless Tajuna was unable to get ninja, it was likely that this wasn't the person they were waiting for. You can come out, Gozu and Miizu, I know you're there. Stated Naruto to the puddle while standing a good distance away. The puddle didn't move but he could feel the confusion and alarm from the brothers within. In a burst of speed, both quickly jumped out of the puddle and stood across from him as the puddle quickly evaporated. They both looked at the cloaked figure and did recognize the description from what Zabuza and Haku had said. It was likely that this person also worked for Gato but they didn't let their guard down. From what Zabuza had said, the boy had fought and nearly defeated him, so it was unlikely that they could face him by themselves. I'm guessing that Zabuza sent both of you to take care of Tajuna. Naruto stated rhetorically. He didn't receive a response, only surprise, but continued, plans change however. Tajuna has managed to get Hitaki Kakashi to protect him. Neither of you will be able to beat him, but he'll likely be here in a half an hour, so you're welcome to try. Both brothers glanced at each other about the information and then looked back at him. He could tell that they were worried and continued, Zabuza does not wish to continue his contract with my master, however, there are positions for you both, if you want them. Again they looked at each and both nodded in agreement. They wanted to know more, and Naruto knew that the situation was going to work in his favor. What's the offer? Stated one of the demon brothers, and they both eagerly waited the response. My master is willing to offer both money and power in exchange for your services. You can either take the deal or wait here for Hitaki-san and continue with your mission. Stated Naruto, and he could feel the brothers thinking it over. If they were smart, they would realize that they couldn't take on a Jonin of Kakashi's level, but if they didn't, he would just have to persuade them. What kind of power? The other brother asked. Naruto smirked slightly, something you can't get anywhere else, and that would give both of you a great advantage over anyone you faced. He said, and although he didn't know what exactly his master had in mind, he knew enough to make the offer enticing. The demon brothers nodded and they followed Naruto back to Wave Country. About half an hour later, Team 7 and their new client walked down the very street that they had just talked on and continued on to Wave Country. XX. A day later. XX. Your ninja duo failed, Zabuza. Stated Gato with little emotion as Plague lied to the man. Zabuza and his apprentice had been moved into a nearby treehouse that had been constructed. Plague had done it mostly to try and keep Zabuza out of his affairs, as the former member of the Seven Swordsmen was getting too curious about what he was doing. It isn't a big deal. I'll just go myself and take care of it. Whoever it was who defeated the demon brothers won't last long against me. Stated Zabuza from his seat across from the standing Gato. Well, seeing as you're going to personally take care of it, I want you to capture the ninja that Tajuna hired to protect him. Stated Gato, and Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow. What would he want with captured ninja, he thought, but Gato gave nothing away and his true plans or intentions were still not known to him. Fine, but it will cost extra. Demanded Zabuza, as he wanted to see how much the little man wanted whoever Tajuna had hired. Just make sure it gets done this time. Stated Gato, and he left with his two samurai. Zabuza and the masked Haku watched him leave, and neither could figure out what the man's real intentions were. Despite working for the short billionaire for several months, they were no closer in determining what his real goals were. It wasn't really his business to spy on his client, but he wanted to know, especially about the cloaked boy. Haku had told him her observations on the weapon that the boy had made, which was a shuriken that he used right after creating it, and to great effect. The two people spying on the boy also intrigued him, and now Gato wanted him to capture several ninja from Konoha. No matter how much he thought about it, none of the plans really made sense. Was Gato trying to take hostages for a ransom, or to put forth demands, or perhaps get some information? If so, he was glad to be leaving the short man's service, as he didn't want to get involved with a hidden village or any hostage nonsense that Gato may be planning. It shouldn't be that difficult to capture a team of Konoha ninja, and then he would make sure to leave before anything else happened. XX. Naruto walked through the double doors and into his master's study, followed by the demon brothers. He stood in front of the desk and then knelt on one leg. I have done as you have asked, master. The chair turned to reveal Gato, but the glasses were off, revealing his sulfuric yellow eyes and darkened skin around the eyes. Both brothers stared, as they had never seen Gato without his glasses, and by what they could feel coming from the short man, it made sense why the boy would call him master. It wasn't power radiating from the businessman, but a dark presence that filled the room and sent chills up their spine. Good. We should head to the warehouse where the ceremony shall take place. Stated Plague, and he got up from the chair and walked towards his student. Naruto didn't move, but wanted to ask the question that had been on his mind. Master, just what from the information in the texts do you intend to use on these two? Plague stopped walking and small smirk tugged on his lips. I was thinking one of the more interesting rituals that I have yet to try, and is rather fitting with the title they go by. It will take some preparation, but I think that the results will be more than adequate. Stated Plagias. Does it matter that they do not possess the force? Inquired Naruto through telepathy, as it was something that had occurred to him as he traveled the distance from Konoha to Wave. Neither brother had any midi-chlorians, so he wondered if any process from the texts would work. Plague responded, I'm not really that sure, but the creation of a Sith spawn does not necessarily require it, as we will merely be altering their bodies with the dark side of the force. It's possible that their chakra could be used instead to provide the abilities granted by the ritual, but we shall see. Naruto nodded and stood while following his master to the doorway and out to the docks. He could feel the fear and uneasiness come from the demon brothers, but he followed his master's orders. If the process worked, then neither brother would be complaining about the outcome. Plague couldn't use any ninja abilities, so they would have to take a boat to the isolated warehouse that had been constructed and was where Naruto had created his disc blades. XX. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened since they left Konoha. Looking over to his students, Kakashi could actually see them getting more and more bored as time went on. No bandits, no unnecessary stops, no delays, and not a single problem, yet he still felt that there was something amiss. His skills and instincts had been honed during the Third Ninja War and in ANBU after that, and he could tell that the client was hiding something from them. What exactly that information was, he couldn't determine. He had thought about asking the man or perhaps hinting at something, but they weren't supposed to interrogate the client, and he thought by the way Tajuna was so nervous when they first started out, that something would have happened already. This was their second day traveling and they were nearly at the shore. It would take at least a couple of hours to reach the coast of Fire Country and a little more time to cross the ocean to Wave. Tajuna said that he knew someone that could take them across the gap between the countries and that they wouldn't have to pay to get across. The mission was turning out to be a very simple C rank, and while that wasn't a bad thing, he had hoped that it would give him a chance to test his genin. At least a few bandits crossing their paths or perhaps a surprise attack by bandits wouldn't be a bad thing and would give him a chance to gauge his students. Often genin would freeze during their first real conflict, and it was best to get that over with under the best conditions possible. At this rate though, he still wasn't sure if this mission would provide what he was looking for. XX. They hadn't taken a very fast boat, so it took a little while to reach the warehouse on the farthest point of Wave Country. The brothers were very curious about what would happen, but their desire for power and money outweighed any of their concerns. Traveling with Zabuza had not been very productive for them, and this new opportunity was too good to pass up. If Zabuza didn't want to continue working for good pay under one of the richest men on the planet, then why should they continue working under him? The boat pulled up the small dock next to the yacht that had been docked there for some time. All occupants of the boat got out and walked into the empty warehouse. The furnace had been sealed into a storage scroll and packed onto the boat, so there were only a few leftover tables and empty crates in the warehouse. The brothers were getting a little worried as there wasn't anything there, but Naruto stepped forward and started performing what his master had telepathically commanded him to do. Naruto started by unsealing all of the needed supplies from his scrolls. Plague Ace walked over and opened the book to the correct page. Naruto glanced over and read the ancient Sith language to find out that his master planned to turn both brothers into smoke demons. Plague Ace read through the text again and told the brothers to get comfortable as it would take a while to set up. He then ordered Naruto to create several shadow clones and had them start creating the Sith runes on the concrete floor of the warehouse that would be required for the ritual. The clones channeled lightning chakra into Kunao as it was the most efficient tool and chakra nature to work with and would carve the concrete the best. The correct symbols were slowly carved out, creating one large circle and three smaller ones. The real Naruto went to the text and began memorizing everything that needed to be said. One of the circles was for Naruto to stand in and the other two were for the demon brothers. Once the symbols were complete, everyone sat in the correct circles and the process was started. The ritual began with Naruto chanting in the ancient Sith language for several minutes while the demon brothers waited. He then began channeling the force into the runes around them. The etched runes, which were originally the same color as the concrete, started to blacken and then glow red hot. Smoke started to emanate from the runes, with more coming from the ones around the demon brothers. The smoke began as grey and then changed to purple and slowly darkened. The purplish-black smoke began to gather into two small orbs, one over each of the brothers. Both looked up at the strange phenomenon and started to think they should get out of here. They didn't know what was going to happen, but this was not something that they expected. It seemed like Gato and the boy were using some kind of kinjutsu on them. Despite wanting to get away from the smoldering symbols and the gathering smoke, both found themselves rooted to the spot. Naruto continued to chant with his eyes closed as Plague Ace watched the ritual from outside the circle of runes. A good amount of time passed as the ritual was slowly completed by his student. This was the first time in probably hundreds of years that the ritual was being used, and he was immensely curious of the results. It was possible that the ritual would fail, as he had no idea what effects would occur when the individuals it was used on didn't have the force and had chakra instead. It could completely fail, it could create something completely abnormal from the smoke demon it was supposed to create, or it could create something better. He watched intently as his student completed the chanting and then unsealed his ninjato. Taking the weapon, Naruto touched the blade to his palm to draw out some blood for the ritual. That will bind them to him as his servants. Plague Ace thought, and he knew that he would rather have the new Sith spawn as his own servants, rather than his students, but he only had a temporary body with none of his own blood and his spirit was not strong enough to complete the ritual. Instead of the blood dripping to the ground from Naruto's palm, it did the reverse and dripped upward from the wound. The blood split up in the air and equal drops went into the two separate orbs of smoke. Once the blood touched the smoke, each orb rippled in, and when the last of the blood that had floated to the orbs entered, both orbs burst apart, releasing the smoke within. It looked as if the smoke would start spreading across the area like a smoke bomb, but it suddenly stopped expanding and all moved in one direction. The smoke plumes poured into the respective demon brother that it belonged to. It went in through their eyes, breathing, mask, and ears while both brothers screamed in agony as their bodies were invaded by the dark purple smoke. Naruto opened his eyes and watched the transformation occur before him. The exposed skin of the demon brothers, which wasn't very much to begin with, started to blacken followed by their clothes. The process was completed when both brothers were completely blackened and they both went silent. The color changed to the same dark purple as the smoke and both student and master watched with anticipation. After a brief period of time, the unmoving brothers stirred and their eyes opened to reveal a glowing red instead of a sclera or iris. Naruto readied himself just in case the process hadn't worked and he needed to kill them, but they made no move. Instead, the dark purple color faded away to reveal the demon brothers how they were originally. Their eyes even went back to normal, thinking that he had messed something up. Naruto got up and went to the text. Both brothers came back from a daze moments later and looked around. How much longer is this going to take? Asked Gozu, and his brother crossed his arms in boredom and annoyance. Naruto stopped looking through the text and turned to them. They can't remember anything of what just happened. They can also talk, which is not something that the text said was possible with smoke demons. Did the process completely fail and nothing changed at all? He speculated. Plague Ace walked over the demon brothers to better examine them and said, the process is already over. What is the last thing you remember? Both brothers looked at each other surprised and turned back. The seals were placed, we sat down and then you got back up again. Stated Miyaizu, and his brother nodded in agreement. Naruto walked over to the two and wondered what was going on. If something had happened to them, then the results were not obvious and it appeared as though nothing had happened at all. Pulling out one of his kunao, Naruto tossed it to the closest brother, which was Gozu, and said, cut your hand with the kunao. Gozu stared at him but obeyed and palmed the kunao into his clawed hand and cut a small area on his other palm. Miyaizu, Naruto, and Plague Ace all watched as the cut produced a small amount of dark purple smoke and no blood. The wound was sealed shut by the smoke a moment later with no evidence of a wound. Everyone stared at the hand and Gozu said, it didn't even hurt. And then he impaled his hand with the kunao. Holding up the impaled hand, he just stared at it, like everyone else did. It didn't hurt him at all, yet most of the kunao blade was sticking out the back of his hand. Removing the object, purple smoke again came out and the hole from the kunao was reformed by the smoke. The hole was sealed, which left a dark purple area of skin for a brief moment before it turned back into the same skin tone as the rest of his hand. Turning to his brother, Gozu threw kunao at Miyaizu. It struck Miyaizu in the shoulder and passed through the shoulder with ease to continue on until it embedded itself into the wall of the warehouse. The wound on Miyaizu was reformed by the smoke that the edges of the wound turned into, and in mere moments, his body had reformed into its original shape and showed no evidence of any damage. You had no idea that would work, did you? Questioned Miyaizu with rage and punched his brother in the face, which sent Gozu flying farther than any of the others thought the punch would. Gozu hit the ground and skidded but got up right afterward. He rubbed his breathing mask that was smoking and reforming to its original shape, but seemed perfectly fine. Your punch didn't even hurt. He stated with some surprise. It seems the process was definitely a success after all. Stated Plague Ace, and everyone turned to him. I have some business to attend to back at my mansion, so I'll be taking the boat. And then he looked to Naruto and said specifically to him, stay here and determine what the process has caused and the limits of the new abilities of the Smoke Demon brothers. I need to know what they can or cannot do, and after that there is something else that needs to be prepared. Come to see me about it after you're done. And with that, Plague Ace left the warehouse. Naruto was left watching his master leave while the demon brothers punched each other stupid and wondered what was so important that his master had to get back to before leaving for Snow Country. XX. The crossing to Wave Country had been very quiet, but it wasn't because there was nothing to talk about. The man steering the boat had told them to be quiet, otherwise they would get caught, and Kakashi was getting an idea about what the mission was really about. Tajuna must have hired us not to protect him from bandits but to get rid of bandits in Wave Country, were Kakashi's thoughts on the new developments, and it made sense to him. Tajuna was worried the whole way back to Wave, and it must be that the bandits had either taken control of Wave or were terrorizing it, and rather than pay to get rid of the bandits, Tajuna had paid for a cheaper protection mission until he got back home. It was likely that they would get attacked before they completed the mission and would be forced to protect Tajuna from whatever bandits the village was being troubled by. It was an interesting plan to lower the payment of a mission by not giving out the actual details, forcing them to complete the normally higher paying mission in order to complete their assigned mission. Tajuna was likely leading them to, or at least where they would be attacked or come across bandits. Perhaps he was even taking them directly to the bandits' camp. They would have to fight the bandits as part of their mission to protect the client. The other possibility was that they were being led into an ambush by Tajuna, and he put his book away and paid full attention to his surroundings. He didn't like being lied to and would be having a long discussion with Tajuna after this was over. XX. Plague Ace arrived back at his mansion some time later. He was curious to see what new abilities the brothers possessed, but he had other things to take care of as well. Zabuza was likely facing off against the Konoha ninja, and then he would have to look through the copy nin's mind to determine if his guess was correct. Several years previously, he had gone through the minds of school teachers in order to get them to skip his student ahead a grade. While putting the mind control and suggestions in place, he had also taken a brief look through the knowledge of the Chunin teachers he was temporarily subjugating. During one of those looks, he had stumbled across the information that Hitaki Kakashi was the student of the Yandame Hokage. He had put the information away for future reference and now that information was useful to him. The problem with the Konoha Jonin was that he believed that the man knew about the Yandere being Naruto's father. Years ago he had meditated on the prospect of what to do with the information concerning Naruto's parents and the answer he had come up with was that the knowledge was too damaging for Naruto and he could not gauge what the boy's response would be. His plans were in the fledgling stages at that time and it was better to keep the information to himself. If anything ever destroyed the trust between master and student or if Naruto decided at some point that he no longer wanted what Plagueis was offering, he had something left to get the boy back on his side and away from the village. That had never happened though. Naruto had never shown any intention of betraying him or not going along with training and numerous tests that he had imposed. Therefore, the information was never useful to him. Now however, that information changed from being a precaution to a liability. It was obvious that once Naruto got back, he would use drain knowledge on the captured Hatake. It was also obvious that his student might discover that information, if Kakashi even knew it. The part that wasn't obvious to him was that if that information was there, what would his student do when he learned it? Guessing what Naruto would do next was never easy. The boy's mind seemed to work differently than his own mind. At the time when he originally discovered this information, he wasn't about to see his plans destroyed because of his new student plotting revenge. Now was no different and perhaps an even worse time to tell Naruto about his parents. The boy would react negatively to the news, that was a given. The news could send Naruto over the edge and cause him to completely embrace the dark side of the Force, which was not something that his student had done yet. Naruto could use the dark side of the Force to great effect, but he had yet to take the plunge completely over to the dark side. In that state, Naruto might attack anyone that he felt kept the information from him, including his own master, especially if the boy discovered that he had known the truth for years. The furious Naruto may also access the Kyuubi's chakra, and Plagueis was still unsure what effects or problems it could cause. It was a problem with no real solution that could destroy all that had been accomplished up until that point. Naruto could always lash out at Konoha, which would ruin their plans, as the boy might be captured or even killed if he started attacking those that might know the secret and had kept it from him, like the Hokage. It was a difficult line to walk and he could tell that Naruto was already getting suspicious of his actions. However, there is nothing that can be done about that, he thought, and he knew that there was no good way to give Naruto the information that he was keeping from him. If there was, he would already have given it to Naruto, as the boy had been nothing but loyal. As long as it doesn't ruin our plans for getting back to the galaxy, I could care less if he came back and bombarded the village from orbit, he thought, because as long as Naruto got all of the information that they wanted from the village, it served no more use to them. Now came the waiting game, and he wondered how Zabuza was faring against the copy ninja. XX. Looking through the slightly refracted image of his team through the water, Kakashi watched horrified as all three of his genin, and the client, were hit with senbon from someone in the bushes. Of all of his failures, this was the worst, and he was helpless to do anything as he watched the genin fall to the ground. He had no idea that Tazuna was running from missing nin, especially someone with a reputation and ranking like Zabuza. There was no way for him to know about the missing nin, but he blamed himself anyway. It was his fault for not questioning the client any further about his suspicions. He was running out of air, but he didn't notice. His mind was just concentrating on the thoughts of how he had let his team down. The technique Zabuza was using ended, but before Kakashi could do anything, he was knocked out with several senbon as well. The Kiri swordsman created several water clones to carry the people that he had captured to the specified warehouse. He had no idea what Gato wanted with them, but it didn't really matter, as that was what the client wanted and that was what he would do. The warehouse had apparently been prepared beforehand with an area that had cages set up, and Gato had acquired chakra seals that Zabuza placed on the captives. Walking out of the warehouse after depositing the captured individuals, he thought over the situation in his mind. Nothing about it really made sense, and he couldn't figure out what Gato wanted with captive Konoha ninja. In any case, he'd have Haku watch the warehouse and see what happened while he informed Gato that he had successfully captured the group. XX. Walking as briskly as the short stubby legs would take him, Plagueis entered the warehouse with the captured ninja. He only had a short period in which to work until his student got back from working with the demon brothers. Setting the small case he brought with him down on a nearby crate, he pulled out the medical supplies that he would need to get the sample from Kakashi's left eye. Pulling out the syringe, he removed the forehead protector and pulled open the eyelid. Using the small needle, he took enough of a tissue sample to recreate the eye later, and he put the forehead protector back the way he found it. Storing the sample in the case he brought, Plagueis then went about the process of examining Kakashi's memories. He needed to find out what the man knew. It was possible that Kakashi knew nothing about Naruto being the Yandame's son, or that it was buried rather deeply, and that if Naruto went through the man's memories for jutsu and techniques, he would never find it. Unfortunately, he found exactly what he surmised would be there. Kakashi knew everything, and the information was not buried very deeply, so his student would likely find it if he used drain knowledge on the man. Plagiaus took all of the other information that they would be interested in and left the caged area of the warehouse to think. Of the 4 people in the cages, he only needed one to live in the worst case scenario, and that was the boy from Route N who reported to Danzo. The rest weren't needed to fulfill that task. However, the fewer people that were killed, the less of an investigation there would be by other Konoha ninja to find out how the last Uchiha or one of the best Jonin in the village were killed on a simple C-ranked mission. The situation presented a difficult problem. If done the right way, however, he might be able to take care of another problem. Since the two root members were sent back to Konoha under his mind control. One team had been sent back to Wave on a fact-finding mission to determine who lived in the mansion and owned the warehouse that Naruto had been in. Danzo knew about the meeting in the mansion, the warehouse, and the construction of something in the warehouse from earlier messages that they could not stop because they didn't know someone was following Naruto at that point in time. The second mission could not be stopped without raising further suspicion, so Danzo now knew that Naruto had talked with Gato of Gato's shipping and was doing something in one of the tycoon's warehouses. Beyond that, there was only what Danzo could piece together by himself with bits and pieces of the knowledge available or by guesswork. Plague Ace half expected Danzo to send someone to question, interrogate, or perhaps even kidnap him, but that hadn't happened, which meant that Danzo must not have very much information or was a very cautious person. However, it was only a matter of time before Danzo got curious enough to get more information, and so Plague Ace had come up with an idea. In order to keep their plans in Konoha and to stop Danzo from getting more information, Gato had to die. He would very much have liked to take a new host, but the current one was too important as he needed it for the negotiations in Snow Country. With the death of Gato being known to Konoha, especially Danzo, no further information could be determined about Naruto without going directly to the source. From what he knew of Danzo, the man wouldn't make such a bold move or make any such actions while the Sandaime was Hokage. This meant that Naruto would be free to continue with their plans in Konoha and would give them a chance to test a kinjutsu from the Scroll of Seals. The only problem now was what he should do about Kakashi. Tajuna and the others were not a big deal as they could either be killed or just left alive and would not hinder his plans. Kakashi on the other hand could hinder his plans. He could kill the man right at that very moment, but then Naruto would become more suspicious of his actions. His original plans were to let the ninja go after getting the information so he could have an audience of witnesses from Konoha for his death, but would that still be the best decision to make? Unfortunately he didn't have time to meditate, so he had to choose from the options he could come up with on the spot. He quickly determined that killing Kakashi was out as the man would make for a better witness and the act would make his student more suspicious. The information in Kakashi's head could be blocked, or at least a mental block could be placed in the man's mind to stop Naruto from going too deep and finding the truth. He could also transfer the knowledge that he had already taken from Kakashi, directly to his student, which was not always a good option to learn something because inputting knowledge directly into someone's head in that manner had the potential to cause brain damage and other problems. Despite the risks, the second option seemed best as Naruto might discover the mental barrier that he placed and try to break it. The technique involved taking specific knowledge and implanting it into another person's mind. The knowledge could not be memories as they were far more difficult to implant or alter and usually resulted in destroying a person's mind. Using this method, he could send certain knowledge taken from Kakashi to his student and make sure that Kakashi and the rest of the individuals in the cell escaped for his other plans. The force technique was difficult to perform and could only transfer direct knowledge of a subject, in this case jutsu from Kakashi, into Naruto's mind. Coming to the decision, Gato made sure that the Jonin would be able to get himself free from captivity before leaving the warehouse and heading back to the mansion. It was important that Kakashi escape rather soon and before Naruto came back. This would set the stage for the next confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza, where he could betray his hired missing nin and make sure to have a convincing death so he could escape to Snow Country without Danzo or anyone else knowing he was still alive. From one of the windows on the warehouse, Haku watched as the client made sure that the ninja could escape and then left the warehouse. She had seen Gato take the sample from the Konoha Jonin's eye and also do something very strange to the man, which involved just placing his hand on the Jonin's head. She needed to get back to report to Zabuza about the strange behavior and the sabotaging that Gato did to ensure the Konoha ninja escaped. XX. Naruto returned to mansion along with the demon's brothers, but only he went to see Plague Ace and report on his findings concerning the success of the ritual. He didn't need to knock as Plague Ace gave him a mental enter and he walked through the double doors of the study. Plague Ace looked up from his papers and told Naruto to sit down in one of the chairs in front of his desk. Sitting down, Naruto began his report. Master, it seems the ritual was a success but with a few added side effects and difference from what the results are supposed to be. Plague Ace responded with intrigue. What sort of differences and side effects? It seems that they do not have to stay in smoke form like the text says. The color is also different from the standard red and is, as we both saw, a dark purple smoke. They appear to have the ability to switch into a smoke form and change between looking normal and looking completely dark purple. They can change into a plume of smoke and move around a room, while also reforming at will. They can still both use chakra just as well as they could before the ritual. It seems that the clothing that they wear and accessories are also made of smoke, and they can add or remove items and those items will go with them. So they still have ninja tools in their pouches, and when they form into smoke, the items somehow go with them without hindering their smoke abilities, and when they become solid again, they can reach into their ninja pouches and remove the tools. Likely they can get into anything that isn't airtight by turning into smoke and traveling into it. They can turn completely to a plume of smoke and travel around at similar speeds to what they normally could when not in smoke form. They are immune to physical attacks and most weapons, but I did find limits to their abilities. No regular weapon can harm them, but one that is imbued with the force can hurt them. Force abilities can also affect them, but only to a degree. I used force grip on them, but they turned into smoke and slipped through my grasp. I believe ninjutsu will also affect them to some degree, but I really can't be sure without resorting to the chance of possibly hurting or killing them to find out. They do appear to be rather susceptible to water jutsu and were unable to form into smoke while inside of the hidden mist jutsu. Beyond that, I wasn't able to test any farther. They still have the ability to speak, which the text stated would be taken away from them. I also don't know whether they can consume the body of another person as it is written, but I do know that they are under my control," stated Naruto as he concluded his report. Plague Ace took in everything that was said and was curious to test and see the abilities that Naruto described. There was one thing he did want to clarify: how do you know that they are under your control? I made them use their metal chain as a jump rope. They just did it without complaining or questioning me. I watched them both jump that shuriken chain over and over for several minutes," replied Naruto, and Plague Ace could feel the amusement coming from the boy. Moving on to other subjects, Plague Ace put together his thoughts to inform his student about the Konoha ninja without raising too much suspicion. Zabuza was able to successfully capture the Konoha ninja, but I'm afraid they have likely already woken up and escaped, which was my plan from the beginning," stated Plague Ace, and added the last part when he felt Naruto was about to question why he would let them escape. "What about the information I was supposed to get from Kakashi?" stated Naruto, and Plague Ace replied, "I was able to use drain knowledge on the man right after he was brought in by Zabuza. I can give you all of the information that I took from him. I thought perhaps you might take a while with the Demon Brothers and that I should ensure that the information was acquired. As for your concerns over why I let him go, it involves my plans for leaving Wave Country," stated Plague Ace, and he put in a short pause before continuing. "Because of the meddling of Danzo, a connection between us has been discovered, not between you and me but between you and Gato. I still need Gato in order to further our plans in Snow Country, but I also need to get rid of him, or at least make Danzo believe he is gone." Naruto could guess where this was going and asked, "Is this why you had me memorize that Kinjutsu in the Scroll of Seals?" Plague Ace merely nodded his affirmation and said, "I already have the person picked out, but we need to control the situation. At some point I have to inform Zabuza that the Konoha ninja have escaped and that something will need to be done about them. I also don't know how well the Kinjutsu will work. It hints at not keeping the disguise active after the technique has ended and the body dead, so we need to be sure before planning to use it later on in the Chunin exams. XX. Escaping from the warehouse wasn't very difficult. The guards put in charge of watching them were rather inept, and he was able to get out of the bindings that held him to free his genin and the client. He was relieved to find that his genin were all alive and were just put into a false death state. None of them were in any shape to fight, but they had managed to get back to Tashina's home, only to demand answers from the man about what was going on. They found out about the problems in Wave caused by Gato, but Kakashi was still confused as to why they had been captured and not killed. Momokai Zabuza was not known for taking prisoners or leaving people alive at all. The best explanation that he could come up with was that Gato didn't want to kill any Konoha ninja and possibly bring the rest of the village down on him, but that didn't make much sense as it didn't explain what Gato would have done with them. Why capture when it was easier and made more sense to just kill them? Tashina didn't have any answers for them on that subject and was just thankful to be alive. Kakashi informed him about how the mission would be increasing in rank and the fact that they should have just dropped the mission because they had been lied to and it was likely more than Genin could handle. However, they had no place to go for the meantime. Being put into a death-like state with Senbon took a few days to completely recover from. Zabuza on the other hand was not injured or hindered in any way and could come after them again at any point in time. The question that none of them knew was when he would show up again. XX. Based on what Haku had told him and what Gato himself had just come to tell him, Zabuza was thoroughly confused. Nothing about what was going on made any sense, no matter how he looked at it. Gato was trying to take over the country, at least what was what he originally thought, but now he was no longer sure. Why let the Konoha ninja go, he thought, and it really pissed him off. Everything Gato seemed to be doing was contrary to what he thought the man should be doing or what he thought the businessman would do. There were so many secrets and different agendas going on with the short man that it was difficult to tell what he was really up to. What did Gato really want with Wave Country? What was the man planning with the Konoha ninja? He couldn't help but feel that he was a disposable pawn or was being used for something much bigger. Gato had told him to be prepared to attack the Konoha ninja and the bridge builder again in a few days' time, and it made him wonder why they should wait. He thought about just asking Gato what was going on. Marching right into the man's study and demanding answers, but he also disliked the thought. He had made a contract, and until the man showed signs of actually breaking that contract or double-crossing him, he would not act and would wait to see what unfolded. He was getting paid quite a bit of money to just sit and wait around, and he needed that money to complete his ambitions. XX. 2 days later. XX. Standing at the head of a small boat heading towards the unfinished bridge, Plague Ace flexed his hand and marveled at how much control he had using the kinjutsu. Naruto had performed the jutsu on one of his samurai and supplied the chakra to hold the jutsu up to make things as convincing as possible. The samurai's body was being controlled by him from quite a distance and no one could tell that it wasn't really God's body. His death would need to convince the Konoha ninja and the people of Wave, but he knew that Zabuza was getting more and more suspicious of what he was up to. Zabuza wasn't stupid and it was possible that he would continue looking for answers even after Gato was dead by his own hands. This had already been taken care of and they would be able to convince even Zabuza that he was dead. As they neared the bridge, he could see a dense fog covering a portion of the bridge near the uncompleted end. The boat pulled up alongside the end of the bridge and he could see the real Naruto sticking to the side of one of the pillars and waiting for him. Just in case things didn't go the way they had planned, his student was to finish the job and then return to Konoha to complete the rest of their plans. Climbing up the ladder with the rest of the bandits that he hired, he got in position and had Naruto use the force to disperse some of the fog and get the attention of his executioner. XX. The sound of a metal clang filled the still mist once again as Zabuza and Kakashi fought a very sedate battle. In the beginning of the fight, Kakashi wasn't sure why they weren't fighting all out and he first thought it was to lure him into a false sense of security or to get him to let his guard down, but none of those things happened as the battle progressed. He noted that it was as if Zabuza was not trying to wear himself out and fighting with no real intent to finish the battle, only to prolong it. Did Zabuza know something he didn't? The more the fight progressed, the more he believed that something else was really going on. He had tried to get to his students that were fighting the masked hunter nin but he wasn't able to get near the ice dome. What worried Kakashi was that the only time ninja would fight in this manner was likely when they were buying time for reinforcements to arrive, but he knew that Zabuza could fight on his level, so why would the Kiri ninja even need reinforcements and where would he get them from? He was sure that the hunter nin could likely hold off or perhaps even defeat his genin and even fight himself near equal footing. Whatever Zabuza had been waiting for finally arrived when the mist started to be pushed back and revealed a large contingent of bandits with what Kakashi assumed was Gato at the lead. The fighting stopped for a second as everyone on the bridge stared at the bandits and Gato. Haku's ice mirrors melted and she took her place by Gato's side. Kakashi looked back between the new arrivals and Zabuza and could see the tension between the two. So these aren't reinforcements, Zabuza is being double-crossed by Gato and he suspected it, he thought, and went to see about his genin while not letting his guard down. So you never intended to pay me? Stated Zabuza as he hefted his Zanbato and prepared to attack. Gato smiled and chuckled at the ninja in front of him. I asked you to renew the contract, but you refused. It's better to kill you now than worry about you telling anyone about me. This all could have been avoided. And he paused before stating, the person who brings me the demon's head will get paid double. As both Zabuza and the bandits charged forward, Gato walked in the opposite direction to the end of the bridge. The short man seemed confident of his victory, despite the screams coming from the group of bandits behind him. Cutting his way through the bandits, Zabuza broke through the last of them and charged. Gato looked back and his yellow eyes widened as he let out a cry for help and started running the last distance to the ladder and boat. As Zabuza closed, he readied his Zanbato to take the businessman's head clean off. Reaching the end of the dock, Plague Ace turned around and felt the body freeze at the sight of the charging Zabuza. The man had a visible aura around him of some kind of blue demon and he tried to determine what kind of ability it was. No one double-crosses me in lives. Stated Zabuza as his sword cleaved off the head of Gato and the head went off the end of the bridge, followed shortly by the falling corpse. XX. Several miles away on a boat. XX. Plague Ace opened the eyes of the real Gato and smirked slightly at the completion of his plan. It wasn't often that he got to act or play a role as part of being a Sith and he was an avid fan and supporter of the arts. The performance should have the desired effect and keep both himself and his student from being discovered. Zabuza may have suspected that he was up to something, but the former Kiri ninja didn't even know his plans to move to Snow Country or that he was still alive, so whatever he suspected would die with the fake body of Gato. Getting up from his seat in his cabin of the boat, he walked out of the room and to the front of the boat to look at the ocean. He never actually thought he would take such a craft across a large body of water. Going from one island of Wave to another was rather different than traveling across the open ocean. He had flown starships and other spacecraft across the known and even unknown galaxy but was never ferried across an ocean by such an archaic boat before. It didn't have a high-tech generator or advanced propulsion system but a mere motor and propeller. It also didn't have any kind of technology for dampening the rocking motion of the waves or sensors of any kind, and if a storm approached, they would have to ride it out. While most people of the galaxy would have been completely put off by the boat and accommodations, he was not. He found the experience interesting, and as much as a Sith Lord could, he was looking forward to the long journey across an ocean that would normally take mere minutes with the more advanced technology that used to be readily available to him. Snow Country was many miles to the northeast and there was much to do once they arrived. The Demon Brothers were with him and they would need to unseal all of the items in the scrolls on the ship. He would need to meet with Dodo, the dictator of the country, and set up agreements and accommodations, but he doubted that would be a problem. Although Gato may be dead, most of the money the Mogul had was transferred into other accounts that he still had access to, and the one thing Snow Country needed was money, and he could provide it. The only foreseeable problems were that Dodo might try and double-cross him to take his money, but he already had plans to put a stop to that. The dictator of Snow Country thought he was a mere businessman with no chakra or abilities of any kind, but he was far more than that, and now so were the Demon Brothers. The best thing to do once they got there was to put Dodo under his control. XX. Naruto examined the body that was once disguised as his master. The scroll stated that the technique would end after the person who the jutsu was performed on was killed, but it didn't specifically state that the person would go back to their original form, which was that of the samurai that was working for his master. It was unfortunate that the ability of the technique was not lasting, meaning that the original body of the samurai was before him and not a copy of Gato's. I suppose I'll have to work on my medical techniques to prepare for the Chunin exams and what I have planned, he thought, and went about destroying the body. By this point, his master was likely several miles away on the ocean, and he was stuck with the clean-up duty until he left to get back to Konoha. He just had to turn in the mission report for the fake mission, and no one would know that he had spent the entire time in Wave Country. A part of him was thankful that his master hadn't just made him kill everyone that was involved in the events of Wave Country. He had nothing against Zabuza or the Hunternin and didn't want to kill them, though he did want to fight Zabuza again and perhaps the Hunternin too. He was still curious as to why his master had used drain knowledge on Kakashi instead of just knocking the Jonin out and waiting for him to arrive. It didn't make much sense to him. He had still been given the information by his master, which was not a very pleasant experience. Having information forced into his head was far more painful than he would have thought. In the end he had gotten all of the techniques and jutsu that they had been after, but he still wasn't sure why it had been necessary. According to what Plagueis said, the technique of implanting knowledge into another being was rather dangerous. A person could forcibly give another person knowledge of a language or how to use a piece of technology, but apparently not the memories that went along with it. He had just learned of the technique itself, as this was the first time Plagueis had shown it to him. He had questioned why Plagueis hadn't just used the same technique when he was learning basic and learning how to read the language of the Sith species, but his master told him that the technique wasn't to be used for teaching in that manner. It could be used for a transfer of knowledge one time, and it was best to wait long periods of time before using it again because it was so unsafe. On some level he was thankful that his master had not used the technique to teach him about the galaxy, as he didn't want to feel pain like that again, but it still made him wonder why Plagueis had used it in the first place. Was he just showing me the technique, or was there something else behind him using it on me? And that was something that he had been asking himself. He trusted Plagueis, and his master didn't always reveal everything to him or the reasons why he did things a certain way. It was likely that this was just another one of those times. It was unfortunate that the technique couldn't safely be used on memories, as it would have been useful to implant his memories of stealing village items into both Mizuki and Ao years earlier instead of just erasing their minds, as it would have completely pinned the blame on both. Perhaps he could look into it for the future. Regardless of his suspicions about what his master might be up to, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he was in Snow Country building the reactor and preparing the ship for takeoff. He idly wondered if Zabuza had found the gift that he left behind yet. It shouldn't be that hard to find, especially since I could feel his confusion and skepticism earlier. XX. Moving through the trees, Zabuza and Haku made their way to the warehouse that was on the edge of Wave Country that Gato had built. Zabuza was suspicious of everything that had happened a few hours before, and he wanted to check on the ship that Haku told him about a few months ago. They had agreed to stop fighting with the Konoha ninja because the client was dead and the contract was void, so they had no reason to go after Tashuna or do anything else in Wave. Zabuza was surprised when Kakashi told him that they had until Team 7 returned to Konoha before someone would find out that he had been hiding in Wave Country. He had gone over everything that had happened and things still weren't adding up. Gato wasn't stupid, and I don't think he would have actually thought he could face me with only a few bandits, he thought, but that also assumed that he was fighting against Kakashi as hard as he could, which didn't happen. He had conserved as much chakra and stamina as possible during the battle to make sure that they weren't double-crossed, which he had started suspecting after Gato helped the Konoha ninja to escape. It made him wonder what Gato was really after when he had taken a tissue sample of Kakashi's dojutsu. Why would a shipping mogul want to have samples of bloodlines? The thing he needed to check right now was to see if the boat was still docked at the pier by the secret warehouse. If the boat was gone, then he wasn't sure what to believe anymore. Running across the water to the last island in the chain, Haku led him to the area where the warehouse and dock were. They came to a stop at the area only to find no warehouse and a dock with no ship. The area where the warehouse used to be was easy to find, as it was now a large area of dried mud with two items sitting in the very middle. One was a large briefcase and the other was a scroll sitting on top of it. Stopping Haku from going any closer, Zabuza created a water clone to investigate the objects while both stood a good distance away. If someone did want them dead, then it could easily be a trap. Then again, he still didn't know what was really going on. The clone opened up the case and showed the contents to both real ninja. It was filled with money, likely the exact amount we were owed for our services, thought Zabuza, and he wasn't sure why he knew that, but it just seemed to fit the strange situation they were in. The clone opened the scroll and also further examined the contents of the case to look for any traps or explosive notes, but found none. Walking over, the clone handed the letter to Zabuza. Beginning to read the letter, his eyes widened as he recognized that it was to him and that the writing style is that of Gozu. What the hell, he thought and continued reading. Zabuza. By now you've found the money that our new client left for your services while in Wave Country. It should be the amount you agreed upon. We got a better offer from the cloaked brat and started working for him. Too bad you didn't want to extend your contract, the perks are way better than the original deal with Gozu. Gozu and Miizu. P.S. We never really liked you. Zabuza stared at the letter and then gave it over to Haku, who also read the letter and tilted her head slightly to the side as she looked at it. What does this mean, Zabuza-sama? She asked as she tried to piece together all of the events that she had witnessed as Zabuza did the same. They had found out information about Gozu before meeting him and the man turned out to be different from what they had heard. They first met him after the cloaked boy seemingly attacked him, but that had been written off as a test. What if it wasn't a test, thought Zabuza, and wondered if the cloaked brat was behind everything that had happened in Wave Country. Could he have controlled Gozu the entire time we were here, he thought, and it made sense. Gozu's strange behavior and everything else that had happened could all have been the result of the cloaked assassin that they knew little about. The brat obviously must have stolen everything that Gozu had and put it in the boat. He was controlling Gozu the entire time. Not only that, but he made sure to get the shorty killed to make sure that no one could find out about the theft. It did make sense in a way, but it left one question, and that was, who was the cloaked brat? He didn't have an answer for that and didn't know the brat's name or any identifying characteristics about him besides his height, a general description of clothing, and the sword. What was worse was that even if he knew it to be true, who else could he possibly convince that it was true? No one would believe a story like that. Some kid out of nowhere with unknown powers took control of one of the richest men in the world and bled him dry. Then he managed to get away with it, he concluded, and he and Haku were the only witnesses or people that actually knew what had happened. The Konoha ninja knew nothing of the brat. It was rather scary that he could be used so easily by someone so young, and it seemed the demon brothers were now with that same person. Frankly, he was glad to be rid of them and wondered how long they would last under their new employer, or if the brat was even the real employer or just worked for someone else. The entire situation gave him a headache. Looking to the briefcase of money, he made a decision. I don't know if we'll ever find out what really happened here, and I don't really want to know. Let's just take the money and go, stated Zabuza, and he grabbed the briefcase while Haku followed behind him as they headed for the main harbor in Wave to get on a ship. XX. Weeks later, Konoha. XX. Kakashi just finished going over the mission report to the Sandame. They stayed in Wave a few weeks longer until the bridge was completed, and then they headed back to Konoha. Zabuza had disappeared after the fight, and Kakashi didn't really care where the man was headed. The mission had been upgraded to an A rank, and Wave Country was able to pay them because of an anonymous donation of money to the village. The Sandame dismissed him and Kakashi left the office. Putting the file onto the stack on his desk, the Sandame went about finishing up the rest of the work he had to do. A little while later, the secretary came in and took the files away. She sorted them into the stack of files that were going to the archives to be stored among the other mission reports and other ninja files of the village, as well as the ninja library. XX. Sweating profusely, Izumo and Kotetsu each carried a very heavy stack of files up the long staircase to the ninja archives and ninja library, which were both together in the Hokage mountain. It was a hot day and they actually wished they were still on gate duty instead. Being messenger boys for the Hokage was a common job for them. They were let into archives and walked past Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting in at one of the many tables and copying information from a library scroll to one he had brought with him. Naruto glanced up briefly but gave no indication that he had really noticed them or cared. They proceeded through the library section and into one of the many filing rooms. The stacks were set down and they went to work filing everything into where it was supposed to go. XX. A couple hours later, both Chunins emerged from the filing room and walked past Naruto again to leave. They also walked past a cloaked ANBU that headed to same file room the two Chunin had just left. Sifting through the filing cabinets, the ANBU found the correct file Danzo-sama wanted and copied its contents. XX. Root Headquarters. XX. A file was placed in front of him by one of his Root ANBU and he peered through its contents with his right eye exposed to memorize everything. Technically he could have just gone to the archives himself and looked at the file there, but he didn't want to be seen entering the archives or looking at the mission report. He had already received Shin's report on the mission and wanted to see the written mission report submitted by Kakashi, which would likely have more information that may not have been known to the young Root ninja. The mission seemed normal enough, and the only thing that stood out was the fact that Team 7 was not killed by Momokai Zabuza but rather captured. However, he considered that Gozu wasn't completely foolish and knew that if he had killed Konoha ninja, then the village would not sit by idly. It was one thing for ninja to be killed on duty by other ninja or accidents, but having an entire genin team killed by a greedy businessman was not something that the village would stand for. When Kakashi and his team didn't return or send any message concerning the status of the mission, more ninja would be sent after them, and that would bring far more attention to Wave Country than Gozu likely wanted. His own unsanctioned missions to Wave Country revealed that the Kyuubi container had secretly traveled to Wave Country several times in a 6-month period and that the boy was visiting Gato. It was unclear what the two talked about as the scrolls I had sent him was gibberish except for a few names, which were the boy's genin teammates and also Orochimaru's. That one name in the conversation set off alarm bells for him and he tried to find some kind of connection between Orochimaru and Gato or Orochimaru and Uzumaki Naruto. The search had come up empty and his men could find nothing connecting those names together. He had also checked the genin mentioned and did find that they had failed the Chunin exams an exorbitant amount of times and it made him suspicious about those two genin. He would have Shin look into it in the next Chunin exams, which they would all likely be participating in. Any information about what Uzumaki was doing with Gato was now lost as the shipping tycoon had been killed by Mamakai Zabuza. The mission file also mentioned a fake hunter Nin which was likely the person that Sai spotted following the Kyuubi container. Nothing about the situation made much sense and the only people who could give him more information were unobtainable. He couldn't have the Jinhyuriki interrogated or questioned and he wasn't foolish enough to send his ninja after Mamakai Zabuza and a Hyouten user. If the former Kiri ninja could evade or kill Hunter Nin for so long then his route ANBU would likely not stand a chance against the silent killing skills of Zabuza. He considered trying to have Fu search the Jinhyuriki's mind but that could be very dangerous as it was not known if a person could mind walk in the mind of a Jinhyuriki and he wasn't willing to risk losing Fu to find out. This left only one option, which was to continue surveillance on the Kyuubi container in hopes that something else would be discovered. Something would turn up eventually and he would find some answers about what the boy was doing in Wave Country and meeting with Gato. Please review. Responses to reviews from Nuboy and Red Hand. Reviewer, Nuboy. As a continuation of my previous review, personally I hope that Naruto can have his shadow clones use the Force as they could obviously speed up his training in the Force. It might be possible, for shadow clones while they are created by chakra, the bodies are real physical copies, so perhaps a portion of the midichlorians are copied as well, not enough to be useful in a fight perhaps, but useful enough for training purposes. That is my thought on the matter. Response: I saw the error and I don't think I can give shadow clones Force abilities. It would make Naruto way too powerful because he could create an army of Force users and do something crazy since they could all combine their powers because they are essentially the same person. I was thinking that they couldn't use the Force because they are created entirely from chakra and even though it mimics the body perfectly, you can't really create midichlorians or chakra representations on midichlorians. I just don't see that working out. Reviewer, Nuboy. One other question I have, but one that does not need to be answered right away is what Plagueis intends to do when he finds out how Naruto developed Force powers. Will he complete the process by doing the same thing to others or by completing it in Naruto? I only ask because I don't think Plagueis would want to give another ninja Force powers and train them. In his current position trying to look after another student to make sure he or she would not betray him would be impossible. He knows that Naruto is loyal, he cannot be certain about another Force user he might train, especially given the Sith obsession with power. Response: I don't think that the process can be completed with Naruto. I suppose it's similar to how a person that is given a blood transfusion from a Jedi, can't become Force sensitive. Naruto's midichlorians are there to stay and the number can no longer be changed. I was thinking it would be a one-time deal and so he will never be able to get more midichlorians. The midichlorians that he has are all from one person and they likely wouldn't want to mix with midichlorians from another person. Plagueis will find out how the process happened and it will likely be done with the ninja that will be traveling with him. I think Naruto might end up training the other Force ninja because he has the ability to form Force bonds with others and they will work with him. He hasn't shown the ability yet because he has never tried to really make friends. It's also likely that the people he takes with him will not be trained in the ways of the dark side like he was. I could see Naruto just giving them basic instruction in certain Force abilities that are used by both sides. Reviewer, Red Hand. Awesome story, a great blending of Naruto and SW. I must say, I'm very much looking forward to when Naruto makes it into the wider galaxy, and begins his mission against Sidious. I'd love to see Naruto infiltrate/interact with the Rebel Alliance to gain information on Sidious, perhaps even assume the guise of a rebel agent/spy for Monday Mothma or Leia, and/or work with Han and Luck on strike missions. Then again, perhaps trying to infiltrate Imperial intelligence would be a good way of understanding Sidious resources and goals. Maybe even cross paths with Mara Jade? Or just play everyone against each other as a triple agent? But I guess all that depends on the era and how much time has passed since Plagueis died. Lots of potential during Clone Wars era too. I'm really looking forward to more. Response: I was thinking more along the lines of the Clone Wars era because I know more about and the things that happened during that time frame. Chapter 12. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.6 BBY current year, Naruto is 12 and 1 month has passed since the last chapter. Chapter 12, Chunin exams. XX. Stretching and pulling at the collar of his new pair of clothes, an annoyed Naruto thought, why do these uniforms have to be so tight at the collar and so cumbersome? I don't even see why Chunin examiners need to wear these things anyway. Standing in front of the mirror, Naruto looked over his new grey uniform that he had to purchase with his own money for use in the Chunin exams. It was obvious that he would never wear it again, and it seemed rather stupid to have a uniform that was only used for one purpose. Most the uniforms of this type were used by the Intelligence and Interrogations Department of Konoha, but the Chunin helping with the exams were supposed to wear them because Marino Ibiki demanded it of them. Frowning, Naruto walked away from the mirror as he couldn't stand to look at the dull uniform clothing anymore. He'd take his black cloak and something comfortable underneath it any day. Staring at the clock, he resisted the urge to smash it as he still had over an hour before he needed to be at the academy to prepare for the exam. He would be working on the first part of the exam as a spotter for cheating students, and then he would work a shift on the second exam patrolling the fence to the Forest of Death. Neither were duties that he wanted, but he needed something during the second exam, and the best way to get it was to be assigned to patrol the fence for contestants that tried to leave the designated area. He had specifically asked for that assignment as it was better than being on call to be summoned by the open scrolls when Genin passed the second exam. Laying on his bed, he waited for enough time to pass while he reviewed the plans he had created, and that his master had revised, in his head. To get what he wanted during the second exam, it was best to be on patrol and then switch with one of his clones to enter the forest. After he had what he wanted, he needed to make the proper alterations. In a week, he had to take the special Jonin exam, which involved a series of tests to determine his proficiency. He had been sponsored for the test by the Jonin sensei of his first squad. He also needed to find out what exactly was going to be happening during the Chunin exam, as he had been unable to find anything else out from indirect means and needed a more direct approach to gather the information. Kabuto was the best target for this, but Yoroi would likely be easier. However, the mask-wearing man might not have the detailed information that Kabuto did. During the time between his final trip to Wave Country and the exam, he had worked on learning the jutsu that his master had taken from Hotaki Kakashi. It turned out that the copy ninja really knew almost 1,000 jutsu, and it would take quite a while to learn them all, so Naruto had written them all down in a large scroll before he started forgetting any. Currently he was looking at a jutsu of the Yandame Hokage, which was called the Raise Nan. He currently didn't have the time to start the technique, but should be able to get to it after the exams. Staring up at the ceiling, he wondered what his master was up to in Snow Country. XX. Looking over the device once again, Plague Ace was no less intrigued than when he had first encountered it a few weeks ago. In fact, the more he found out about it, the more interested he became in it, and knew that his student would want several in order to figure out how they worked and probably make use of them. He had been in a private meeting with Kazahana Dodo, the leader of Snow Country, discussing further negotiations. The man was getting more greedy and wanted more money for his continued assistance, but it didn't matter at the time, and Plague Ace agreed to everything that the man said. As Dodo was distracted with extorting money from his business partner, he never noticed the dark purple smoke streams that slowly moved into the room through the air ducts. 2 streams of smoke moved across the floor heading for Dodo. A string of smoke formed to connect the 2 smoke plumes, and they began to solidify behind Dodo. The string of smoke was thrown at the dictator, and it solidified into the chain that connected the Demon Brothers' gauntlets. Dodo was distracted enough, and the attack was quiet enough, that the man didn't notice anything until the chain was already solidified and wrapped around his body. Plague Ace had believed that he had the advantage, but then Dodo smiled and with something other than strength, broke the chain, imprisoning him. The broken chain turned back to smoke and Dodo attacked Plague Ace. Sith Lord reacted by using force push. With his diminished state, the attack wasn't enough to knock Dodo back, but did nearly topple the man over. Before Dodo could do anything else, Demon Brothers got over their surprise and grabbed Dodo while holding him down for their master. Plague Ace cautiously approached the subdued man and used the force to determine what was going on. From what he could tell, the normal chakra field emanating from the man was being modified and even amplified to form almost a personal shield around him. He hadn't noticed it before because he wasn't looking for anything out of the ordinary, and the device seemed to be very passive until it was used. Touching his hand to Dodo's head, Plague Ace drained the man's knowledge and put the man's mind under his control. Once he had everything that he needed, the Demon Brothers knocked the man out and went about removing the dark blue armor that was under the man's loose clothing. Plague Ace examined the device and went over what information he had extracted from Dodo's head. It was a very advanced piece of technology that was called chakra armor. Dodo didn't have a very good grasp of how it worked or what went into making it, only that it cost a great deal of money and was apparently going to help the leader of Snow Country take over the world. At least that was what the dictator envisioned for the device if it wasn't so costly to make or he had the money to make it feasible. Dodo's armor was supposedly a prototype and more advanced than the other chakra armor devices he had given to his subordinates. Since then, Plague Ace had been using his mind control on Dodo and also went to the actual scientists behind the device's creation. An entire research and development lab existed in Dodo's huge mansion. There, many different scientists not only created and developed the chakra armor but all of the other higher-level technology that Snow Country had. While many of the other projects that the scientists were working on were not that impressive technology-wise, the chakra armor was a technological marvel. From what Plague Ace knew, the majority of the known galaxy had completely stopped using personal shielding devices. Trying to find one was extremely difficult and they drained a power source extremely fast. There were also other factors such as radiation that was produced from them. However, thousands of years earlier, personal shielding was much more common. From what he had read in stolen military records, it appeared that the technology had stagnated during the time of peace and had been lost entirely. The device was therefore very unique, even though it relied on chakra and not another power source. Plague Ace had yet to inform his student about it, as he knew that once he did, Naruto would likely have arrived in the country a day later to get his hands on such a device. They still had plans that needed to be taken care of in Konoha, and he couldn't distract his student with something so tempting as the chakra armor. Danzo was likely still trying to figure out what was going on with the village Jinhyuriki, and it wouldn't be wise for Naruto to leave the village for an extended period of time again, especially during the busy time around the Chunin exams. Once their plans were completed, and his student had arrived in Snow Country without complication, then he would inform the boy of the device. After taking control of the country, Plague Ace had begun working on mass production of the sealant needed for the ship's hull. It would need quite a bit of the substance, and the sealant itself required multiple chemical processes and the creation of a small chemical factory. He projected that it would take a few months to complete that task. Production of fuel for the fusion reaction would take more time. Considering that it didn't take more than a week to get from the known galaxy to their current position in the unknown galaxy, the amount of fuel required was small, but they needed isotopes of hydrogen in order to create the reaction that would fuel the ship. Based upon his own knowledge and how easy it was to control all of the scientists that Dodo had, Plague Ace believed that it would only take half a year for everything to be completed. Naruto's shadow clones would come in very handy, and once the boy arrived in the country, the new reactor could be created. God, his money, as well as Dodo's technology and workforce, had greatly accelerated his initial estimates on how long it would take to leave the planet. Without any complication, he foresaw that they would be leaving the planet and heading back to the known galaxy before his student turned 13. XX. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood along with 12 other Chunin and Marino Ibiki in the testing room for the first stage of the Chunin exam. Looking over the faces of the participants, he noted that he'd been with most of the Konoha ninja at one point or another during his years at the academy. He spotted Kabuto and Yoroi, as well as someone he didn't expect to see as their teammate, which was the pale-skinned boy that was spying on him in Wave Country. He believed his name to be Sai. Naruto watched the boy talk with another ninja on one of the rookie teams, and they seemed to know each other. Danzo suspects my former teammates of something, he guessed as the possible reasoning behind the boy being in the exams. He did know that on one of the messages Danzo received were the names of his former teammates along with Orochimaru, so it was possible that the boy was sent to spy on them. He hadn't gotten any message about it from either mind-controlled Root A and BU, which likely meant that whatever the boy was doing, didn't involve him and only his former teammates. Ibiki made a speech that Naruto didn't listen to, and then the genin were given random numbers and split up around the classroom. As the students were finding their seats, Naruto moved to the seat he would be occupying for the exam, which was along the window. The room had 2 columns of desks with numerous rows and a walkway in between. He had a view of a good portion of the room, but for the exam he was only concerned with 2 rows of desks that were along the window side of the room. He would determine if or how the genin in those rows were cheating and deduct points from them based on how many times they were caught by him. The test started while he was thinking, and he was instantly aware of a few genin that were contemplating cheating. With the test atmosphere, the instructions, the stress, and the questions of the test, he could get a much better read on those near him because their minds were so preoccupied with other things. From his own experience in the exams, it would take a few minutes for the majority of them to figure out the real purpose of the test, and then most would make their move. The only problem with the system was that he could only dock 2 points when he caught certain people cheating, and that was all the points that he could dock. A few competitors only used one method of cheating, and although they were rather obvious with it, he couldn't take off more points if they used that method to cheat for the entire exams. He already noted that 2 Hyuga had started using their Byakugan to cheat. They would likely use it for the entire exam, and though it was blatantly obvious they were using it, if he was the Chunin observing them, he could only deduct 2 points for the cheating. His attention moved back to his own rows, and he frowned at the bun-haired girl sitting in them. It was the same girl that had repeatedly tried to get information on his sword and had broken into his apartment. Since that time, no other attempts had been made on his apartment, and he believed this was due to him always carrying the sword on his person from that point on. He noted that she had managed to place a complicated mirror system in a depression on the ceiling, and, using wires, she was moving the mirrors to get the answers from the reflections of other people's papers. He deducted 2 points, but he couldn't deduct any more unless she did something else. Focusing on the other people in his designated area, he started taking off points for the other cheaters. As time passed during the exam, he managed to kick out quite a few people from his rows. The 2 rows originally held 18 people, and he had managed to take that down to 7. The remaining genin were safe from his influence though, and he really couldn't take any more points from them. He had already taken an extra 2 points from the bun-haired girl for helping out her teammate, but that was the extent of what he could do. Looking to the kunoichi in question, he noticed that she was looking at him. Glancing in the direction she indicated, he saw that her mirrors were angled so that he could see something that was being reflected off of the back of her paper. It read, "Can I see your sword after the exam?" And Naruto frowned at the sender that was looking at him expectantly. Explicitly shaking his head no, the girl looked sad and wrote something else, please. Twitching slightly, Naruto's eyes narrowed and he again shook his head. XX. Looking over the test takers, Ibiki's eyes darted to specific people in the exam and he observed them cheating. It wasn't until his eyes came upon a bun-haired girl that he stopped. Focusing on the scene, he watched as one of the participants engaged in a hidden conversation with one of his chunin. He noted that the 2 rows that the chunin was monitoring were mostly empty and more genin had been eliminated in those rows than any other set in the room. Deciding that his chunin wasn't slacking off, he allowed the conversation to continue. He never had a participant try and seduce an examiner before. It was something that he would have to look into in the future and perhaps plan for. Most of the chunin in the room were much older than most of the present genin, though a few genin were even older than his chunin. It wasn't often that the chunin proctoring knew the genin taking the exam. He had genin try to bribe examiners but none ever succeeded. This was a new tactic as genin kunoichi were never given seduction missions. Looking between the two, he assumed that the girl was asking for answers or perhaps to have her deductions removed. He couldn't actually see the mirror reflection that was being used but those were the obvious conclusions from the situation. XX. Naruto once again shook his head and continued to try not to attack the girl for wanting to see his sword. He really couldn't do anything about it. Points could not be deducted because she wasn't cheating, merely trying to coerce him into letting her see his sword. His hand almost instinctively went up to the blade that was attached to his back but he remembered that it was just the fake. Looking to his arm that was mostly covered by his grey sleeve, he could see that the blade was still in the storage seal. He raised his head to look back at the kunoichi and saw that she had written another message, just for 5 minutes. He rolled his eyes at the message as he knew that if he even let her near his sword, which he wouldn't, she would run away with it. Trying to calm down, he took several deep breaths. Just the thought of knowing that someone was planning to steal his sword made him rather angry and he hadn't noticed how much until the lights above him started flickering. Getting his emotions under control, he once again shook his head and this time tried to ignore the girl in favor of focusing on the remaining few people in his area. Frustrated at her lack of success and the fact that the indirect target of her obsession was ignoring her, Tenten decided to try a different approach. Searching through her ninja pouch, she retrieved one of the mirrors she had brought with her and tried to get the right angle to catch the sun. The test was during the afternoon and the sun was not yet setting but low enough on the horizon that its rays came in through the window. Getting the correct angle, she reflected the sun back at the boy's face while holding the mirror at the level of her seat. Squinting because of the bright light that was blinding him, Naruto's attention was again taken back to the girl. I should have done something about her a while ago, he thought, and frowned at the girl that was trying to blind him with the glare off her mirror. She was rewarded with success a moment later when a shuriken smashed the mirror and embedded into the bench she was sitting on. She now had the angered chunin's attention again and wrote another note on the back of her paper. While people had heard the smashing mirror, most had no idea where it came from and disregarded it in favor of the test a moment later. He had manipulated the shuriken to fly below the height of the desks so that no one would see it and had it curve at the last moment to smash the mirror. Wishing that he had the authority to fail the genin, he glared at the girl who was writing something on her paper again. She finished a moment later and angled the mirrors for him to read, I'll give you something in return. And when he looked to the girl she seductively winked. Trying to fight the blush creeping up on his face, he failed. Damn it, he cursed inside his head and the window behind him cracked under his unknowing use of the force to vent his anger and embarrassment at the situation. The worst part was that he was in the uniform and didn't have his hood or any mask, so the blush on his cheeks was there for everyone to see. The cracking of the window glass also brought some attention to himself from those sitting near him, both chunin and genin. This just keeps getting worse, he thought, and the lights starting flickering again. Hearing some chuckling, he looked to the chunin sitting next to him and realized that the man could likely read the mirror and had seen it. Naruto glared at the man. A moment later, 2 of the legs of the chair the man was sitting in broke and the surprised chunin yelled while crashing to the floor. Looking back to the girl, he glared at her for making fun of him. Tenten looked back at her paper and decided perhaps that it wasn't a good idea to antagonize the boy anymore. She didn't know how the window or chair broke, but the killing intent coming off the boy as well as the flickering of the lights made her rethink her strategy. It was at that point that Ibiki spoke up. 45 minutes had elapsed and it was time for the final question. XX. The exam had finished and the next examiner had come to take the genin. Naruto was quick to leave and take up his duties patrolling the area surrounding the Forest of Death. He had used his spare time during the first exam to figure out the best candidates that he was looking for. He required someone that was nearly his height and weight, and there were only a few to choose from that fit the criteria. He removed the Konoha ninja from his selection process as most didn't fit his criteria or were the heirs of a clan and a disappearance would not go unnoticed or without an investigation. There were several others to choose from and he found 3 that fit what he was looking for. He just needed to find them during the exam and wait. The forest might end up killing them anyway, but he needed a specific death. The use of his weapons were out and it would be best to have it be as natural as possible for his purposes. While the genin were getting scrolls for the exams, he proceeded to switch himself with a shadow clone and entered the examination area. He knew that he had to stay completely hidden from view and used an earth jutsu to sink into the ground. From what intelligence that he had, a Hyuuga could not look through the ground or other objects unless they were specifically focusing on them. It seemed few Hyuuga ever looked beneath them, as he had tried it out several times on the Hyuuga boy that had followed him on several occasions. He had once even moved himself directly beneath the Hyuuga while the Byakugan was active and the boy never saw him. Considering that there were 2 Hyuuga in the exam, it would be best if he didn't get noticed while moving through the forest and completing his goals. At least one of them had his chakra memorized, so if he was seen by Hyuuga Niji, he would be recognized. He had kept his clothing the same and wasn't using his cloak, as if he was spotted it was best to be in his uniform, so he at least had a weak excuse. He could tell people that part of a genin team asked for his help to find their missing teammate in the forest, which was a viable reason that a patrolling chunin could enter the exam area. Naruto's head emerged from behind the fence and he looked at the genin that had just finished getting their scrolls. He would follow one of his targets at a time and see if he could create a situation, or the situation would create itself, to get the resulting death that he wanted. XX. Several hours later. XX. Following the first genin led to nothing of interest, as the genin's team were easily defeated and killed by some kind of leeches that fell from the trees. Wounds such as that were not what he was looking for, so he went about finding the second target. Moving through the ground and sensing with his life signs ability, he slowly searched through the forest. The method he was using was annoying, but it ensured that he wouldn't be caught doing anything he wasn't supposed to be doing. Sensing movement, he stopped and focused on listening and feeling through the ground. He could feel a genin moving through the area above him. From what he could tell, the genin was on the same team as his second target. The genin was all alone and he could feel the fear, anxiety, and stress coming from him. Along with those feelings came the realization that his teammates were likely dead. The boy moved on in search of a way out of the terrible forest, and Naruto proceeded in the direction that the boy came from. Mentally sending a message to his patrolling shadow clone, the clone moved to where the genin would likely exit the forest. Moving out of the ground, Naruto sped through the trees in search of the other genin on the team. It was much faster above ground and he now had an excuse to be in the forest. XX. Holding the earth scroll and running for her life, the redhead looked back once more at the gigantic bear that was chasing her. It was catching up to her and the thoughts of her approaching death filled her mind. She was likely going to die here and be eaten by the bear. One of her teammates was likely already dead and she was separated from the other one. Ever since their sensei had sponsored them for the chunin exams, she knew it was a bad idea. Her skills were not that of a chunin and neither were her teammates, but one other genin team from the hidden grass village were going and they were supposed to meet up with them to ensure finalists in the exam. They couldn't find them and now she was going to die. She had already tried screaming for help, but the area they were in was huge and no one had heard her, or they just didn't want to get involved with the giant bear chasing her. Jumping over large roots, her foot slipped on moss. She fell to the forest floor and her glasses came off during the impact. Cursing, she frantically searched for them as the sounds of the bear grew closer. Without her glasses all she could see was a blurry world with little detail. Her hands passed over the sparse grass and leaves for the glasses that she desperately needed. It was too late though, as the bear was just behind her and had caught up. Trying to get up, she stumbled and fell back to the ground. In a panic, she tried to put as much distance between herself and the bear and crawled as far as she could until she ran into a hard surface. Turning around she saw the blurry brown of a tree trunk and looked back to the lumbering shape of what she knew was the bear. She couldn't move and her voice left her as the growling bear came closer. The heavy breathing and growl of the creature was all she could hear. Tears filled her eyes and she wished she was somewhere else, anywhere else. Her fear was overriding all of her other senses, including her chakra sensor ability, which would have been telling her that someone was headed her way. XX. Naruto moved in search of the genin he was after. If the boy was dead and the manner of death was acceptable for his needs, then his search would be over and he could work on completing the secondary objectives. He really didn't want to have to kill a genin that he had never met before in order to complete the plans that he and his master had come up with. However, he would kill one of them if it came to it. Pushing his sensor range as far as he could, he detected a very large animal in a single person. Moving towards that direction, he landed on a branch and inspected the scene. One large bear and one kunoichi. Not the person I was after, he concluded. A moment later he was assaulted by the feelings of the girl he was looking at. The mission was supposed to come first, but he could feel everything that the girl was feeling and he couldn't leave her to die. Gathering and compacting kinetic energy into his hand, he jumped down to the forest floor below. He had a new force technique that he had been waiting to try out and this was the perfect time. XX. Most people think that a person's life flashes before their eyes in the moments before death, but all that flashed through Karen's eyes was the blurry image of a huge bear as its mouth lunged to eat her. She was moments from death when a grey figure entered her distorted vision. The bear slowed and her attention moved to the grey object. It took but a moment to figure out that it was a person and she could feel the chakra emanating from them. Someone's helping me, she thought. She watched and felt as the person used something against the bear. XX. Landing on the ground, Naruto looked at the bear with a smirk as it noticed him. Kind tight, he thought, and moved his arm back, then pushed forward with all his strength. He even added some wind chakra to help propel the condensed ball of kinetic energy at the target. The ball struck the shoulder and neck of the bear and sent the animal sideways while lifting it off of its front paws. The bear thudded to the ground and remained breathing but unmoving. Naruto inspected the animal for a minute and wondered what would have happened if he had used the technique at its most powerful. He only used it at around half of its potential power to see what kind of damage it could do. He had a feeling that if he used it at full strength, then the bear's neck and shoulder would have been pulverized. The technique itself was still something he was working on, as he didn't have a place to properly use it and test its limits. He already had a few modifications that he wanted to make to it and could see altering it into a new technique as well. The wind chakra was just to speed up its delivery. Normally the ball was just thrown, and with initial testing, he knew that most ninja could dodge the slow speed of the throw. Therefore he had worked on trying to push the ball with his strength and wind chakra to propel it forward faster than throwing it could accomplish. The results are quite good. This might become one of my new favorites, he thought, and smiled a rather sinister smile. Turning around, he looked at the girl behind him. She was looking in his direction but with her eyes closed. XX. After the bear was knocked out, Karin finally found and put on her glasses to look upon her savior. The boy had walked over to look at the bear and she frowned. It wasn't that she wasn't happy about being saved, but something was wrong. She had been focusing on her sensor ability when the boy attacked the bear and everything seemed off. Whatever technique he used wasn't chakra, it was something else. She didn't actually see the technique as she had only just found her glasses, but it was very strange to her. The boy himself was strange as well. In addition to his incredibly large chakra reserves, he had something else that seemed to be flowing into him and out of him. What exactly it was, she had no idea, but when he had formed the attack, some of the other stuff entering his body was used to help form it. She stared at the boy to see if she could figure anything else out, but she couldn't find anything. Closing her eyes, she focused on sensing as best as she could. In addition to the boy's chakra, he also had something else flowing into and out of his body. It was not something she had ever felt before, and it felt slightly dark. Focusing more on the boy, she felt his emotions and could tell that he was hiding or suppressing all of his emotions while only showing indifference or coldness as well as some hatred. Opening her eyes, she noted that the boy was staring at her curiously and she could feel something happening. She looked into his cold blue eyes and, not thinking before she spoke, she blurted out the question she had been holding in. What kind of technique was that? You didn't even use chakra, you used something else. XX. Naruto stared at the girl with as impassive a face as he could, but on the inside he was rather shocked at what she had said. His mind went through many possibilities, however he searched his feeling and found the explanation he was after. She can feel me using the force, he thought, amazed, but he wasn't sure what to do about it. Should he kill her and not let her tell anyone else? Should he destroy her memory? Those options were not something he really wanted to do. From what he could tell, the girl was a chakra sensor, but he needed to find out more. What exactly did you feel? He questioned seriously, and he could feel the girl getting more afraid. Shit, why did I say anything? Karin thought as her eyes glanced around for a way out of the situation. She could feel the surprise and the anger in the person standing before her. She didn't actually know what it was that she had felt, but the moment she said something, she was positive that it was something she shouldn't know about, and it was possible that he was going to kill her. As if reading her mind, the boy stated, "The more you tell me about what you felt, the more likely you are of getting out of this situation unharmed." Karin was frozen on the spot and knew that he was telling the truth, and that what she did next could decide whether she lived or died. The statement was not a lie, so she confessed everything. When you attacked, I could feel you gathering something inside your body and moving it to your hand, but it wasn't chakra. You didn't use chakra, but something very different. Even now I can feel it moving through you, but I don't know what it is or where it comes from. The explanation she gave was an odd one, and it made Naruto stop and think. On the one hand, the girl seemed to be able to feel the force, yet she didn't confess to feeling it all around her, and apparently only when it moved through his body. While the force had moved into his hand through his body, it had also moved from the surrounding area. The girl seemed to only be able to feel the force that was moving through his body. Without any midi-chlorians, she shouldn't be able to feel the force, and yet she can, but only in my body and not in the surroundings. Is it possible that the force that enters my body somehow changes or causes her to be able to feel it? He wondered, and the question was difficult to answer. To his knowledge, no one had been able to feel him using the force. Even the accomplished chakra sensor working for Denzo was only able to sense that something was different about him. The Yamanaka couldn't tell what it was though. However, the girl in front of him was very different. She appeared to have a unique sensing ability. That alone made her valuable, as he himself had no ability to sense chakra and limited ability to suppress it. It was possible that her chakra sensing range was larger than his life sense range. Furthermore, chakra sensors usually had good chakra control and didn't develop a sensing ability until an older age. To complete the plan to get me out of this village, I could use someone with good chakra control and she could learn to use medical ninjutsu much better than I could likely use it. If her chakra sensing ability turns out to have a larger range than my ability, then she would also be useful. Master Plagueis might also be interested in her ability to sense the force moving through me, he concluded and made a decision. You'll be coming with me, he said and waited a brief moment before continuing. We need to find your other teammate and complete another task before leaving the training ground. As long as you don't say anything or speak to anyone about anything that has happened, besides me stopping the bear from getting you, nothing will happen to you, stated Naruto in a serious voice, and Karin could only nod. She could tell that he hadn't lied to her, and with the other dangers in the forest, it was best to stick with him. Survival was her priority right now, and she went with the mysterious Konoha ninja that had saved her. XX. Traveling through the forest on the path that the bear took was rather easy. It left prints, scratches, and broken branches in its wake that made it simple for anyone to follow. From what Karin told him, her teammate was injured when they were first attacked by the bear. She had only a basic idea of where the body might be, but she was positive that he was dead as his chakra had faded until she couldn't feel it anymore. Eventually they came upon the spot and Karin held back while Naruto inspected the corpse. Looking over the body, he deduced from Amachi's knowledge and Karin's details what must have happened. The bear swung and hit him, sending him into the tree. He hit at least one branch on the way down before landing awkwardly on the ground. The body has multiple broken bones, fractured skull, and other related injuries from the hit and the fall. No signs of damage from the claws. I can definitely use this, he thought, and pulled out a scroll to seal the body into. That was the best that he could hope for. Ideally he wanted a body that had been hit by a jutsu or killed by ninja tools, but one that suffered a fall from a great height was usable. He just needed to preserve the body until he could work on it later. Once the body was sealed, they continued on as there was still one thing left to do. The next target he had to go after before heading to the tower was either Kabuto or Yoroi. He needed information about the attack on the village, and one of those two would likely have what he wanted. He knew from past experiences that both liked to split up while moving in the Forest of Death, and with a new teammate, it was more likely that he would find Kabuto alone than Yoroi alone. XX. Karin followed the boy through the trees, and it seemed that the forest wasn't nearly as scary or dangerous as it had been with her team. She was on the lookout for chakra signatures, as they determined that her ability had a longer range than the ability that Naruto had. She still wasn't sure what ability in sensing the boy possessed or what other abilities he was granted by his secondary energy, but she wasn't going to ask. Upon further examination with her sensing ability, she also felt a very malicious chakra inside of him, but it was dormant and contained in some way. It scared her, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. She was positive that she wouldn't survive on her own and wasn't sure where in the Forest of Death they were. She was brought out of her thoughts by a commotion up ahead. Stopping on the branch she was on. Naruto looked at her and she explained, "There is a battle up ahead." Naruto looked at her for a second and then looked ahead of them. She knew that he likely couldn't feel it and looked back at her for more details. One of them is very powerful while the other is not. Neither feels like a genin. She elaborated for him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sighed, as neither ninja was likely to be the two he was after. While Kabuto did have more chakra than a genin, who would the glasses-wearing ninja be fighting that had that much chakra? He wasn't sure but decided to check it out anyway. XX. Stabbing the kunai through her hand and into the hand of her former sensei, Anko forced the fingers of his other hand into a specific seal and prepared to use the kinjutsu that would end both of their lives. Stopping when she heard his voice come from behind her, she turned to see her unharmed sensei and looked back to see the one she had pinned to the trunk of the tree turn to mud. Frustrated, she pulled the kunai from her hand and threw it at the man that had ruined her life and abandoned her. Chuckling, Orochimaru caught the kunai between his two fingers and let it drop to the branch below, where it stuck into the wood with a dull thunk. Moving forward, he proceeded to put his hands into a seal and made his former apprentice double over in pain. He started talking about how he had marked the Uchiha and then stopped when he felt something. XX. Naruto looked at the scene that was playing out not too far away from where he and Karin were crouched in the foliage of the tree. It seemed Orochimaru was in the exam, or at least doing something in the Forest of Death. His master had given him explicit instructions not to try and fight the snake Sennin, and he was holding to those orders, though he did want to go and fight. He had only just gotten there and heard the tail end of the Sennin admitting to have attacked someone, but he didn't catch the name of the person. The talking stopped a moment later, and it wasn't until the man turned to where they were sitting and chuckled that he knew he had been spotted. He must be able to sense my chakra, thought Naruto, and he cursed at the fact that his high reserves had once again made him easy to detect. Kukikiku, it seems we have a visitor, stated Orochimaru while looking in his direction, and Naruto frowned as the man had only used visitor and not visitors, which meant that he either didn't consider Karin a threat, or the girl was able to completely hide her chakra signature. Believing it was the latter, Naruto left the area he was hiding in. He didn't need to tell Karin to stay where she was, as the girl was scared beyond measure at seeing the examiners so easily defeated. She may not know who the person was, but she must have felt from his tainted chakra that he was not someone to mess with. Naruto appeared in a burst of speed on a branch of a tree that was not very far away. He stared at Orochimaru and the man was not intimidated or the least bit threatened by his presence. It made him want to disobey his master's orders but he stayed put. As I was just about to say, before we were interrupted, you are not stopped the exams prematurely. 3 from my village are also taking the exams, and I'm going to enjoy watching. If you try to end that enjoyment, the Leaf Village will be finished. He concluded and started melding into the tree. It was difficult to stand and be ignored by someone but he didn't attack, even when given the opportunity while the man was melding into the tree. He had caught several stray thoughts during the short conversation and from the image of the musical note, he knew that the ones Orochimaru was talking about were the sound ninja. They might have the knowledge that I seek as well and he filed the information away for later. If by some chance he couldn't find Kabuto or Yoroi, he would go after the sound ninja. Disappointed at his master's orders, he jumped to the branch and helped Mitarashi Anko stand. What the hell are you doing here? I ordered everyone to stay put and only the ANBU should have followed me. Do you want to get yourself killed? Demanded Anko and Naruto merely replied, A Genin came to edge of the forest and gave up. One of his teammates was possibly dead, the other lost, and he was carrying their scroll. I went in search of the lost genin as there is no way they can finish the exam on their own if their teammate had already forfeited by exiting the exam area. Anko gave him a serious look and tried to tell if the statement was the truth or a lie. Before she could figure out which, Naruto motioned to the area he came from and a red-headed girl about his age stood up. She was rather disheveled and afraid so it gave credence to his story. It was a rule that if member of a team did forfeit then the Chunin patrol could help their team. It was unorthodox to actually enter the forest and find genin but it wasn't against the rules. Fine, just take me to the tower. She demanded and Naruto frowned as she leaned on him for support and they headed for the tower. He still needed to complete the rest of his mission but it looked like that would have to wait. XX. They arrived at the tower a few hours later and Anko was taken to one of the waiting rooms for the Chunin staff at the tower. Naruto took Karin to one of the rooms that were for the participants in the exam and then went back into the forest while leaving a clone to stay put in the tower. He thought about going after the sound ninja but it was more likely that Kabuto or Yoroi had the information that he was after. Supposedly he was going after the other wayward genin, who no one besides himself and Karin knew was already dead. He was told by the other Chunin and the examiner that he was an idiot for going out and searching for the other genin but he just ignored them because it was all just an excuse anyway. He hadn't questioned the Fuinjutsu that was causing Anko pain but he knew that it was likely the cursed seal that he knew Orochimaru to use. He had obtained bits and pieces of information from Amachi and the genin who he had replaced as part of Kabuto's team, but this was the first time actually seeing it. He had taken a sample of Anko's blood for his master while carrying her back. He also knew that there existed a possibility that Orochimaru had given someone else a cursed seal during the exam. He had only overheard part of the conversation with Anko but knew that the Snake Sennin had given a gift to someone and believed it was likely the cursed seal. Plague Ace was interested in any information on the Snake Sennin's cursed seal and what it did. If the opportunity to find out more about the cursed seal presented itself, he was supposed to take it. Getting his thoughts back on the task at hand, he continued searching through the forest. He had a lot of ground to cover and without Karin traveling with him, his sensing range was again limited. XX. It took the entire night, the morning, and most of the afternoon tea to finally find one of his former teammates. He came across Kabuto after the man had finished off a group of genin from Hidden Waterfall. From the fading life signs of the genin, it was only a few moments before they would die. He had never followed Kabuto during the previous Chunin exam he had participated in. Their team had split up and he had been promoted to Chunin in that exam. The grey-haired teen adjusted his glasses while placing the newly pilfered scroll into his pouch. Naruto observed his former teammate and thought about what he should do. He could attack right at that moment, after Kabuto had fought the genin but he doubted that the teen was tired from what was likely a short battle. He could also wait until nightfall and attack when his teammate was the most unguarded. That seemed like the best plan as even with what he knew about Kabuto, he still wasn't completely sure about his teammate's exact skill level and he also didn't know how good at sensing others Kabuto was. It was possible that he had already been spotted by his former teammate, despite having suppressed his chakra to the best of his abilities. Deciding to wait, he held back as Kabuto moved off in a direction and then followed him. He had no idea where Kabuto was heading but he would follow at a safe distance. XX. Hours later, Kabuto had settled down for a brief rest in the roots of a tree. Several traps had been placed at the entrance but Naruto moved past them using an earth jutsu. He wasn't sure how aware Kabuto was, so he cautiously approached and prepared himself for anything. It would normally be best to send a clone first but they were not able to use the force so it would likely get destroyed or tip off the target before it could accomplish anything. He wasn't after killing Kabuto but he would take the man's knowledge and find out what was happening during the Chunin exams. In order to properly plan his escape from the village, he needed the details of what was happening during the Chunin exams. Kabuto, as an important spy to Orochimaru, would likely know all of the plans. As he neared the resting Kabuto, the force was telling him that something was wrong. He stopped his movement through the soil and emerged just enough to look at the sleeping genin. Kabuto was still a good distance away as he was just outside the cave-like area that Kabuto was in. Nothing appeared amiss but the force told him different. Emerging completely from the ground, he entered the roots and outstretched his hand enough to use force grip on the sleeping Kabuto. The technique worked and he was about to close the distance when he felt something happening. The life signs he was sensing for Kabuto were moving towards him, but they were coming from below him. Moving back, he wasn't fast enough to escape the hand that shot out of the ground and grabbed one of his ankles. He recognized the technique as chakra scalpels and felt the pain or several tendons in his ankle being severed. Cursing, Naruto formed a kindite in his hand and threw it at the ground near the disembodied hands. The attack smashed into the ground and the soil underneath the tree roots exploded. Naruto was released and he managed to hop and then jump to a safe distance. It would be a while before his leg was healed. If he had thrown the attack where the head of Kabuto was, then he likely would have killed the spy, but that wasn't what he was after. He had thrown it just a short distance away. The body was just a fake and the real Kabuto was waiting underground, he thought, and cursed at the late realization. He wasn't sure if the concussive force of the blast he released had knocked Kabuto out or not. He could still feel the grey-haired Genin's life signs, but he couldn't tell if the teen was conscious or not. The trap had definitely worked to some degree as his left leg was useless and his mobility had been greatly decreased. Hobbling towards the tree roots, he looked at the area once the dirt and dust had settled. The area was now a crater, but he couldn't see Kabuto. His opponent made no movements and the life signs didn't fluctuate. Frowning, he went through a few hand seals and said, "Doton, Retsudo Tensho, Earth Release," tearing earth turning palm, and the ground beneath him started to upheave and churn. Forced to flee his position, Kabuto jumped out from the ground to avoid being crushed. He landed a good distance away and turned to see his opponent for the first time. He wasn't sure if he had been followed or not, so he had set a trap just in case. The tables had been turned on him though. A line of blood was coming from his mouth and forehead while his glowing green hand was placed on his ribs. Whatever attack had been used against him was powerful, and if it had been used close enough to him, he was sure it could have either fractured his skull or broken his neck. His opponent was wrapped in a dark hooded cloak with 2 long sleeves and appeared to be rather young. The cloak was open in the front, but he could only make out a common ninja vest that could be purchased anywhere. Most of the large and small villages had unique vests, but this was very generic. The face couldn't be seen because of the darkness of their surroundings and the shadow from the hood. They stared at each other for a brief period. Naruto was trying to give time for his leg to heal, but Kabuto's ribs were not that serious and the teen charged forward with his hands glowing. Naruto knew of the technique but was not able to move as he would have liked with the leg injury. Naruto ducked under the strike and lashed out with a punch. Kabuto dodged and was about to strike a vital area with his chakra scalpels when he was hit full force in the face. Knocked back, Kabuto recovered and looked at his opponent. "I dodged the punch, yet I was still hit," he thought, unsure of what was going on. Before Kabuto could do anything, his opponent raised his hand and he was yanked forward. Naruto charged up a weaker kindite and threw it into Kabuto's abdomen before he could be attacked with the chakra scalpels. His opponent was thrown back and smacked into one of the large roots in the area. Coughing up blood, Kabuto tried to stand, but he was lifted off his feet by an unknown source. Being choked in the air, he reached for his shuriken and threw several at the cloaked figure. He was promptly dropped to the ground where he tried to catch his breath and he heard his shuriken being deflected. Moving to get away from the fight, he was about to use the hand seals for the body flicker technique when he was stopped in his tracks again by another, the unseen force. Unable to move or turn around, he was helpless as he heard the figure slowly limp forward. A hand was placed on his head and everything went blank. Searching for any useful information, Naruto went through his former teammate's mind. He determined that Kabuto was originally a spy for someone else and found out about a group called Akatsuki, but not very much about the group itself or what its goals were. He learned about Kabuto working for Orochimaru and all of the testing and experiments that they performed. Those memories were of interest to Naruto and he knew they would also be of interest to his master. He looked through everything concerning Orochimaru and then got to the most recent memories. Strategies and plans for attacking Konoha surfaced, as well as an agreement with Suna and the presence of another Jinhyuriki. Taking his hand off Kabuto's head, Naruto absorbed all of the information he had taken and then looked for ways to use it to his advantage. It seemed Kabuto had a great deal more knowledge and experience in science and medicine than Naruto originally thought. The existence of a group called Akatsuki was disturbing, but Kabuto knew little about the group itself or their motives, so he wasn't very concerned about it and filed it away for later. He would have to tell Plagueis about it later, but now he needed to do something about the body. Kabuto was still alive and he didn't want to leave any loose ends, so it would be best to kill the spy in front of him. He didn't necessarily want to kill Kabuto though. His teammate of several years was the closest person he had to a friend, and he really didn't care about the teen being a spy or working for Orochimaru. The village didn't mean anything to him either, and its possible destruction didn't really concern him. By that time, he would already have all of the information from the village that he could get and be leaving it. It obviously wouldn't be hard to kill Kabuto, but something was leading him away from that choice. He had never received any kind of vision or even very solid guidance from the Force. His connection with the force wasn't very strong because of his lower midi-chlorian count as well as the interaction with his chakra, so he couldn't hear the force as well as others could. However, he did receive occasional guidance on when he should or should not do something, but right now he wasn't sure what the force was telling him. Instead of killing Kabuto, he pulled out his Fuinjutsu supplies and went to work. Years ago he may not have been able to do something about a person's memory, besides completely erasing it, but with the information in the scroll of seals, he now had more options available to him. XX. Several hours later, Kabuto awoke to find himself alone in the forest. Getting up, he felt incredible pain and wondered what had happened to him. His memory was not helpful and anything that happened since the beginning of the second exam was just blank to him. Checking over his body with a diagnostic jutsu, he found that he did have more than one head injury and thought perhaps it could explain his memory loss. The other injuries were consistent with a fight, but who or what he had been fighting with was no longer around. Checking his ninja pouch, he found that he didn't have any scrolls. Had he been knocked out by a competitor? It seemed very unlikely, and yet he had been unconscious in the forest for an unknown amount of time. He didn't even know how much time had passed since the beginning of the second exam. Once he was finished healing his body, he went off in search of a genin team to get a scroll from and to complete his surveillance on Uchiha Sasuke. He needed to finish the report that Orochimaru had asked of him. XX. Naruto returned to the tower and thought about what he had learned. He wasn't sure if the seals would remain undiscovered on Kabuto or not. They were meant to lock away recent memories, and he had made sure to injure Kabuto in the right area of the head to make it seem like it could have been some short-term memory loss. It wasn't the best plan, and if the seals were discovered then they could likely be removed. He had also placed a few tracking seals to monitor where Kabuto was during the next month or so. His shadow clone reported that Karin had spent much of the time in her room. The only people to talk to were Chunin and the genin that had finished the exam the fastest, and she really didn't like the Suna ninja. He had to make sure that she didn't talk. He wasn't so sure how the girl would take to being forced to stay in the space behind the Hokage monument faces, but it was either that or kill her, and she was too valuable to kill at this point. It would be quite an interesting conversation that he would be having with his master when he got back to the hideout. XX. The following day. XX. Where are you taking me? I have rights. Yelled Karin as she was taken down a long dark hallway. Naruto had already escorted her back from the forest of death, and rather than letting her go, he had taken her to his hideout. Stop kidnapping me! She yelled and tried to get off his shoulder. He was carrying her to an unknown location, and they had already walked straight through a wall which turned out to be a fake. The whole situation was freaking her out, but there was little she could do. She tried punching his back or trying to wiggle out of his grasp, but nothing seemed to work. Her hands were tied, and the only information that she had managed to get out of the boy that had kidnapped her was that she was useful to him. What the hell does that even mean? She wondered and wished someone from her village would save her from the crazed and powerful Konoha ninja. Naruto reached the end of the long hallway and prepared for the ascent up the shaft. He set Karin down and then put his arm around her midsection. Just what do you think? She started to say but was cut off when the wind picked up, and then Naruto jumped. She had the feeling of flying before they slowed and exited out of a square hole in the ground and landed on a flat rock floor. Before she was able to properly look around at the large cave they were in, she was pulled towards a separate area. Passing through an arch with many strange symbols on it, they entered a room filled with scrolls and other items. Looking around, it seemed like everything had been carved from the solid rock walls, and she was quiet as she took everything in. Naruto pulled a desk into the center of the odd room and then pulled the chair over as well. Taking Karin to the desk, he forced her to sit down and then removed the bindings on her hands. He left her in the chair while going to get several books and scrolls off of the shelves and out of the alcoves in the room. Finding the specific texts and scrolls that he needed, Naruto walked back and set them on the desk. This is unlawful restraint, she stated with her arms crossed and glaring at him. Naruto started back at her and replied, "Ah, you know the technical term for it. Too bad that information won't help you any." And he went to get some more scrolls and books. She cursed him out in her head and looked over the items he had just brought to the table. She noted that they were all medical texts and scrolls. It seemed very odd to kidnap her and bring her to a secret location, only to provide her with study materials. Unless he plans to do something to me, she thought and shivered. She contemplated running away. Don't even think about trying to run away. The exits are full of traps and you won't get far before you are killed. Naruto stated from the wall. She jumped in her seat. How did he? But her thoughts were cut off. I feel what others are feeling and can even read thoughts, he said, and came back with another stack. Karin glared even harder and he replied, just because you wish bad things upon me won't make them happen. Frowning, Karin decided to ask a few questions. You can't really expect to keep me here forever. Someone from my village will want to know where I am. And she smiled at the logic while adjusting her glasses. Not if they think you're dead, responded Naruto, and Karin gawked at him but then fired back, why would they think that? But she already had a good idea of the answer, and his lack of response just confirmed her suspicions. He told my teammate I was killed. I wonder if he knows that I have no one waiting for me back in my village or that would miss me, she wondered. But what about your village's ninja? They know I'm alive. She remembered. Yes, and they think you traveled back to grass country with your teammate, stated Naruto as he found the last remaining scrolls and Karin wanted to slam her head on the desk. What's all this? Karin asked while gesturing to the books in front of her. This is all the information that you will be learning from in the next month, stated Naruto in a calm and serious voice. The next month? He expects me to learn all this? How long is he going to keep me here, and she asked hesitantly, what happens in a month? We'll be leaving and going somewhere else. Naruto answered. She was slightly confused by him including her in the answer and wondered just what he wanted with her or if he would even tell her. Looking at the stacks of books and scrolls with irritation she asked, what if I don't want to learn? You can either learn the information from the books and scrolls or, I could force the knowledge into your head, answered Naruto. That doesn't sound too bad. She countered but was slightly afraid of what exactly it entailed. The process is exceedingly painful and there is the chance that if I don't do it right, you could suffer brain damage. He informed her and she promptly grabbed one of the books, opened it, and began reading. XX. Pushing a button on the communication device, Naruto waited for a response from his master. He didn't know how long it would take to get a response so he started working on a few things in the meantime. He had left a shadow clone to monitor the girl, Karin, and help if she needed it. Pulling out a map of Konoha, he started marking off the invasion plans and where things would occur. Orochimaru planned to use one of his summons but have the Suna ninja summon it right outside a certain portion of the walls of the village. At the same time, several teams of sound ninja would come out of hiding at the stadium and try to capture or kill all of the people in the stands. The best chance he had of completing his plans was to request guard duty on the wall of the village, specifically in the place where the summons would attack. By that time he would likely have passed his special Jonin exam and have the ability to choose where he was stationed. It might be difficult to pull off but he felt he could do it. While everyone was busy with the finals of the Chunin exams, he would have his shadow clones working as fast as possible to finish getting everything he could from Konoha. After that he would leave the village to finish setting up the seals on the ship and then head for Snow Country. At least that was what the current plan was. It was likely that within a month's time it would change slightly and depending on any other problems encountered as well as what his master wanted. The sound of a beeping brought him out of his planning and he moved to the communications device. Turning on the monitor, the body Plagueis was still possessing filled the screen. Speaking in Galactic Basic, he began the report, I have completed the mission, my master. Good. What have you learned? Asked Plagueis in the slightly altered voice of Gato. I was able to sift through Kabuto's thoughts and discovered what will be happening. Both Hidden Sound and Hidden Sand will be attacking Konoha during the finals of the Chunin exam. Orochimaru is the leader of Hidden Sound and has quite a few low-level ninja following him. They will attack the village with a large snake summons and I plan to acquire a guard position on the section of wall where the initial attack will take place. The body has been acquired and it died of injuries associated with blunt trauma and falling from a significant height, stated Naruto and he could see his master listening and going through all of the information. I sense something else. What exactly did you do that might disrupt our plans? Questioned Plagueis and Naruto hesitated for only a moment to get his thoughts in order. I encountered someone during the exam. I stopped her from being killed by a large bear in the Forest of Death. There were complications however as she was able to sense me using the force, explained Naruto and he could feel the surprise coming from his master, even if the possessed body didn't show it. Sense? How? Inquired Plagueis. She could feel the force flowing through me but not feel the force itself in her surroundings. It may have something to do with how it interacts with my chakra that caused her to sense it but I am not sure. I contemplated eliminating her but she proved to have useful abilities as well, said Naruto. Explain. Demanded Plagueis but Naruto couldn't feel any anger coming from his master, merely curiosity. Her ability to sense chakra far exceeds the range of my own sensing ability and she is also able to suppress her chakra completely. Her control is much better than my own and I have her working on medical ninjutsu so she can make the necessary changes to the body. It is likely that within a month she will be skilled enough to perform the jutsu and eliminate any problems that could have occurred because of my lack of chakra control, he admitted with some reluctance. Plagueis thought over the situation and considered everything that he had been told. The girl's ability to sense the force inside of his student was interesting and it could prove a theory that he had been considering, which was that the force entering his student's body was altered slightly by the energy field of chakra that it passed through. He didn't believe that the alteration was significant and was still unsure about the hypothesis. The other abilities the girl possessed could prove very useful and as long as there were no problems, then she could be a valuable asset to their efforts. You made a rash decision that was more influenced by your emotions than your logic. You should not have helped her unless the force guided you to intervene. However, I can see the benefit of your actions. Make sure there are no problems and that she doesn't speak to anyone or find out too much until we can guarantee her assistance. What else? Asked Plagueis. I encountered Orochimaru in the forest but I did not engage. I found out more about the cursed seal from Kabuto and acquired 2 samples of a person with an earlier version of it. Kabuto also proved to be more than I originally thought and has been heavily involved in Orochimaru's experiments and research. He is a much more skilled medic and scientist than Amachi and has worked on a variety of projects that you might find interesting. I will have to share the information with you when I come to where you are. The Snake Sennin seems to have come up with a technique that has some similarities with the transfer essence technique that you have told me about. I also discovered that the cursed seal has an original carrier that it is based on. It is some type of bloodline and the exact means by which the curse seal works has been taken from this person. He is kept in a secure prison facility near Orochimaru's base in Sound Country, which used to be Rice Country. Finished Naruto and Plagueis was silent for a long time before speaking. What of Kabuto? Inquired Plagueis and he noted that he student hesitated with the answer. I wasn't sure what to do. The force wasn't providing me any guidance and you never gave me any instructions to kill Kabuto, so I let him live. I did use the memory seal on him and placed several tracking seals on his person. Replied Naruto. I will have to meditate on all of this new information. The plans that you are finalizing could change before the month is finished. I will be in contact with you once I have thought all this over. Finished Plagueis and Naruto bowed slightly as his master nodded and the transmission ended. Naruto turned off the monitor and went back to work. There was still much to be done before he would be able to travel to Snow Country. Looking up and sensing the life signs of the only other person that had ever been in his hideout, he wasn't sure how this was going to work out. Please review. Chapter 13. I don't own Naruto, or Star Wars. XX. 36.6 BBY current year, Naruto is 12 and 1 week has passed since the last chapter. Chapter 13, a month and then the war. XX. Standing in the alley right beside a store, Naruto tried to calm his nerves. A week had passed since the second part of the Chunin exam had ended and it had been a very long week for him. He managed to get his promotion to Special Jonin which didn't actually involve that much as he only had to show mastery over one element and that he had skills above Chunin level. There was no long or involved test for the Special Jonin ranking. He had a choice whether to try for full Jonin or just Special Jonin and he chose the latter as either one could get him access to the information in the library that he was after and the Special Jonin rank was easier to attain. He also had to deal with Karin for an entire week, which was terrible. It seemed he couldn't go an hour without a complaint about something. She complained about the hideout, where she had to sleep, that she wasn't getting enough sunlight, how bad it was to be stuck inside all of the time, and then came the list of demands. She wanted clothes, shoes, and had specific dietary requirements. He also couldn't just let her continue to use the same pair of clothing that she had. Because of her supposed death, her belongings had been taken by her teammates and sensei back to Kyusagaku so she only had the clothing she was wearing. Unfortunately he did need her help and acquiesced to these requests. He went out to get her all the things she needed. Of course the clothes he found weren't good enough and the shoes he found apparently didn't fit properly. It angered him greatly and to stop the complaining he had foolishly endangered himself and let her leave the hideout so she could buy the items herself. Her glasses had also been damaged during the Chunin exams and needed replacement. This wasn't something he could do. She was currently in the store that he was standing near. She was still within his range and he had placed a seal on her tongue to keep her from talking about him or anything related to him as well as being kidnapped. However, this did not mean that he could trust her not to run away. He was also listening to make sure that she didn't say anything she wasn't supposed to or try to gain the attention of anyone else. Karin was needed for his plans and he couldn't let her run away or bring unwanted attention to himself so close to the completion of his and Plagueis' plans. The only good news he had this week, in relation to her, was her progress with medical ninjutsu. Karin had progressed very far for just a week's worth of training. It made sense as her chakra control was much better than his and she already had a good knowledge of the human body. With her entire time spent learning from the information he had, it wouldn't be long before she could be good enough to alter the corpse. He had a few shadow clones stationed at different areas to make sure that if she tried to run, that she would be caught and not get very far. They had already been to 3 other places to shop and Karin had yet to try and say anything or try to run but he was not about to let his guard down. His force listening picked up her voice inside the store and he thought she might be talking with an employee but he realized it was much worse. He clearly recognized the voice she was conversing with. No. 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 Anyone but her, he thought and considered running into the store to retrieve Karin. XX. Thanks for the help, Karin paused for a second as she hadn't actually caught the name of the girl that had been helping her shop for Kunoichi clothing. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name's Tenten. Replied the bun-haired girl. I haven't seen you are here before. Said Tenten and Karin froze slightly at the statement. Neither noticed that the lights had started flickering. Well, I'm still in the academy. Karin quickly lied as it would explain her lack of forehead protector. Well, that makes sense. Hopefully we'll see each other again but I'm pretty busy with my team. Tenten replied. She didn't have many friends that were kunoichi and mostly just her teammates, so it might be nice to talk with someone that seemed to be more concerned with being a kunoichi than anything else. Most of the kunoichi in her class were only concerned over how they looked or boys more than about training. I'd like that, said Karin, and some of the displays by the window started rattling or vibrating as if they were being shaken by a minor earthquake, but everything else seemed fine and no one really noticed. Maybe we could meet up again later in the week? Inquired Karin to her new friend. The glass on the window formed cracks. Sure, how about lunch tomorrow at the restaurant across the street? Asked Tenten, and the window shattered. They both looked over at the now broken window but looked back a moment later. That seems to be happening a lot recently. Tenten thought. Tomorrow sounds great, I'll meet you there at noon. Said Karin, and some of the clothing near the display window caught on fire. XX. Still standing outside, Naruto had developed a twitch as he tried to rein in his emotions. He couldn't believe that out of all the people Karin could have met while shopping at the few stores they went to, that somehow she would run in Tenten. No matter what I do, as long as I'm in the village, she just keeps getting closer to me and my sword, he thought. He was distracted enough while contemplating Tenten's death that he didn't notice Karin approach him until she standing next to him and staring at him. Oi, I'm back, we can head back now. Said Karin in a dull voice as she knew that he would chase her down if she tried to run. He was special Jonin now and she was still just a genin. He also had those extra powers and she stood no chance against him. Fine. Where's the leftover money? Asked Naruto as he had given her a good amount and more than enough to buy what she needed. I sorta, kinda, spent it all. Said Karin while not looking at him. They were walking away from most public areas, but she felt she was safe in terms of any reprisal. Naruto took a deep breath and continued walking. He wasn't going to respond to what she had said and just let it go. As they passed through the less crowded areas of the village, Karin decided to ask a question. Have you noticed weird things happening in the village for no apparent reason? While I was talking to Tenten, the window of the shop. But she stopped talking when several garbage cans mysteriously tipped over in a nearby alley for no apparent reason. Feeling the movement of the unknown energy in the boy beside her, she realized what it was that had been causing it and decided to drop the subject. XX. Hideout behind Hokage faces. XX. You're not going to lunch with that girl tomorrow? Naruto stated, and Karin frowned. Why not? Karin demanded. She didn't have any friends, and despite being a captive, she wanted at least some freedom and not having to be stuck in the rocky prison all the time. Because I said so. Replied Naruto with finality, but Karin wasn't about to give up. Is it because you have something going on with that Tenten girl? She commented with a giggle, and she stopped a moment later when she felt the killing intent radiating off of him. Don't, ever, say that again. He said seriously, and Karin frowned while trying not to show that she was scared of him. I can still read your thoughts, came Naruto's voice in her head, and she jumped slightly and then scowled at him. I don't get it, she seems harmless. Stated Karin as she thought about her brief interactions with the bun-haired girl. She's far from harmless. Responded Naruto, and he tried not to touch the seal on his hand that held his sword. What, is she stalking you or something? Commented Karin, and look, Naruto responded, yes, you could say that she is. A moment of silence passed before Karin spoke again. Just let me out for lunch, you can't keep me locked up in here forever. Sure I can. He said. Oh come on. I'll stop bugging you for a few days. Said offered, and Naruto contemplated this. Stupid empathy, he thought as he could feel Karin's emotions and feelings on the subject and had trouble getting them out of his head. I'll think about it. I have to go on patrol in the village. He said and left the room. She felt him leave a shadow clone to work on something as he always did when he left the hideout. The clone would check in on her and make sure she didn't try to get away or wasn't trying to subvert his creator's plans in any way. Once she felt him leave the hideout, she smiled at her victory. The ability to read her mind appeared to be a double-edged sword. From trial and error, she found that he couldn't read all of her thoughts and only certain things that she happened to be thinking about or feeling at the time. After several days, she managed to use this to her advantage. While having a very serious demeanor and being in control of his emotions, Naruto still had those emotions, and with the right state of mind, she found that she could influence him because of it. It wasn't that much of an influence, but if she managed to make it seem like it was something that she really needed, then she could get it out of him. It was the main reason why she had been able to go on her shopping trip. Picking up all of her bags, she took them to her room. She didn't have much in the way of items, really just a bed, but it was better than nothing. Her current situation wasn't that great, but she'd rather make the most of it. No one in her hidden village had ever thought she was very useful, and although she had no idea what he had planned, she was definitely getting something out of it. All the texts and information that she had access to was more than she had ever seen in her life. It only kept getting bigger with each trip that Naruto made to the library. With his incredibly high chakra reserves, he had no talent being a chakra sensor or using techniques that required extremely fine chakra control. This meant that she likely wouldn't be replaced anytime soon. It wasn't that much to hold onto or keep herself going, but it was something. She only had an extremely small apartment in Kyusagakur, had no family, lived on what little money she received for the missions that her team did, and had no access to anything near the amount of information that Naruto had stockpiled. Her mind had gone through many different what-ifs in the past week, but she still couldn't determine if her life in Kusa was better or worse than her current situation. Next week I'll try to get some furniture to put my clothes in, she thought, and went back to the room with the desk and medical texts in it. Naruto had already created a water basin and put fish in it that she could use for her medical ninjutsu. It was best to keep her progress going. The more useful she was, the less likely he would be to think about getting rid of her or trying to find a replacement. XX. Moving over the tops of the buildings, Naruto went to his duty station in the village. He had a shadow clone go to the library to continue copying down all of the information that it could. So far, no one had said anything about his constant trips to the library or his copying down all the information. He had used persuasion tricks to help him not get noticed by the guards and librarians, but he was still paranoid because of apparently how easy it was to follow him, which had been demonstrated by Denzo and the chakra sensor working for him. Making his way around the village's hot springs area and to the western wall of the village, where he would be on patrol and guard duty in one of the watchtowers on the village wall, he noted a figure crouched at the wall of the woman's hot springs. Stopping, he decided to stop the person from peeping. He was early anyway and could take the time to stop a pervert from peeping on the women's side of the hot springs. He landed a little ways away from the giggling man. Staring at the man, he noted that the profile looked familiar. Searching his memory, he determined that the person greatly resembled Jiraiya of the Sunin. He couldn't actually see the face to confirm it, but the clothing and hair appeared to be the man's, however it could just be any old pervert that dressed funny and had spiky white hair. Confused on what to do, he took time out to think about the situation. It was possible that one of the Sunin was in front of him. If the man was Jiraiya, then he was completely focused on peeping and not paying any attention to his surroundings at all. I very much doubt one of the Senin would let their guard down this much, he thought, and started walking to the man. It obviously wasn't Jiraiya, and most likely the pervert just had a strong resemblance to the man. Naruto walked up the man and decided to clear his throat and get the man's attention, letting him know that he had been caught. He wanted to use one of techniques on the man but refrained. "Quiet down, brat, I'm trying to get some research done here," stated the man while jotting a few things down on a notepad, and his head turned just enough that Naruto could see half of his face. It was definitely Jiraiya of the Sunin. Naruto was again confused at what he should do. According to his master, Orochimaru was too much for him to handle, and Jiraiya was likely also on that level, but here the man was in front of him with his guard down while peeping on the woman's hot springs. The situation didn't make sense. A man of that level should not be so easily distracted and vulnerable. He was a veteran ninja, legendary in status, and had been through wars and countless battles. Yet crouched in front of him was that same man, giggling while looking through a small peephole, and writing down notes as well as small sketches. Nearly a minute went by as Naruto stood several feet behind the man and thought about his next move. It was likely that as soon as he made a movement or showed any sign of aggression, that the Senin would move to counter almost instantly and he wouldn't stand a chance against the man. I could just use force grip and then use drain knowledge, but what if he manages to get away somehow, he questioned and thought perhaps it wouldn't work. The moment I try something is the moment he'll counter or substitute himself with a log. With experience like his, he might even be 1 or 2 steps ahead and already be suspected me of plotting something, he thought, and struggled with indecision. Even with his advantages in a surprise attack with the force, he might not be able to defeat the man in front of him. It could all have just been an act and Jiraiya could be toying with him. "Look buddy, if you're waiting for your turn, it's gonna be a long wait. You might as well find another peephole," said Jiraiya, and he waved Naruto off dismissively. Naruto's stern face turned into a scowl at the statement. He didn't like being shrugged or waved off as nothing or as being insignificant in the eyes of someone else. The same thing happened with Orochimaru, and he wasn't taken seriously at all by the man. The only reason he hadn't attacked Orochimaru was because of his master's orders. Fuck it, he thought. His master never told him not to attack Jiraiya, only Orochimaru, and he wasn't going to have another powerful ninja shrug him off. Using force grip on the man, he chopped the man in the back of the man's neck. The hit was delivered to the exact area that would cause instant unconsciousness. Jiraiya didn't move at all under the force grip, and when Naruto released the technique, the pervert fell over, seemingly unconscious. Naruto waited a good minute for something to happen. He expected the body to go up in smoke or the attack to fail and the man to get back up. He checked for genjutsu, but it didn't seem like he was being influenced by one. After the minute mark had elapsed, he came to the conclusion that nothing else was going to happen. One of the legendary Sunin was at his feet and had been knocked out while peeping on the woman's hot springs. There was no battle, and it was one of the easiest fights he ever had, or likely would ever have. I wonder if Master Plagueis would believe me if I told him what happened. I wonder if any ninja would believe me for that matter. Naruto questioned. Looking around, he noted that the area was still devoid of people. They were at the back of the hot springs and no one really came this way as the entrance was on the other side. Despite the entire situation still seeming ludicrous at best, he grabbed one of Jiraiya's legs and dragged the man near the open hot springs water that was flowing nearby. Using the force and the hidden mist technique, he created a cocoon of steam around him and the body. Creating a few shadow clones, they left the steam area and went to hide in a few nearby trees. If anyone came by he would be alerted to their presence through his connection to the shadow clones. He did this because while he used the drain knowledge technique, he had difficulty focusing on his surroundings. His shadow clones would keep anyone from finding out what he was doing. Jiraiya never got a good look at him, but just in case the man could sense chakra, he would have to make sure that he didn't go near the man again and wasn't late for his duty shift, so he created another clone to report for duty at the wall. Crouching down, he made sure that Jiraiya was definitely out cold and would be for a while. He hadn't actually thought of it before as he was still somewhat in shock over the situation. Putting his hand on the man's head, he started looking through the memories in search of techniques and anything useful. He spent a minute pushing past all of the peeping, research, and book writing before he got something interesting that was rather recent. The name Akatsuki was in the man's mind. He had first heard the group from Kabuto's mind and perhaps now he would find out a little bit more. Looking for any information he found that Orochimaru was a part of the group, which he already knew, but he did find further information about what they were interested in. From what Jiraiya had found out, the group was very interested in Baijiu, specifically the Jinhyura key. Naruto looked deeper but didn't manage to find out what exactly it is that they wanted with Jinhyura key. This was of interest to him and he would have to talk with Plagueis about it later. Delving to other memories, he started finding out about all the techniques that Jiraiya knew and sifted through the ones he already had to find one that were new to him. He did find a couple unique fire jutsu, a hair extending jutsu, information on Fuin jutsu, and a few other unique techniques but not the treasure trove he was looking for and that his master had gotten from Kakashi. Most of the jutsu Jiraiya knew were ones that he had already found in the library. It was disappointing but unavoidable. Kakashi had so many unique jutsu because he had copied them with his Sharingan and Jiraiya only knew the jutsu that he had mastered himself. Furthering his search, he found information on the toad summons which wasn't that helpful but one thing did stand out. It was called natural energy and was gathered to form sage chakra and then to use senjutsu. That was extremely interesting and the more he found out about it from the man's memories, the more he knew that his master would be very pleased. Whatever the energy was, it seemed to differ from chakra and the force. He was now very interested in it and its usage as it might be something he could eventually learn. Putting that information aside after he got all he could, he continued. Images of the Yandame came to the surface and he looked through them with some interest. There was little about the Yandame's Hirei Shinjutsu as Jiraiya had never seen the exact workings of it and only the final jutsu and a brief explanation on what it did. Those memories were interesting but not helpful at all. It wasn't until he came across something else that he stopped for a moment. It was buried rather deeply but he was able to get at it. Jiraiya was sitting in a house talking with the Yandame and a pregnant woman walked in. He stopped for a moment as he looked at the memory. He'd never heard about the Yandame having a wife and by the time he refocused on the memory, the woman was speaking. She said that the baby would be called Naruto. The technique ended at that moment as Naruto had lost all control over his emotions and the force he was channeling. He stood still and stared down at the ground for quite some time. His mind finally started working again and he pieced together what he knew and searched his feelings. He wondered if the information he always sought as a child had always been so easy to figure out or was he just not willing to realize that his father was the Yandame. The knowledge made him feel empty inside both because he had never realized it and because no one had ever told him or gave him any indication of who they were. He had questions, so many questions, and wanted answers. It wasn't hard to get those answers though as they seemed to slip into place. People knew who his parents were, they just didn't tell him. More than just Jiraiya knew. The Sandame must have known and perhaps even the Ninja Council. They knew and they chose not to tell him. They chose to let him wonder and keep him ignorant of it. They chose to lie to him. Where was his mother and who was she? Why had his father sealed the Kyuubi into him? Why did the Sandame let the villagers treat him so horribly? Why did everyone keep so many important things from him? Those were the questions that he wanted answers to. The emptiness was replaced by a sick feeling and soon all he felt was anger. The rage boiled inside of him and came to the surface. He stood and kept his head down while his canine teeth lengthened and his fingernails turned to claws. His hair got longer and became more wild. His whiskers darkened and widened and his eyes turned from blue to orange and the pupil became a slit. He wasn't really thinking or feeling anything but the rage inside of him. The questions and other thoughts were replaced with a blinding rage. Red chakra began to bubble on the surface of his body and the stone beneath him started cracking. His hands curled into fists and blood started dripping from where his claws pierced his own palms. Instead of dropping to the ground, the blood floated upward from the dark side of the force he was channeling. Not a moment later, several shadow clones tried to dogpile him. They knew what was happening and tried to stop him from using any of the Kyuubi's chakra as it could alert the entire village. The real Naruto didn't care though and wasn't even thinking about such things. He easily killed the shadow clones and then focused on the man still unconscious at his feet. Barely thinking straight with the bloodlust and hatred that he was being consumed by and wanting nothing more than to kill everything that had wronged him, he decided he would kill the man. Then he would go after the Sandome and the council and kill anyone that got in his way. These people had taken things from him and kept everything from him that was important. Forming a dark ball of energy in his hand, he sneered at the unconscious Jiraiya beneath him. XX. Back at the hideout. XX. The destruction of the shadow clones not only caused an inflow of information into the creator, but also the remaining shadow clones that Naruto had created. The clone in the hideout immediately stopped what it was doing and ran to the wall that had several Fuinjutsu scrolls. The particular scroll it grabbed was one that was supposed to be used when the village was attacked, but it would now serve a different purpose. With the scroll in hand, it ran to one of the larger rooms in the hideout that was empty and primarily used for training. Unrolling the already created scroll, the clone added chakra to it. XX. At the same moment at the village wall. XX. The clone's eyes widened and it started thinking about what it needed to do and what the situation was. He wasn't sure what would happen, but it was best to stay where it was. The creator likely wouldn't be coming to relieve it from duty, and it was also possible that ANBU would be coming to find and subdue him if anyone felt the release of the Kyuubi's chakra. He only hoped that the creator would stop channeling the Kyuubi's chakra before the entire village felt it and ninja came after him. XX. At the same moment at the library. XX. Shit, thought the clone in the library, and it looked around for anyone watching. This part of the library was mostly deserted, but it got up and went to an area where no one could see. Putting its hand into the ram seal, it created a henge around itself. It was merely a contingency in case something happened because of the creator's usage of the Kyuubi's chakra. The entire plan could be in danger, and if anyone had felt the Kyuubi's chakra being used, then they would immediately start searching for him. The clone emerged looking like a random jonin and sat back down at the table to finish what it was doing. If it needed to, it could use an earth jutsu and move through the walls of the mountain and get back to the hideout. XX. Back at the hideout. XX. A plume of smoke erupted above the scroll and the clone felt the creator be summoned back to the hideout. It could feel the powerful chakra radiating off its creator, but it wasn't sure what to do. Putting a good amount of distance between them, it tried to ensure that it wouldn't be destroyed like the other clones had been at the hot springs. Before the smoke had cleared, an explosion occurred where the real Naruto was standing and sent debris and dust around the room. The smoke and dust finally cleared to reveal a confused and very primal-looking Naruto. The foul chakra was still radiating off him, but it had stopped emanating off of his body and he was merely channeling it now. He searched around for the person he had been trying to kill and was confused where he was. The man he had been trying to kill was gone and the area was different. The shadow clone was still hiding and wasn't going to let itself be seen, but it had to do something. Going through a few hand seals and touching the floor, the solid rock of the training area turned into a muddy swamp and the real Naruto started sinking in it. Unable to get out of the mud, the real Naruto started struggling, which only caused him to sink faster. The clone stayed where it was and stopped the technique when its creator had sunk enough into the floor. The floor hardened and the real Naruto was left stuck. His breathing came in deep breaths as he tried to get out of the now solid floor that he was stuck up to his waist in. The floor started to crack, but he eventually stopped trying. The disappearance of the man he was trying to kill caused a good portion of the anger and bloodlust that was causing his rampage to subside. He was able to come back to his senses enough to start trying to push back the extra emotions and the chakra that was being forced upon him. With the inclusion of the floor making him sink, he perceived danger and his mind started focusing on where he was and what he was doing. As he finally came to his sense and could focus on what was happening, he finally realized where he was. With great effort, the remaining Kyuubi chakra was suppressed and pushed back into the seal. His eyes, fingernails, and other changes to his body went back to normal. Naruto was left partially trapped in the floor and completely confused as to what had just happened. His body was shaking slightly, he was sweating, his breathing was ragged, and his mind was a jumble of images and feelings that were hard to figure out. What the hell happened? He wondered and tried to piece together everything. He could clearly remember certain parts, like finding and subduing Jiraiya, and then using the drain knowledge technique on the man, but after that things got hazy and the memories were fragmented. He was safe inside his hideout and saw his clone emerge from hiding. He could also feel Karin watching from the entryway of the training area. Closing his eyes, he thought back to what had happened. I started searching through Jiraiya's mind, he remembered, and continued to search his memories. Everything he found in the man's mind started coming back to him. The techniques, the Fuinjutsu, Akatsuki, the Sage Chakra, and then he came up what had set him off. The information he found had been so sudden and unexpected that there was no way he could prepare himself from him, and he lost all control of himself. He still felt anger at what he had found out, but he was able to control his feelings this time. He thought back to the images of his mother and found the single image he had of her in his mind very calming. Getting his breathing back to normal, he went through several hand seals and got himself out of the floor. He could think back and deal with the discovered information later. Now it was time to think about damage control. Do you have any idea how bad the situation is? He asked his clone and the clone simply shook its head no. Damn it. Naruto thought as he could have potentially ruined the entire plan. XX. The Sandame and multiple ANBU reached the location of the disturbance and found an odd sight. Jiraiya was unconscious on the ground and there appeared to be damage to the stone surface near him. His first thought was that Jiraiya had fell from some height and was knocked out, but he quickly pushed that aside as not being true, despite how clumsy he knew his student could be. There was no way for someone to fall from anything in the area and make that kind of damage to the stone. It was either caused by a jutsu or something else. He had been working on paperwork when he clearly felt the chakra of the Kyuubi being used, or what he thought was the Kyuubi. It felt familiar to the chakra from over a decade previously, but it also felt different. Not a moment later, he called his ANBU and rushed to the area he felt it. Other people probably felt it too, and he wanted to determine the situation before causing any panic in the village. From the duty roster, Naruto was supposed to be at the village wall on guard duty for next couple of weeks. He was heading one of the watchtowers along the wall as his first assignment under the rank of Special Jonin. Normally he would have gotten a mission outside the village, but the Chunin exams finals were approaching and that meant that Konoha ninja were mostly pulled back to the village to help plan the event and get everything prepared. The disturbance came from the hot springs, which he did find odd, but regardless of the location he rushed as fast as he could from the Hokage tower. He still had trouble determining if it came from the Kyuubi or not. The chakra source had disappeared only seconds after he felt it and the area didn't have much residual chakra left in it. Getting back to task at hand, he ordered one ANBU to take a look at Jiraiya, then ordered the rest to scout the area and to find Uzumaki Naruto. No one was around and the only people that were in the area were the ones in the hot springs building, but they likely wouldn't be of any help. He had to wonder just what Jiraiya was doing here. Well, he didn't have to wonder what his student was doing at the hot springs with a notepad, but he did wonder what the man was doing in the village. It had been years since Jiraiya had made any visit to Konoha. Is it possible that Jiraiya was involved? He questioned, but would have to wait for any answers. He looked to the ANBU for an update and the man stated, "He's just unconscious. I've got some smelling salts in my pack." And the ninja went pull out the item from one of his ninja pouches. Hopefully I'll get some answers out of him about what's going on, he thought as the salts were put under Jiraiya's nose. XX. Sitting in his home, Danzo glanced out the open window with his Sharingan revealed. He felt the disturbance and from what little chakra went into the air, as well as what he could tell with his own sensing ability, he determined that it was the Kyuubi's chakra. His Sharingan recognized the Kyuubi's chakra, but something about it felt strange and very different from what he remembered. He couldn't go to the disturbance and also couldn't send any of his men to investigate, so he rebandaged his eye and headed for the Hokage tower. There would undoubtedly be a meeting concerning what was happening and he was very interested in finding out what was going on. If something happened to the seal or the container was somehow channeling or being influenced by the Kyuubi, it could provide an opportunity for him. XX. Sitting in a meditative stance in the hideout, the real Naruto started thinking of what he should do. He was safe while in his hideout, and if he left he might be picked up by the ANBU and taken to the Hokage. It all depended on how much of the Kyuubi's chakra he had released and who felt it. Unfortunately he had no idea how much had been released. It was possible that no one had felt it or that the entire village felt it, and anywhere in between was also a possibility. The best thing he could do was sit and wait. His shadow clone had likely made it to the village wall before his duty shift started, and so he had a weak alibi. As long as no one discovered that it was a clone and not the real person that showed up for duty, he might be able to escape being arrested or detained. The shadow clones he created did have the seal on them and it was visible when channeling chakra to his stomach, and the clone at the wall was created before he used the Kyuubi's chakra. So it was possible that the clone could prove his innocence. However, this still left the fact that people may have felt the Kyuubi's chakra. If several people had felt and recognized it, then it would create a situation that he couldn't completely explain or deal with. For now he would just have to wait. The worst possible scenario was that the village found out he was up to something and he stayed in his hideout until the Chunin exam finals without using the arrangement he had been working on. The plan for the Genin Corps relied on the fact that he was still a Konoha ninja and other certain circumstances. It wouldn't work for any other plan. Unless he managed to find a new body to use, he would likely be labeled as a missing nin. While it wasn't that big of a problem, it had the potential to cause problems later on and ruin his master plans. Coming out of his meditation he said to the person watching, "Get back to your training, Karin." The girl froze and then frowned from behind the wall where she was hiding. Her chakra had been completely suppressed and yet he had still sensed her. She was incredibly curious as to what was happening and what the foul chakra was that she felt. She had been scared for her life earlier, but now it seemed that whatever happened was over. From her sensing ability, she knew that the chakra came from within him and had been there since before they first met in the forest. Something had changed though, and now it seemed that a minuscule amount of that chakra was leaking out into his body at a regular rate. This concerned her and she would look for any changes later on to see if the new chakra was somehow influencing him. She thought about telling him but was unsure about what to do. Despite what was going on, she felt that it was best to go back and work on her medical ninjutsu. XX. Jiraiya's explanation of what happened only served to further confuse him. Someone had knocked out Jiraiya and then moved his body. His student never got a look at his attacker, and it was just completely embarrassing that someone he trained could be caught so unaware while researching at the women's hot springs. He almost wished Jiraiya hadn't remembered anything at all and had been only passing through the area. It was just shameful to have his student confess with the ANBU still in the area that he had been taken completely by surprise while peeping at the women's bath. The only problem now was to put together how Naruto was involved with all of this. Did he attack Jiraiya, and why was the Kyuubi's chakra released? He questioned, but they would remain unanswered until the boy was found. Picking up the movement of his ANBU, he turned to see an ANBU captain and two of his subordinates quickly appear near him. "Sandaime-sama, we have found Uzumaki Naruto and he is being escorted to the tower," reported the captain in the white cloak while his two black cloaked subordinates stayed silent. "Where was he and what is his condition?" demanded the Sandaime, and ANBU was quick to respond. "We found him at his post at the eastern-western watch tower. From witnesses of the other ninja stationed in the tower, he reported early for duty and has been there since." The Sandaime developed a contemplative look as he stared off towards the protective wall that circled the village. If Naruto reported to his duty station early, then how could he have also released the Kyuubi's chakra in the hot springs area of the village? There is quite some distance between them, he noted. The Western Guard/Watch Tower was one of several stations along the top of the village wall. If there were witnesses that said Naruto arrived early to his station, then it made him wonder how Naruto could have been in two places at once. Another matter that he hadn't considered until that very moment also occurred to him. In the 12 years that Naruto had been alive and the 4 years since he had become a ninja, no one had ever told him that he carried the Kyuubi sealed inside of him. This is going to be a delicate matter, the Sandaime thought inside. He waved off the ANBU and headed back to the Hokage Tower with Jiraiya following. XX. By the time the Sandaime had gotten back to the Hokage Tower, the village elders as well as a few of the clan heads were already there, while the rest were presumably on the way. Yamanaka Inoichi was a chakra sensor and had easily detected the large disturbance near the hot springs and rushed to the Hokage Tower for orders. The head ANBU and the Jonin commander in the village had been notified as well. The Sandaime wanted to keep anyone else from finding out about what had happened, but it seemed that the private meeting he wanted to have with Naruto would have to wait. Going to the council meeting room, the Sandaime briefed the other members once they had arrived and Jiraiya sat in on the meeting. The Inyazuka dogs had alerted the entire clan that something was wrong, much in the same way the Aberamaze Kikaku alerted them. Akimichi clan head was alerted by his friends, both have positions on the council. The Hyuga clan head was alerted by other members of his clan who were chakra sensors. When the members finally assembled, the Sandaime brought them up to speed with what was going on and everything that he knew up to that point. XX. Sitting on a bench down the hall from the meeting room, Naruto sat silently as he contemplated what to do. His clone was surrounded by 4 ANBU members, but he wasn't concerned with them. Currently, his real body was still sitting in the hideout and meditating, but through his connection with his clone, he had possessed it. He could speak and act through the clone while remaining safe no matter what decision was made. It was not something he had performed under such circumstances before, as he had just toyed around with the technique, but now it was getting a trial run. With the technique, he could actually channel the force through his clone, despite the individual clone not being able to use the force. It was something to do with the possession or whatever it was that he was doing that allowed him to use the clone as if he was really there. His force powers, however, were diminished from those he possessed in his real boy. In a way it was slightly similar to what his master was doing with his body. He had yet to try and take control of multiple clones, but now that he finally realized how useful the technique was, he would have to find time to practice with it. Using his force listening ability, he could hear what was going on in the meeting room and what was being said. As the meeting progressed, he found out everything that they knew and started quickly thinking up ways to keep himself from being caught. He still had at least a week's worth of work left to do in the library, and getting caught would only make things harder. Thinking through the possible choices, he tried to find the best choice that would not get him arrested, or at least not get his clone arrested. Being put under heavy surveillance was a better alternative to putting the village on lockdown while everyone systematically searched for him once his clone dispelled. Even with all the precautions he had taken with the hideout, it was still possible that someone could find it if they were looking. He was broken from his thoughts when the door to the council meeting room was opened and he was told to enter. XX. All eyes were on him as he walked into the room and sat down at the chair that was indicated. Naruto sat down in a seat across from all the clan heads at a wooden oval table. The room looked like every other room in the Hokage Tower except it had no windows. He glanced around the table and took in all the faces. His face was neutral and he tried his best to make himself come off as being confused more than nervous. He also tried not to look at Jiraiya, who was leaning against one of the walls. He didn't want to give away any indication that he recognized the man. Controlling his emotions was proving to be extremely difficult though, as he had to keep his anger in check despite what he was feeling towards many of the members of the room. Most of them had in some way conspired to keep his identity and parents from him for as long as possible. Danzo specifically knew things about him that he didn't want anyone else to find out about. They made him an orphan with no ancestry that the Yandame had chose as a sacrifice, but he was so much more. The people before him were also content with leaving him with nothing about his parents or what he held sealed inside of him. Being lied to was something he hated, but not as much as being shrugged off or considered not important. In one way or another, the occupants of the seats at the table had been doing one or both of those things to him all his life. He wanted nothing more than to attack them, but this was a clone body, and even if he had the element of surprise, with everyone else in the room, and considering their skills, he stood no chance at following through with any of the thoughts he was burying in his head. He would have to let it go for now, but perhaps later on he would get revenge. The room remained silent as the doors were shut, and the ANBU guarding him remained and stood behind him, looming over and ready to strike. They were ready to kill him should he make any wrong move, but he really couldn't care. This wasn't his body, and no matter the outcome of the meeting, he would make sure he got away and finished his master's plans. The first person to speak in the room was the Sandame. We've called you here to answer a few questions for us concerning your day. There has been an unexplained disturbances within the village, and we're questioning everyone that may have been involved directly or indirectly. Could you explain to us your day so far, from the beginning? The Sandame asked in a calm tone, but Naruto knew he was fishing for answers and knew little of what really happened. None of the people before him had any idea what had really happened less than an hour ago, and he intended to keep them in the dark as much or as long as possible. Even if they suspected him of something, it was better than ruining the final parts of the plan and not getting the information from the library. I woke up at around 7, got dressed in my uniform, and ate breakfast. Then I went to my assigned station of one of the western watchtowers. Shortly afterward, the ANBU came to bring me here, stated Naruto, and he waited to see what they would ask next. There was little change in the council members. A few were scrutinizing him for lies, but he had been trained by his master to lie in front of anyone. He had even been trained to lie and escape scrutiny from analyzing machines or even Jedi. The members of the council found nothing wrong with the statement, so the Sandame pressed on. Did anything out of the ordinary happen on your way to your duty station or at any point before the ANBU came to get you? Questioned the Sandame a little more seriously. I went straight to my post. I didn't stop to look at anything along the way, stated Naruto. The members of the council stared at him, and he merely stared back. A silence passed before Naruto broke it. If you don't believe me, couldn't you just have a Yamanaka do a mind walk or something? He said, and watched as he got several reactions. He inwardly smiled as he knew that a mind walk on a Jinhyuriki had never been done, and the council wouldn't consider it. No one had ever told him about the Kyuubi, and now he could use it against them. Waiting for a response, he got one from the Sandame. I don't think that will be necessary. Did something happen that I should know about? Questioned Naruto in as innocent a voice as he could, and he waited for an answer. He eventually got one from the Sandame. No, that will be all. Getting up, the ANBU opened the doors and let him leave while following him. The room was silent as everyone took in everything that was said. The Sandame sighed, and it was Shikaku that spoke first. I think he did something and is guilty, but I can't prove anything. What exactly it was that he did? Stated Shikaku as he thought through as many possibilities as he could. I don't really know what he would be hiding. While releasing some of the Kyuubi's chakra is of great concern, it isn't exactly a crime. We still have no idea why or how he did it. We also don't know how Jiraiya was involved with all of this, stated Aberameshibi, and with that he looked over to the white-haired man who had a serious look on his face. Do you think it's possible that he knows about the seal and the Kyuubi? Said Inoichi as he put out the question to the room. None of the council members answered the question. They all thought through the possibilities. You haven't told him about the seal and the Kyuubi? Jiraiya blurted out at Sandame. The Sandame sighed again. Nothing was making any sense. Why did Naruto attack Jiraiya or release some of the Kyuubi's chakra? He wondered, and then thought, what else has he been keeping from me? He wanted to wait as long as possible to tell Naruto about the Kyuubi. Had Naruto somehow found out and was experimenting with the seal? The question bothered him greatly, and he knew he would have to tell Naruto about the seal and get Jiraiya to examine it and see if there is anything wrong. The conversation between the council members continued for several more minutes. The entire time Danzo was sitting quietly and taking in everything that he had heard. He was making his own conclusions. XX. Naruto sat outside with the ANBU escort close by and waited for the meeting to finish. He had a good idea what was going to happen next from the conversion going on in the room. They believed he was lying, and then he would be taken to the Sandame's office where the Kyuubi would be explained to him and the seal examined, likely by Jiraiya. Then they would determine what was going on and that he had been responsible for the release of chakra. From their minds, he could tell that most of the members on the council had not felt the release of chakra themselves and could not be sure it even came from the Kyuubi, but they were inclined to believe that it was. The one thing that they hadn't counted on was that he still had something up his sleeve. He had managed to learn quite a bit from Jiraiya's memories about the seal that had been placed on him and could use his current situation to further confound the council. The plan for leaving the village wasn't foolproof and any number of problems could occur, such as what he was currently dealing with. However, even if the plan to leave the village failed, by the time someone realized what had happened, he would be long gone and with no trail to follow. That was the most important part of the plan, that he didn't leave any trail for anyone to follow. Even if he was discovered to be alive, no one would have any idea where to look for him. Snow Country was well over 100 miles from Konoha and across the sea. Once he made it there, who would think to look for him on that island? The only thing he needed to do was make sure that he was on the wall when the battle started. Everything else would fall into place after. This meant that he would have to make sure that he didn't get arrested and could still be at his posting. Even if he was under ANBU watch, he could still work with that. To make sure this happened, he would need to have a discussion with the Hokage and give a good enough performance that they might believe that he didn't know about the Kyuubi beforehand. Unfortunately, that meant having a heartfelt discussion with the Sandaime, which was something he dreaded. XX. Sandaime's office. XX. With the discussion over, Jiraiya started examining the seal on his stomach. He had played ignorant of the seal as well as he could and knew that both men still had their doubts about him. Fortunately, what Jiraiya was about to find would help him greatly. With the release of the Kyuubi's chakra, the seal on his stomach would have loosened or cracked slightly and allowed him some access to the Kyuubi's chakra. Apparently the Yondaime wanted him to be able to learn to use the Kyuubi's chakra at some point, or that was what Jiraiya thought. Looking at the seal, it should show that it has been loosened, but only those that know what they are looking for can see it. What Jiraiya and the Sandaime didn't know was that this wasn't his real body. It was his shadow clone, and the clone was created before he used the Kyuubi's chakra. This meant that the seal on the clone's body was still perfectly intact and showed no signs of loosening or any kind of damage. It was still perfect as the day it was created. The real seal on his real body would show these signs, but the clones did not. Jiraiya stared at the seal once again and tried to find any evidence that the boy in front of him had been using the Kyuubi's chakra. From what he could tell, the seal was still fine and the Kyuubi completely locked away. This doesn't make any sense. Sensei swears he felt the Kyuubi but the seal's completely intact. Jiraiya thought and questioned whether it was the Kyuubi's chakra that had been felt. Someone had managed to sneak up and get the drop on him, at least that was how he saw it. He was perfectly fine though, aside from a headache, and the Kyuubi's chakra, or at least what some people thought was its chakra, had been released inside the village. If the seal was intact, then how could the boy in front of him, who was never told about the Kyuubi, release some of its chakra? He had no answer for this. Once the seal was loosened, it could only be tightened back up by the key. The key, he thought, and he glanced at the boy quickly. His mind went through many different theories and suspicions, but ultimately he cast them aside. It wouldn't have been possible for the boy to have gotten access to the key that went with the seal. It was attached to a toad summons which was currently inside of him, and the boy did not sign the toad contract or even know about the key in the first place. He would definitely check once the boy left, but he was sure the key was still safe. Then that leaves no explanation for the release of chakra and someone knocking me out, he thought, and put the boy's shirt back down. The seal was fine and showed no evidence of weakening or any sign that the Kyuubi's chakra had ever passed into the boy's body. The situation they were left with provided more questions than answers. XX. Putting back on his Jonin vest, Naruto thought about what he had just learned. The key to his seal was apparently with Jiraiya and he had no way to access to it at all. It was also attached to a summoning animal. He hadn't found this out during his search through the man's mind, but he had been prematurely stopped by what he had found. If I had known that before and hadn't lost my control, I could have had the key or at least tried to get it, he thought as he left the office and went back to his apartment. There didn't seem to be the opportunity for another chance to get it, and he couldn't very well attack the man again. Jiraiya wouldn't be so careless again and would be on his guard. Especially not with my new ANBU escort that will likely be following me around for days if not weeks, he thought as he barely managed to feel with his diminished force powers the life signs of a squad of ANBU that were following him. He needed to get back to his apartment and switch with a fresh clone. While he was technically off the hook, he decided not to leave the hideout again until the Chunin exam finals. Anything he needed, he could send out clones for. XX. Walking out of the Hokage Tower, Danzo headed for his home. The Sandaime had come back and told the council about the seal being completely intact. It was a surprise as he hadn't counted on the container being so resourceful and covering his tracks. He knew more about what was going on than anyone else in the council and was forming conclusions about what had happened before they brought the boy in to question him. He also wasn't willing to share his thoughts with any of the council members. With the boy's ability to read minds, it was obvious to him that Jiraiya's mind had been read in some way and information accessed. It was rather ridiculous that a ninja deemed as legendary could be caught so off guard and unaware, but he tried to put that out of his mind and focus on the more important things. The only aspect of the situation he was still working out was the release of the Kyuubi's chakra. The seal he couldn't be sure about because he had never been able to see the complete sealing method used, but he wondered why the boy had done it. Was he testing something and it went wrong, or did he just completely lose control over his emotions, he wondered. With the ability to read minds, he knew that the answer was in Jiraiya's mind. Something there had led the boy to accidentally release or to try and access some of the Kyuubi's chakra. His mind searched for the possible answers to that question. What would set off such a calm and calculating person that seemed to have excellent control over their emotions? This was the question he was trying to answer. The boy gave nothing away during the meeting, showed no sign of lying, and while many council members suspected something, they couldn't prove anything. They couldn't prove that the boy was associated with the release of chakra or attacking Jiraiya. The Sandame's view was not to detain anyone unless there was proof of guilt, which in his opinion was a foolish method. The thought eventually came to him when he went through all of the things that Jiraiya might know that would affect the container. The answer was the boy's parents. So he likely knows who his parents are, mused Danzo. He wasn't sure if knowing that information was good or bad, but it didn't bode well for the village. He knew he would have to think on this information and what actions to take concerning it. Please review. And, it took so long to update because the chapter kept getting longer and longer that I had to split it up. Hopefully I can finish chapter 14 in a couple of days and post that as well.